After Yun Xun suffered an injury and lost his memory, he was selected by System.96 to become a task performer in a fast travel scenario. System, due to popular demand from readers, the male lead's childhood friend in the mini-world cannot compete with the unexpected arrival, resulting in the collective escape of the childhood friends and subsequently causing the mini-world's collapse. The main system has entrusted me with the task of finding a performer to save this world. Will you accept? Yun Xun, I refuse. System.96. Refusal is not an option. You must go. Yun Xun. Chapter 1. The ailing childhood friend of the campus novel. Yun Xun opened his eyes to discover that he had transformed into a 3-year-old child, a pacifier in his mouth. He realized that his ability to articulate was still in need of improvement. System.96 hurriedly transmitted the plot of the mini-world to him. Host, you must accept the reality. We are bound together. Yun Xun rolled his eyes. Once a magnificent fire phoenix, he found himself grievously injured and bereft of memories. This System.96 had forcibly bound him due to his striking beauty, which, while not entirely unforgivable as it had saved his life, was still infuriating since it required him to pursue a stranger, something he could never do. He was only interested in those he had chosen for himself. System.96 ignored Yun Xun's disdainful glance. The predecessors had advised that once they found a suitable host, binding was straightforward. However, it seemed that his host was rather reluctant. As a reverse childhood friend system, many childhood friends in various mini-worlds had missed their chance due to the unexpected arrival and had even developed enmities. Consequently, they fled en masse, leading to System.96 being urgently tasked with finding a host to pursue the male lead and reclaim the childhood friend from the unexpected. Arrival's grasp. Unfortunately, its host appeared disinterested. Oh, how tragic. Upon grasping the narrative, Yun Xun realized that he had been thrust into a sweet campus romance. The story primarily unfolds in City A, where the original Yun Xun and the male lead, Xiaoling Si, were neighbors with familial ties through business. From a young age, Yun Xun's frail health was cared for by Xiaoling Si, leading to Yun Xun developing affections for him. However, Xiaoling Si, a stoic individual, remained oblivious to Yun Xun's feelings, and by the time they reached university, he had developed feelings for a classmate, Mu Qing. Heartbroken, Yun Xun suffered a heart attack while trying to contact Xiaoling Si for help. Unfortunately, he failed to answer, resulting in Yun Xun's untimely demise. Yun Xun frowned, his small body unable to accurately convey his emotions. Heart disease? He communicated telepathically with System.96. Upon seeing Yun Xun engage, System.96 quickly responded, "Rest assured, host, we are merely inhabiting this body, which is yours and not afflicted with heart disease. However, due to the world's laws, your physical condition is somewhat frail. Moreover, as this is a novice world, you have been placed in a younger form, making the task particularly manageable." Receiving the desired information, Yun Xun chose to ignore System.96, who retreated sorrowfully into a corner, lamenting its own plight. If only it could change hosts, it wouldn't be in such a predicament. Perhaps due to his childlike nature, Yun Xun soon felt drowsy. Upon awakening once more, he found himself in the arms of a woman who, according to his memories, was his mother in this world, Li Shui. He opened his mouth and managed to call out, "Mom, Mama.Li Shui," momentarily stunned, quickly reacted with excitement, placing Yun Xun in a crib and retrieving a camera to record the moment. "Darling, say it again." Yun Xun, maintaining his composure, sat adorably and gazed at the lens. Mama. Li Shui sent the video to her husband, Yun Ting, and scooped Yun Xun into her arms, kissing his cheeks. "Sweetheart, you're so good." Li Shui's joy was contagious, and Yun Xun found himself laughing heartily. Life in this manner seemed quite pleasant. System.96, observing Yun Xun's happiness, felt a surge of joy as well. Perhaps, with time, his host would be willing to undertake the tasks. In the evening, when Yun Ting returned home from work and freshened up, he found his wife amusing their son. He embraced Li Shui joyfully, exclaiming, "Son, you spoke today?" Li Shui nodded, explaining that their son, Yun Xun, had been diagnosed with a frail condition, predicted not to survive past 3 years. Today marked his 3rd birthday, and the fact that he was safe and sound brought immense relief. "Sun, this is your father," Li Shui prompted. Yun Xun gazed into their expectant eyes and replied, "Father." Yun Ting responded with excitement, "Yes, darling, well done." He gently caressed Yun Xun's little face. Yun Xun held onto Yun Ting's hand tightly, repeating, "Father." Yun Ting joyfully lifted Yun Xun, proclaiming, "Son, you're so good. Go show them that Li Shui." Recognizing Yun Ting's elation, followed him downstairs. Tonight was Yun Xun's 3rd birthday, and they had invited their neighbors, the Xiao family, to celebrate. System 096 excitedly announced, "Host, the male lead, is downstairs." Yun Xun replied coolly, "I am aware." System 096 deflated instantly, disheartened by the host's unwillingness to engage in tasks. Seated on Yun Ting's arm, Yun Xun observed Xiao Ling Si, another 3-year-old, who already exuded an air of authority, appearing aloof and rarely smiling. Zhao's father, Xiao Yi, cradled Xiao Ling Si in his arms and conversed with Zhao's mother, Zhao Yunlan, while engaging with Yun Ting. "Old Yun, this is my son, Xiao Ling Si. I brought him over today to meet your son. They are of the same age and will be brothers henceforth." Xiao Ling Si, following his father's earlier instructions, addressed them, "Uncle Yun, Aunt Li, this is Sun." Yun Ting was pleased with Xiao Ling Si's intelligence, nodding in response and smiling at Yun Xun. "Darling, this is Uncle Xiao, and this is Aunt Zhao, and this is your brother Ling Si." Yun Xun made an effort to meet their expectations, greeting each one in turn. Xiao Ling Si, delighted by his charming little brother, felt a surge of happiness. Yun Ting joyfully played with Yun Xun, but Li Shui interjected, "All right, old Yun, we have guests. Aunt Wang, please bring out the cake." Aunt Wang, the housekeeper, wheeled out the cake. Yun Xun took center stage, surrounded by well-wishers celebrating his birthday. He smiled as he blew out the candles, savored a slice of cake, and soon succumbed to sleep. As Yun Ting prepared to carry Yun Xun upstairs, Xiao Ling Si interrupted, "Uncle Yun, may I sleep with my brother?" Xiao Yi quickly interjected, "Ling Si, don't be silly. You're both still too young to be apart from your parents." Seeing Xiao Ling Si's fondness for Yun Xun delighted Yun Ting. His son was undeniably endearing. However, they were indeed too young. He patted Xiao Ling Si's head. "Uncle promises you, once you start kindergarten, you can sleep with Sun. How's that sound?" Xiao Ling Si nodded, returning to his father's side, wistfully watching as Yun Ting took Yun Xun upstairs. 3 years later, Yun Xun looked at Xiao Ling Si, who stubbornly clung to him, perplexed by the male lead's unwavering obsession. And no matter how often he chose to ignore him, Xiao Ling Si followed, claiming him as his brother. Today, Yun Xun had attracted the attention of girls at kindergarten, leading to him being bullied by a boy. Xiao Ling Si bravely intervened, sustaining a minor injury in the process. Frowning, Yun Xun applied medicine to Xiao Ling Si's wound. Noticing his brother's discomfort, Xiao Ling Si gently smoothed Yun Xun's furrowed brow. "Brother, you should always be happy." Yun Xun gazed at Xiao Ling Si's goofy grin, softly muttering, "Fool." From that day forth, Xiao Ling Si officially became Yun Xun's guardian, devotedly watching over him as he grew. In 1st grade, when Yun Xun collapsed in class due to a fever, it was Xiao Ling Si who called Li Shui and accompanied Yun Xun to the hospital. It was then that he truly recognized just how fragile his brother was. As Yun Xun opened his eyes, he saw Xiao Ling Si. "What are you doing here?" Xiao Ling Si tenderly held Yun Xun's hand, providing warmth. "I wanted to wait for you to wake up, son. You must wear more clothes. You've fallen ill." Yun Xun gently stroked Xiao Ling Si's hand. "All right, Li Shui entered, carrying a bowl of porridge. She was greeted by the heartwarming sight of 2 children comforting one another, which filled her with joy. Yun Xun had always been well-behaved. Even in illness, he refrained from crying, which only deepened her concern for him. It was a relief to know that someone was there to care for him in ways they could not. "Are you hungry, little ones?" she inquired. Yun Xun nodded. "I am hungry." Xiao Ling Si promptly offered a seat to Li Shui, holding the porridge she had prepared for him, and watched intently as she fed Yun Xun, quietly learning from her actions. Once Yun Xun had finished his porridge, he drifted back to sleep. Xiao Ling Si gently stroked Yun Xun's face, his heart aching for his friend. Li Shui, too, felt a pang of sorrow for her son, Yet she recognized that it was not ideal for Xiao Ling-Si to remain in the hospital for an extended period. Ling-Si, when Uncle Yun arrives to take over for us, you and I will go home. All right? Understanding the importance of not causing any disruption at that moment, Xiao Ling-Si nodded. All right. Chapter 2. The ailing childhood friend of the campus male protagonist during his early middle school years, Yun Xun consumed an additional ice cream during physical education class. Within half an hour, he was gripped by excruciating abdominal pain, a testament to his fragile constitution. Xiao Ling-Si hurriedly carried Yun Xun to the infirmary. Upon inquiry from the doctor, he discovered that Yun Xun had surreptitiously indulged in an ice cream. With concern etched on his face, he gazed at Yun Xun and said, "Ah Sun, please refrain from such recklessness in the future. It worries me." Over the years, Yun Xun had basked in Xiao Ling-Si's attentive care and had grown accustomed to his presence. He understood that he could no longer indulge himself. The thought of Xiao Ling-Si developing feelings for someone else was unbearable. Coldly, he retorted, "Does eating an ice cream make me reckless? If you don't wish to concern yourself with me, then don't." Xiao Ling-Si, wounded by Yun Xun's words, called Li Shui to have her escort Yun Xun home, while he quietly waited by the infirmary door. The doctor observed Yun Xun's irritable demeanor and mused about the peculiar nature of friendships among children. "Dear student, your friend is waiting for you outside. Do not remain angry." Upon hearing this, Yun Xun lifted his gaze toward the door, though he saw nothing. Yet he knew the doctor's words held truth deep down. He understood that Xiao Ling-Si would never abandon him. When Li Shui arrived, she found Yun Xun quietly lying on the bed, gazing out the window with a calm breath. "Sun, do you still feel any pain? Should we go to the hospital for a checkup?" Yun Xun shook his head. "Mom, it's unnecessary. I took some stomach medicine, and the pain has subsided. I merely feel a bit fatigued." Recognizing her son's determination, Li Shui did not press further. "Would you prefer to return home now, or rest a little longer?" Yun Xun rose from the bed. "Let us go now." Li Shui nodded and led him home. Upon leaving, Yun Xun noticed that Xiao Ling-Si was absent, and although his mother did not inquire, he was aware that they had met. Back at home, Yun Xun sat by the floor-to-ceiling window, watching the sunset. He felt that his decision was correct. The sadness he experienced was profound, and the future promised only greater heartache. 096 observed Yun Xun's demeanor and timidly suggested, "Host, you need not deliberately distance yourself from the male lead. You could pursue him and remain together forever." Yun Xun remained silent, for perhaps he himself was uncertain about his feelings for Xiao Ling-Si. It seemed as though he merely desired to possess Xiao Ling-Si, devoid of any deeper longing. Furthermore, Xiao Ling-Si was merely a unique character in this small world, one who could not accompany him for long. A week later, Xiao Ling-Si could no longer contain himself and arrived at Yun's residence. Li Shui, upon seeing him, was delighted. It appeared that one of the boys had finally made the first conciliatory gesture. "Hello, Aunt Li," Xiao Ling-Si called. "Is Ah Sun home?" Li Shui replied. "He is in his room. You may go upstairs to find him." Nodding in acknowledgement, Xiao Ling-Si ascended the stairs. Approaching Yun Xun's door, he felt a twinge of timidity, but ultimately mustered the courage to knock. Yun Xun, aware that it was Xiao Ling-Si outside, contemplated for a moment, his heart racing with anticipation. "Please come in," he called. Upon entering, Xiao Ling-Si found Yun Xun quietly staring out the window. He settled beside him and said, "Ah Sun, shall we make amends?" Yun Xun turned to face Xiao Ling-Si and replied, "All right." Xiao Ling-Si was pleasantly surprised by Yun Xun's readiness to acquiesce to his request, embracing him tightly and unwilling to let go. Yun Xun felt a sense of helplessness. While Xiao Ling-Si appeared as a cool and handsome figure to others, before him, he resembled an affectionate puppy, quite clingy. During these past few days, Yun Xun had contemplated many things. Perhaps he need not overthink. Even if Xiao Ling-Si were to leave him in the end, he would eventually find his way back. With a hint of grievance, Xiao Ling-Si spoke, "Ah Sun, let us promise to avoid quarrels in the future, shall we? You have no idea how difficult these past few days have been for me." Yun Xun gently ruffled Xiao Ling-Si's hair and replied, "All right, but my temper is rather irritable. It's only natural for you to find it hard to endure." Xiao Ling-Si gazed at Yun Xun in disagreement, asserting, Sun is a little celestial being. It is only natural for him to be somewhat precious. It is my fault for getting angry and ignoring you. Yun Xun smiled at Xiao Lingxi, amused by his charming ability to soothe others. During their high school days, Yun Xun wished to stay in the dormitory, and Xiao Lingxi accompanied him. Although they could have taken advantage of special privileges to share a double room, Yun Xun preferred not to, so Xiao Lingxi willingly settled for a 4-person dormitory. Besides Yun Xun and Xiao Lingxi, the room also housed 2 classmates, Yang Wen and Lu Fengchuan. On their first day in the dormitory, the 4 of them went out for a hot pot meal, establishing a budding camaraderie. At the dining table, Xiao Lingxi prepared dipping sauce for Yun Xun and served him dishes. Yang Wen and Lu Fengchuan were left in awe. Yang Wen, unable to contain his curiosity, inquired, "Hey, are you two perhaps dating?" Xiao Lingxi shot him a puzzled glance, replying, "Dating? Sun is my little brother." Upon hearing Xiao Lingxi's response, Yun Xun paused momentarily while helping himself to food, then continued to eat as if he had heard nothing. Yang Wen chuckled, "If you hadn't said anything, I might have genuinely thought you two were a couple. But it's better this way. We're all brothers now." He raised his glass of cola to toast the 3 of them. The 2 lifted their colas while Yun Xun held up his orange juice, and the 4 clinked their glasses together. After the meal, they returned to the dormitory, where Xiao Lingxi insisted that Yun Xun shower first and assisted him in retrieving his bathing supplies. Yang Wen watched in astonishment, exclaiming, "Dude, are you not raising a son? Are you?" Yun Xun obediently took the items into the bathroom, and upon finishing his shower, climbed into bed, choosing the lower bunk while Xiao Lingxi occupied the upper. After showering, Xiao Lingxi pulled Yun Xun up, asking, "Why haven't you dried your hair?" Yun Xun dismissively replied, "I forgot." Noticing Yun Xun's melancholy demeanor, Xiao Lingxi quietly began to dry his hair. Once it was dry, Yun Xun lay back down, ignoring Xiao Lingxi. Confused, Xiao Lingxi dried his own hair and then climbed onto Yun Xun's bed. Still unacknowledged, he remarked, "It's a bit chilly today. I'll warm your bed for you." Yun Xun merely hummed in response, pretending to sleep. Xiao Lingxi took hold of Yun Xun's hand, transferring warmth to him, and gently asked, Sun, what is troubling you?" Yun Xun remained silent, and fearing that he might fall ill from pent-up emotions, Xiao Lingxi hastily offered him a piece of his favorite candy, soothingly saying, Sun, I'm sorry, my words were clumsy. Did I say something to upset you?" Yun Xun reflected upon his own emotional sensitivity, acknowledging that he had not truly developed feelings for Xiao Lingxi. Yet, when Xiao Lingxi referred to him as a younger brother, a wave of discontent washed over him. Xiao Lingxi gently turned Yun Xun to face him, clumsily sharing jokes to lighten the mood. Unable to suppress his laughter, Yun Xun brought relief to Xiao Lingxi, who continued his comedic tales. After several jokes, Yun Xun, feeling fatigued, requested a pause. Consequently, Xiao Lingxi began to narrate bedtime stories to coax him into slumber. Yang Wen and Lu Fengchuan exchanged glances, pondering the nature of their relationship. Was it truly platonic? Had Xiao Lingxi perhaps misconstrued his feelings for his younger companion? Thus, Yun Xun's high school days concluded under Xiao Lingxi's tender guardianship. 3 years later, both Yun Xun and Xiao Lingxi secured admission to a city university, with Yun Xun pursuing music and Xiao Lingxi studying finance. As Yun Xun gazed at the university gates, a sense of trepidation enveloped him. He dreaded losing Xiao Lingxi. He had previously jested about how he had thwarted his own romantic prospects, suggesting they simply settle for one another. Yet, Xiao Lingxi reassured him that he would introduce him to suitable partners when the time came. Noticing Yun Xun lost in thought, Xiao Lingxi gently inquired, "What occupies your mind?" Yun Xun evaded his touch, responding, Ling, please refrain from being so tactile." His reluctance to express his feelings while still teasing him left him in turmoil. Xiao Lingxi awkwardly withdrew his hand, conceding, "All right. Has Sun found someone he likes? You never used to care about such things." Yun Xun fell silent, quietly making his way to the dormitory. In the original narrative, Mu Qing was his roommate, and their first encounter occurred in the dormitory. However, Yun Xun preferred not to allow Xiao Lingxi to meet Mu Qing easily. Thus he applied for a double room to reside with Xiao Lingxi instead. Suddenly, Yun Xun collided with someone, and Xiao hurriedly steadied him. Concern etched on his face. "Sun, are you hurt?" he asked anxiously. Yun Xun shook his head as the voice of 096 echoed in his mind. "Host. The character Mu Qing is the main protagonist's love interest. You must be wary of Xiao being drawn to him." Irritated, Yun Xun retorted, "Be quiet." 096 replied. Feeling aggrieved, Mu Qing, burdened with numerous items, had accidentally bumped into Yun Xun. He quickly set down his belongings and apologized. "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to." Upon recognizing Yun Xun, he couldn't help but exclaim, "You are truly beautiful." Yun Xun observed the fair and sunny boy, realizing that this was indeed Xiao's type. "It's nothing," he replied, disregarding Mu Qing's compliment. Xiao, noticing Yun Xun's departure, followed closely behind. Mu Qing, watching Xiao's retreating figure, mused that he was exactly his ideal type and vowed to win him over. Yun Xun mentally queried the system. 096. Is there an undeniable attraction between the protagonist and the love interest? It seems impossible to prevent their paths from crossing. 096, noting that the host had finally taken initiative, joyfully responded, "Indeed, there is an attraction, but once the male lead falls in love with the host, such pull will dissipate." The realization struck Yun Xun. Xiao truly did not harbor feelings for him. 096. Is there no way to check Xiao's fondness for me? He pressed on, unwilling to give up. 096 responded dishearteningly, "I am sorry, host. I do not possess that capability. Moreover, human emotions are exceedingly intricate and cannot be quantified by mere data." Yun Xun turned to glance at Xiao, who, noticing his gaze, offered a warm smile and inquired, "Sun, what troubles you?" Yun Xun shook his head and continued onward. Upon reaching the dormitory building, they collected their keys from the dormitory supervisor and ascended in the elevator. They resided in room 606. Once inside their dormitory, Xiao surveyed the room with satisfaction. Although it comprised a bedroom, a living area, and a bathroom, he found the arrangement somewhat lacking, as one bed was situated in the living area while the other was in the bedroom. Nevertheless, the beds were quite spacious, allowing him to share one with Yun Xun. "Sun, why don't you take the inner room? I shall arrange for a moving company to help us organize the space. For now, let us dine out." Xiao sent a message to the moving company to coordinate the details and informed Yun Xun. After replying, Yun Xun nodded in agreement. Following their high school graduation, Lu Fengchuan had requested his assistance in feigning a romantic relationship to provoke Yang Wan, a proposal he had consistently declined, but now it seemed acceptable to acquiesce. Lu Fengchuan had also been admitted to a city university, opting for the computer science department, while Yang Wan, having failed to gain admission, enrolled in the neighboring A City Institute of Technology, choosing electronic information as his field of study. Xiao led Yun Xun to a hot pot restaurant, one of Yun Xun's favorites, to celebrate the commencement of their academic journey. He prepared a dipping sauce and handed it to Yun Xun, saying, "Today, you may indulge in something spicy as we celebrate our new beginning." Yun Xun glanced at Xiao and nodded, uncertain of how long he would continue to have such care from him. The following day, during course election, Xiao utilized both of his computers. After consulting with Yun Xun, he enrolled in the same public courses, ensuring they could attend together. Observing Xiao assist him with the selections, Yun Xun felt a twinge of hesitation. He was reluctant to witness Xiao in a romantic relationship in the future, yet he did not wish to miss the opportunity to spend time with him. Upon completing the course selections, Xiao sent the schedule to Yun Xun, stating, "On Monday morning, we have our major courses. I will pick you up after class, and in the afternoon, we shall attend the public courses together. There are no classes on Tuesday. Where would you like to go?" Yun Xun recalled that Lu Fengchuan intended to invite Yang went to a bar on Monday evening to get him intoxicated, thus provoking him. "I have plans on Monday evening, and I likely one team make it on Tuesday. Let us postpone for another day," he replied. "Sun has something to conceal," Xiao remarked, feigning indifference. "Very well, we shall reschedule." Noticing Xiao's lack of curiosity regarding his plans, Yun Xun felt a sense of tedium and suggested, "You may invite someone else." Xiao shot a vexed glance at Yun Xun, but Yun Xun, with his head bowed, did not notice. Ultimately, Xiao remained silent, his frustration evident without uttering a word. When Yun Xun saw the announcement in their class group about the availability of textbooks, he mentioned it to Xiao, intending to go alone. However, without a word, Xiao helped him put on a sun-protective jacket and insisted on accompanying him. Yun Xun was reluctant for Xiao to join him, fearing an encounter with Mu Qing, yet Xiao, accustomed to accompanying him in all matters, remained oblivious to his apprehension. Upon arriving at the Music Academy's entrance, where textbooks were being distributed, Yun Xun was still processing the situation when Xiao guided him to a shaded area and went to stand in line for the books on his behalf. Spotting Mu Qing among those distributing the textbooks, Yun Xun was unwilling to remain in the shade any longer and joined Xiao in the queue. Xiao tenderly shielded Yun Xun from the scorching sun with his own body. "Ah Sun, wait in the shade for a while. The sun is too intense today, and I fear you may suffer from heat stroke." Yun Xun, feeling a sense of resentment towards his frail body, weakly shook his head and leaned against Xiao. No. Ultimately, Xiao had no choice but to hire someone through a campus group to fetch their books while he led Yun Xun back. A faint smile crept onto Yun Xun's lips. Xiao still cared for him the most. Mu Qing had noticed Xiao as soon as he arrived, and as she watched his retreating figure, a sense of disappointment washed over her, realizing she had missed yet another opportunity to get to know him. Xiao took Yun Xun to the supermarket, where he purchased an ice pack and held it close to Yun Xun's face without making direct contact, attempting to cool him down. "Is it better now?" he inquired. Yun Xun nodded, unable to resist throwing himself into Xiao's embrace. "Aling, you are truly wonderful to me." Xiao felt delighted that Yun Xun had once again begun to rely on him as he had in the past. He affectionately ruffled Yun Xun's hair, saying, "If I do not treat you well, who else shall I treat kindly?" Yun Xun pouted, "You seem eager to be kind to your future boyfriend, even disregarding your childhood friend." After cooling Yun Xun down, Xiao escorted him back to the dormitory. Upon their return, Yun Xun collapsed onto Xiao's bed, and the fastidious young man felt no discomfort at the act. Noticing that Yun Xun had rested enough, Xiao suggested he take a shower and enjoy a nap. Yun Xun nodded in agreement. After showering, he emerged, and Xiao helped him dry his hair before ushering him into the room for a rest. By the time Xiao finished his own shower, Yun Xun had already fallen asleep. Quietly, he adjusted the air conditioning to a warmer setting to prevent Yun Xun from catching a chill. After changing the bed linens, he too succumbed to slumber. Chapter 4. The delicate childhood friend of the campus protagonist. On Monday, after finishing classes, Yun Xun and Xiao returned to the dormitory, showered, and began selecting outfits. Since he had promised Lu Fengchuan, Yun Xun felt compelled to be diligent and presentable, even if it was merely for a rival of sorts. Xiao feigned nonchalance as he entered Yun Xun's room to help tidy up, observing as Yun Xun rummaged through his clothes, try on various outfits without seeming satisfied. "So, who exactly are you going to meet?" Yun Xun glanced at Xiao in confusion. Wasn't he usually quick to get ready? Xiao accepted Yun Xun's gaze with feigned ease, approaching him and saying, "Ah Sun, you should wear this. It suits you." Yun Xun regarded the athletic outfit chosen by Xiao with skepticism. "But it's the sweltering season. I'm afraid of the heat." Despite his frail condition, he did not wish to endure excessive warmth. Xiao, as if he had not heard Yun Xun's protest, dressed him in the sports attire. "Accent, this looks splendid." He was adamant that Yun Xun should not reveal his legs. Having been weak since childhood, Yun Xun was slender compared to his peers, yet he had grown in all the right places, and he did not want others to notice his delicate frame. Yun Xun, observing his reflection in the outfit, said nothing further. He applied the cream that Li Shui had given him and spritzed on a hint of perfume, achieving perfection. Xiao quietly watched as Yun Xun prepared himself, his eyes darkening. He embraced Yun Xun from behind, feeling a twinge of grievance. "Accent, where exactly are you planning to go?" Yun Xun detected the hint of grievance in Xiao's voice and discreetly curved her lips into a smile as she prepared to meet an old acquaintance. Which old acquaintance? Xiao Ling Si inquired. Must it be so formal? All right, tonight involves a matter of significance. Formality is indeed warranted. I shall take my leave, Yun Xun replied, gently removing Xiao Ling Si's hand from his waist and exiting without a backward glance. Xiao Ling Si felt a surge of irritation. As soon as Yun Xun left, he followed closely behind, grasping her hand. It's too late. It's unsafe for you to be alone. Allow me to escort you. Yun Xun calmly nodded in agreement. However, upon learning that Yun Xun intended to visit a bar, Xiao Ling Si's displeasure became palpable. You wish to go to a bar? Yun Xun affirmed with a nod, and Xiao Ling Si gazed at her with disappointment, pondering who had led his little friend astray. Seated in the car, Yun Xun urged, "Please drive swiftly, we might be late." Xiao Ling Si's emotions were difficult to articulate. With a sense of urgency, he started the vehicle, and within minutes, they arrived at the destination. Yun Xun thanked him before asking him to return. Xiao Ling Si grasped her hand once more. I am still uneasy. Which private room will you be in? I shall reserve one nearby to keep an eye on you. Yun Xun studied Xiao Ling Si, attempting to discern his true feelings. Did he genuinely harbor no affection for her? Ultimately, she found herself unable to turn him down. Room 203. You may wait outside for me. I shall be out in no more than half an hour. I merely intend to provoke Yongwon. It should not take long. With that, Yun Xun entered the bar. Lu Fengchuan came to retrieve Yun Xun, surprised to see no one following her. Yun Xun understood his thoughts. He is waiting outside for me. Lu Fengchuan nodded, acknowledging the normalcy of the situation. Awan has already had quite a bit to drink. You should accompany me inside. There is no need for you to speak. I will handle everything. Yun Xun questioned, will this truly be effective? Lu Fengchuan sighed. To be honest, I am uncertain, but I still wish to give it a try. Even if it fails, it matters not. I refuse to relinquish any opportunity to win his affection. Refusing to relinquish any opportunity? She mused, realizing he seemed rather timid. Meanwhile, Xiao Ling Si remained uneasy and entered the bar as well, paying a premium to reserve room 204. Once inside, he discreetly pressed his ear against the wall adjoining room 203. Why go to such lengths with soundproofing? He thought, frustrated. Mu Qing, who was working part-time at the bar, noticed Xiao Ling Si's arrival and quickly approached his private room with drinks in hand, eager to make a sale. Hearing a knock at the door, Xiao Ling Si promptly settled onto the sofa. Come in. Blushing, Mu Qing entered and feigned recognition. Oh, it's you. Xiao Ling Si regarded him with bewilderment. I do not recall. However, you might be of use. Who are you? Do you not remember? On the first day of school, I accidentally bumped into your friend, Mu Qing explained anxiously. Xiao Ling Si recalled the incident, realizing that he had been too focused on ensuring Yun Xun was unharmed to notice. Since we are fellow alumni, let us assist one another. I remember now. You are here to promote drinks, correct? Mu Qing nodded slightly as Xiao Ling Si continued. I shall purchase the most exquisite bottle of wine you have here. Please deliver it to room 203 and eavesdrop on their conversation. Return and inform me of what you hear, and I shall take every bottle you have. Mu Qing felt a flutter of excitement, yet hesitated to agree outright, fearing it might tarnish the image Xiao Ling Si held of him. Sensing Mu Qing's intrigue, Xiao Ling Si reassured him. There is no need for concern. The individuals next door are merely friends of mine who have had a disagreement. I wish to discern their actions in order to soothe him. A twinge of jealousy surged within Mu Qing regarding Xiao Ling Si's friend next door, but he nodded in agreement. Taking the wine to room 203, he went unnoticed as he observed Yun Xun. To his surprise, it was him. Yun Xun sat quietly beside Yongwon, who was weeping in the embrace of Lu Fengchuan. Yongwon, in disbelief, clung to Lu Fengchuan, exclaiming, You are not truly with Yun Xun, are you? How could this be? Lu Fengchuan held Yongwon tightly, responding, Why do you question the authenticity of our relationship? Does it truly matter to you? Yongwon, dazed and confused, struggled to formulate a rationale, resorting to petulance. I refuse to accept this. You both must be feigning. Lu Fengchuan dismissed his objections, insisting, We are genuine. He further stoked the flames of tension. Upon noticing Mu Qing, Yun Xun appeared taken aback. What brings you here? Mu Qing lowered his gaze, presenting the wine. This is a gift from the guests in room 204. Upon seeing the wine, Yun Xun wondered if it was from Shaoling's sea, and yet again, he encountered the protagonist. He nodded curtly. You may leave. We do not require a server. The term server ignited a spark of indignation within Mu Qing. Why should he be serving while others indulged? Once outside, he steadied himself before entering room 204. Shaoling's sea, spotting him, inquired eagerly, what did you glean? Recalling Yun Xun's scornful words, Mu Qing responded with a sense of grievance. There are 3 individuals in room 203. I overheard a boy named Yun Xun stating he is in a relationship with another. Shaoling Si's eyes widened in shock as he rose. Is this true? Confused by his anger, Mu Qing nodded, feeling a sense of injustice. Xiaoling Si, overwhelmed, sank back onto the sofa, realization dawning upon him. No wonder Yun Xun had meticulously prepared himself before leaving. He had a boyfriend. Observing Shaoling Si's apparent distress, Mu Qing settled beside him, pouring a glass of wine. What troubles you? Inebriation often dulls the pain. Gazing at the wine on the table, Shaoling Si muttered to himself, is it true? Will drunkenness erase the hurt? His heart felt as if it had been torn asunder. He raised the glass and began to drink, lost in his thoughts. Chapter 5. The ill and delicate boyhood companion of the male protagonist Yun Xun. Witnessing Yang Wen insist that his relationship with Lu Fengchuan was genuine, suddenly pushed Lu Fengchuan down onto the sofa, kissing him fervently. Feeling slightly embarrassed, he took a sip from the wine on the table. I can leave now, right? Lu Fengchuan, delighted by Yang Wen's reaction, realized that he indeed had feelings for him. After calming Yang Wen, he expressed his gratitude to Yun Xun. Yun Xun waved his hand and exited room 203, heading to the restroom. Once seated on the toilet, he realized he felt excessively warm and utterly fatigued. What was happening? 096 observed Yun Xun's condition and anxiously exclaimed, Host, you've been drugged. Yun Xun, momentarily bewildered, inquired what drug. With no time to explain, 096 urged, quickly call the male lead. You're in grave danger. Slowly, Yun Xun retrieved his phone to make the call. Meanwhile, after Yun Xun left, Lu Fengchuan assisted Yang Wen in departing as well. Shaoling Si, having consumed several drinks, began to feel dizzy and unwell. Mu Qing deliberately poured Shaoling Si a strong drink, and as he noticed Shaoling Si becoming intoxicated, she intended to feign a casual flirtation. Just then, Shaoling Si's phone rang. It was Yun Xun. He hastily answered, a son. Upon hearing Shaoling Si's voice, Yun Xun, filled with grievance, replied, Ling, I feel awful. Shaoling Si instantly sobered up, asking, where are you? I will come to you. After learning Yun Xun's location, he rushed over, continually reassuring him, a son. I'll be there soon. Don't be afraid. Just wait patiently for me. Mu Qing, observing Shaoling Si's retreating figure, felt an intense hatred towards the one he called a son. Upon arriving at the restroom, Shaoling Si called out, a son, I'm here, where are you? Hearing Shaoling Si's voice, Yun Xun forcefully opened the door and threw himself into Shaoling Si's arms, saying, Ling, I feel so uncomfortable and hot. Witnessing Yun Xun in such a state, Shaoling Si was completely sober now, questioning his son, how did this happen? Just hang on. I'll take you to the hospital. Yun Xun pressed his face against Shaoling Si's, feeling the coolness, and upon hearing hospital, he shook his head, insisting, I'm not sick. I'll be fine in a moment. He clung to Shaoling Si, refusing to let go. Knowing that Yun Xun had an aversion to hospitals, Shaoling Si could only reassure him, all right, we want to go. Let's head back first. Yun Xun jumped up, requesting, carry me back. Shaoling Si securely held Yun Xun and approached the front desk to book a room, recognizing that Yun Xun's current condition would not allow him to endure the journey home. Once inside the room, Shaoling Si attempted to place Yun Xun on the bed, but Yun Xun clung to him tightly, wanted to call the family doctor to come to the bar. Yun Xun abruptly knocked the phone from his hand. With no choice, Shaoling Si continued to soothe Yun Xun, carrying him into the restroom to prepare warm water. Unable to tolerate the cold water, Yun Xun let Shaoling Si gently wipe his face with a warm towel. Feeling uncomfortable, Yun Xun nuzzled against Xiao Lingxi, who, with flushed ears, removed Yun Xun's shirt, suggesting, "Sun, a warm bath will help." Yun Xun obediently soaked in the bath. Feeling cool, yet still restless, his body ablaze with discomfort. He felt unsatisfied merely pressing against Xiao Lingxi through his clothes. He looked at him with pleading eyes, saying, "Ling, loosen it, please." Unable to refuse Yun Xun, Xiao Lingxi took his hand, and Yun Xun pressed closely against him, finding great comfort. Xiao Lingxi, unable to resist, leaned in and kissed Yun Xun's lips. In that moment, Yun Xun seemed to have unlocked something within himself, eagerly pursuing Xiao Lingxi for more kisses. Xiao Lingxi passively accepted Yun Xun's fervent kiss. It was Yun Xun's first kiss, and he inadvertently bit Xiao Lingxi's lip. Xiao Lingxi gently patted Yun Xun's back in an attempt to soothe him. Struggling to contain himself, he firmly pushed Yun Xun away. "Sun, be good. A warm bath will make you feel much better." Yun Xun stubbornly gazed at Xiao Lingxi, insisting, "No, I want to kiss." Reluctant to see Yun Xun distressed, Xiao Lingxi found it truly difficult to maintain his composure and resolutely placed Yun Xun into the warm water. Heartbroken, Yun Xun pushed Xiao Lingxi's hand away, exclaiming, "I don't want you anymore, you bad person." Upon witnessing Yun Xun's tears, Xiao Lingxi felt somewhat at a loss and wished to comfort him, but Yun Xun, in his agitation, did not allow him to approach. With tears streaming down his face, Yun Xun looked at Xiao Lingxi and asked, "If you don't like me, why are you so kind to me?" Faced with this question, Xiao Lingxi felt as though everything required no explanation. Why he cared so much for Yun Xun. Why he felt sorrow when Yun Xun had a boyfriend. He liked Yun Xun. Yet, Yun Xun was already in a relationship. Gently wiping away Yun Xun's tears, he replied, "I like you, but you already have a boyfriend." Dizzy and leaning against Xiao Lingxi's chest, Yun Xun pounded on him, saying, "You slander me. I would never." Feeling aggrieved, he added, "I like you so much. How could I be with someone else?" Hearing Yun Xun profess his feelings, Xiao Lingxi's heart skipped a beat. Astonished as he asked, "Sun, did you just say you like me?" Yun Xun did not respond. Instead, he boldly pressed his lips against Xiao Lingxi's once more. Xiao Lingxi, no longer able to restrain himself, willingly accepted Yun Xun's kiss. After a while, Yun Xun, feeling fatigued, rested against Xiao Lingxi's chest and said, "Ling, please help me, okay? I feel so unwell." Xiao Lingxi carried Yun Xun out of the bathroom, dried him, and placed him on the bed. "Repeat after me. You like me, and I will help you." Yun Xun looked at Xiao Lingxi with surprise and declared, "Ling, I like you." Unable to contain himself any longer, Xiao Lingxi kissed Yun Xun once more. Yun Xun felt as if he were a delicate blade of grass in a field, nourished by the rain, though the downpour only intensified. The next day, Yun Xun awoke to find himself alone in an unfamiliar room, fear gripping his heart. Had he been taken advantage of? Tears streamed down his face as he hurriedly dressed and left the bar. He recalled going to the restroom last night, but nothing else was clear. 096, observing the host leaving the hotel alone, curiously asked, "Host, why are you up so early? Didn't you tire yourself out yesterday?" Irritated, Yun Xun retorted, "Shut up. Why didn't you save me last night?" Surprised by the host's anger, 096 sincerely apologized. "I'm sorry, host. I thought." "Be quiet." Yun Xun did not wish to hear anything further. It seemed he no longer had a chance to pursue Xiao Lingxi. He did not return home, nor did he go back to his dormitory. Instead, he headed to the house gifted to him by his father for his 18th birthday. Upon entering the room, he immediately made his way to the bathroom, where he remained immersed in washing. Xiao Lingxi, having procured the medicine, returned to the bar room only to discover that Yun Xun was nowhere to be found. He hurriedly dialed his number, but it was switched off. Where could Sun have gone? He rushed back to the school dormitory, finding it empty. He then proceeded to the Yun residence, but there was no one there. Where could Sun possibly be? Ah, yes, the villa gifted by Uncle Yun for Sun's birthday. Xiao Lingxi swiftly drove to Yun Xun's villa, knocked on the door, but received no response. He bypassed the fingerprint lock and entered the villa directly. As Xiao Lingxi stepped into Yun Xun's room, he could hear the sound of water running in the bathroom, causing his heart to skip a beat. Noticing the steam emanating from the bathroom. He realized that Yun Xun had been inside for quite some time. Had Ah Sun regretted what transpired last night? He chose not to disturb Yun Xun and quietly settled onto the sofa, feeling as though time had slowed, each second tearing at his heart. When Yun Xun emerged and spotted Xiaoling Si, he quickly retreated back into the bathroom. "What are you doing here?" he asked, tears streaming down his face as he collapsed at the bathroom door. Had he seen him in such a disheveled state? Xiaoling Si's heart ached at the sight of Yun Xun's reddened skin. Was he truly so repulsed by him? "I was worried about you. Why did you leave without waiting for me?" Hearing Xiaoling Si's words of concern, Yun Xun felt the cruel hand of fate and shouted, "Leave." "I don't need your concern." Xiaoling Si, his eyes reddening, responded, "Ah Sun, the medicine I bought for you is on the table. Please remember to apply it. I'm leaving now." As he turned to depart, he glanced back, but he never received the plea for him to stay. The sound of the door closing sent Yun Xun into a deeper fit of tears. After weeping enough, he emerged from the bathroom and picked up the medicine from the table, anti-inflammatory and pain relief. What was Xiaoling Si thinking when he bought this? "Host, the male lead is concerned that last night may have been too much. He bought you this as a precaution," the system interjected. "Was it Xiaoling Si who?" Yun Xun asked, astonished. "Indeed, it was the male lead," the system replied. "I assure you I possess professional integrity. I would never allow the host to be subjected to others." It was not the type of system to betray him. Yun Xun was taken aback by the system's words. He had initially viewed it as a harsh enforcer. He was uncertain of his current feelings, but found himself joyfully rolling on the bed. Sincerely, he expressed, "Thank you, 096. And I apologize." Although 096 had harbored some resentment towards the host, hearing the apology made it feel that the host was indeed quite endearing. "Now that you and the male lead have crossed that threshold, shall we commence the task?" it inquired. Yun Xun nodded with a smile. "Yes, I will." 096 spun in delight. Finally, the host was ready to engage in the task. Reflecting on his previous harshness towards Xiaoling Si, Yun Xun felt a twinge of apprehension. Yet he descended the stairs and exited the villa, knowing that Xiaoling Si would still be waiting at the entrance. Though he thought this, his heart skipped a beat upon seeing Xiaoling Si sitting at the door, his eyes red, heart aching beyond measure. Did this mean that Ah Sun and he had no future together? It is entirely his fault. Why did he fail to exercise self-control last night? Why was he so beastly? Yun Xun rested upon Xiaoling Si's back, pondering, "What are you thinking about? I came out, and you didn't even notice." Xiaoling Si, taken aback, stood upright, ensuring Yun Xun was securely on his back. Ah Sun, how did you manage to come out? What will you do dressed so lightly in this chill?" As he spoke, he carried Yun Xun back into the house. Yun Xun leaned his head against Xiaoling Si's neck, inquiring, "Ah Ling, won't you be angry with me for what I said earlier?" Xiaoling Si gently stroked Yun Xun's head, admitting, "I was indeed a bit angry, but upon seeing you, all my ire dissipated. What lingers more is a profound sense of heartache." Yun Xun playfully nipped Xiaoling Si's earlobe, whispering, "I am sorry. This morning, when I didn't see you, I thought someone had taken advantage of me. Only upon seeing the medicine did I remember it was you. Please don't be angry. I was very saddened too." Xiaoling Si embraced Yun Xun, settling onto the sofa. "No, it is I who should apologize. I should not have left without waiting for you to awaken. I regret not returning in time to spare you fear." He wished to chastise himself for impulsively purchasing medication that left Yun Xun in distress. Yun Xun shook his head. "Ah Ling, I feel my temper is truly poor. Will you come to despise me?" Xiaoling Si regarded him with gentle reproach. "How could your temper be deemed poor? Even if it were, I would still cherish it. However, you must learn to share your burdens with me rather than bottling them up." Overcome with emotion, Yun Xun nodded fervently. Xiaoling Si then carried Yun Xun to the bedroom, drying his hair, only to discover that Yun Xun had fever. He hurriedly laid him down on the bed and called their family doctor, Uncle Zhao. Yun Xun grasped Xiaoling Si's hand, finding solace as he closed his eyes. Xiaoling Si pressed a kiss to Yun Xun's forehead, then to his eyes, and lastly, shyly brushed his lips against Yun Xun's. With his eyes shut, Yun Xun smiled faintly, and Xiaoling Si mirrored his expression. Uncle Zhao, well versed in both Eastern and Western medicine, took Yun Xun's pulse, contemplating for a moment before checking again. Unable to endure Uncle Zhao's peculiar gaze, Xiao quietly inquired, "Is there a problem, Uncle Zhao?" Uncle Zhao, finally coming to terms with the situation, rose and reassured Xiao that everything was fine, likening it to a beautiful flower blooming amidst cow dung. Still failing to comprehend the delicate nature of the flower, Xiao grasped Uncle Zhao's implication and awkwardly asked, "How is Ah Sun?" Uncle Zhao retrieved a tube of ointment and a box of fever-reducing medication from his medical kit, stating a dose of this medicine should suffice. As for the ointment, "I trust you know how to apply it?" Xiao, recognizing it as the same ointment he had purchased that morning, nodded sheepishly. With his instructions delivered, Uncle Zhao departed without a backward glance, having watched Yun Xun and Xiao grow up together, reluctant to interfere further. Heart aching, Xiao lifted Yun Xun gently, saying, "Ah Sun, take your medicine and then rest." Leaning against Xiao, Yun Xun obediently took the medicine, grimacing at its bitterness. "Ah Sun, I am sorry. I misplaced the sugar. It must have fallen in the hotel last night," Xiao lamented. Yun Xun shook his head, suggesting, "A kiss from you would suffice." Xiao smiled as he kissed Yun Xun. As the kiss concluded, Yun Xun breathed lightly, and Xiao pressed his forehead against Yun Xun's to gauge his temperature, which remained quite high. Yun Xun playfully touched Xiao's earlobe, teasing, "Silly. The fever-reducing medicine doesn't work that quickly." Xiao chuckled and shyly suggested, "You need some medicine applied there. I assist you?" Embarrassed, Yun Xun buried his head in Xiao's embrace, murmuring a soft agreement. Blushing, Xiao applied the ointment to Yun Xun. When Yun Xun flinched at the coolness, Xiao quickly withdrew his hand to warm it. Seeing Xiao's clumsy demeanor made Yun Xun laugh, and soon, both were sharing a joyful smile, nestled closely together. Xiao made another attempt, but Yun Xun hid his face in his chest, shy to meet his gaze. Xiao averted his eyes, focusing instead on Yun Xun's shoulder. Once the medicine was applied, both their faces were flushed. Xiao stood up, saying, "I'll wash my hands in the bathroom." Yun Xun, feeling bashful, nodded. After Xiao entered the bathroom, he buried his head in the blankets, thinking, "Ah, how embarrassing, but I truly like Xiao." Meanwhile, in the bathroom, Xiao washed his hands, his thoughts consumed by Yun Xun. How could such a small space be? No, I mustn't dwell on that. Once he finished, he exited the bathroom to find Yun Xun's head buried in the blankets. He quickly pulled Yun Xun out, asking, "What if you suffocate?" Yun Xun looked up with bright eyes and said, "Lingxi, stay with me while I sleep." Without a word, Xiao lifted the covers and joined Yun Xun in bed, embracing him. "Sleep now. I will keep you company." Yun Xun, feeling reassured, closed his eyes peacefully. Chapter 7. The ailing childhood friend of the campus romance. Upon waking, Yun Xun found Xiao absent, causing a wave of panic to wash over him. He jumped out of bed and discovered a note from Xiao on the bedside table, indicating he had gone to prepare porridge. Relieved, Yun Xun exited the room and entered the kitchen, where he found Xiao diligently cooking. He wrapped his arms around Xiao from behind, calling out, "Lingxi." Xiao raised a hand to touch Yun Xun's earlobe, asking, "You're awake? Do you feel any discomfort?" Yun Xun shook his head and replied, "Not anymore. It smells so good." Xiao smiled, encouraging him, "It'll be ready soon. You should wait outside. The smoke might make you uncomfortable." Yun Xun clung to Xiao, insisting, "No, I want to wait for you to finish." Xiao acquiesced to Yun Xun's wishes, continuing to cook with Yun Xun pressed against his back. Once the porridge was ready and cooled, Xiao lifted Yun Xun and carried him out of the kitchen to the sofa. "After you finish the porridge, shall we take a nap?" Yun Xun nestled his head against Xiao's neck, saying, "No more sleeping. Let's watch a movie together." Xiao smiled and pecked Yun Xun on the eyelids. "All right." He picked up his tablet and began selecting films. Yun Xun watched as Xiao saved the movies that piqued his interest, knowing that Xiao would let him choose his favorite one. He leaned his face against Xiao's, affectionately rubbing against him, thinking, "I truly like Xiao." Xiaolingxi gently patted Yun Xun's head and couldn't resist pressing a kiss to Yun Xun's lips. Yun Xun warmly responded to Xiaolingxi. As their kiss concluded, Yun Xun found himself slightly breathless. Xiaolingxi playfully toyed with Yun Xun's earlobe and could not resist leaning down to plant a gentle kiss on Yun Xun's hair. "Ah, Sun, I still find it hard to believe that you would have feelings for me." Yun Xun lifted his gaze, using both hands to pull Xiaolingxi's face closer. "What are you saying? With someone as wonderful as you, isn't it only natural for me to like you?" Xiaolingxi gently grasped Yun Xun's hand. "Ah, Sun, although it may not be necessary, I still wish to express that I truly adore you, to the extent that I long to spend a lifetime by your side." Yun Xun smiled as he lowered his hands and leaned in to kiss Xiaolingxi's lips. "I like you too, and I desire a lifelong companionship." Xiaolingxi enveloped Yun Xun in his arms, overwhelmed with happiness to the point of near faintness. His affection for Yun Xun was profound. Yun Xun caressed Xiaolingxi's face. "Ah Ling, I'm feeling hungry." Xiaolingxi suddenly remembered the porridge he had forgotten in the kitchen and hurriedly retrieved it. Leaning against Xiaolingxi, Yun Xun enjoyed the porridge he was fed, exclaiming, "It's delicious." Xiaolingxi kissed Yun Xun's eyes, saying, "It brings me joy to know you like me." Yun Xun reached up to touch Xiaolingxi's earlobe. "Everything you do pleases me." After finishing the porridge, Xiaolingxi carried Yun Xun into the screening room, where Yun Xun chose an artistic romance film, as a young couple naturally would. Xiaolingxi held Yun Xun close as he powered on the projector, sitting comfortably in Xiaolingxi's embrace. Yun Xun realized that even during a romantic relationship, Xiaolingxi yearned for closeness. He focused intently on the film, captivated by the simplicity and purity of the love between the protagonists. Suddenly, Yun Xun sensed something amiss and quickly realized what it was. Blushing, he exclaimed, "Ah Ling, what are you doing? We're supposed to be watching the movie." Xiaolingxi, entirely oblivious to the film's plot, was absorbed in Yun Xun, unable to control himself. He wrapped his arms around Yun Xun and rested his head on his shoulder. "Ah Xun, I'm not a saint. How could I possibly restrain myself with you by my side?" Yun Xun shyly replied, "You don't have to control yourself. I am your boyfriend." Xiaolingxi playfully nibbled on Yun Xun's earlobe. "Ah Xun, don't tempt me. You're unwell, and I don't want to cause you discomfort." Yun Xun turned to face Xiaolingxi. "I am capable of handling it." "You shouldn't," Xiaolingxi insisted, turning Yun Xun back around. Seeing Yun Xun's face was pure torment for him in that moment. "I'll be fine shortly. You continue watching the movie." Yun Xun was exasperated, thinking, "Xiaolingxi, you rascal," as he struggled to focus on the film. Aware of Yun Xun's frustration, Xiaolingxi tenderly kissed his earlobe in an attempt to soothe him. "Be good. Listen to me. You are my treasure, and I can't bear to see you upset." Yun Xun reached up to touch Xiaolingxi's earlobe. "I understand, but I could assist you in other ways." Xiaolingxi did not grasp Yun Xun's implication, and Yun Xun leaned in to kiss Xiaolingxi's lips. Xiaolingxi was taken aback, realizing that Yun Xun possessed far greater understanding than he had anticipated. Afterward, Xiaolingxi carried Yun Xun into the bathroom for a shower. Once they were clean, he gently dried Yun Xun and placed him on the bed, saying, "If you're tired, just sleep." Yun Xun gazed reproachfully at Xiaolingxi, feeling that he was being bullied. Xiaolingxi tenderly kissed Yun Xun's eyes, then climbed into bed, embracing him gently. "Sleep well, my precious." Hearing this endearment made Yun Xun feel a mix of happiness and shyness. He truly adored Xiaolingxi. As Xiaolingxi watched Yun Xun smile and close his eyes, he couldn't help but press his lips against Yun Xun's. Yun Xun opened his eyes with a grin and clung to Xiaolingxi. "Ah Ling, I can't fall asleep." Xiaolingxi brushed Yun Xun's hair aside and said, "Let me tell you a story." Yun Xun nodded, resting against Xiaolingxi's chest. "I'm ready. You may begin." With a smile, Xiaolingxi stroked his head while sharing a bedtime tale, and before long, Yun Xun drifted off to sleep. Xiaolingxi pressed a kiss to Yun Xun's hair, whispering, "Sleep now, my precious." When Yun Xun opened his eyes once more, he saw that Xiaolingxi was still asleep. He propped himself up to admire Xiaolingxi's serene face, truly flawless from every angle, with long eyelashes and a well-defined nose, confirming that he was indeed a handsome man. as Xiao Si awoke to find Yun Xun gazing at him. He pulled Yun Xun closer. "Why do you stare at me?" Yun Xun kissed Xiao Si's chin, replying, "It's because you're so handsome." Xiao Si chuckled and kissed Yun Xun's hair. "You are the most handsome in my heart." Yun Xun laughed joyfully. "Of course, I'm a fire phoenix. I'm beautiful." Xiao Si lifted Yun Xun from the bed. "Let us go out for dinner. What do you feel like eating?" Yun Xun, lying against Xiao Si's chest, mentioned a desire for something light. Xiao Si suggested 3 restaurants that Yun Xun liked, and after a moment of contemplation, he chose the one he most craved. Afterward, Xiao Si carried Yun Xun into the bathroom to wash up. Once Yun Xun finished, he hurried to the wardrobe to select an outfit, but nothing satisfied him. When Xiao Si emerged to see Yun Xun struggling with his clothing choices, he suddenly recalled that Yun Xun had been just as indecisive that day, feeling a pang of discomfort. He embraced Yun Xun from behind and asked, "Ah, Sun, that day at the bar, who are you going to meet?" Detecting the unease in Xiao Si's voice, Yun Xun turned to hold him tightly. "That day, Feng Chuan had me pretend to be his boyfriend to provoke Yangwen." Xiao Si had not anticipated that Lu Feng Chuan would set his sights on Yun Xun. Muttering softly, "Why didn't he ask me?" With a playful smile, Yun Xun replied, "Perhaps you and he just crossed paths." Xiao Si, no longer feeling jealous of Lu Feng Chuan, said, "Ah Sun, you mustn't agree to him again." Yun Xun gently touched Xiao Si's eyes. "Of course, I'm now someone else's boyfriend." Xiao Si smiled and kissed Yun Xun's lips, then, with concern, asked, "But how did you end up with that medicine? Was someone plotting against you?" He had meant to inquire sooner, yet had been so immersed in their sweet moments that he had momentarily forgotten. "I took a sip of the drink you had the waiter bring me, and after parting with Feng Chuan, I went to the restroom, and that's what happened." As Yun Xun recalled, he realized that the drink had been poured by Mu Qing, but he bore no grudge against her. Chapter 8. The delicate male lead of the campus novel, The Weak Childhood Friend. Xiao Si soothingly stroked Yun Xun's head. "I will get to the bottom of this. All you need to do is remain cheerful." Yun Xun nodded, allowing Xiao Si to assist him in selecting an outfit. Ultimately, Xiao Si chose a hoodie paired with shorts for Yun Xun, and he donned a matching hoodie as well, creating a subtle couple's attire. Yun Xun was aware of Xiao Si's intentions. A smile crept upon his lips as he leaned against him affectionately. Xiao Si applied moisturizer to Yun Xun's skin and spritzed a hint of perfume before they set out together. Once in the car, Xiao Si leaned closer to buckle Yun Xun's seatbelt. Unable to resist, Yun Xun planted a gentle kiss on his earlobe. Xiao Si then pulled Yun Xun's head toward him for a kiss. After their lips parted, Xiao Si started the engine, while Yun Xun occasionally gazed at him. At a red light, Xiao Si tightened his grip on the steering wheel, turning to Yun Xun. "Ah Sun, stop looking at me. It distracts me and is quite unsafe." Yun Xun chuckled and nodded, turning to gaze out the window, where he occasionally caught a glimpse of Xiao Si's handsome face reflected back at him. How charming, how delightful, how deeply he adored him. As they arrived at the restaurant, Xiao Si parked the car and caught Yun Xun just as he was about to exit, stealing a kiss. Yun Xun smiled and reciprocated the kiss, gripping Xiao Si's shirt. Once the kiss ended, Yun Xun leaned against Xiao Si, catching his breath. He looked up at him, teasingly stating, "It's your fault. I'm utterly exhausted now." Xiao Si smiled and kissed Yun Xun's eyes. "I shall carry you inside." Yun Xun shook his head, declining, and opened the car door, urging Xiao Si to join him. Hand in hand, they entered the restaurant. At the front desk, a staff member greeted them with a smile. "Good evening, sir. Do you have a reservation?" "Yes, under the surname Xiao, 4-2, Xiao Si replied. After confirming their reservation, the hostess promptly led them to a private room. Yun Xun settled onto the sofa, watching Xiao Si as he ordered their meal. Their long-established rapport meant that Xiao Si was well aware of all of Yun Xun's preferences, allowing him to handle the ordering seamlessly. Once the order was placed, Xiao Si joined Yun Xun on the adjacent sofa, gazing out at the sea. Yun Xun grinned, leaning against Xiao Si. "Why are you so clingy?" "I can't help it. My little friend is just too adorable," Xiao Si replied, planting a kiss on Yun Xun's hair and then on his earlobe. Yun Xun felt his cheeks flush as he reached up to touch Xiao Lingxi's earlobe. Since they had arrived early, Xiao Lingxi had not ordered in advance, resulting in a wait of over half an hour for their food. It was their first date. He could not bear to squander even a moment of it. A few minutes later, there was a knock at the door, and Xiao Lingxi kissed Yun Xun's hair. "Sweetheart, please open the door." With a hint of confusion, Yun Xun stood and opened the door, where a server presented him with a bouquet of roses, presumably 99 in number. Cradling the roses, Xiao Lingxi embraced him from behind, whispering, "Ah Sun, I love you. I know you're not fond of roses, but I could think of nothing better to convey the depth of my affection." Yun Xun smiled, inhaling the scent of the roses. "Today, I truly adore the roses. They bring me such joy." Xiao Lingxi gently cradled Yun Xun's head, kissing his lips tenderly. As Yun Xun thought it was over, the knock on the door resounded once more. He glanced at Xiao Lingxi, questioning if there was more. Xiao Lingxi nodded, taking the roses from his hands and urging him to open the door. Filled with anticipation, Yun Xun opened the door to find a waiter presenting him with a gift box. He carried the box inside, where Xiao Lingxi watched him with curiosity. Upon opening it, he discovered 2 movie tickets for a recently popular suspense film, scheduled for 8 p.m. that evening, along with a pair of watches nestled beneath. Looking at Xiao Lingxi, he gestured for him to help put the watch on his wrist. Once adorned, Yun Xun reciprocated by placing the watch on Xiao Lingxi and gently kissing his hand, expressing his joy. Xiao Lingxi lifted him and sat back down on the sofa, saying, "Sun, I'm also very happy." After finishing their meal, Xiao Lingxi took Yun Xun by the hand and led him to the cinema. While Yun Xun settled into a couple's seat, Xiao Lingxi went to the concession stand to procure orange juice and popcorn, also collecting a bouquet of sunflowers that Yun Xun adored. Noticing the array of items Xiao Lingxi brought in, Yun Xun smiled as he accepted the sunflowers, realizing the reason behind the separate purchase of popcorn. Xiao Lingxi truly excelled at romance, and Yun Xun planted a kiss on the corner of his lips, declaring his fondness. Xiao Lingxi smiled and returned the kiss, calling him a Sun. After their embrace, Yun Xun leaned against Xiao Lingxi as they enjoyed the film together. Due to an early class the following day, they returned to their dormitory. After showering, Xiao Lingxi gently dried Yun Xun's hair, contemplating whether it was too soon to share a bed with him that night. Uncertain of Xiao Lingxi's thoughts, Yun Xun playfully leaned against him, requesting a hug. Xiao Lingxi obliged, carrying Yun Xun to the bed. He picked up the hairdryer. Taking his time, observing his slow movements, Yun Xun urged Ling, "Hurry up so we can sleep. I'm so tired and wish for you to hold me." With a chuckle, Xiao Lingxi switched off the dryer, joined Yun Xun in bed, embraced him, and kissed his lips, saying, "Sleep now, my dear." Yun Xun smiled and closed his eyes. Chapter 9. The delicate childhood friend of the school romance male lead the next day. Both Yun Xun and Xiao Lingxi had early classes. After breakfast, they went their separate ways to their classrooms. Mukvink noticed Yun Xun's radiant complexion, wondering if Xiao Lingxi had indeed won his heart. Despite his inner turmoil, he maintained a friendly facade, greeting Yun Xun, "Hello, classmate Yun. I am Mu Qing." Uncertain of the truth, Yun Xun politely responded, "Hello." Mu Qing, feeling familiar, sat beside him and said, "I accidentally bumped into you on the first day of school. I apologize. Let me treat you to a meal after class." "No need, it's fine," Yun Xun replied, curious about Mu Qing's intentions. "You must allow me. I would feel remiss otherwise," Mu Qing insisted. "Really, it's unnecessary. My boyfriend will pick me up after class. He dislikes it when I'm accompanied by others." Yun Xun replied with continued politeness. Mu Qing gritted his teeth in surprise, exclaiming, "Oh, you have a boyfriend. What a shame for those in our class who liked you." Yun Xun nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Mu Qing, sensing the tension, remained silent while leaning against Yun Xun. Yun Xun said nothing, merely focusing on his own tasks. After class, a message arrived on his phone. Xiao Lingxi informed him that he was on his way to pick him up from the teaching building. After replying, Yun Xun began to gather his belongings. Mu Qing also tidied her things and followed him out. Yun Xun stood beneath the large tree in front of the teaching building, waiting for Xiao Lingxi. Upon arrival, Xiao Lingxi approached him, took his backpack, and said, "Ah Sun, let us be off." Mukvink, splitting Xiao Lim Si, hurried over to make her presence known. Yun Xun, she called. Irritated, Yun Xun turned back. Is there something you need? I have nothing to discuss with a potential rival. I've thought it over for quite some time, and I feel compelled to invite you to dinner. Your friend is welcome to join us as well, Mu Qing insisted. It's really not necessary, Yun Xun replied, attempting to pull Xiao Lingxi away. Pretending to reach for Yun Xun, Mu Qing fell dramatically. It hurts. Yun Xun did not pause, and Mu Qing continued. Yun Xun, I simply wish to be friends. Is that too much to ask? Yun Xun turned to her and retorted. Who pursues friendship so tenaciously? With that, he disregarded the gazes of those around them and left with Xiao Lingxi. Noticing Yun Xun's discontent, Xiao Lingxi sought a quieter place, embraced Yun Xun, and kissed his eyes gently. Please don't be upset. Yun Xun smiled and pecked Xiao Lingxi's lips. I understand. After some investigation, Xiao Lingxi discovered that the drug from that day had been administered by Mu Qing. He promptly handed the evidence to the police, resulting in Mu Qing being taken away for questioning. While enjoying Xiao Lingxi's massage, Yun Xun refrained from discussing Mu Qing, believing she had brought this upon herself. He lifted his gaze and remarked, Feng Chuan and Yang Wen are now together. He invited us to dinner tonight as a gesture of gratitude. Shall we go? Xiao Lingxi, still pressing on Yun Xun's waist, remained silent. Yun Xun leaned closer into his embrace. Ling, they are a couple now. Let us be magnanimous and go. He intertwined his fingers with Xiao Lingxi's. Do you not wish to make our relationship public with them? Xiao Lingxi tightened his grip on Yun Xun's hand. Let us go. He captured Yun Xun's lips with fervor, wishing to keep him hidden, visible only to himself. Yun Xun reciprocated Xiao Lingxi's passion, and as their kiss lingered, he sensed Xiao Lingxi's intensity and smiled. Come on. Xiao Lingxi gently stroked Yun Xun's hair. Do not provoke me. He restrained himself, kissing Yun Xun's eyes tenderly, knowing that his treasure must be cherished. After helping Yun Xun change into suitable attire, Xiao Lingxi led him out. Upon reaching the restaurant, Lu Fengchuan and Yang Wen waved to them from the entrance. Yun Xun, holding Xiao Lingxi's hand, greeted them. The four exchanged pleasantries before entering the restaurant. In the private room, Yang Wen looked at Yun Xun and Xiao Lingxi mischievously. So, you two are an item now? Yun Xun had grown immune to Yang Wen's teasing. He held on to Xiao Lingxi's hand, leaning against him, and earnestly stated, Yes, he is my boyfriend. Yang Wen beamed with joy, exclaiming, Finally, lovers unite. He kissed Lu Fengchuan, laughing. Who would have thought our roommates would become partners after high school? Xiao Lingxi cherished Yun Xun's dependence on him, particularly when she prepared the dining utensils. Yun Xun smiled, remarking that only fated individuals meet. Yang Wen nodded in agreement. Once the dishes were served, Lu Fengchuan raised a glass to Yun Xun, expressing his gratitude. Xiao Xun, thank you. Otherwise, who knows what might have transpired between me and On. However, Xiao Lingxi would never allow Yun Xun to drink, stating, As you know, Xun's health is fragile. I shall drink on his behalf. Lu Fengchuan quickly nodded, apologizing to Yun Xun for having forgotten in his excitement. Yun Xun shook his head, responding, Fengchuan, I truly did not contribute much to this. You and Yang, when we're already fond of each other. It was merely a matter of time before you became a couple. I must thank you as well. Had it not been for that day, Ling and I would not have come together. Lu Fengchuan, unaware of the events of that day, sensed Yun Xun's reluctance to elaborate, deeming it a fortunate coincidence. Xiao Lingxi, disapproving, gently kissed Yun Xun's hair and whispered, even without that day's occurrences, I would still choose to be with you because I love you. Yun Xun gazed at Xiao Lingxi, unable to restrain himself from kissing his lips, replying, I love you too. Yang Wen and Lu Fengchuan exchanged glances, surprised that the couple was even more affectionate than they were. After their meal, the four parted ways. Yun Xun held Xiao Lingxi's hand as they strolled through the night market. Some onlookers were astonished, while others looked down upon them. Yet, Yun Xun and Xiao Lingxi remained indifferent. This world belonged to everyone, including them, and they would do as they pleased. They traversed a bustling street and entered a narrow alley filled with the vibrant essence of life. Vendors enthusiastically called out their wares, and Xiao Lingxi, captivated by the myriad of local delicacies, urged Yun Xun to follow him to a less crowded area. "Sun, let us go somewhere spacious. It's too crowded here, and the smoke might be too much for your health." Yun Xun pouted, pulling his hand away and turning his back in silence. Noticing the child's displeasure, Xiao Lingxi tentatively reached out to pat Yun Xun's head. "All right, if you don't want me to touch you." He contemplated for a moment before picking Yun Xun up and carrying him to the bustling street. Yun Xun was genuinely upset that Xiao Lingxi had resorted to such tactics. "You stubborn pig," he thought. Xiao Lingxi kissed Yun Xun's cheek, saying, "Sun, just tell me what you wish to eat, and I shall fetch it for you. Please don't go over there." Yun Xun looked up at Xiao Lingxi, retorting, "Aren't you usually the one who forbids me from eating?" Xiao Lingxi chuckled, "There's no choice. The little one is upset, so I must make an exception." Yun Xun averted his gaze, refusing to engage with Xiao Lingxi, declaring, "I am not a child." "Not a child? Then why ignore your boyfriend over food?" Xiao Lingxi teased. "Do you not want to buy it for me?" Yun Xun inquired. "Not at all. But you must promise me that you will only take one bite of each item." Xiao Lingxi earnestly negotiated. Yun Xun looked at Xiao Lingxi incredulously. "What is the point of that? Then we won't eat." "We shall go home," Xiao Lingxi replied. "I will eat," Yun Xun insisted through gritted teeth. Xiao Lingxi initiated a video call, saying, "Sweetheart, stay here and tell me what you wish to eat. I shall go and get it for you." Yun Xun obediently nodded. Chapter 10. The ailing childhood sweetheart of the campus, Xiao Lingxi, stood in line to purchase the delicacies that Yun Xun desired. His tall and handsome stature quickly attracted the attention of numerous onlookers. Upon overhearing the third girl inquire about Xiao Lingxi's WeChat, Yun Xun could no longer contain himself. "Ailing, please come back. I no longer wish to eat," he declared. Noticing Yun Xun's displeased tone, Xiao Lingxi hurriedly completed his purchase and returned to his side. As Yun Xun grasped Xiao Lingxi's hand to lead him back, Xiao Lingxi observed that Yun Xun's mood remained sour. He promptly enveloped Yun Xun in his embrace, soothingly asking, "What troubles you, my dear?" Yun Xun remained silent, gazing at Xiao Lingxi. He gently pressed his lips against Yun Xun's and repeated, "My dear." Holding up the snacks he had bought, he offered, "Would you care to try?" Yet, when Yun Xun continued to remain mute, he opened the fruit salad that Yun Xun adored and fed him a spoonful. As the delectable morsel approached his lips, Yun Xun opened his mouth to taste, exclaiming, "So sweet." Observing the sparkle in Yun Xun's eyes, Xiao Lingxi recognized his delight and continued to feed him, encouraging him to indulge in the fruits. When Yun Xun hesitated at the prospect of a second bite, he playfully embraced Xiao Lingxi's waist, asserting, "Ailing, we agreed on just one bite. A 1 TB unreasonable." Xiao Lingxi persisted, stating that a second bite of fruit was permissible, assuring him it did not constitute being unreasonable. Finally, yielding to Xiao Lingxi's coaxing, Yun Xun opened his mouth for another taste. After sealing the fruit salad, Xiao Lingxi tenderly kissed Yun Xun's eyes and softly inquired, "May I ask now what made you unhappy earlier?" Yun Xun looked at Xiao Lingxi with a hint of grievance, replying, "There were so many people flirting with you. It made me feel quite uneasy." Unable to resist, Xiao Lingxi embraced Yun Xun and kissed him, exclaiming, "Ah Sun, I am delighted that you felt jealous." Flustered, Yun Xun retorted, "Who is jealous?" Xiao Lingxi laughed and kissed Yun Xun's eyes again, playfully conceding, "All right, I misspoke." Despite still feeling flustered, Yun Xun leapt onto Xiao Lingxi, playfully punishing him by making him carry him. Seizing the moment, Xiao Lingxi planted a kiss on his earlobe as he carried Yun Xun back to the car. Once inside the vehicle, Xiao Lingxi handed the remaining items to Yun Xun, advising, "The rest is warm. You may enjoy it all, but remember, only one bite per item, lest your stomach be overwhelmed." Nodding in agreement, Yun Xun first opened the stinky tofu, piling it high with toppings before placing it in his mouth. He then skillfully offered the remaining delicacies to Xiao Lingxi to help him consume the rest. Observing Yun Xun's little antics, Xiao Lingxi accepted the treats and began to eat without betraying his emotions. In truth, he had never been fond of street food. He found it unsanitary and had been raised to avoid such indulgences. Yet for Yun Xun's sake, he made an exception, realizing that preferences could often defy reason. After Yun Xun finished, Xiao Lingxi used a wet wipe to clean his hands and arranged for a designated driver to take them back to their apartment near the school. Knowing they had no classes the following morning, Yun Xun had dozed off on the way back to the apartment. Upon arrival, Xiao Lingxi tenderly lifted the slumbering Yun Xun from the car and carried him inside, gently placing Yun Xun on the sofa. He prepared a warm bath in the bathroom. As he undressed Yun Xun and submerged him in the water, Yun Xun awoke to the sensation of large hands caressing his body, stirring him with delightful tickles. Seeing Xiao Lingxi, he playfully clung to him, exclaiming, "A Ling? It tickles." Xiao Lingxi chuckled and pressed a kiss upon Yun Xun's lips. "Now that you're awake, let's bathe together." With that, he shed his own clothes and joined Yun Xun in the bathtub. Flushed with embarrassment, Yun Xun found himself overwhelmed by Xiao Lingxi's playful teasing, leading him to shed tears. After their bath, Xiao Lingxi lifted Yun Xun out and laid him gently on the bed, unable to resist kissing him once more. Yun Xun pushed him away slightly, saying, "A Ling, enough. How is it that you possess such boundless energy?" Xiao Lingxi placed a kiss on Yun Xun's eyes, reassuringly saying, "All right, let us sleep." With that, he climbed into bed, wrapping his arms around Yun Xun as they drifted off. Once Xiao Lingxi's eyes fluttered shut, Yun Xun quietly inquired in his mind, 096, "After I complete the task, can I remain in this world?" Of course, 096 responded, "Your mission is to stay with the male lead for a lifetime. You may focus on your romance without worry." Hearing this, Yun Xun smiled and closed his eyes. For years later, Yun Xun chose to pursue further studies, while Xiao Lingxi had taken on some responsibilities at the family business during his junior year, deciding to directly enter the company. One day, after finishing a dance practice and exiting the classroom, Yun Xun spotted Xiao Lingxi waiting at the entrance. He rushed over, exclaiming, "A Ling, what brings you here? I thought you were on a business trip." Xiao Lingxi smiled and kissed Yun Xun on the forehead, saying, "Come with me." Without addressing Yun Xun's question, he led him to the front of the school library. There, Yun Xun was astonished to see a cluster of grand roses in the shape of a heart, surrounded by their friends. In disbelief, he turned to Xiao Lingxi, who knelt on one knee, presenting a ring he had patiently queued to purchase just days prior. "Ah Sun, will you marry me?" Overcome with joy, Yun Xun extended his hand, responding, "Yes." Xiao Lingxi carefully placed the ring upon his finger, and it fit perfectly. With elation, he lifted Yun Xun into his arms, proclaiming, "Ah Sun, I love you." "I love you too," Yun Xun replied with a smile. Following the proposal in the library, the planning of their wedding commenced. Xiao Lingxi had already discussed everything with his family prior to the proposal, assuring Yun Xun that he need not worry. In an upscale restaurant, Xiao Lingxi led Yun Xun into a private room where their parents were gathered to discuss wedding arrangements. Upon seeing her precious son, Li Shui exclaimed, "Xiao Sun, Xiaoling, come here and help us choose the invitation style." Yun Xun and Xiao Lingxi exchanged a glance and walked over with smiles. On the wedding day, as they walked down the aisle hand in hand, Yun Xun heard nothing but the sight of Xiao Lingxi before him. Finally, he declared, "I do." The crowd erupted in applause as the two shared a kiss. After their marriage, Yun Xun became pampered by Xiao Lingxi, losing much of his independence. Sitting idly in the office, he was startled awake when Xiao Lingxi returned from a meeting and found him in such a state. He lifted Yun Xun and placed him on the office chair, asking, "Why are you awake so early?" Yun Xun playfully rubbed Xiao Lingxi's face and replied, "It's all your fault. Everyone said they wouldn't come, and yet you still brought me along." He had spent a restless night and, in the morning, was in a foul mood, refusing to accompany Xiao Lingxi to the office. In response, Xiao Lingxi simply scooped him up and carried him to work. With a playful smile, Xiao Lingxi pressed a gentle kiss on Yun Xun's lips, saying, "My dear, I cannot bear the thought of leaving you alone at home." "What is there to worry about?" Yun Xun retorted. "Have you forgotten? There was that time you attempted to cook for me and ended up setting the kitchen ablaze." Xiao Lingxi teased. Yun Xun quickly covered Xiao Lingxi's mouth, insisting, "Enough of that. It was merely an accident." Xiao Lingxi tenderly kissed Yun Xun's eyes and said earnestly, "My dear, I cannot accept any unforeseen mishaps concerning you." All right, I forgive you. I'm not a child anymore. Yun Xun responded, sensing the seriousness in Xiao Lingxi's tone. In my heart, you are my treasure, Xiao Lingxi professed with deep affection. Yun Xun blushed, burying his face in Xiao Lingxi's embrace, teasing, you spoil me too much. A decade later, Yun Xun and Xiao Lingxi had adopted a pair of twins, a boy and a girl. Yun Xun gazed at the two cherubic faces, gently poking their cheeks, finding them quite adorable. From behind, Xiao Lingxi wrapped his arms around Yun Xun, asking playfully, who is more charming, them or me? Yun Xun turned to look at Xiao Lingxi, saying, how shameless of you to feel jealous even of the children. Xiao Lingxi pressed a kiss on Yun Xun's lips, declaring, you can only be mine. After this, he entrusted the children to the nanny and carried Yun Xun away. Despite Xiao Lingxi's playful jealousy in front of Yun Xun, he was well aware of Xiao Lingxi's deep affection for their children. One day, when a nanny went to prepare formula, the baby brother needed a change. Without hesitation, Xiao Lingxi changed the child's diaper. Later, as they lay in bed, Xiao Lingxi held Yun Xun close. Yun Xun asked, Ling, if given the opportunity, would you want a child of your own? No, having them is enough. I want Sun to belong solely to me, Xiao Lingxi replied without a moment's hesitation, relieved that Xiao Lingxi had no desire for more children. Yun Xun exhaled. In their phoenix lineage, regardless of gender, they were capable of bearing offspring, but Yun Xun had no wish to endure such hardships. Thankfully, Xiao Lingxi felt the same. Noticing Yun Xun's relief, Xiao Lingxi smirked slightly, saying, silly, your wishes are my wishes. After Xiao Lingxi fell asleep, Yun Xun, harnessing a fragment of spiritual power cultivated over the years, imprinted the phoenix mark onto Xiao Lingxi's body. Observing the mark appear on Xiao Lingxi's chest reassured Yun Xun that Xiao Lingxi regarded him as a beloved. Gently kissing Xiao Lingxi, he whispered, with this mark, your soul will always find me, no matter where it wanders. As their children grew, Xiao Lingxi entrusted the company to them, embarking on journeys around the globe with Yun Xun. Eventually, Yun Xun's health began to falter, and Xiao Lingxi sat outside the hospital room, weeping like a child. Yun Xun mustered the strength to lift his hand and caress Xiao Lingxi's face, saying, Ling, do not be sad. We will meet again. Xiao Lingxi grasped Yun Xun's hand firmly, affirming, all right, I will wait for you. After hearing Xiao Lingxi's words, Yun Xun felt a sense of peace and closed his eyes. Once Yun Xun had drifted into eternal slumber, Xiao Lingxi took out a dagger to accompany his beloved into the quiet of the night. Chapter 11. The short-lived childhood friend of the cultivator Yun Xun returned to the system space, where 096 transformed into a white cat and leaped into his embrace. Host, you are truly remarkable. The first task has been successfully completed, and we can now access the system mall. Gazing at the array of items within the system mall, including various treasures from the realm of cultivation, elixirs, swords, alchemy furnaces, and modern commodities, snacks, clothing, he found them rather appealing, yet lacking in interest. 096. You may leave now. I must seek him out. 096 nuzzled against Yun Xun's hand. Host, we are inseparable at this moment. Upon exiting the small world, Yun Xun discovered that his spiritual power had significantly replenished. Reviewing the contract with the system, he realized he could not break free. 096. I shall not fall for anyone else. It would be futile for you to assign me tasks. With a soft meow, 096 responded, Host, you know I cannot compel you to complete the tasks. However, the process must be traversed, so I will transport you to the task world. Until you fail 3 tasks, I will remain bound to you. Do consider the possibility that you might find him in our task world. Yun Xun gently stroked the head of the little white cat. Take me to the task world. Regardless of the outcome, you have treated me well, and perhaps I shall encounter a Ling. If not, I can still successfully sever ties with the system. The little white cat, 096, stood up and tapped Yun Xun's head with its own, causing Yun Xun to vanish from the system space. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in a forest. Noticing his small wings, he seemed to have transformed into a phoenix chick. 096, what is happening? 096 promptly presented the script to Yun Xun. Host, the person you are to replace has already perished, Hence your true form is now revealed. Due to the constraints of the small world, you have reverted to a juvenile state. After absorbing the system's explanation, Yun Xun began to read the script. This time, he had entered a narrative centered on a prominent male protagonist in the cultivation realm. The male lead, Lu Lingxi, had grown up alongside the original host, Yun Xun. Together, they had enrolled under the tutelage of the esteemed Master Liang of the Tianxian sect. During a mission to descend the mountain, the original host, Yun Xun, sacrificed himself to save Lu Lingxi from the clutches of the demonic sect's formidable figure, Shadow 7. This tragedy propelled Lu Lingxi to train relentlessly, ultimately becoming the sect leader after a century, personally avenging his friend by vanquishing Shadow 7. This act ignited a war between the celestial and demonic realms, during which he discovered an orphan known as Lu Qing, whom he named after his benefactor. Lu Qing, grateful for his life, developed feelings for Lu Lingxi, only to learn that Lu Lingxi could not forget his long-lost childhood companion. In a fit of anger, Lu Qing burned the memorial tablet of the original host, prompting Lu Lingxi to expel him from a sect. Nevertheless, Lu Qing refused to abandon Lu Lingxi, ultimately sacrificing himself to save him from a treacherous ambush. In gratitude, Lu Lingxi granted Lu Qing a wish, to which he boldly requested to become his soulmate. Lu Lingxi acquiesced, and they eventually transformed into a revered divine couple. 096. What is the current time? After perusing the plot, Yun Xun recognized the original host's role as that of a mere tool, devoid of even a memorial tablet in the end. 300 years have elapsed since the original host's demise, and the protagonist, Lu Qing, has just been expelled from the sect, 096 relayed after conducting a query. Upon encountering the familiar name, Yun Xun resolved to investigate whether the male lead was indeed his Ling. He flapped his wings, seeking guidance from 096, determined to reach the heavenly profound sect. Upon arriving at the foot of the sect's mountain, he found himself unable to enter. How could 096 assist him in completing his task without encountering the male protagonist? 096 was puzzled by Yun Xun's sudden enthusiasm for undertaking missions, but nonetheless utilized its supernatural abilities to transport Yun Xun next to Lu Lingxi. If only the system had teleported him sooner. His wings were nearly ablaze from the exertion. Innocently, 096 remarked, "Host, I can only assist you once in each world. Any further help will require an exchange of task points." Before Yun Xun could voice his thoughts, he plummeted from the sky, crying out for help. Lu Lingxi was immersed in a spiritual spring, recuperating from injuries sustained during the battle between immortals and demons, when he suddenly sensed a familiar surge of spiritual energy. Opening his eyes, he witnessed a fledgling bird fall into the spring. Swiftly, he rescued it, and as Yun Xun expelled the water, he recognized a familiar presence and promptly stood atop Lu Lingxi's palm. "Ling, I have found you." Hearing the excited chirps of the little bird, Lu Lingxi smiled, his lips curving upwards as he reached out to stroke its head, eager to establish a connection, only to be thwarted by the realization that it was a phoenix chick. "Little one, would you like to take me as your master?" he inquired. Yun Xun gazed at Lu Lingxi in disbelief and pecked at his hand with his beak. The notion of being its master was preposterous. It could very well peck him to death. Noticing the little phoenix's irritation, Lu Lingxi chuckled and gently patted its head. "All right, I was just teasing. From now on, you shall accompany me in my cultivation." Finally relenting, Yun Xun deemed him somewhat reasonable. This was a world of immortals, where, as a favored child of the heavenly way, he could naturally absorb spiritual energy while sleeping, progressing swiftly toward cultivation. Concerned that the little phoenix might catch a chill, Lu Lingxi cast a spell to dry its feathers and cradled it in his hands. "From now on, I shall call you Little Foam." Yun Xun, infuriated, flew up to peck at Lu Lingxi's head. "You rascal, what kind of name is that?" Lu Lingxi, still oblivious, quickly grasped Yun Xun and held him close. All right, I was wrong. You undoubtedly have your own name. I shan't impose one upon you. You can tell me when you're ready." Though they had only met for a day, he felt an unusual capacity to tolerate the little phoenix. Upon hearing Lu Ling Si's admission of fault, Yun Xun settled quietly on his palm. Lu Ling Si carried him back to his room and placed him on the table. Tonight, you shall sleep on my bed, and tomorrow, I shall make you a cozy nest. Yun Xun nodded, finding it quite vexing that Lu Ling Si could not comprehend his words. Observing the little phoenix's nod, Lu Ling Si filled a teacup with water and spiritual rice for him before beginning to meditate. Meanwhile, Yun Xun had questions for the system. 096, what is happening? Why is Ling the male protagonist again? 096 was equally perplexed. Host, I do not know either. Please wait while I inquire. All right. After 096 departed, Yun Xun sent a thread of spiritual awareness to follow him. Then, he leaped onto Lu Ling Si's lap and fell asleep. Lu Ling Si opened his eyes, watching the little phoenix treat his legs as a bed, yet he did not disturb it, closing his eyes once more to resume his cultivation. The following day, Yun Xun sensed a familiar aura fading away. As he opened his eyes, he beheld Lu Ling Si preparing to place him on the bed. Instantly alert, he took flight and perched upon Lu Ling Si's shoulder, declaring, "Wherever you go, I shall follow." Although Lu Ling Si remained oblivious to Yun Xun's thoughts, he understood the little phoenix's intent. They could accompany each other, but he must not wander aimlessly. Yun Xun nodded, closing his eyes to feign slumber upon Lu Ling Si's shoulder. Once Lu Ling Si had tidied his attire, he exited the room and proceeded to the main hall of Tianxin sect, where he began to attend to various matters. A disciple hurried in, exclaiming, "Sect Master, Senior Brother Lu Qing has arrived again." Yun Xun opened his eyes, thinking, "You big oaf, if you dare to see him, I shall ignore you." Lu Ling Si, unaware of Yun Xun's inner musings, merely kept his gaze lowered, replying, "Not seeing him." The disciple hesitated, wishing to say more, but sensing the chilling aura surrounding the sect master, he quickly withdrew. Yun Xun was quite pleased with Lu Ling Si's actions and gently pecked his face with his beak as a reward. Lu Ling Si, puzzled by Yun Xun's gesture, touched his cheek where the little phoenix had made contact, wondering if the small creature had used his face to wipe its beak. In Chapter 12, the short-lived childhood companion of the cultivator, Yun Xun, still in his juvenile form, soon grew weary. He hopped onto Lu Ling Si's lap, seeking a comfortable position before closing his eyes. Lu Ling Si, attentive to every movement of Yun Xun, gently stroked the little phoenix's beak once he had drifted into slumber, finding it utterly adorable. Awakening from hunger, Yun Xun discovered himself nestled in a beautiful nest. He stood, surveying his surroundings before flying to the table to nibble on some spiritual rice. However, he soon grew disinterested, yearning instead for spiritual fruits. Lu Ling Si observed Yun Xun silently, noting that he had consumed only a few grains of rice before becoming lost in thought. Did he not enjoy it? He retrieved some food from his storage pouch and placed it on the table, saying, "Take what you desire, but only one at a time. Overindulgence may not sit well with you." Yun Xun chirped excitedly, "Ling, I wish to eat this, but the skin is too tough. I need your help to open it." Watching the little phoenix tap a spiritual fruit with his wings and call out, Lu Ling Si tentatively picked up the fruit and peeled it. As the fruit was revealed, Yun Xun, drawn by its enticing aroma, flew to Lu Ling Si's hand and began to eat. Lu Ling Si did not halt Yun Xun, watching him indulge, unable to resist stroking his head. In return, Yun Xun rubbed his head against Lu Ling Si's hand, prompting a smile to grace Lu Ling Si's lips. How endearing. Unbeknownst to them, Yun Xun had been living with Lu Ling Si for a month. During this time, he fervently absorbed spiritual energy, feeling on the verge of transformation, yet unable to break through the bottleneck. Lu Ling Si noticed the little phoenix's growing impatience over the past few days. He gently caressed Yun Xun's small face, asking, "My dear, what troubles you?" This was the name the little phoenix had imparted to him, inscribed on rice paper with ink a month prior. Yun Xun glanced up at Lu Ling Si, wishing to speak, but recalling his inability to be understood, and thus lowered his gaze, ignoring Lu Ling Si. The latter continued to stroke Yun Xun's face, opting not to press further. Instead, he peeled the spiritual fruit that Yun Xun adored most, which immediately captivated the little phoenix's attention, causing him to leap onto Lu Lingxi's hand to indulge in the sweet delicacy. As night fell, Lu Lingxi rose to visit the spirit spring, needing to soak there once a month. After he left, Yun Xun awoke and immediately followed him, inquiring about Lu Lingxi's destination. Upon entering the spirit spring, Lu Lingxi began meditating, noticing him soaking in the very spring where they had shared their first experience. Yun Xun soared and perched upon Lu Lingxi's shoulder, eager to join him. Lu Lingxi kept his eyes closed, already aware of Yun Xun's presence. He merely feared that Yun Xun might harbor a fear of the spring, hence he had not invited him. Before long, Yun Xun grew weary and closed his eyes. Concerned that Yun Xun would fall, Lu Lingxi conjured a protective barrier around him. Suddenly, Lu Lingxi felt a weight on his leg and opened his eyes, only to realize it was not Yun Xun, who had passed away, but a small phoenix. Feeling a chill, Yun Xun opened his eyes to discover that Lu Lingxi had shrunk. Or rather, he had grown larger. Overjoyed, he embraced Lu Lingxi, exclaiming, "Aling, I have transformed." Unable to contain his excitement, he planted a gentle kiss on Lu Lingxi's lips. Lu Lingxi felt a coolness upon his lips and paused momentarily, replying, "Yes, I see you." He lifted Yun Xun, wrapping him in his clothing. "He recognizes me?" Entering the room, Lu Lingxi laid Yun Xun on the bed. "Tonight, you shall wear my clothes. Tomorrow, I will buy you something more fitting." Placing the garments on the bed, he continued, "You may sleep here tonight. Tomorrow, you can choose a room of your own." With that, Lu Lingxi rose to leave. Yun Xun grasped the hem of Lu Lingxi's garment, pleading, "Aling, will you not stay with me? Do we not know each other?" Lu Lingxi voiced his confusion, not wanting Lu Lingxi to perceive him as merely a childhood companion. Yun Xun could only reply that they were strangers. He lifted his gaze and added, "But for this past month, did you not grow fond of me?" Lu Lingxi struggled to connect the small phoenix with Yun Xun, especially since the phoenix's human form bore Yun Xun's visage. He felt a sense of guilt towards Yun Xun, but guilt was all he could muster. Yet the small phoenix was the only one with whom he had truly connected over the years. Observing Lu Lingxi's silence, Yun Xun felt a pang of sadness. Despite their previous love, they now stood as strangers. He embraced Lu Lingxi, burying his head in his chest, and confessed to Ling, "I have liked you since the very first moment we met." Lu Lingxi paused, then affectionately stroked Yun Xun's head. "What is your name? May I know? Is sweetheart not suitable?" Yun Xun queried, taken aback by Lu Lingxi's resolute demeanor. Reluctantly, he responded, "Yun Xun." Lu Lingxi gently pushed Yun Xun away. "Who are you truly? Everything seems too coincidental." Yun Xun looked at him with sorrowful eyes. "I am Yun Xun, the small phoenix who has lived upon the Green Mountains since childhood." Unable to bear Yun Xun's sadness, Lu Lingxi understood the necessity of caution. "For the next few days, do not venture outside. I will investigate and return to see you." Yun Xun was unafraid of Lu Lingxi's inquiry and nodded. "Will you stay with me tonight? I am apprehensive sleeping alone on this first night of transformation." Despite contemplating a refusal upon hearing Yun Xun's clumsy excuse, Lu Lingxi could not voice his thoughts upon seeing the hopeful glimmer in Yun Xun's eyes. He acquiesced with a nod and settled on the edge of the bed. Rest now. Chapter 13. The short-lived bamboo horse of the cultivator Yun Xun, blushing with shyness, protested, "I am not yet dressed." Lu Lingxi, observing the urgency written all over Yun Xun's face, a silent plea for assistance in donning his garments, averted his gaze, stating, "Shall I step out for a moment?" However, Yun Xun clung to him, exclaiming, "I have just taken form. I cannot dress myself. How can you be so oblivious?" With gentle persistence, Lu Lingxi pushed Yun Xun away slightly and admonished, "You cannot simply embrace and kiss everyone you encounter. If the person were not me, would you still rely on them in such a manner?" Yun Xun gazed at Lu Lingxi with sorrow, the joy of his transformation gradually waning under the weight of rejection. He buried his head beneath the blankets, choosing silence over conversation. Lu Lingxi, observing the despondence in Yun Xun's posture, felt a twinge of irritation, yet ultimately could not restrain himself from reaching out and lifting Yun Xun into his arms. Noticing that he was not crying, He sighed with relief, retrieved the clothing, and extended his hands. Yun Xun's eyes sparkled with delight as he leapt into Lu Lingxi's embrace, exclaiming, "Ah Ling, you are truly wonderful." Lu Lingxi dressed him, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his lips. As it was time for rest, he only managed to assist him into sleepwear, finding himself unable to refuse the little phoenix. Once clothed, Yun Xun obediently lay upon the bed, clutching the hem of Lu Lingxi's garment. Lu Lingxi, unable to resist, affectionately ruffled Yun Xun's hair, whispering, "Sleep now." Yun Xun complied, closing his eyes, yet despite his efforts, slumber eluded him. If only Ah Ling would hold him as he slept. He stealthily opened his eyes to meet Lu Lingxi's gaze, then, feeling aggrieved, rose to nestle in Lu Lingxi's embrace. "Ah Ling, I cannot sleep. You used to hold me while I slept." Lu Lingxi, resigned, stroked Yun Xun's head in a soothing manner. "If you cannot sleep, perhaps you should read for a while." Yun Xun shook his head, longing to be close to Lu Lingxi, for being near him brought great comfort. Having spent the past month in his beast form, he found it difficult not to embrace Lu Lingxi, and it made him feel quite miserable. Observing Yun Xun's stillness in his arms, Lu Lingxi said nothing, ever softening in the presence of the one he cherished. Yun Xun felt a warm sweetness in his heart. Despite Ah Ling's forgetfulness, he knew that Ah Ling indulged him, and his feelings were not indifferent. With a contented sigh, he shifted into a more comfortable position, eyes fluttering closed as he drifted into slumber. Lu Lingxi conjured a book to read, patiently awaiting Yun Xun's descent into sleep. Because he was cradling his beloved, Yun Xun soon fell into a deep dream. Sensing that Yun Xun had succumbed to slumber, Lu Lingxi made no movements, yet eventually, concerned that Yun Xun might be uncomfortable, gently laid him back down on the bed. Noticing a frown cross Yun Xun's face, he instinctively began to softly pat his shoulder to soothe him. In the dreamscape, Yun Xun felt the warmth he had grown accustomed to fade away, prompting him to search for it. Upon finally locating it, he nestled his head upon Lu Lingxi's leg. Lu Lingxi observed Yun Xun's movements with a quiet smile, realizing he had been sought after. The following morning, Yun Xun awoke to find Ah Ling absent, a twinge of melancholy settling in his heart. Yet, he quickly reassured himself, understanding that it was only natural for Ah Ling to harbor doubts. When 096 returned, seeing the host alone, he cheerfully exclaimed, "Host, I am back. Did you miss me?" Yun Xun, exasperated, replied, "Get to the point." The ethereal energy he emitted was obstructed by a barrier, leaving him unaware of the origins of the system. 096 felt a tinge of sadness. Its host showed no interest in it. "Host, I have gathered information. The male lead in the small world we are visiting is a fragment of a powerful soul, which makes our future tasks more precise. We shall collect fragments of mighty souls." Yun Xun felt a wave of joy. He could encounter a Ling in every task world. How could he gather a Ling's soul fragments? After conquering the male lead, his soul fragments would accompany the host back to the system space when they exited the small world. "I will secure them with the collector," 096 replied. "Is the soul fragment from the first world also in the system space?" Yun Xun inquired eagerly, "What if it's lost?" 096, aware of Yun Xun's concerns, reassured him. "I just used the detector provided by the divine realm. The soul fragment from the first world is with the host. Once this world concludes, it can be collected upon returning to the system space." Yun Xun sighed in relief, nodding, feeling touched that a Ling always stood by him. It dawned on him that the system originated from the divine realm. At dawn, Lu Lingxi eagerly ventured to the Qingshan, conversing with the beings residing there, confirming the words of the little phoenix. Yun Xun awaited Lu Lingxi's return in their quarters, yet he did not come back for a long time. He missed a Ling dearly. Observing Yun Xun's boredom, 096 suggested, "Host, would you like me to play a movie for you?" Yun Xun's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Yes, please." 096 projected an array of options for him to choose from. After a brief selection, Yun Xun settled on a suspense film. 096 set it up, reclining in the system space to watch alongside Yun Xun. When Lu Lingxi returned, he found Yun Xun engrossed in a pivotal scene, eyes closed. Assuming he was asleep, he quietly draped a light blanket over Yun Xun. Upon feeling the warmth, Yun Xun instantly opened his eyes, grasping Lu Lingxi's hand. "Ling, you're back?" Seeing the joyful expression on Yun Xun's face, Lu Lingxi felt a pang of confusion. How could he be so happy after being confined in the room? Yun Xun, oblivious to Lu Lingxi's thoughts, noticed his daze and leaped into his embrace, nuzzling against his collarbone and neck. So ticklish, yet not unpleasant. Unable to resist, Lu Lingxi leaned down to inhale the familiar scent emanating from Yun Xun, but upon realizing his actions, he abruptly pushed Yun Xun away. Yun Xun looked at him. "Hurt? Did a Ling just push me away?" Lu Lingxi sought to explain, but found himself at a loss. Avoiding eye contact, he said, "I had someone prepare your room. Let me take you to see it." The room had been arranged by the time he left that morning. "Why push me away? Do we need to sleep separately?" Yun Xun gazed at Lu Lingxi in accusation, but Lu Lingxi ignored him. "I don't want to." Rejected. Did the little phoenix intend to leave him? Indeed, he had never mentioned staying at Tianxian sect. Yet, why did his heart ache so? Yun Xun observed Lu Lingxi lost in thought, sulking as he lay down with his back turned. He would not sleep apart from Lu Lingxi. Is the little phoenix upset? He chided himself for being selfish. If he wished to leave, he should let him go, but he didn't want him to depart. Ultimately, Lu Lingxi said nothing and quietly exited the room. Upon hearing the door close, Yun Xun rose in disbelief, gazing at the entrance. Had a Ling not consoled him because he deemed him too willful, no longer wishing for his presence? The mere thought that Lu Lingxi no longer loved him caused tears to flow uncontrollably. 096, unable to bear Yun Xun's sorrow, urged, "Host, do not grieve. The male lead may simply feel that both of you need some time apart." Yun Xun, dismissing 096 words, did not wish to reject its goodwill. "You go about your business, 096. I desire solitude," he replied, yearning solely for Lu Lingxi's solace. After stepping outside, Lu Lingxi regretted his decision. He should have informed the little phoenix before leaving. With a wave of his hand, a shimmering water mirror appeared, revealing the little phoenix in tears. Without hesitation, he re-entered the room and approached Yun Xun. "My dear, do not cry," he said softly. Yet, he found it difficult to call him Yun Xun, as he was aware that the little phoenix was not truly him. Gently patting the little phoenix's shoulder, he sought to comfort him. Upon hearing Lu Lingxi's voice, Yun Xun's quiet sobs transformed into loud cries. Lu Lingxi felt helpless in the face of his tears and embraced him. "My dear, it is my fault. I should not have forced you to stay on the mountain. You may leave whenever you wish, all right?" Yun Xun looked at Lu Lingxi in disbelief. "You want me to leave?" Seeing the intensity of Yun Xun's tears, Lu Lingxi quickly clarified, "I do not wish to send you away, nor do I want you to leave. But did you not cry because I did not allow you to descend the mountain?" Yun Xun shook his head, confessing, "I did not want to leave you." Lu Lingxi gently patted Yun Xun's back, assuring him, "As long as you do not wish to depart, no one at Tianxian sect will make you go." His words etched a promise in Yun Xun's heart. Yun Xun raised his head, tears still clinging to his eyes. "Then what identity do I hold here?" he tentatively inquired. Lu Lingxi pondered for a moment before responding, "If you are willing, you may become my disciple." Angered yet reluctant to push Lu Lingxi away, Yun Xun refrained from responding. Realizing he had inadvertently upset the little phoenix, Lu Lingxi quickly soothed him. "I misspoke. You are my friend, of course, you can stay here." He could not fathom why he cared so deeply for the little phoenix. Having always been a person of few desires, yet he wished for the little phoenix's happiness. "Friend it is then. With enough effort, Lu Lingxi will eventually be mine." Yun Xun thought as he wrapped his arms around Lu Lingxi's neck, resting his head on his shoulder. "I wish to share a room with you, may I?" Lu Lingxi, feeling the little phoenix's breath against his neck and vaguely hearing the question, nodded absent-mindedly, only later realizing what he had agreed to. Surprised by Lu Lingxi's ease and acquiescing, Yun Xun lifted his head and, unable to resist, placed a gentle kiss on Lu Lingxi's cheek. He had intended to kiss his lips, but feared Lu Lingxi's anger. Feeling the little phoenix's kiss, Lu Lingxi found himself unable to voice any objections. He tenderly ruffled the little phoenix's hair, reminding him, did we not agree? Do not kiss others casually. But a Ling is not just anyone. Lu Lingxi chose not to pursue the topic any further. He retrieved a garment from his storage bag, presenting it to Yun Xun with the words, "This is a newly made outfit for you. Please try it on and see if it suits you. Tomorrow, I shall take you to the market to buy whatever you fancy." Yun Xun gazed at the pristine white attire, feeling its softness in his hands. He looked up at Lu Lingxi and asked, "Could you help me put it on?" Without hesitation, Lu Lingxi averted his gaze and assisted the little phoenix in donning the clothing. Observing Lu Lingxi's earlobes, which were flushed crimson, Yun Xun felt a surge of delight within. He hopped off the bed, and Lu Lingxi conjured a water mirror for him. As he admired his reflection, the outfit fit him perfectly and was visually appealing. However, his hair remained loose. He turned to Lu Lingxi, pointing at his own hair. "Ah Ling, we must tie my hair as well." Unable to resist the radiant smile of the little phoenix, Lu Lingxi approached him, conjuring a comb to style his hair into an elegant updo. Satisfied with his neat appearance, Yun Xun grasped Lu Lingxi's hand, eager to step outside. Lu Lingxi silently indulged him. Upon exiting, Yun Xun found himself uncertain of where to go. Sensing his bewilderment, Lu Lingxi took his hand and led him toward the mountain peak, where a vast sea of flowers awaited, something he believed the little phoenix would adore. As they arrived at the floral expanse, Yun Xun tugged Lu Lingxi forward, exclaiming, "How beautiful!" A gentle breeze caressed them, instilling a sense of tranquility. Lu Lingxi noticed that the little phoenix was captivated by the blossoms, yet remained reluctant to release his hand, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Yun Xun guided Lu Lingxi to the edge of a cliff, where they could see a distant town. "Ah Ling, are we going there tomorrow?" he inquired. "Yes," Lu Lingxi replied, fearing that the little phoenix might perceive him as aloof. He added, "I've heard the fish there is exquisite. You might enjoy it." Yun Xun's interest in food piqued. He linked his arm with Lu Lingxi's and implored, "Will you take me there?" Unable to resist the charm of the little phoenix, Lu Lingxi affectionately ruffled his hair, replying, "Of course." Elated, Yun Xun leaped onto Lu Lingxi's back, requesting to be carried. Lu Lingxi could not refuse him and remarked, "If I cannot catch you, you might fall." Resting his head against Lu Lingxi's shoulder, Yun Xun declared, "I know you will catch me." Lu Lingxi tenderly stroked the little phoenix's hair, and after a moment of enjoying the scenery, Yun Xun suggested, "Let us return." Later that evening, Lu Lingxi observed the little phoenix lying on the bed, his eyes brimming with anticipation. As the lights were extinguished, Yun Xun watched Lu Lingxi. His eyes closed peacefully beneath the moonlight. He gently caressed Lu Lingxi's long eyelashes, marveling at their length. Unbeknownst to Yun Xun, Lu Lingxi was still awake, and the little phoenix's touch only heightened his alertness. After tiring of playing with Lu Lingxi's lashes, Yun Xun rested his head softly against Lu Lingxi's chest and gradually drifted into slumber. Hearing the rhythmic breaths of the little phoenix as he slept, Lu Lingxi opened his eyes. He reached out, lightly brushing his fingers against Yun Xun's delicate cheek, which, though frail, felt pleasantly plump. Gradually lulled by the little phoenix's breathing, he succumbed to sleep. Upon awakening, Lu Lingxi was taken aback to find Yun Xun nestled in his embrace. Just as he was about to speak, the little phoenix placed a finger to Lu Lingxi's lips, silencing him. He gazed at the little phoenix, her enchanting smile igniting a rush of blood to his head, causing him to nosebleed. The little phoenix, with a playful grin, leaned down and kissed his lips. Lu Lingxi was abruptly awakened, panting heavily, incredulous at the absurdity of such a dream. Yun Xun stirred from the commotion, opening his eyes to see Lu Lingxi sitting up. He reached out, intending to touch him, but his arm fell limply at his side. Flushed, he withdrew his hand. In a fleeting moment of awkwardness, Lu Lingxi vanished beneath the covers. After he departed, Lu Lingxi buried his face into the quilt, feeling embarrassed. Yet, did this not suggest that a Ling had developed feelings for him? A mischievous grin crept across his face. Immersed in the cold spring at the back mountain, he soon regained his composure. The thought of leaving the little phoenix alone in the room prompted him to summon the water mirror, where he found her giggling to herself. A sense of relief washed over him, and a subtle smile graced his lips. Chapter 15. The short-lived bamboo horse of the immortal protagonist Yun Xun recalled Lu Lingxi mentioning that he would take him to the town today for shopping and leisure. Rising from bed, he began to select his attire. Although hastily prepared the previous day, Lu Lingxi had managed to procure 3 garments for him. After wearing one yesterday, he faced a delightful dilemma of choosing between the remaining 2, one in azure and the other in crimson. Ultimately, he opted for the red one, as it radiated vivacity, wishing to warm a Ling who had been so cold. Yet, hadn't a Ling dressed him similarly yesterday? While still grappling with his attire, Lu Lingxi approached from behind, offering assistance. Yun Xun obediently leaned against Lu Lingxi as he helped him don clothing. Swiftly, Lu Lingxi dressed the little phoenix, prompting Yun Xun to turn and embrace him. Ling, when shall we set off? Lu Lingxi smiled and ruffled his hair. Now shall we? With a joyful nod, Yun Xun took Lu Lingxi's hand, and with a flick of his wrist, they arrived at the foot of the mountain. Yun Xun, captivated by the bustling morning market, tugged Lu Lingxi deeper into the crowd. Lu Lingxi indulged Yun Xun, silently safeguarding him. Drawn by the tantalizing aromas, Yun Xun halted at a wonton stall, his mouth watering at the sight of the delicacies. Lu Lingxi promptly addressed the vendor. 2 bowls of wontons, please. The vendor cheerfully responded, certainly, please have a seat. Esteemed friends. Yun Xun nodded in agreement, settling down with Lu Lingxi, who poured him a cup of tea. From a distance, a pair of malicious eyes fixated on them. System 096 remarked, host, the protagonist, Lu Qing, is observing you. Calmly sipping his tea, Yun Xun replied, keep a close watch on him. System 096 replied with glee, you refer to him by his nickname. Does this indicate your acknowledgement of him? How delightful. Sensing the system's excitement, Yun Xun smiled in return. Lu Lingxi observed the little phoenix lost in thought, an unexpected smile crossing his face. Who occupies your mind? He inquired, reaching out to stroke Yun Xun's hair. What brings you such joy? Yun Xun nuzzled against Lu Lingxi's hand. Of course, I am happy for you brought me out to play. Lu Lingxi, in silence, continued to pet Yun Xun's head. Noticing Lu Lingxi's unusual demeanor, Yun Xun grasped his hand. I was just reminded of a delightful child, so charming, that I couldn't help but smile. Isn't 66 just a child? Lu Lingxi felt a surge of joy at the small phoenix's concern for his emotional fluctuations. Yet he pondered whether the small phoenix truly liked children. After all, didn't he have a fondness for him? Yun Xun sensed that Lu Lingxi's spirit remained somewhat subdued. He playfully pinched Lu Lingxi's cheek, exclaiming, silly of course, I adore you the most. Still as jealous as ever. Hearing this, Lu Lingxi's lips curled into a smile, dismissing even the distant, disdainful gazes around them. Before long, the vendor placed 2 bowls of wontons on the table. Yun Xun, unable to resist the temptation, reached out only to burn his hand. Lu Lingxi, filled with concern, hurried to apply ointment for the small phoenix, saying, I'll feed you in a moment. The wontons are too hot. Yun Xun understood Lu Lingxi's worry and nodded in agreement. Lu Lingxi, who harbored no penchant for being the center of attention, cast a barrier, allowing only their silhouettes to be visible to the onlookers outside. Under Lu Lingxi's attentive care, Yun Xun finished an entire bowl of wontons. Observing that the small phoenix was satisfied, Lu Lingxi quickly polished off his own bowl as well. Yun Xun noted that despite his haste, Lu Lingxi maintained an air of elegance. Indeed, certain qualities were ingrained within him. Once finished, Lu Lingxi pondered whether to buy clothes first or to browse around. Let us buy clothes first, Yun Xun suggested after a moment's contemplation. Lu Lingxi left the wonton payment behind and took the small phoenix's hand, leading him to the largest clothing shop in the town, the brocade shop. Yun Xun marveled at the unexpectedly spacious interior of the seemingly ordinary shop, unable to resist surveying the surroundings. Lu Lingxi, foregoing the option of having the shopkeeper directly tailor fabric, guided Yun Xun to the 2nd floor. Upon entering a room, an attendant swiftly brought an array of fabrics and finished garments. Take a look. If you dislike any, just ask the shopkeeper for alternatives, he instructed. Yun Xun nodded and soon chose a few outfits, but Lu Lingxi deemed the selection insufficient and commissioned several additional styles for Yun Xun. After concluding their shopping and stepping outside, Yun Xun turned to admire Lu Lingxi's profile, realizing that he still enjoyed dressing him up. In his previous life, all of his clothing choices had also been made by Lu Lingxi. Sensing the small phoenix's gaze, Lu Lingxi smiled slightly, relishing each moment spent with him. The joyful instances were increasingly abundant. Yun Xun subtly moved his hand closer to Lu Lingxi, recalling the smile he had just witnessed. Did that not suggest they could take a step further? He longed to pamper his Lu Lingxi, though he acknowledged that even now, Lu Lingxi indulged him. Yet he still felt as if something was amiss. Lu Lingxi, of course, noticed Yun Xun's subtle gesture and reached out to grasp his hand. Yun Xun smiled as he leaned closer to Lu Lingxi, feeling that even if his Lu Lingxi had forgotten him, he would still be indulgent. Lu Qing, observing the closeness between Lu Lingxi and Yun Xun, felt a surge of rage, his eyes turning crimson. Lu Lingxi belonged to him. In his mind echoed the voice of an elder. If you want him, cooperate with me, and I shall assist you. Silence. Lu Qing disregarded the elder's incessant murmuring. Approaching a small beggar, he handed him a bag of spirit stones. Child, assist me with a task, and this money will be yours. The small beggar, thinking of his ailing grandfather, looked up at the insincere Lu Qing. What task? Lu Qing cast a spell, imprinting Yun Xun's likeness into the child's mind. I need you to sprinkle this on him. What is this? The child asked nervously. This is not something you should know. The child took the paper bag and snatched the money from Lu Qing's hand, saying, I'll go now. Lu Qing watched the child's departing figure, a sinister smile creeping across his face. The child dashed into the throng, a fool indeed. His grandfather had warned him since childhood against wrongdoing. Yet he believed that taking a bit of ill-gotten wealth from evildoers was a form of justice. Suddenly, Lu Lingxi detected a potent aura of malevolence. Using his spiritual energy to sense the surroundings, he realized they were in a bustling market. The ramifications of this dark energy spreading were unimaginable. He led Yun Xun to a nearby snack stall, instructing, Stay here, my dear, while I attend to some matters. What is wrong? Yun Xun grasped Lu Lingxi's hand. Lu Lingxi relayed his earlier perception to Yun Xun, who understood the gravity of the situation and obediently sat down at the stall. He cast a protective barrier around Yun Xun before vanishing from sight. Feeling somewhat despondent for not being able to assist, Yun Xun resolved to devote himself to his training. Chapter 16. The short-lived bamboo horse of the cultivating male lead Lu Qing observed Lu Lingxi's departure, transformed his appearance, and approached Yun Xun. Old man, lend me a hand. I need to get closer to him. The elder replied, He is using the remnants of his spiritual power to assist you. I can only hold on for a quarter of an hour. That will suffice. Lu Qing, donning Lu Lingxi's visage, appeared before Yun Xun. My dear, I'm back. How did you return so quickly? Yun Xun questioned, puzzled by Lu Lingxi's demeanor. I encountered disciples of the Tianxian sect on my way. I instructed them to go ahead, and thus I returned. Lu Qing lied with a straight face. Oh, Yun Xun responded. Seeing Yun Xun's indifferent attitude, Lu Qing felt a surge of anger. My dear, let us return to the sect. It's too dangerous outside. I haven't had enough of exploring yet. I don't want to go back, Yun Xun replied nonchalantly. Do you have any pills that can enhance spiritual energy? Yes, host 096 promptly replied. Yun Xun checked his points balance and purchased a pill. Realizing he had revealed himself, Lu Qing reverted to his original form, forcibly attempting to take Yun Xun away, regardless of whether Lu Lingxi would notice. Host, why aren't you resisting? 096 anxiously paced in the system space. We are in a bustling market. Fighting him would harm innocent bystanders, Yun Xun patiently explained. 096 silently observed the unfolding drama in the system space. Once they reached the outskirts, Lu Qing threw Yun Xun to the ground. Wretched brat, let us see who will come to your rescue now. Yun Xun, without further ado, summoned his trident, his innate magical weapon, and directed it towards Lu Qing. Lu Qing had underestimated Yun Xun, thinking him merely a feeble demon. In no time, He found himself spitting blood from the fierce assault. As Yun Xun observed Lu Qing lying on the ground, he pondered how someone so weak dared to abduct others. Surely he had accomplices, yet he remained unafraid. A Ling should be arriving soon. Lu Qing glared at Yun Xun, seething, how could this be? The elderly figure in his mind seized the opportunity to tempt him. Merge with me, and I will help you defeat him. Upon scanning Lu Qing's terrifying figure, 096 reported, Host, he bears the soul of the former demon lord, Yen Wu. At this revelation, Yun Xun attempted to flee, only to be ensnared by a barrier. Turning back, he saw Lu Qing cackling maniacally. Fool. Lu Qing agreed to assist Yen Wu in locating the rebirth of the pure yang body. He rendered Yun Xun unconscious and transported him to the demon palace. Initially, he contemplated ending Yun Xun's life, only to discover that Yun Xun possessed the pure yang body. However, once Yen Wu occupied his form, he had no intention of sparing Yun Xun's soul. He let out a sinister chuckle. Though Yun Xun appeared to be unconscious, his consciousness ventured into the system's space, observing Lu Qing's ridiculous demeanor. It seems the protagonist is deliberately punishing the antagonist, thought 096, somewhat sheepishly, as he was unaware of the intricacies involved. By the way, where's a Ling? Why hasn't he come to rescue me? Yun Xun pondered. Upon hearing this, 096 promptly displayed the scene from where Lu Ling Si was located. Lu Ling Si was at the very place where he had just battled Lu Qing. Sensing that Yun Xun had exited his barrier, he swiftly defeated and sealed the contaminated elder, entrusting the aftermath to the sect disciples before hastening to Yun Xun's aid. Yet, he arrived a moment too late. The demon clan? Why had they captured the little phoenix? Regardless of the reasoning, he demanded an explanation from the demon clan. Yun Xun was aware that Lu Ling Si would arrive shortly. Thus, he leisurely occupied himself with games in the system space. With Yen Wu's assistance, Lu Qing had located the 4 great guardians of the demon clan and discussed the spiritual herbs required for the body exchange. However, shortly thereafter, he received word that Lu Ling Si had arrived. Ecstatic, he stood up, and in the blink of an eye, Lu Ling Si had reached the Grand Hall. Lu Ling Si glared at Lu Qing and demanded the release of the little phoenix. Since the immortal lord has made a rare visit to the demon realm, why not enjoy a cup of tea first? Lu Qing replied with a faint smile. Lu Ling Si said nothing more, swiftly striking Lu Qing down and seizing Yen Wu's soul. Where's the little phoenix? Yen Wu was taken aback by Lu Ling Si's formidable strength and found himself imprisoned. Lu Qing, master, please don't go, he implored. Get lost. Upon hearing the location, Lu Ling Si immediately teleported to the dark prison. Discovering the little phoenix weakly lying on the ground, he rushed forward to cradle him in his arms, and after a quick examination, he realized the phoenix had merely fainted. A sigh of relief escaped him. Thankfully, no harm had befallen him, or he could scarcely imagine the consequences. Yun Xun, aware of Lu Ling Si's arrival, quickly regained consciousness. Ling, you finally came. He hit me, and it hurts so much. He lamented, revealing the swollen area on his neck. Seeing the lively little phoenix, Lu Ling Si held him tightly. Don't worry, I will ensure he pays for this, he assured, before carrying Yun Xun back to the Grand Hall. Confronting the deranged Lu Qing on the ground, colluding with the demon clan is an unforgivable crime. He took Lu Qing back to the sect and, after entrusting him to the disciples, returned to his quarters to lay the little phoenix upon the bed. Yun Xun immediately clung to Lu Ling Si. I feel so dirty. I need to take a bath first. Observing that Yun Xun was not gravely harmed, Lu Ling Si quickly led him to the hot springs for a soak. Yun Xun found immense comfort in the warm waters, slightly squinting his eyes as he gazed at the turned back of Lu Ling Si. You are such a stickler. Noticing that the little phoenix had been bathing for quite some time, Lu Ling Si called out, Sweetheart, are you done? Understanding that prolonged soaking was not advisable, Yun Xun replied, I'm finished. I'm coming out now. As Lu Ling Si listened to the sounds around him, he cast a spell on Yun Xun, rendering him dry. As Yun Xun donned his inner garments, Lu Ling Si turned to assist him with his outer robe, unable to resist the sight of Lu Ling Si's flushed earlobes. Yun Xun rose on tiptoe to kiss him. In truth, Lu Lingxi could have evaded the kiss, yet he chose not to, eagerly awaiting Yun Xun's affection. Lost in their fervent embrace, they suddenly found themselves interrupted when Yun Xun felt a searing pain tear through his heart, causing him to push Lu Lingxi away and cough up blood. In Chapter 17, the short-lived bamboo horse of the cultivator protagonist, Lu Lingxi quickly caught the collapsing Yun Xun. Inquiring what is wrong, Yun Xun, suppressing the pain in his chest, reassured him, "I am fine, just a bit of discomfort," before fading into unconsciousness. The system promptly drew Yun Xun's consciousness into its space. Observing Lu Lingxi's anxious expression, Yun Xun asked, "What has happened to me?" "Host, Lu Qing has administered a heartbreak powder upon witnessing your intimate interaction with the protagonist. This will trigger every time you come into contact with him, progressively worsening until your demise," the system explained after scanning Yun Xun's body. "Is there an antidote?" Yun Xun inquired. "Yes, you may purchase it from the system's marketplace." Without hesitation, he placed an order, enraged by Lu Qing's maliciousness in concocting such a poison. Lu Lingxi hurriedly carried him to Xinxi Peak, pleading, "Xinxi, save him." Seeing his friend's distress, Xinxi immediately began to examine Yun Xun, arriving at a conclusion that aligned closely with the system's findings. When Lu Lingxi noticed Xinxi did not immediately prepare an antidote, he asked, "What is the remedy? I will procure it." Xinxi shook his head, revealing there is no antidote. Heartbroken, Lu Lingxi gazed at Yun Xun. "Is there any way?" Xinxi, surprised that his friend could remain composed while recognizing there was hope, explained, "The heartbreak powder sounds like a mere drug, yet it is, in fact, a type of cursed insect. To survive, one must locate the person who administered it and nourish it with their heart's blood monthly. However, it is exceedingly rare for anyone to successfully obtain that blood." Lu Lingxi requested Xinxi to care for Yun Xun while he sought out Lu Qing. In the dungeon, upon seeing Lu Lingxi, Lu Qing erupted into maniacal laughter, exclaiming, "You have finally arrived. Marry me, and I shall grant you what you desire." Ignoring Lu Qing's lunacy, Lu Lingxi broke his bones and dragged him to a cave on the peak, producing a dagger to draw blood. Lu Qing, writhing in agony, could do nothing but watch Lu Lingxi's actions. In the system space, as they watched the unfolding drama, the system announced, "The male lead's corruption value is at 70. "Corruption value?" Yun Xun asked. "It is unnecessary to eliminate host. We merely need to complete the mission to accompany the male lead throughout his life," came the response. Understanding this, Yun Xun urged the system to adjust the surveillance, observing Lu Qing's plight without a hint of sympathy, for he sought Yun Xun's life. Yet, he dared not sleep again, fearing the taste of his blood. Returning to the healing pavilion, Lu Lingxi sensed that Yun Xun had awakened and helped him sit up. "Does your chest still ache?" he inquired. Yun Xun shook his head, no longer painful. "Why do you smell of blood?" Lu Lingxi had no intention of concealing anything from Yun Xun. He disclosed all that he had done. Xinxi went to prepare the medicine, and soon Yun Xun would be able to take it. Yet, Lu Lingxi still withheld a portion of the truth. Yun Xun could only be healed by consuming the fresh blood of Lu Qing. Yun Xun buried his head in Lu Lingxi's embrace, declaring, "I am fine now. If you don't believe me, you may ask Xinxi to examine me." Lu Lingxi gently caressed Yun Xun's head. In the initial stages, they could engage in physical contact, rendering it impossible to ascertain whether Yun Xun had fully recovered. However, he trusted that Yun Xun would not speak falsely. He sent a message to Xinxi, requesting him to come and take a look. Upon receiving the message, Xinxi arrived promptly. Seeing Yun Xun, the little phoenix with open eyes, appeared even more captivating. It was no wonder that Lingxi was so anxious. Lu Lingxi chose to ignore Xinxi's teasing, and Yun Xun spoke up with a smile. "Could you please check my pulse again, esteemed Xinxi?" "It's no trouble at all," Xinxi replied, waving his hand dismissively. After taking Yun Xun's pulse, Xinxi was astonished, exclaiming, "How could this be?" "What is it?" Lu Lingxi inquired. "It's remarkable. The poison in his body has perished." Xinxi exclaimed, bewildered. "That's impossible. It might be due to my robust constitution," Yun Xun explained. Xinxi was about to ask Yun Xun if he would be willing to contribute to medicine, but Lu Lingxi's gaze deterred him. Yun Xun averted his eyes from Xinxi's eager expression, knowing that his reliance was on advanced technology. Confirming that Yun Xun was indeed well, Lu Lingxi brought him back to Qinghua Peak. Upon reaching their room, he held Yun Xun tightly, saying, "My dear, I am sorry. I failed to protect you." Sensing Lu Lingxi's trembling form, Yun Xun realized he had genuinely frightened him. He gently patted Lu Lingxi's back. "I share the blame. I should not have left your protective barrier without permission. I will inform you before I take any action in the future." Lu Lingxi replied, relishing the warmth radiating from Yun Xun. Although Yun Xun found his attention somewhat ticklish, he was reluctant to push him away, opting instead to bury his head deeper into Lu Lingxi's embrace. Noticing Yun Xun's discomfort, Lu Lingxi lifted him and placed him on the bed, kneeling beside him and holding his hand. "My dear, I'm enamored with you. Will you become my partner?" Yun Xun gazed at Lu Lingxi in surprise and embraced him, exclaiming, "I would love to." Heaven knows he had waited long for Lu Lingxi to accept him. Their sweet romance could finally commence. Although Lu Lingxi was aware of Yun Xun's affections, hearing Yun Xun's affirmative response made his heart race uncontrollably. He stood, cradling Yun Xun in his arms, and they sat together on the bed. He tenderly pressed his lips against Yun Xun's, saying, "My dear, I will soon discuss our partnership ceremony with the sect leader. Will you accompany me?" Yun Xun nodded eagerly. "I would love to. I am so happy." No sooner had he spoken than he passionately kissed Lu Lingxi. Lu Lingxi reciprocated with fervor, gradually taking the lead. On the day of the partnership ceremony, Lu Lingxi helped Yun Xun don his attire. Gazing at Yun Xun adorned in a vibrant red wedding dress, he could not resist pressing a kiss to Yun Xun's forehead and eyes. "Ah Xun, you are truly beautiful." Yun Xun, smiling, picked up Lu Lingxi's clothing, saying, "Now I shall help you dress." Lu Lingxi was aware of Yun Xun's feelings and nodded in agreement. With Yun Xun's somewhat clumsy assistance, Lu Lingxi managed to don his attire. "Ah Xun, you are quite remarkable," he remarked. Yun Xun, feeling a surge of pride, lifted his chin defiantly, of course. With that, he leaped into Lu Lingxi's embrace. Lu Lingxi tenderly carried Yun Xun to the entrance of the grand hall, gently setting him down. They exchanged a glance, and hand in hand, they stepped inside. Xinc, observing the happiness radiating from his friend as he gazed at Yun Xun, felt a wave of emotion. He had never imagined that Lu Lingxi would experience such a day. After completing the necessary formalities, Lu Lingxi and Yun Xun returned to Ting Shui Peak. "Ah Xun, is it all right?" Although they had been a couple in the previous realm for many years, Yun Xun felt a blush creeping onto his cheeks at Lu Lingxi's earnest inquiry, and he nodded shyly. Seeing Yun Xun's bashfulness, Lu Lingxi couldn't resist planting a gentle kiss on Yun Xun's eyes, finding him utterly adorable. He then scooped Yun Xun up once more, rushing towards their shared happiness. On the third day, unable to endure any longer, Yun Xun kicked Lu Lingxi out of bed. "Lu Lingxi, we shall sleep separately." To which Lu Lingxi protested, "How can that be? After finally finding a partner, we haven't even had the chance to grow comfortable yet." He coaxed, "My dear, I was wrong. I promised to let you rest well tonight. Can you please not send me away?" Hearing Lu Lingxi's pitiful tone, Yun Xun reflected that his partner had been quite restrained for a long time, and perhaps a little indulgence was warranted. "All right, but I want fish porridge," he declared. "Okay, I will prepare it right away," Lu Lingxi replied eagerly, kissing Yun Xun's cheek before heading off to cook. In truth, Lu Lingxi had little culinary skill, but he had learned to cook so that Yun Xun could enjoy his favorite dishes, and to his surprise, he had actually succeeded. Watching Lu Lingxi's departing figure, Yun Xun's eyes glimmered with a mischievous idea. He intended to run away, though not with the ball, just run away. After all, Lu Lingxi had been overly indulgent. While he had forgiven him, a little punishment was in order. In the bustling town below, Yun Xun reveled in the lively market, excitedly exploring the stalls. He anticipated that Lu Lingxi would soon arrive, and he wanted to scout out some attractions for their outing together. However, after wandering for quite a while, Lu Lingxi had still not shown up, leaving Yun Xun feeling somewhat dejected. Had Lu Lingxi not noticed his absence? Lu Lingxi, aware of Yun Xun's departure from the boundary, set aside the fish he had just prepared, and hurried after him. Discovering that Yun Xun had merely ventured out to play, he thought it typical for youth to be spirited. Yet, he wondered why Yun Xun hadn't confided in him. Did he perceive himself as too rigid in Yun Xun's eyes? Pondering this conundrum, Lu Lingxi chose to remain passive, reasoning that once Yun Xun had had his fill of amusement, he would return, and he would pretend to be oblivious to his escapade. Yun Xun, convinced that Lu Lingxi must have arrived, found himself puzzled as to why he had not appeared. Determined to coax him out, he decided to linger near the entrance of a brothel. Seeing Yun Xun loitering there, Lu Lingxi felt a surge of concern. Why would Ah Sun be interested in such a place? Surely, it must be a fleeting whim. After lingering for a quarter of an hour without sight of Lu Lingxi, Yun Xun felt he had no choice but to venture inside. Just as he approached the entrance, a gust of wind swept him away, returning him to Tingyu Peak. Lu Lingxi gently laid him down on the bed with a soft thud. Yun Xun was filled with rage. Lu Lingxi, how dare you strike me? It did not hurt, but the humiliation is unbearable. Hearing the anger in Yun Xun's voice, Lu Lingxi felt wronged. It is clearly your fault, Ah Sun. We have just become partners, and you wish to run off with someone else. Run off with someone? It is you who has been absent. Had you not stayed hidden, I would not have had to force you to reveal yourself at the brothel, only to be met with violence. Yun Xun could no longer hold back his tears. Seeing that he had made Yun Xun cry, Lu Lingxi quickly apologized. It is my fault. I should have sensed your desire to go out. However, Ah Sun, you did not inform me. I thought you preferred to keep it from me. Yun Xun, aware of his own shortcomings, looked at Lu Lingxi with tearful eyes. But you struck me. Lu Lingxi, charmed by Yun Xun's adorable expression, gently kissed his eyes. I am truly sorry. I can forgive you. But you must take me to the temple fair, Yun Xun insisted. Lu Lingxi wiped away Yun Xun's tears. Very well. In the end, Yun Xun was able to witness the much-anticipated temple fair. The myriad of lanterns dazzled him. They were so beautiful. Noticing his beloved's fondness for the lively atmosphere, Lu Lingxi silently resolved to make adjustments. Realizing why Yun Xun had felt compelled to sneak away from the quiet snow-listening peak, Yun Xun took Lu Lingxi's hand to buy a flower lantern, inscribing his wish that Yun Xun and Lu Lingxi would be together forever. As they watched the lantern float away, Yun Xun took the initiative to kiss Lu Lingxi, who naturally did not refuse. As the fair neared its conclusion, Yun Xun had already fallen asleep in Lu Lingxi's embrace. Lu Lingxi smiled and kissed Yun Xun's forehead, carrying him back to the snow-listening peak. Chapter 19. The dominant male lead's substitute childhood friend. As Yun Xun entered this new world, he was abruptly pushed onto a bed. He looked up and saw Ah Ling. Hua Lingxi observed the hurt expression on Yun Xun's face, and his heart inexplicably ached. What was happening? Such feelings had never surfaced before. He glanced at Yun Xun, said nothing, and left. Upon hearing the door close, Yun Xun hurriedly called for the system. In his previous life, Lu Lingxi had completed the handover of his sect affairs and taken him on a journey across the seas, where they enjoyed the beauty of the world together and lived a lifetime of happiness. 096, upon receiving the host call, promptly transmitted the original plot to Yun Xun. After absorbing the storyline, Yun Xun was left in disbelief. Ah Ling had someone he loved in this world. This time, Yun Xun had entered a narrative centered around a domineering male lead pursuing his love. The male protagonist, Hua Lingxi, was the illegitimate son of the Hua Corporation's president. Having been brought back at the age of 5, his siblings did not favor him and bullied him. He developed feelings for Yun Xing, Yun Xun's half-brother, after receiving a candy from him. Yet, before Hua Lingxi could confess his feelings to Yun Xing, his brother went abroad for further studies. With his love unexpressed, when Yun Xun confessed to him, Hua Lingxi accepted him as a substitute. However, during a business event, he was drugged by a rival and ended up spending the night with the main character, Yi Qing, which ignited a tumultuous love-hate relationship with the protagonist. Their paths intertwined in a chase filled with passion and conflict. Yet, once the main character appeared, Yun Xun found himself cast aside by Hua Lingxi. Ah Ling remained a scoundrel, treating him as a mere substitute. How despicable! In a quiet corner, 096 observed that the host was genuinely enraged. 66. At what point has the plot progressed? Yun Xun inquired. 096 promptly checked and responded, Host, tonight marks the moment when the male lead is drugged. Despite his anger, he felt compelled to rescue the man. Yun Xun retrieved his phone and called his father's assistant, requesting assistance in procuring an invitation. The original character was the child of Yun Xun's father's second marriage, and while his relationship with Yun Qing had been relatively amicable, it had soured after being jilted by Huo Lingxi and discovering that Huo Lingxi favored his brother. Thus, he severed ties with Yun Qing and moved abroad. In summary, Huo Lingxi was a despicable cad. 096 decided to offer an explanation. Host, this is the original plot. Lingxi may not necessarily adhere to it. The host mused, So my man is a divine being. Yet is curious why he feels such a familiarity with the heavenly realm. Is he also from the celestial domain? 096 quickly clarified that the primary world comprises several domains, and the host likely belonged to another realm. I am quite familiar with the heavenly domain, but I have not encountered the host there. What other realms exist? Yun Xun inquired. Due to the limitations of the small world, I cannot elaborate further. I will inform you upon your return to the system space. Yun Xun nodded, entered the wardrobe, and casually selected an outfit, resolved to find someone tonight. Having just entered the small world, he noted that his man still upheld the virtues of a gentleman. Perhaps he would grant him another chance to explain. Huo Lingxi departed the apartment, seated in his car, still pondering Yun Xun. The latter seemed transformed, adding vibrancy to his otherwise mundane existence. Since birth, he had felt a disconnect from the world until he encountered the young Yun Xun, whose presence stirred within him a longing to wait for someone connected to Yun Xun. Thus, when Yun Xun confessed his feelings, he accepted him. However, he found it challenging to grow close to Yun Xun, perceiving him as merely a soulless vessel executing a preordained script. Yet just moments ago, it seemed as if Yun Xun's body had come alive, causing Huo Lingxi's heart to race uncontrollably. At the Yueli Hotel that evening, Yun Xun presented the invitation to the attendant at the entrance and made his way into the banquet hall. Suddenly, he was jostled by someone, causing wine to spill onto his attire. Frowning, he turned to confront the clumsy individual. 096 quickly remarked, Host, the protagonist, Yi Qing, has arrived. He is the youngest son of the Yi family, accompanying his father. As Yun Xun entered, the exquisite youth attracted everyone's attention, including Yi Qing's. However, in the previous life, Yun Xun had not attended this banquet. To prevent any disruption of his first encounter with Huo Lingxi, Yi Qing resolved to drive him away. Yet, Yun Xun remained unperturbed. Wasn't he supposed to be spoiled and willful? He could only apologize. My apologies, young Master Yun. It was unintentional. Yun Xun scrutinized the protagonist, sensing something amiss. It's nothing, he replied, summoning a server to assist him in changing clothes. Observing that Yun Xun remained unaffected, Yi Qing felt a twinge of irritation, but could only watch him depart, hoping it wouldn't have repercussions. As Yun Xun entered the lounge, he asked 66, Does the protagonist have any issues? 096 had secretly scanned the protagonist, awaiting Yun Xun's inquiry. He was reborn. Reborn? Hadn't he been together with Huo Lingxi in his previous life? Yun Xun questioned. 096 shook his non-existent head, stating that he lacked the authority to know what transpired in the protagonist's past life. But it was generally understood that a rebirth mechanism was triggered when the protagonist was dissatisfied with their ending. Unable to make sense of it, Yun Xun decided to leave it be. Perhaps the answers would reveal themselves in due course. Chapter 20. The substitute of the overbearing male lead. As Yun Xun emerged from changing, he spotted Huo Lingxi at the center, engaged in conversation with others. Observing that he appeared untroubled for the moment, Yun Xun wandered to the side to enjoy a small cake, the hotel's desserts being quite delightful. Huo Lingxi had noticed Yun Xun the instant he stepped out, yet he was taken aback by Yun Xun's lack of intention to approach him. Watching Yun Xun relish the sweet treat brought him to the thought of preparing more for him in the future. He seemed genuinely concerned about Yun Xun's current state. Yi Qing, witnessing Huo Lingxi's attention on Yun Xun, gritted his teeth in anger. In a previous life, their relationship was merely superficial. How could Huo Lingxi pay any mind to Yun Xun. To prevent their initial encounter from being disrupted, he summoned a waiter to deliver a spiked drink to Yun Xun, a precaution he had prepared but never expected to utilize. Yun Xun sat quietly in a corner, yet someone still noticed him and offered a drink. He had no intention of consuming it. Who would drink an unknown beverage? I Ching, seeing Yun Xun evade his trap, conceded defeat. Bored, Yun Xun lounged on the sofa, contemplating when Huo Lingxi would fall into his scheme, yearning to return home. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him as Huo Lingxi sat beside him, leaning close to whisper, "Take me away." Yun Xun immediately supported him, heading towards the exit. At that moment, I Ching approached, inquiring if Huo was unwell, suggesting he had booked a room upstairs for him to rest. Yun Xun firmly declined, stating, "No need, I can take care of my boyfriend myself." Fuming with rage, I Ching's face turned crimson, feeling insulted, harboring intentions to intervene. Huo Lingxi was his. Huo Lingxi retained some awareness, feeling an overwhelming heat and sensing an unfamiliar presence. He instinctively pushed Yun Xun away. I Ching gazed at him in hurt, but was disregarded as Huo Lingxi instructed Yun Xun to leave. Obediently, Yun Xun led him back to the apartment, where Huo Lingxi sank onto the sofa, requesting, "Help me get some cold water." Yun Xun glanced at the distressed man, feeling a pang of sympathy for his lover, and complied, though cautious not to overstep, recalling the man's previous harshness towards him upon his arrival in this world. Huo Lingxi regarded Yun Xun's retreating figure with the hunger of a wolf, yet he struggled to restrain himself. He did not wish to coerce Yun Xun. Swiftly filling a basin with cold water, Yun Xun assisted Huo Lingxi into it. The cold water jolted Huo Lingxi back to some clarity as he opened his eyes, casting a restrained glance at Yun Xun, commanding, "Leave." He feared that another look would break his resolve. Though slightly hurt by Huo Lingxi's indifference, Yun Xun remained steadfast, explaining, "You're not quite coherent right now. It's unsafe to be alone in the bathroom." Huo Lingxi gazed at the floor, realizing that remaining here was no longer safe for him. Yun Xun, her cheeks flushed, murmured softly, "Regardless of the circumstances, I am willing." Huo Lingxi, taken aback by her words, turned to her in astonishment. "Do you even comprehend what you are saying?" Yun Xun, slightly irked, retorted, "It is you whose mind is clouded, not mine. I am fully aware of what I am expressing." Unable to contain himself any longer, Huo Lingxi pulled Yun Xun closer and pressed his lips against her soft, tender mouth, discovering that the taste was indeed delightful. Yun Xun, obediently surrendering to his whims, felt a sudden chill. Huo Lingxi noticed and released the warm water, continuing to kiss her. Yun Xun wrapped her arms around Huo Lingxi's back. The following morning, Huo Lingxi was awakened by a wave of heat, and upon opening his eyes, he discovered that Yun Xun was running a fever. He immediately sprang into action. "Ah Sun, can you hear me?" Yun Xun, suffering greatly, let out a faint groan in response. Seeing that she still had some awareness, Huo Lingxi let out a sigh of relief and promptly summoned the family doctor. After examining her, the doctor prescribed topical medication and advised Huo Lingxi to maintain proper hygiene for her care. Huo Lingxi listened with a stern expression, though his ears betrayed him by turning a shade of red. Once the family doctor departed, Huo Lingxi took it upon himself to cleanse Yun Xun's body, planting gentle kisses on her eyelids. After the cleansing, he applied the medication. Feeling the coldness, Yun Xun struggled to open her eyes and, sensing Huo Lingxi's actions, attempted to push him away. "No, it's too cold." Huo Lingxi encircled her in his embrace, insisting gently, "You must comply. The medication will help you recover. Let me warm my hands." With that, he pressed another kiss to her lips. Yun Xun discerned the irrefutable tone in Huo Lingxi's words and, feeling wronged, buried her head into his chest. Huo Lingxi found her small gestures endearing, chuckling softly. Yun Xun playfully tapped Huo Lingxi. "It's all your fault. I apologize, my dear. It is indeed my mistake." Huo Lingxi planted another kiss on Yun Xun's hair. Hearing the familiar endearment, Yun Xun felt as if her heart were coated in honey and kissed his neck in return. Huo Lingxi, unable to suppress a shiver from her touch, swallowed hard, and after ensuring the medication was properly applied, he kissed her cheek before heading to the bathroom to wash his hands. Chapter 21. The dominant male lead's substitute childhood friend. When he returned, he found that Yun Xun had already fallen asleep. Huolingxi bent down to kiss her gently, then sent a message to the housekeeper and his assistant before climbing into bed to hold her as she slept. Yun Xun, enveloped in the familiar scent, sank deeper into slumber. When she awoke again, Huolingxi was no longer by her side. Rising, she stepped out of the room and searched for him, but found no trace. She made her way to the kitchen on the first floor, where the housekeeper was preparing porridge. Upon seeing Yun Xun, the housekeeper asked, "Are you looking for Mr. Hua, young master?" Yun Xun nodded, and the housekeeper smiled. "Mr. Hua is in the study. If you are hungry, there are pastries here to tide you over." Reflecting on her intimate encounter with Huolingxi the previous night, Yun Xun pondered how he perceived their relationship and decided to have a bite to eat while waiting for him on the first floor. Meanwhile, Huolingxi, having received the housekeeper's message, was aware that Yun Xun had awakened and quickly completed his task for the day before descending to join her. Yun Xun noticed Huolingxi descending and greeted him. "Sir?" Huolingxi, taken aback by Yun Xun's formality, pondered that he ought to be addressed differently. He cast a cold glance at Yun Xun and said, "Let us eat." Yun Xun, sensing the indifference in Huolingxi's tone, felt a twinge of anger. What a scoundrel, he thought. As soon as he puts on his pants, he forgets everyone. Silently, he walked to the dining table and took a seat. Huolingxi, noticing Yun Xun's disregard, felt a surge of irritation. At that moment, the maid brought fish porridge and a few side dishes to the table before leaving the dining area. Seeing that Huolingxi was eating the same dish as him brought a measure of comfort to Yun Xun. "It's all his fault. I shouldn't be eating anything spicy." Huolingxi, observing Yun Xun's stillness, spoke again. "This porridge is your favorite. You should eat it while it's hot." Yun Xun continued to ignore him and picked up a spoon to eat. Huolingxi watched Yun Xun quietly savoring his meal and chose not to say anything further. After half an hour, both had finished their meals, and Yun Xun announced, "I'm leaving now," and prepared to exit the dining room. Unable to hold back any longer, Huolingxi scooped Yun Xun into his arms and ascended the stairs. Startled by Huolingxi's sudden action, Yun Xun exclaimed, "What are you doing?" Huolingxi remained silent, carrying Yun Xun back to the room and placing him on the bed. "Can we have a proper conversation now?" "What about?" Yun Xun retorted, "You domineering man, always resorting to force at the slightest disagreement." Huolingxi crouched down to meet Yun Xun's gaze. "Ah, son, is it that you do not wish to take responsibility for us?" Yun Xun stared at him in shock. "Shouldn't I be the one asking you that?" Huolingxi chuckled at the sight of Yun Xun's wide eyes. "Ah, son, you needn't ask. I will take responsibility. However, it seems you do not wish to, considering you did not speak to me earlier." Yun Xun regarded the man who was turning the tables, questioning, who was it that was indifferent first? "And why do you call me sir in such a distant manner?" Realizing that Huolingxi's discomfort stemmed from his choice of address, Yun Xun's irritation dissipated significantly. He nestled into Huolingxi's embrace and murmured, "When I woke up, you weren't beside me. I thought you didn't want to take responsibility." Huolingxi wrapped his arms around Yun Xun and kissed the top of his head. "It's my fault. I thought I had made my feelings clear while you were feverish. I left to handle some work, seeing you still asleep." Yun Xun, perplexed, asked, "I had a fever?" Huolingxi, noticing Yun Xun's lack of memory, explained, "You caught a chill last night, and this morning you had a slight fever, but it has subsided now." Shifting the conversation, Huolingxi inquired, "What is our relationship now? Haven't we always been a couple?" Yun Xun replied playfully, "I wish to confirm it once more. I feel you have changed, and the you of now is what I desire." Yun Xun realized that the scoundrel recognized him, and his anger vanished completely. "Aling, I love you, and I want to be with you." Unable to resist, Huolingxi lifted Yun Xun's chin and gently kissed him. As the kiss ended, he said, "I love you too, my dear." Yun Xun lay contentedly in Huolingxi's embrace. The following morning, Huolingxi awoke early due to his biological clock. Gazing at the slumbering Yun Xun, he hesitated to wake him but felt restless at the thought of not seeing him at work. Yun Xun was awakened by an itch, and upon opening his eyes, he saw Huolingxi scratching him with his fingers. Feeling aggrieved, he nestled into Huolingxi's embrace. "Aling, what are you doing? I'm so sleepy." "Darling, will you get up and accompany me to work?" Lingxi gently inquired. Upon hearing that Lingxi was going to work, Yun Xun's mind cleared a little. If Lingxi left for work, he would not be able to see him, and he wanted to be with him. With his eyes still closed, he pleaded, "Ling, can you help me wash up, please?" Lingxi chuckled in agreement and carried Yun Xun to the bathroom. In a state between dream and reality, Yun Xun was dressed by Lingxi. Noticing that Yun Xun had not fully awakened, Lingxi carried him downstairs, fed him some porridge, and then took him to the car. Upon arriving at the company, Lingxi softly roused Yun Xun. "Darling, we've arrived at the company. Do you still want me to carry you inside?" Knowing Yun Xun was shy, he asked in advance, immediately alert at Lingxi's words. Yun Xun did not wish to be the center of attention. Reluctantly, he detached himself from Lingxi's embrace. "I can go in by myself." Seeing that Yun Xun was awake, Lingxi held his hand and led him out of the car into the company. The employees, witnessing their boss entering with someone, erupted in a flurry of messages, speculating that their boss had a boyfriend. Yun Xun had initially preferred not to be led into the company by Lingxi, but Lingxi believed it was important to give Yun Xun a clear identity. With so many people around, he wanted everyone to know that Yun Xun was his. In Chapter 22, the domineering male lead's substitute childhood friend, Yun Xun was guided into Lingxi's office. Lingxi instructed him to sit in the office chair. "Darling, you wait here patiently for me. If you want to explore the company, I will accompany you after my meeting. If you wish to sleep, there's a lounge where you can rest. Do you understand?" Yun Xun nodded, kissed Lingxi on the lips, and urged, "Hurry up, I'm not a child anymore." Lingxi, satisfied that Yun Xun understood, ruffled his hair and turned to head to the conference room. Once Lingxi left, Yun Xun curiously surveyed Lingxi's office. Finding nothing particularly interesting, he returned to the office chair, opened the computer, and prepared to play games to pass the time. When Yiqing entered and saw Yun Xun sitting in Lingxi's chair, he glared at him with envy. Yun Xun, hearing the door open, assumed it was Lingxi returning. With a smile, he looked up, only to find Yiqing there. True to his role as the protagonist, he encountered such situations. Noticing the jealousy in Yiqing's eyes, he chose to ignore it. "Is there something you need?" Suppressing his urge to confront Yun Xun, Yiqing approached with a forced smile. "The assistant asked me to bring you some snacks, fearing you might get bored. Just put them on the table," Yun Xun replied, dismissing him. Seeing Yun Xun's indifferent attitude, Yiqing seethed with anger. What a wretch. Yun Xun observed that Yiqing was still lingering and asked, "Is there anything else?" Yiqing shook his head in frustration and departed. Yun Xun pondered, why does it seem like every protagonist in these little worlds dislikes me? Is it merely because I took the protagonist's love interest? Surely, it is unnecessary over a man. Are they obsessed with the protagonist or with Ling? The protagonist is indeed from the celestial realm. Upon hearing Yun Xun's inquiry, 096 immediately commenced a search, yet the results yielded nothing. It appears that every individual within the microcosms possesses an identification number, yet the protagonist lacks one, indicating his status as an outsider. Yun Xun surmised that the protagonist's objective was his former love interest, rendering him powerless. He originally intended to reveal to the protagonist that Ling was not his true love from the previous life, but to his astonishment, the protagonist sought after his old flame, which complicated matters significantly. After exiting the office, Yiqing, filled with frustration, retreated to the break room, his mind racing with thoughts on how to reclaim Lingxi. Observing Yun Xun's radiant countenance, it was evident he had succeeded, leaving Yiqing feeling a step behind and uncertain of his next move. In the conference room, as the leaders presented their reports, Lingxi was preoccupied with his phone, wondering what his son was doing and why he hadn't received any messages, questioning if he was even missed. The leaders noticed his distracted demeanor, prompting one to clear his throat, drawing Lingxi's attention. The leaders exchanged apprehensive glances, silently questioning who had provoked him. After half an hour, Lingxi finally concluded the meeting, summarizing a few key points before dismissing everyone. Upon his return, he found Yun Xun engrossed in his computer, stirring a twinge of jealousy within him, feeling as though his son was indifferent to his presence. When Yun Xun heard the door open, He assumed it was merely someone delivering items and did not bother to look up, instructing them to place it on the desk. Ling Si, confused, asked what was to be placed on the desk. Upon hearing Hua's voice, Yun Xun excitedly sprang to his feet and rushed over, embracing him and exclaiming his relief at Hua's return, expressing his boredom in his absence. Seeing Yun Xun's reliance on him brought comfort to Ling Si, who affectionately ruffled his hair and promised to bring him along next time. Yun Xun, taken aback, raised his gaze in surprise, questioning if Hua was not concerned about him potentially leaking confidential information. Ling Si chuckled softly, reassuring him that he had nothing to worry about. Delighted by Ling Si's unwavering trust, Yun Xun held him tightly, declaring his affection. Ling Si gently kissed Yun Xun's lips, reciprocating his sentiments. After tending to his responsibilities, Ling Si took Yun Xun out for a meal, as Yun Xun expressed a desire to experience the company cafeteria. Meanwhile, Yiqing had not found an opportunity to approach Ling Si throughout the morning. Observing Ling Si and Yun Xun leaving, he decided to follow them, inquiring about their destination and hastening to keep up. Seated at a table, Yun Xun awaited Ling Si to serve him food, while Yiqing casually collected a meal and sat beside him, feigning nonchalance. "What a coincidence! Are you dining here as well?" he inquired. Yun Xun glanced at Yiqing and replied with a simple yes. Noticing that Yun Xun was not engaging in conversation, Yiqing pressed on, asking if he was hungry and offering to share his meal, suggesting he could fetch another for himself. Yun Xun politely declined, stating that Ling Si was already serving him. Yiqing, seething with anger, thought to himself, is he trying to flaunt? He then attempted to feed Yun Xun a piece of pork rib, but Yun Xun instinctively turned away, raising a hand in defense. Seizing the moment, Yiqing pretended to stumble and fell to the ground, tears welling in his eyes as he lamented, "Young Master Yun, if you dislike me, you could simply say so. Why must you humiliate me in such a manner?" Yun Xun observed Yiqing's performance with a sardonic smile, questioning whether it was truly a fault to be forcefully fed by a stranger. Yiqing, noticing the perplexed expressions of those around him in response to Yun Xun's words, hastily retorted that he merely wished to share something he deemed delightful, asserting that if Yun Xun did not appreciate it, he could simply refuse rather than push him down. Yun Xun, undeterred, replied, "I have indeed refused. You claim I pushed you. Please present your evidence, or I shall accuse you of slander." As Yiqing saw the crowd beginning to speculate whether he was orchestrating the scene himself, rage surged within him, and with reddened eyes, he thought, "Let be said I merely stumbled." With that, he fled in tears. Yun Xun watched his retreating figure and muttered a disparaging remark about him being a duplicitous person. When Ling Si returned with his meal, he found Yun Xun in a standoff with another individual. After assessing the situation and determining that Yun Xun was untroubled, he decided to wait nearby, knowing that any intervention on his part would only attach his name to the matter, a scenario he wished to spare Yun Xun from. Chapter 23. The dominant male lead's substitute childhood friend Yun Xun instructed the assistant to share the surveillance footage in the company group chat. Yiqing naively believed this would tarnish his reputation. Such delusions were laughable. Ling Si approached Yun Xun, offering him his meal. "Are you still eating here?" he inquired. Yun Xun had noticed Ling Si's presence earlier and was aware of his intentions. "It's not my fault. I won't leave," he asserted. Ling Si affectionately ruffled Yun Xun's hair, having already sent a message to his assistant to review the footage. He intended to protect his beloved at all costs. Ling Si presented Yun Xun with the bibimbap he craved, having requested less chili. "Do you like it? If it's not spicy enough, here is some chili, but only a little. Otherwise, it might upset your stomach." Yun Xun pouted, acknowledging his hunger, and began to eat. Observing that Yun Xun was content with a mildly spicy dish, Ling Si settled down to enjoy his own meal. After they finished, with an hour of lunch break remaining, they decided to make do in the office. Yun Xun reclined on the bed, watching Ling Si close his eyes to sleep. Lacking sleepiness himself, he reached out to play with Ling Si's eyelashes. Ling Si grasped Yun Xun's hand, pulling him close and planting a gentle kiss on his lips. "My dear, take a short nap. We shall play in the afternoon." Seeing Huoling's habit of napping, Yun Xun obediently nestled into his embrace, drifting off amidst the familiar scent. When Huoling awoke and saw Yun Xun still peacefully asleep, he opted not to disturb him, washing up before returning to work. Shortly thereafter, the assistant entered to update him on the afternoon's agenda. Upon hearing they were to attend a ribbon-cutting ceremony at the E Corporation, Huoling instructed, "Add one more person, everything else is fine." The assistant, well aware of the implicit message that the CEO intended to bring his wife, acknowledged understood boss. After the assistant departed, Huoling reviewed several plans until Yun Xun stirred awake. He emerged to sit upon Huoling's lap, burying his face in the crook of Huoling's embrace. "Aling, why didn't you wake me?" Noticing Yun Xun was still drowsy, Huoling kissed his cheek gently, asking, "Do you wish to sleep more?" Yun Xun shook his head, and Huoling lifted him, carrying him into the washroom to freshen up. Yun Xun observed as Huoling assisted him in changing attire. "Why the change?" he inquired. "There is a ribbon-cutting ceremony shortly." "I shall take you there," Huoling replied. Yun Xun nodded in acknowledgement, and after donning his new clothes, he took a moment to admire his reflection. Huoling embraced him from behind, proclaiming, "Ah Sun, you look exquisite." In response, Yun Xun graced him with a fervent kiss. As the kiss ended, Yun Xun leaned against Huoling, breathless, and playfully remarked, "You rogue. I must disagree with your sentiment." "After all," Huoling stated last night, he began. Yun Xun playfully covered his mouth with his hand, teasing, "That must be my fault for not satisfying you, Mr. Hua." Huoling, sensing Yun Xun's playful provocation, contemplated a proper reprimand, but time was of the essence as they had to attend the ceremony. Nevertheless, he felt a need to impart a lesson. Yun Xun, blushing, cast a reproachful glance at him. Huoling grasped his hand gently and confessed, "I apologize, for I am simply too fond of you." Yun Xun, recognizing Huoling's sincere demeanor, forgave him and extended his arms for an embrace. Huoling tidied his attire, and as Yun Xun observed the earnest expression on his face, he mischievously blew air into his ear. Huoling squirmed slightly, planting a kiss on Yun Xun's lips. "All right, let us be off," he declared. Following Huoling, Yun Xun arrived at the E Corporation building, where the chairman personally greeted them. "Mr. Hua, may our collaboration be fruitful." Huoling nodded subtly and exchanged pleasantries. Yun Xun, casting a glance at I Ching, muttered under his breath about the unyielding cockroach. I Ching, having noticed Yun Xun, had long ceased to hold a grudge, for he was soon to become the young mistress of the Hua family. Observing I Ching's smug demeanor, Yun Xun suspected he was concocting some mischief. Just then, Chairman Yi remarked, "Dear nephew, do not be so formal. Once Ching Ching marries you, we shall be family." Yun Xun shot a cold glare at Huoling, silently demanding an explanation. Huoling, taken aback by the chairman's words, glanced at Yun Xun with a reassuring look. "Chairman Yi, you jest. I have no connection with I Ching." Chairman Yi chuckled, unfazed by Huoling's words, acknowledging that men often enjoyed their frivolities but should consider the opinions of others when it came to marriage. Huoling, aware that this matter was tied to his esteemed grandfather, chose not to elaborate further. He led Yun Xun aside and said, "Ah Sun, I'm unaware of the details, but trust that I will provide you with a satisfactory explanation." In truth, Yun Xun understood that one cannot indulge in both the dish before them and the one simmering on the stove, yet he felt a twinge of discomfort. Huoling comforted him by embracing him tightly, promising, "I will return to the old residence tonight to clarify everything." Yun Xun buried his head in Huoling's embrace, expressing, "Handle it swiftly. I dislike the thought of your name being associated with others." "Very well," Huoling replied, kissing the top of Yun Xun's head. "My dear, are you feeling jealous?" I Ching, watching the couple's intimate exchange, seethed with anger, vowing to settle the score once he married into the Hua family. Chapter 24. The dominant male leads substitute childhood friend once the ribbon-cutting ceremony concluded. Huoling escorted Yun Xun back to the apartment before hastily driving back to the old residence. As Huoling entered the old residence, The butler informed him that old Master Ho awaited him in the study. Ascending the stairs, Ho Ling Si entered the study to find old Master Ho reclining in a chair with his eyes closed. "Have you returned?" Old Master Ho inquired. "Oh, Ling Si," lacking the inclination to indulge in familial theatrics, firmly declared, "I will not marry Yi Qing." Old Master Ho opened his eyes and regarded Ho Ling Si before stating, "You favor the younger son of the Yun family. Does his father consent?" "He will consent," Ho Ling Si replied with indifference. In a fit of rage, old Master Ho hurled a teacup onto the floor. "You must marry her. I will not concern myself with anything else." The shattered teacup lay before him. Yet Ho Ling Si did not bat an eyelash. "I will only marry Yun Xun." Old Master Ho, enraged and clutching his chest, ingested a few heart-saving pills. "Though the Ho family is presently in your hands, I still hold the majority of shares. If you agree to marry, I shall transfer the shares to you." Ho Ling Si replied coolly, "Taking over the Ho family was merely something you thrust upon me. I do not covet it. Should you persist in this manner, I shall depart from the Ho family." Old Master Ho, infuriated, struck Ho Ling Si with a cane. "You insolent boy, contesting me. Let me be clear. If you do not marry Yi Qing, I cannot guarantee the safety of your beloved." Ho Ling Si glared coldly at old Master Ho. "You may attempt it," he retorted, before leaving the Ho residence. Old Master Ho watched Ho Ling Si's retreating figure, reflecting on how much he resembled his younger self. Regrettably, he owed a debt to the Yi family. En route, Ho Ling Si instructed his assistant to discreetly arrange for several bodyguards to protect Yun Xun. For old Master Ho's methods warranted caution. Upon returning home, Ho Ling Si noticed the lights in the living room were on and found Yun Xun asleep on the sofa. He shed his coat and, treading lightly, approached Yun Xun, kissing him gently before lifting him to carry him back to the bedroom. Sensing the familiar scent, Yun Xun awakened and joyfully wrapped his arms around Ho Ling Si's neck. "You're back. I fell asleep waiting for you." Ho Ling Si kissed Yun Xun once more. "Next time, I promise to return earlier. Now, sleep. I'll carry you to bed." Yun Xun nodded, resting his head against Ho Ling Si's chest and closing his eyes. Ho Ling Si carefully transported Yun Xun to the bedroom. After freshening up, he approached the bedside and found Yun Xun gazing at him. "Weren't you tired? Why aren't you sleeping?" Yun Xun grasped Ho Ling Si's hand. "For some reason, seeing you makes me wide awake." Unable to resist, Ho Ling Si kissed Yun Xun again, who eagerly reciprocated, igniting a passionate encounter that led to a sleepless night. The following morning, as Ho Ling Si observed Yun Xun still asleep, he planted a kiss on his forehead before rising to attend to work in the study. He intended to seize control of the situation. Old Master Ho's remarks from the previous night indicated he must have had a plan in place. He contacted his assistant to inform the board of his resignation. Understanding that the Ho family's desire to wait for an advantageous opportunity would depend on their ability to handle the consequences. Although matters at the Ho family were temporarily quiet, he had other business affairs to manage. Thus, he was not present when Yun Xun awoke. The other side of the bed had grown cold, a clear indication that Ho Ling Si had been gone for quite some time. The thought that Ho Ling Si had left without him stirred a hint of displeasure within Yun Xun. Just yesterday, they had spent time together. Yet today he had not been summoned. It felt as if he had been abandoned after breakfast. What a scoundrel. Feeling melancholic, Yun Xun stumbled upon a note left by someone. "Come find me in the study when you wake." The words seemed so indifferent, deepening his sorrow. Though somewhat irked, Yun Xun made his way to the study. Ho Ling Si looked up to see his discontented boyfriend and quickly set aside his work, embracing Yun Xun tenderly. "My dear, what troubles you? Who has upset you?" Yun Xun sulked you. Though a bit perplexed, Ho Ling Si promptly apologized. "I'm sorry, my dear. Can you forgive me?" "No." Observing Yun Xun's refusal to engage, Ho Ling Si pressed a gentle kiss to the crown of his head. "I understand that you're very upset, but if you don't communicate your feelings, you'll only suffer more, as I might unknowingly tread on sensitive ground." With slightly reddened eyes, Yun Xun replied, "You didn't call for me this morning. I felt quite uncomfortable waking up without seeing you." Surprised by Yun Xun's affection, Ho Ling Si comforted him with a gentle touch to his head. "I understand now. From now on, I will always inform you of my whereabouts. Please don't be sad." Yun Xun murmured in agreement, continuing to lean against Huolingxi's embrace. Huolingxi lifted Yun Xun and sat on a chair, saying, "I still have some documents to finish. Wait for me a moment, and then I'll take you out to play." Noticing that Yun Xun's mood still appeared somber, Huolingxi tentatively inquired. Instantly, Yun Xun's eyes sparkled with joy as he replied, "All right." Huolingxi, witnessing the shift in Yun Xun's demeanor, smiled in return. "You're quite easy to cheer up." As Huolingxi resumed his work, Yun Xun remained nestled in his arms, quietly observing him while occasionally nibbling on pastries and searching for interesting places to visit. After half an hour, Huolingxi completed his tasks and, taking a deep breath, asked, "Xun, have you decided where you would like to go?" Yun Xun showed him a video he had found, exclaiming, "Let us go to the hot springs. The scenery is beautiful there." After viewing it, Huolingxi instructed his assistant to book a hotel, then turned to Yun Xun, asking, "Shall we dine at the hotel? Or do you have something else in mind?" Feeling fatigued from the decision-making, Yun Xun replied, "You decide." Understanding Yun Xun's indecision, Huolingxi instructed his assistant to reserve tables at a few restaurants that he believed Yun Xun would enjoy. It dawned on him how well he seemed to know Yun Xun. Noticing Huolingxi lost in thought, Yun Xun playfully pinched his cheek. "What are you pondering?" Huolingxi snapped back to reality, smiling as he replied, "Thinking of you." With a blush, Yun Xun nestled against Huolingxi, who then lifted him and exited for the hotel. Upon arriving at the hotel and settling into their room, Yun Xun eagerly expressed his desire to go see the cherry blossoms. Huolingxi stopped him, applying sunscreen to his face and hands. Yun Xun quietly allowed Huolingxi to fuss over him, a testament to the indulgence he had grown accustomed to under Huolingxi's care. Huolingxi had everything prepared and took Yun Xun to the back mountain of the hotel. Initially, Yun Xun excitedly raced up the steps, but soon fatigue set in. Observing her weariness, Huolingxi produced a bottle of water and offered it to her. After she finished drinking, he proposed to carry her up the mountain. Yun Xun glanced at herself, exhausted after such a short time, while he appeared effortlessly energetic, stirring a hint of envy within her. Sensing her thoughts, Huolingxi remarked that if she wished to be like him, he could assist her in training. Encouraged by his words, Yun Xun nodded in agreement. With Yun Xun on his back, Huolingxi discovered the joy of climbing. His indifference towards the world transformed with a presence. Perhaps this was what they called destiny. As Yun Xun leisurely rested on his back, she admired the scenery along the way, the gentle breeze caressing her, a sensation of pure comfort enveloping her. After half an hour, they reached the summit. Since Huolingxi had reserved the back mountain for the day, it was just the two of them. Leaning over the railing, Yun Xun gazed down at the sprawling city below, realizing the vastness of their home, merely a fraction of what lay beyond. Huolingxi quietly approached her. Yet mindful of her comfort, he maintained some distance while holding her hand. "Xun, do you like it?" he inquired. Yun Xun smiled at him, responding affirmatively as she leaped into his embrace, exclaiming how magnificent it was. "Aling, do you like it?" Huolingxi lifted her up, expressing his happiness as he felt he possessed the most precious treasure in the world. On their descent, Yun Xun playfully tugged at Huolingxi's hand, alternating between running and walking, and they reached the foot of the mountain in a mere 15 minutes. Returning to their room, they took a refreshing shower and rested together on a recliner for a while. Exhausted, Yun Xun lay on Huolingxi's chest, watching him leisurely read a newspaper, feeling a twinge of discontent at the stark contrast between them. Noticing her gaze, Huolingxi gently patted her head, reassuring her, "You are wonderful just as you are, my dear." Upon hearing the endearing term, Yun Xun blushed and buried her face in his embrace. Huolingxi chuckled softly at her shyness, prompting Yun Xun to glance at him, her cheeks still flushed. Sensing something amiss, she playfully tapped his chest, calling him a rogue. Huolingxi held her hand lightly, asking, "Is that all right, my dear?" Yun Xun shook her head, replying, "No, I'm hungry." Upon hearing this, Huolingxi presented her with a tablet, showing a selection of restaurants. "Which one do you fancy? If none appeal to you, we can explore other options together." He then excused himself to the bathroom for a moment. Yun Xun felt a pang of sympathy for him, but reminded herself that agreeing to his proposition would likely mean missing lunch, so she tried to suppress those thoughts. Before meeting him, He must have resolved such matters alone. She consoled herself as she began to browse the restaurant options. To her surprise, she found herself fond of each one, ultimately selecting a relatively light Western restaurant. However, Ho Ling Si remained elusive, leaving Yun Xun increasingly concerned. Tentatively, he approached the door and called out, "Ling, are you all right?" Since savoring the exquisite delicacies, Ho Ling Si could no longer be satisfied by mere ordinary fare. Noticing that Yun Xun had presented himself, he opened the door and pulled Yun Xun inside. Bewildered by the sudden action, Yun Xun merely responded with a non-committal sound to Ho Ling Si's words. Ultimately, he did not leave, yet he still relished the culinary delights of that restaurant, as Ho Ling Si had ordered takeout from there. Watching Yun Xun eat with a huff, Ho Ling Si endeavored to please him by neatly slicing the steak and peeling the shrimp. Despite his irritation, Yun Xun directed Ho Ling Si to do this and that, preventing him from enjoying his meal in peace. Ho Ling Si accepted all the commands without a hint of complaint. Once Yun Xun had satisfied his appetite, Ho Ling Si inquired whether he wished to take a nap. Yun Xun shook his head in response, and Ho Ling Si gently carried him to a recliner by the floor-to-ceiling window. "Sun, when shall we soak in the hot springs?" Yun Xun buried his head in Ho Ling Si's embrace, feeling lethargic and preferring to wait until evening. Noticing Yun Xun's drowsiness, Ho Ling Si cradled him tenderly, coaxing him to sleep. As Yun Xun drifted off to the soothing rhythm of Ho Ling Si's gentle patting on his back, Ho Ling Si, captivated by the sight of his beloved's rosy lips softly exhaling, could not resist bestowing a tender kiss upon them. After gazing at Yun Xun for a considerable time, he quietly opened his laptop to attend to some business matters. When Yun Xun awoke, the evening sun cast a warm glow upon him. He blinked his eyes open, momentarily entranced by the breathtaking sunset. Ho Ling Si, noticing Yun Xun's movement, glanced up and, seeing him mesmerized by the view, could not help but capture the moment with his phone, preserving the beauty of his beloved. Turning his gaze towards Ho Ling Si, Yun Xun realized he had been discreetly photographed. With a slight smile, he asked, "Is it a good shot?" Ho Ling Si examined the image on his phone, setting it as his wallpaper. "It's perfect. Would you like to see?" Yun Xun nodded, and Ho Ling Si held the phone for them to admire together. As Yun Xun beheld his own shimmering image illuminated by the sunset, he felt an emotional stir, perhaps reflecting how he appeared in the eyes of the one who loved him. Unable to resist, he leaned in to kiss Ho Ling Si, who, of course, welcomed the affectionate gesture. As the kiss concluded, Yun Xun lay breathlessly atop Ho Ling Si, both of them savoring the moment. That evening, Ho Ling Si took Yun Xun to a private room for a hot spring soak. Expecting a stuffy atmosphere, Yun Xun was pleasantly surprised to find it spacious and open air. Stepping into the warm waters, he sighed in contentment. Seeing Yun Xun's delight, Ho Ling Si resolved to visit regularly and joined him in the soothing waters, settling beside him. Yun Xun luxuriated in the warmth, feeling as if he could meld into the water. Ho Ling Si, observing Yun Xun with his eyes closed, quietly embraced him. Startled, Yun Xun opened his eyes and asked, "What are you doing?" Realizing the misunderstanding on Yun Xun's part, Ho Ling Si gently pinched his cheek, saying, "I was afraid you might actually fall asleep and inhale water." Understanding his error, Yun Xun offered an awkward smile. Ho Ling Si, however, did not let him off easily. He leaned closer, whispering sweetly in his ear, "My dear, what were you just thinking about?" Yun Xun felt a wave of shyness wash over him at Ho Ling Si's deep voice. I wasn't thinking about anything." Ho Ling Si persisted, "Come on, darling. You can share your thoughts with me." Struggling to suppress his embarrassment, Yun Xun pushed Ho Ling Si away. "I don't want to." Noticing Yun Xun's rising agitation, Ho Ling Si relented. All right, I was overthinking. Don't be upset, son." Yun Xun, seeing the mischievous smile on Ho Ling Si's face, lightly punched his chest. "You only know how to bully me, you dog." The next morning, Yun Xun was awakened by Ho Ling Si's voice. "Sun, please wait for me at the hotel. I have a matter to attend to." Although he had tendered his resignation from the Hoa Corporation, it had yet to be approved, and he still needed to show some respect to the shareholders. Yun Xun mumbled in response and fell back asleep. Ho Ling Si, observing that Yun Xun seemed to be in a deep slumber, had considered the suspicious circumstances. He wanted to take Yun Xun home, but thought again about the safety of leaving him alone. The hotel was under his ownership, equipped with surveillance cameras, ensuring Ah Sun's security. After watching Yun Xun for a while, he left for the company. Yun Xun awoke once more, this time by the sound of the doorbell. Noticing Hua Lingxi was absent, he remembered that Hua Lingxi had asked him to wait at the hotel. He checked the surveillance to see who was at the door. A cleaner. "I don't need cleaning, thank you." The cleaner replied, "Understood, sir. Mr. Hua has ordered breakfast for you. Would you like to eat it now or later?" Feeling quite hungry, Yun Xun replied, "Now, please." The cleaner smiled and said, "Could you kindly open the door? The breakfast needs to be signed for." Without a second thought, Yun Xun opened the door, only to be rendered unconscious. Chapter 26. The substituted childhood friend of the overbearing male lead. When Yun Xun regained consciousness, he found himself in a dark room that vaguely resembled a standard hotel room. His hands and feet were bound, rendering him immobile. "Where am I?" The system responded, "Host. You have been kidnapped by the male lead's grandfather and are currently in a mansion abroad. He intends to use you to coerce the male lead into marrying I Ching." Yun Xun was infuriated yet amused. "No way. Why didn't you give me a warning when I was kidnapped?" The system, feeling guilty, replied, "I'm sorry, host. I was offline for a moment. I saw you were in a relationship and thought everything was fine, so I stepped away from the small world briefly. I didn't expect trouble to arise." Yun Xun was exasperated. "Why didn't you wake me up sooner?" The system explained weakly, "I thought it best to wait for you to wake on your own, since I can only rouse you with electric shocks, and I feared it would be uncomfortable for you." Hearing this, Yun Xun's expression softened slightly as he considered the situation with Hua Lingxi. The system, noticing Yun Xun was no longer upset, quickly began to relay Hua Lingxi's circumstances. Hua Lingxi received a call from his bodyguard just as the shareholder meeting reached its climax. The shareholders were engaged in a heated argument over the position of the company's president, watching as his grandfather was left speechless. Amused, he turned to face his grandfather, saying, "I will withdraw from Hua Corporation. It's time to disperse." The shareholders cast disappointed glances at Hua Lingxi, wanting to persuade him further. You were deterred by the intensity of his gaze, dispersing in disarray. Once the conference hall was left with only Hua Lingxi and Grandpa Hua, the latter regarded him with a faint expression. When seeking assistance, ought one not to utter words that others find pleasing? "Grandfather, is he well?" Hua Lingxi spoke calmly. Grandpa Hua observed the softening demeanor of Hua Lingxi, remarking that the state of the young man depended on his actions. Understanding his grandfather's implication, Hua Lingxi declared his intent to comply. "When will you release him?" Grandpa Hua noted Hua Lingxi's concession and mentioned that Xiaoqing had said he hadn't added him on WeChat. "I will do so shortly." Grandpa Hua continued, stating that for young people, a direct marriage was indeed too hasty. "I have booked a hotel for you. Why not take a trip to another province?" Hua Lingxi, gazing at his grandfather, acquiesced. He would discuss further matters once he found Yun Xun. Observing Hua Lingxi's obedient demeanor, Grandpa Hua felt a twinge of nostalgia. Realizing Yun Xun proved to be quite beneficial. Yet, he also understood the principle of extremes. Once they secured their marriage certificate, Yun Xun would be released to attend their wedding banquet. At that point, the arrangements with the Yi family would be fulfilled, and any ensuing disturbances from the younger generation would be of no concern to him. Hua Lingxi regarded Grandpa Hua, suspecting that his favoritism towards the Yi family stemmed from some leverage they held over him. Yun Xun, witnessing Hua Lingxi's agreement, felt a surge of anger but recognized that Hua Lingxi was acting in his best interest. 66, lurking in the shadows, whispered, "Shall I release you?" Yun Xun shook his head, knowing someone would arrive shortly. 66 refrained from further comment and faded into invisibility. As Yun Xun had anticipated, before long, two masked figures appeared, quietly unbinding him. One of them extended a phone towards him. He accepted it and said, "Hello?" Upon hearing Yun Xun's voice, Hua Lingxi felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Ah Sun, are you all right? Are they treating you well?" Initially calm despite his predicament, Yun Xun felt a pang of grievance upon hearing Hua Lingxi's voice. Struggling against tears, He replied, I'm fine. Maybe he just locked me in a room. Hua Lingxi detected the tremor in Yun Xun's voice, loathing his own inadequacy for failing to protect him, and hurriedly reassured him, do not fear. You shall see me soon. Yun Xun, confident that Hua Lingxi would come to his rescue, felt no true fear, only a sense of injustice. You want to marry anyone else, will you? Uncertain how Yun Xun knew this, Hua Lingxi understood that the worst-case scenario would involve adhering to Grandpa Hua's words. For the moment, he could only comfort Yun Xun. My dear, you are the sole occupant of my heart. Yun Xun, not receiving Hua Lingxi's promise, sensed his reluctance to commit fully and retorted defiantly, if you marry another, then I shall no longer want you. With that, he ended the call. The masked man, seeing the call had concluded, took the phone and exited the room. With the protagonist's darkening disposition reaching a level of 60, it was evident that the Phoenix clan held an unwavering commitment to their chosen ones, possessing an overwhelming desire for exclusivity regarding their partners, permitting no outside interference. Lying on the bed, Yun Xun wept, gently comforted by 66. Host, the male lead is merely acting. Do not be disheartened. Yun Xun wished he could be less willful. Yet he could not bear the thought of Hua Lingxi obtaining a marriage certificate and hosting a wedding with another. Even if it were a sham, Hua Lingxi belonged to him. After Yun Xun hung up, Hua Lingxi, anxious to call back, had his phone confiscated by the old master Hua's bodyguard. Hearing the old master state that the next conversation would have to wait until he and Yi Qing returned from another province, he clenched his fists in frustration. Ah Sun must have misunderstood me, he thought. He harbored the worst intentions, yet his sole aim was to use a false marriage to extricate Yun Xun. He had never considered wedding anyone but Yun Xun. After crying for a while, Yun Xun composed himself and asked 66, do you have any tools to assist me in leaving this place? 66 surveyed the marketplace and replied, Host, there is a teleportation card available. However, due to the constraints of this modern realm, it only allows for short-distance transfers and the destination is uncontrollable. Purchase one, he instructed. Although there were numerous limitations, it was certainly better than having nothing at all. He needed to escape so that a Ling would no longer be bound by him. Upon acquiring the teleportation card, Yun Xun activated it, and in a flash of white light, his figure vanished from the room. Yi Qing, having received a notification, promptly reapplied to befriend Hua Lingxi. He was determined to compete with Yun Xun for the position of Mrs. Hua. Upon seeing the phone notification, Hua Lingxi smashed his device in frustration. Using the company phone, he instructed his assistant to procure a new phone and SIM card, planning to gradually replace his old one. After acquiring the new phone, he departed the company. Yi Qing waited anxiously for an entire afternoon, but his request remained unapproved. Growing desperate, he rushed to Hua Lingxi's office building, only to be obstructed by the front desk. Pointing at the receptionist, he demanded, do you know who I am? I am the wife of your President Hua. Observing Yi Qing's unstable demeanor, the receptionist replied, young master, company policy requires an appointment or the presence of an assistant to meet with the president. Perhaps you could call the assistant to escort you? Frustrated by the receptionist's refusal to relent, Yi Qing called the assistant, and Qi, I am downstairs. Come down and fetch me. I must see President Hua. And Qi, however, did not acquiesce. Young Master Yi, President Hua has left for the day and is not at the company. As a member of the firm, I am unaware of the whereabouts of outsiders. Upon hearing in Qi's revelation that Hua Lingxi had departed Hua's company, Yi Qing could hardly believe it. Did this mean he would have to endure hardship alongside Hua Lingxi in the future? He hung up on Qi in frustration and immediately exited the Hua building to confirm the news with his father. After ending the call, Qi messaged Hua Lingxi, informing him of Yi Qing's visit. Upon receiving the message, Hua Lingxi glanced at his phone before switching it off. The associates he had dispatched returned with news that Ah Sun might be in the United States. He resolved to investigate further. When Yun Xun opened his eyes again, he found himself in an alley. He instructed 66 to navigate him to a phone booth to call Hua Lingxi. Why is he not answering? 66 observed Yun Xun's failed attempts to reach him. Host, shall I send a message to the male lead instead? You can wait here. Yun Xun, feeling somewhat uneasy, asked. 66, are you not unable to assist me? Host, I am merely delivering a message to you. There is no cause for concern as long as I do not interfere with the main storyline. However, if A Ling were to find me, he would not marry Yi Qing, which is indeed a significant matter. Yun Xun continued, Host, data indicates that the male lead will not wed Yi Qing. The words from 66 momentarily stunned Yun Xun. A Ling had never contemplated marrying Yi Qing. He felt a twinge of regret for having spoken harshly and for abruptly hanging up the phone. A Ling must be quite anxious, and he still does not trust him. Observing Yun Xun in the corner, looking somewhat despondent, 66 reassured him, Host, do not be disheartened. You will soon meet the male lead. Yun Xun nodded slightly, but remained silent. The elder Mr. Hua's people discovered that Yun Xun was missing and exclaimed about the haunting, urgently contacting Mr. Hua. Upon receiving the news, Mr. Hua was infuriated and ordered an immediate search, but finding someone was not as simple as it seemed. By the time Hua Lingxi arrived, it was already late at night. He spotted Yun Xun curled up in a corner and felt a pang of sympathy. "A Sun." Hearing Hua Lingxi's voice, Yun Xun sprang to his feet and embraced him, exclaiming, "Ling, you finally came. I tried to call you but couldn't get through. I was so frightened." Hua Lingxi felt a tinge of regret for not replacing his broken phone card due to his reluctance to deal with Yi Qing. "I'm sorry, darling. My phone is broken and the card is unusable." After speaking, Hua Lingxi cast a wary glance at the lurking homeless man by the roadside, then lifted Yun Xun into the car, relieved that A Sun was unharmed. The nights in America are perilous. Unbeknownst to Yun Xun, Hua Lingxi was deeply concerned. Had he known, he would have informed him that he had protected himself through his own strength. Hua Lingxi held Yun Xun close, feeling reassured that A Sun was safe. As he observed Yun Xun resting against his chest, he explained, "A Sun, I have never considered marrying anyone but you." Yun Xun looked up and pressed a gentle kiss on Hua Lingxi's lips, saying, "I understand now. I apologize. I was too headstrong before." Hua Lingxi tenderly stroked Yun Xun's head and returned the kiss. "I adore everything about you, even your capriciousness." Yun Xun smiled at Hua Lingxi, saying, "A Ling, you are truly wonderful." Unable to resist, Hua Lingxi kissed Yun Xun again. When they returned to the hotel, Yun Xun had already fallen asleep. He carried Yun Xun to their room, freshened up briefly, and then embraced him as he drifted into slumber. Chapter 28. The male lead's substitute childhood friend the following day. When Yun Xun awoke, he noticed that Hua Lingxi was still asleep. Observing the dark circles under Hua Lingxi's eyes, he felt a pang of sympathy and gently touched his face, placing a soft kiss on his eyelids. After watching Hua Lingxi for a while, Yun Xun tiptoed out of bed. Hua Lingxi had booked a suite with the bathroom located in the living room. Once he finished washing up, Yun Xun ordered breakfast from room service, deciding to wait until Hua Lingxi woke to share the meal with him. After finishing his breakfast, Hua Lingxi still had not stirred. Rather than waking him, Yun Xun entertained himself with Hua Lingxi's phone in the living room. When Hua Lingxi awoke, he found himself alone and immediately felt a surge of panic. He quickly rose from the bed to search for Yun Xun, only to find him in the living room, which brought him a sense of relief. He lifted Yun Xun into his lap and asked, "My dear, what are you up to?" Yun Xun, aware of Hua Lingxi's fright upon not seeing him, affectionately stroked his hair and earlobe, replying, "I'm just playing with my phone and stacking blocks." Hua Lingxi glanced at the screen, chuckling softly, "Shall I assist you?" Feeling a hint of mockery, Yun Xun playfully tapped Hua Lingxi's chest, insisting, "No need." Hua Lingxi took Yun Xun's hand, declaring, "Darling, I'm hungry." With a blush creeping to his earlobes, Yun Xun suggested, "I can order food for you. Just go wash up first." Hua Lingxi nodded, lifting Yun Xun as he rose to head to the bathroom. Yun Xun, taken aback by his sudden movement, was placed on a stool in the bathroom, prompting him to ask, "What are you doing? How can I order food like this?" Hua Lingxi affectionately ruffled Yun Xun's hair, assuring him, "I will wait. I just don't want to be without you." Not wishing to argue, Yun Xun patiently awaited Hua Lingxi's return from washing up. Once Hua Lingxi dried his hands, he embraced Yun Xun and dialed the service staff, requesting a meal and a cup of hot milk. Leaning against Hua Lingxi, Yun Xun inquired, "When shall we return home?" Hua Lingxi, aware that this place held only unhappy memories for Yun Xun, replied, "We shall go back after lunch." He gently stroked Yun Xun's head, adding, "I will not let anyone who has harmed you go unpunished." Seeing Huoling's serious promise filled Yun Xun with joy, and he wrapped his arms around Huoling's to kiss him. Upon returning to their home country, the couple settled back into their apartment. Yun Xun received his replacement phone and responded to his family's messages, relieved that his disappearance had not raised any alarms. Huoling's was in his study handling affairs, perusing documents collected by his assistant. He learned that his father had embezzled funds meant for national development and had been aided by the Yi family to cover his tracks, which explained why old Master Hua had chosen to sell him to them. Contemplating the disgraceful nature of the Hua family, Huoling's resolved to take decisive action against them. Yun Xun entered the study to find Huoling's in a somber mood. He approached quietly from behind and embraced him, whispering, "Iling." Huoling's thoughts were pulled back to the present by Yun Xun's voice, and he turned to hold Yun Xun close, lamenting, "I will have no family left." Understanding the mistreatment Huoling's had endured from the Hua family, Yun Xun knew he must possess some lingering feelings toward them, having been raised by them. He grasped Huoling's hand, asking what has happened. Huoling's recounted the events to Yun Xun, who pondered for a moment before responding, "Iling, Uncle Hua must take responsibility for his wrongdoings. You need not blame yourself. Let us send old Master Hua to a rehabilitation facility abroad, ensuring he is well cared for in his old age, which might also serve as a form of gratitude for his raising you." Huoling's buried his face in Yun Xun's neck, murmuring, "I'll follow your lead." Yun Xun gently caressed his head, quietly staying by his side. Huoling's harbored no strong feelings toward the Hua family. Rather, he desired Yun Xun's compassion for him. Yun Xun noticed that Huoling's mood had improved somewhat. "This Tuesday, my brother is returning home. Let us go to meet him together, and I will introduce you to my parents, whom I have already informed." Huoling's kissed Yun Xun's neck and said, "As you wish." Yun Xun detected the joy in Huoling's tone and playfully inquired, "Aling, when will you marry me?" Huoling's turned Yun Xun's face towards him and replied, "Once I have your parents' approval, we can immediately commence preparations for our wedding." Yun Xun teased him further, "What if my parents disagree?" Huoling's silenced Yun Xun with a kiss, concluding, "Then I shall have no choice but to elope with you." Yun Xun, feeling flustered by Huoling's teasing, declared, "I do not wish to elope with you." Huoling's, aware that Yun Xun was merely speaking in jest, felt a tinge of annoyance and retorted, "If Ah Sun is unwilling, I shall simply take you away." Yun Xun understood that Huoling's was serious. He could indeed whisk him away. He gently caressed Huoling's head to soothe him. "Fear not. My parents are quite liberal-minded. They will surely agree. However, did you not once have feelings for my brother? You won't develop any other sentiments upon meeting him, will you?" Huoling's, taken aback by the rumors he had not addressed, explained, "Ah Sun, there is no connection between your brother and me. Such tales are merely fabrications from within the industry. While your brother has indeed assisted me, my feelings for him are solely of gratitude, devoid of any romantic affection. My heart belongs only to you." Observing Huoling's earnestness, Yun Xun decided not to tease him further, burying his head in Huoling's embrace. "I trust you." Sensing that Yun Xun bore no ill will, Huoling's sighed in relief, though a hint of disappointment lingered. He wished for more significance in Yun Xun's eyes. Noticing Huoling's unusual demeanor, Yun Xun lifted his head to plant a kiss on him, reassuring, "Aling, do not overthink. My love for you is profound." As Huoling's absorbed Yun Xun's affirmation, his previous gloom dissipated, and he held Yun Xun tightly. Chapter 29. The dominant male leads substitute childhood friend Yun Xun, and Huoling's stood at the arrival gate awaiting Yun Qing. Upon spotting Yun Xun, Yun Qing approached them with a smile. Yun Xun took his brother's hand and exclaimed, "Brother, you are finally back. I have missed you dearly." Yun Qing, softened by Yun Xun's affectionate display, replied, "Is that so? Yet it seems you have not been hindered in finding a boyfriend." Huoling's, standing aside, restrained himself from pulling Yun Xun away from Yun Qing. Yun Xun chuckled, intertwining his fingers with Huoling's, and formally introduced Huoling's new status, brother. Ling and I are serious. We will dine together shortly, and you must speak well of him." Yun Xing smirked at Ling. "Let us discuss that later." He had no intention of aiding someone who had stolen his precious cabbage. Recognizing the futility of the situation, Yun Xun refrained from further discussion, confident in his brother's eventual support for Ling. As they exited the airport, Yun Xun spotted someone. This individual was intimately embracing another person. As Qing moved on, upon hearing Yun Xun's inquiry, 66 promptly checked, "Host, he knows that the male lead resigned from Hua's and subsequently abandoned the male lead." Yun Xun was taken aback by the stark realism of this individual. It appeared that he did not genuinely harbor affection for him. Rather, he was enamored with the aura surrounding Ling. Now, could one ascertain the reasons behind Qing's regrets in his past life? Since Qing had forsaken the male lead, he was no longer the object of affection. Thus, 66 should have the capacity to investigate him. Upon attempting the inquiry, 66 confirmed the possibility. "Host, I have discovered that in his previous life, he was unfaithful." Yun Xun was astounded by such explosive revelations. What then was there to regret? Was he not the one who had initiated the infidelity? Could it be that the mistress had treated him poorly? 66 affirmed Yun Xun's speculation. Ling drove Yun Xing back to the Yun residence, where the servants took charge of his luggage. To spare Ling any discomfort, Yun Xun refrained from lingering too closely to Yun Xing and instead took Ling's hand as they entered the house. Ling, submissively following Yun Xun's lead, could not resist embracing him before crossing the threshold. "Sun, I feel nervous." Observing Ling's expression, Yun Xun discerned no trace of anxiety. He realized Ling yearned for a moment of intimacy before they entered the home, where they could not afford to be overly affectionate in the presence of their elders. He rose on his toes and gently pressed his lips to Ling's, whispering, "This will give you strength." Yun Xing noticed that the couple had not followed and turned to see them, feeling a sense of disapproval. What a pity, he mused, that such a fine young man had been led astray. Though he and Ling were acquainted and aware of the rumors circulating within their social circle, Yun Xing was certain that Ling held no romantic intentions towards him. Thus, he felt no resentment towards Ling becoming his brother-in-law, albeit he was not pleased with the situation. Choosing not to disturb a young couple, he entered the house alone. Yun Fu and Yun Mu were well aware that their son, Yun Xun, intended to bring his boyfriend home and had eagerly awaited their return. Upon seeing only Yun Xing, they inquired briefly about him before subtly probing for details about Yun Xun's boyfriend, his character and demeanor. Not wishing to advocate for Ling, Yun Xing replied curtly and expressed a desire to go upstairs for a shower. Seeing that he was disinclined to elaborate, his parents allowed him to proceed. As Yun Xun entered with Ling, he did not see Yun Xing and, before he could inquire, was greeted by his parents. It would not do to let the elders speak first, so he led Ling to meet them. "Mom and Dad, this is my partner, Ling." Ling followed suit, greeting them respectfully. "Uncle, Aunt." Yun Fu and Yun Mu responded with smiles, already familiar with Ling. However, the Ling they had seen at business events was starkly different from the one standing before them now. He appeared more like a humble junior, exhibiting grace and decorum. Yun Xun settled beside his parents, while Ling sat next to him, fielding their inquiries. Observing Ling handle the situation with ease, Yun Xun felt his worries dissipate. When Yun Xing descended, he beheld this harmonious scene and realized that Ling had evidently won the approval of his parents. Seeing Yun Xing, Yun Mu called out, "Ching, come over and chat with Ling. Dinner will be served shortly." Pleased with Ling, she mused that it was time to begin preparations for Yun Xun's wedding. She glanced at Yun Xing, noting that he too needed to make haste. Yun Xing gazed at Yun Mu, aware that Ling had succeeded. Yet he felt the impending pressure of marriage looming over him. Nonetheless, as long as his brother was happy, that sufficed. After dinner, Yun Xun was still in a daze. Realizing that the engagement date with Ling had already been set, Ling was remarkably efficient. Upon returning to his room, Yun Xun playfully pushed Ling onto the bed, teasingly asking if he had plotted this all along. Huolingxi embraced Yun Xun and asked, "Do you not wish to marry me, my dear?" Yun Xun rested his head against Huolingxi's neck and replied, "It's not that, but you haven't even consulted me. You haven't proposed." Sensing Yun Xun's disappointment, Huolingxi slipped a prepared ring onto Yun Xun's middle finger and asked, "Ah Sun, will you marry me?" Yun Xun gazed at the ring on his hand, blushing as he replied, "Now that the ring is on, why do you still ask?" Huolingxi kissed Yun Xun's eyes, insisting, "I desire a definitive answer." Yun Xun softly affirmed, "I will." Upon hearing Yun Xun's response, Huolingxi could no longer contain himself and kissed Yun Xun, enveloping them in a moment where only they existed. On the day of their wedding, overcast skies loomed. Yun Xun questioned Huolingxi, "Ah Ling, does the heavens disapprove of our union? Why is the weather so gloomy?" Huolingxi affectionately patted Yun Xun's head, saying, "Perhaps the heavens do not wish for you to be exposed to the sun. Ah Sun, regardless of what others think, my love for you remains unaffected." Grasping Huolingxi's hand tightly, Yun Xun replied, "I feel the same." After exchanging vows, they shared a knowing smile. 3 days post-wedding, Yun Xun could no longer contain her irritation and kicked Huolingxi off the bed. "Huolingxi, do you have nothing else to do? I have been bedridden for 3 days. This is excessive." Noticing Yun Xun's genuine anger, Huolingxi immediately wrapped his arms around him, apologizing, "I am sorry. It was my fault. Please forgive me, my dear." Yun Xun remained unresponsive. Huolingxi kissed his eyes again, murmuring, "Darling, I was wrong." Still, Yun Xun ignored him. Realizing that mere apologies were insufficient, Huolingxi gently stroked Yun Xun's head, saying, "Ah Sun, I have booked our tickets. We can depart for Country X tonight." Only then did Yun Xun glance at Huolingxi, urging him to continue. Seeing that Yun Xun was finally engaging with him, Huolingxi caressed his earlobe. "Ah Sun, I was mistaken. I will follow your lead on our travels abroad." Upon seeing Huolingxi's expression, Yun Xun's anger dissipated, and he allowed himself to be charmed onto the flight. Unbeknownst to them, Yun Xun and Huolingxi shared many seasons together, with Huolingxi's hair now a silvery white. As he reclined in a chair by the floor-to-ceiling window, holding Yun Xun's hand, he softly confessed, "Ah Sun, I cannot hold on much longer. In the next life, I shall seek you once more." With that, he closed his eyes. Yun Xun watched as Huolingxi succumbed to slumber and bestowed one final kiss upon the world that held his beloved Ah Ling, saying, "Let us go." Chapter 30. The ancient male protagonist's farming childhood friend upon returning to the system space. Yun Xun promptly instructed 66 to transport him to a new world. Moments later, he found himself missing Ah Ling. Upon arriving in the new realm, Yun Xun surveyed his diminutive hands and feet, clad in coarse linen garments. Realizing he had entered an ancient world, 66 initiate the storyline. Upon absorbing the narrative, Yun Xun opened his eyes, gaining an initial comprehension of the plot. The male protagonist, Qilingxi, is a lost prince who was retrieved from the outside world at the tender age of 15. Prior to his return to the palace, he was discovered by a peasant woman, yet her husband harbored suspicions that the boy was a testament to her infidelity. Consequently, he treated Qilingxi with indifference at best and with violence at worst. Although the peasant woman attempted to explain, her husband remained unconvinced. Tragically, when Qilingxi was 10, the woman accidentally drowned, leaving her husband heartbroken and leading him to abandon the boy on a mountain. This harrowing experience prior to his return to the palace shaped Qilingxi's melancholic disposition. Upon his arrival, he was met with the emperor's disdain, yet he ultimately ascended to the throne. In the narrative, the character he inhabits is mentioned only briefly. Qilingxi coldly smiled as he watched the frightened child flee. Indeed, he is not even afforded a name within the text. Yun Xun felt an overwhelming ache for his Ah Ling, who had endured such suffering in his youth. He could scarcely fathom how a mere 10-year-old child managed to survive alone on that mountain. "What time is it now?" he wondered. "Host, the male protagonist has just been abandoned on the back mountain." Upon hearing this, Yun Xun hurried out, determined to retrieve Ah Ling guided by the system's navigation. He swiftly located Qilingxi, who sat on the ground, lost in thought. Although Qilingxi noticed the newcomer, he chose to ignore him. Who are you? Yun Xun inquired softly. What are you doing here? Still, Qi Lingxi remained unresponsive. Yun Xun gradually approached him, taking his hand gently. I'm not a bad person. Are you all right? Qi Lingxi was amused by Yun Xun's words, wondering if the child was pretending to be an adult. Perhaps due to Yun Xun's proximity, he felt a budding desire to confide. I have been abandoned and do not know how to survive. Upon hearing Qi Lingxi's emotionless statement, tears welled in Yun Xun's eyes. He softly patted Qi Lingxi's hand. Come with me. I will take care of you. Qi Lingxi regarded the child with reddened eyes and smiled. You need someone to care for you. How can you care for me? Embracing him, Yun Xun replied, I will plead with my parents. We will live together, and what I have will be shared with you. Surprised by the child's sudden embrace, Qi Lingxi was momentarily taken aback. The prospect of being taken home filled him with a fleeting joy, yet he understood that no one would extend kindness without reason. Noticing Qi Lingxi's silence, Yun Xun recognized his disbelief and resolutely took his hand, leading him home. Qi Lingxi did not resist, pondering, what if it is true? Upon their arrival, only Yun Xun's mother was present, engaged in embroidery, crafting handkerchiefs and sachets. Thanks to her skills, their family enjoyed a comfortable life, emboldening Yun Xun to bring Qi Lingxi along. Yun Xun's mother, momentarily taken aback by her son's unusual demeanor, finally said, Son, you're back. Quickly, bring your friend inside. Yun Xun invited Qi Lingxi to sit in the main hall and took his mother aside. Mother, this is someone I found. May he stay with us? Seeing her son's earnest expression, Yun Xun's mother felt reluctant to refuse, yet she was concerned about the boy's parents, who might be searching for him. She gently patted Yun Xun's head. Dear, he is not merely an object. If you wish for him to stay, he may, but his parents will surely be worried. Yun Xun was aware that both Yun father and Yun mother were kind-hearted individuals, and that they would undoubtedly feel distressed about Qi Lingxi's situation. Mother, he was abandoned by old Li on the mountain. If we do not help him, he will not survive. Being from the same village, Yun mother was familiar with some of old Li's misdeeds and immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. Such cruelty! She gently caressed Yun Xun's head. Take him a play for now. When your father returns, I will discuss this with him. Ultimately, this matter requires his decision. That wretched old Li, treating an adopted child in such a manner so soon after losing his wife. Yun Xun understood that his mother had consented, and he joyfully went to find Qi Lingxi, taking his hand. From now on, we shall be a family. Upon hearing the word family, Qi Lingxi looked up at Yun Xun, his smile evoking a response in Qi Lingxi, who also slightly curled his lips in a smile. Seeing Qi Lingxi's smile brought Yun Xun even greater joy. Meanwhile, on the mountain, Li Qing looked around, noticing that there was no one in sight. Where could Qi Lingxi have gone? Could I have misremembered? Nevertheless, he observed that old Li's home was devoid of any children. Clenching his fists, he recalled how, in his previous life, Qi Lingxi had been taken back to the capital, ascending to the status of a lofty prince, eventually claiming the throne. Had he offered assistance in Qi Lingxi's time of abandonment, surely gratitude would have followed. Was prosperity and glory not within reach? After waiting for an extended period without seeing anyone, he resolved to return the following day. Chapter 31. The Agricultural Adventures of the Ancient Male Protagonist. Childhood friend Yun Xun gazed cheerfully at the studiously engrossed Qi Lingxi. The original character was merely a farmer and, of course, had no books. This book had been procured from the system space. In the original narrative, Qi Lingxi had been mocked for his slow learning. Now that he had arrived, he was determined not to allow his dear Ling to endure such ridicule. Li Qing had spent several days on the mountain without spotting Qi Lingxi and was disheartened as he walked homeward. Noticing that Qi Lingxi had been reading for quite some time, Yun Xun grew concerned about his eyes and suggested a stroll outdoors. Upon seeing Qi Lingxi, Li Qing approached with delight, exclaiming, Li Ling, so you are here? I have been searching for you for so long. Li Ling was the name Qi Lingxi had been known by before returning to the capital. Yun Xun observed the individual before him, sensing a familiar yet unwelcome aura. This person was quite persistent. Qi Lingxi cast a cold glance at Li Qing. ignoring him as he noticed Yun Xun had come to a halt and was waiting by his side. Realizing his indifference, Li Qing turned his attention to Yun Xun. "Sun, how come you and Li Ling are together? You made me search for so long." Yun Xun wished to steer Qi Ling Si away from unpleasant memories and simply wanted to enjoy their time together. Upon hearing Yun Xun's words, Li Qing understood that neither of them wished to engage with him, and thus pressed on. "Where are you two headed? Let's go together. It's just me without anyone to play with." Yun Xun looked to Qi Ling Si, seeking insight into his feelings toward Li Qing. Observing Yun Xun's intended route, Qi Ling Si assumed Yun Xun was unsure how to decline and stated, "We are heading back. You can play by yourself." Upon hearing Qi Ling Si's words, Yun Xun nearly laughed aloud. Without waiting for Li Qing's response, he took Qi Ling Si's hand and left. Li Qing watched their retreating figures, infuriated. Why is Qi Ling Si so resistant? Did Yun Xun speak ill of him? Could it be that Yun Xun is also reborn? It seems I must test the waters. Yun Xun led Qi Ling Si up the mountain, seeking to procure some game to enhance their meals. Though merely 10 years of age, he possessed an extraordinary ability. Qi Ling Si observed the young boy's exuberance as he ascended the mountain and indulgently followed him. Yun Xun did not venture too far, but paused at the mountain's edge to summon the System 66, "Fetch me a mountain chicken." The System 66 responded with exasperation, realizing that only the host could employ the transformation card in such a manner. The transformation card system enables transformations to assist the host in accomplishing tasks. A new card must be acquired upon entering a different realm. Consequently, 66 obediently transformed into a silver wolf for the hunt. Shortly thereafter, 66 returned, and Qi Ling Si was startled to see a wolf approaching, instinctively shielding Yun Xun and grasping a branch to ascertain a place to hide. Yun Xun quickly patted Qi Ling Si's shoulder. "A Ling, do not fear. This is my friend, 66. Recognizing Yun Xun's sincerity, Qi Ling Si relaxed his stance, though he remained vigilant. Understanding Qi Ling Si's apprehension, Yun Xun approached 66 and received the mountain chicken, which, though startled, was unharmed. He affectionately petted 66's head. Upon witnessing the silver wolf expose its soft belly to Yun Xun, Qi Ling Si finally eased his caution, realizing that Yun Xun was quite familiar with the creature. Yun Xun turned to Qi Ling Si. "A Ling, come over and pet him. There is no need for fear." Obediently, Qi Ling Si stepped closer to Yun Xun, but refrained from touching the wolf. Noticing Qi Ling Si's lingering doubts, Yun Xun said nothing further and handed the mountain chicken to him. "Let's return home. I am feeling somewhat hungry. We can prepare chicken soup." After learning that Qi Ling Si was at Yun Xun's home, Li Qing frequently visited, yet both boys paid him little mind. Observing the camaraderie between Yun Xun and Qi Ling Si, he could no longer contain himself. Seizing the opportunity, while Qi Ling Si went to fetch water for Yun Xun, he approached the latter. "You are particularly kind to him because you know about Li Ling, aren't you?" Yun Xun regarded the insistent individual with disdain. "What are you implying? Is there something a Ling has concealed from me?" Seeing Yun Xun's reaction, Li Qing began to doubt his assumptions. Perhaps Yun Xun had not been reborn. However, in the previous life, Yun Xun had no interaction with Qi Ling Si. "You are feigning ignorance. It is because you are aware that Li Ling is a prince that you treat him so well," Li Qing asserted. Yun Xun stared at Li Qing. "That is merely your conjecture. So, it is indeed about rebirth." Li Qing was incensed by Yun Xun's lofty demeanor. Were it not for Li Ling residing in his household, he would not have come at all. Without uttering another word, he departed from Yun Xun's home. Qi Ling Si entered the room, acting as if he had heard nothing. Yun Xun took a sip of water and observed the pensive individual. He initiated the conversation. "Did you hear that?" To his surprise, Qi Ling Si did not deny it. There was a sense of familiarity about Yun Xun, which was also the reason he had returned home with him. Yun Xun gazed at Qi Ling Si. "A Ling." Qi Ling Si responded, "In my childhood, I had a jade pendant around my neck, inscribed with the character Ling. It should serve as proof of my identity. A Sun. Li Qing has looked down upon me since childhood, yet now he seeks my favor repeatedly. There is a high probability that what he says is true." Chapter 32. The ancient male protagonist's farming companion Do you wish to recognize your kin? Yun Xun inquired softly. Initially, he intended to nurture Qi Ling Si for a few more years before allowing him to return to the capital. However, now that Qi Ling Si was aware, he respected his sentiments. Qi Ling Si, having understood from Li Qing that someone would seek him out soon, found the prospect of seeking his relatives daunting, primarily because he could not bear to part from Yun Xun. He shook his head. Yun Xun, realizing that Qi Ling Si would not leave, felt a surge of happiness, for it meant Qi Ling Si could accompany him for a while longer. According to the timeline, there were still 5 years remaining, and he would devote himself to nurturing him well. 5 years later, at noon, Qi Ling Si, accustomed to reading, looked up to find the individual who had promised to study with him had succumbed to sleep upon the table. He chuckled helplessly and returned to his book. When Yun Xun opened his eyes, he discovered Qi Ling Si was no longer in the room. Venturing out, he found him in the kitchen and hurried to assist. "Why didn't you call me?" he asked. "I did," Qi Ling Si replied with a smile, but someone did not awaken. Hearing Qi Ling Si's playful banter, Yun Xun retorted softly, "I was not asleep that deeply." As Qi Ling Si chopped vegetables, Yun Xun washed them beside him. After half an hour, they had prepared a delightful meal. Qi Ling Si warmed the dishes, and together they returned to the room to read. Yet, they ultimately did not partake in a meal, as a throng of officials and soldiers surged into Yun Xun's home. As they stepped outside, they were greeted by a middle-aged man clad in armor, who approached them while repeatedly exclaiming, "Truly remarkable." Yun Xun recognized him as General Li Wei, Qi Ling Si's uncle, who quietly stood behind Qi Ling Si. Li Wei, gazing at his nephew, could not help but clasp Qi Ling Si's arms, exclaiming, "Nephew, I have finally found you." Taken aback by the genuine affection of this elder he had never known, Qi Ling Si paused momentarily. "Who are you?" he asked. "I am your uncle. Let us discuss your lineage elsewhere," Li Wei replied. Qi Ling Si glanced back at Yun Xun, who nodded reassuringly, encouraging him to proceed. "Very well," Qi Ling Si replied to Li Wei. Upon hearing his nephew's consent, Li Wei swiftly led him away to a temporary refuge in the town. Observing Qi Ling Si's calm demeanor, Li Wei inwardly marveled, truly a dragon's offspring. Qi Ling Si, sensing his uncle's scrutiny, asked, "Uncle, may I inquire now?" Regaining his composure, Li Wei began, "Your father is the current emperor, and your mother was the late empress." Qi Ling Si was not taken aback. Rather, his thoughts strayed to Yun Xun, pondering whether he would choose to follow him. Li Wei, noticing Qi Ling Si's lack of surprise and his momentary distraction, cleared his throat to draw him back. An hour later, Qi Ling Si learned the truth of the past. It was revealed that his mother had not abandoned him. 15 years prior, during a time of invasion from a rival nation, the emperor was compelled to lead his troops into battle, with his mother accompanying him. However, it was soon discovered that she was with child, and the emperor, unwilling to let her endure hardships at the frontier, sought to send her back to the city. But she refused. The emperor could only allow her to remain in the frontier to bear the child. On the day of her labor, the enemy forces invaded, compelling the emperor to confront the adversaries first. Unfortunately, the camp was besieged, and to ensure his survival, his mother arranged for him to be escorted away, sacrificing herself to the enemy to spare the emperor further distress. Li Wei patted Qi Ling Si on the shoulder after repelling the enemy forces. "The emperor dispatched me to locate you, yet we only discovered the remains of your guard. Our unwavering belief in your survival has been vindicated by your presence." Qi Ling Si nodded in acknowledgement. "You shall rest here tonight. We shall return to the capital tomorrow." Qi Ling Si spoke, "I wish to bring someone with me." Li Wei immediately thought of the delicate young boy, shaking his head in response. "The court is unstable, and the emperor's health deteriorates each year. Bringing him along would only endanger him." Qi Ling Si comprehended Li Wei's intentions. They were amidst a struggle for succession. He knew Yun Xun was unafraid of peril, yet he was apprehensive, wishing to stabilize the situation before retrieving him. Li Wei proposed, "Write him a letter. The second prince's people have already detected our presence. If we do not depart soon, assassins will be upon us." The current sovereign had 3 princes. The first prince, Qi Ling Si, the second prince, Qi Ling Yun, and the 7th prince, Qi Ling Feng. The second prince, being the son of the empress, was the most likely heir to the throne. But Qi Lingxi's return could alter that. Qi Lingxi still wished to speak directly with Yun Xun, but Li Wei cautioned against it. If the assassins discover that the Yun family has taken you in, will they spare them? I must take them with me, Qi Lingxi resolved, determined to ensure their safety regardless of the circumstances. Li Wei, unable to dissuade him, sent someone to summon the Yun family. Upon meeting Qi Lingxi, Yun Xun grasped his hand, saying, "Ling, I wish to accompany you, but my parents have spent their lives here. I do not want to leave. I would prefer to wait until I'm certain they are safe before seeking you out." Qi Lingxi tightened his grip on Yun Xun's hand, replying as Sun. "Then I shall not depart." Yun Xun looked at Qi Lingxi, disapproving. "Your presence is the greatest danger, for they come for you. You must listen. Return to the capital first and check on your family. I will come to find you soon." Qi Lingxi regarded the child, who was evidently younger, yet feigned maturity, and gently ruffled his hair. "I will leave a few people with you." He then placed a stack of silver notes in Yun Xun's hand, adding, "If this is insufficient, let me know." Yun Xun nodded, reluctant to part with Ling, but understanding his duty as a child to show gratitude. Chapter 33. The ancient male lead's farming companion Yun Xun gazed out the window. Ling had only been gone a few days, yet he already missed him. In the evening, Yun's father and mother returned, and Yun Xun expressed his aspirations to open a small shop in town. His parents did not oppose the idea, merely inquiring about the required funds. They had some savings intended for his future marriage, but since he had a vision of his own, they agreed to provide the money early, confident in their youth to earn more. Yun Xun shook his head in refusal. "Ling provided me with ample funds upon his departure. I shall manage. Do not worry. Spend as needed. There is no need to conserve." Yun Fu and Yun Mu verbally consented. Yet Yun Xun was acutely aware that they would inevitably hesitate to part with their money. The following day, as he departed, he left half of the funds behind in Yun's household. Upon arriving in town, Yun Xun first sought out a tavern on the brink of bankruptcy and successfully acquired it. He retained the original staff without dismissal, convening a meeting to discuss the future. After much contemplation, he concluded that a hot pot establishment would be the most fitting choice. He enlisted the assistance of 66 to search for the secret recipe for the hot pot base, preparing for a week before the grand opening. On the inaugural day, Yun Xun instructed the staff to announce the grand opening outside, offering a 50 discount, which indeed drew a crowd. Given that hot pot was a novelty in this small town, it quickly became a sensation. 6 months later, Yun Xun opened a branch and brought his parents to the town to assist in managing the establishment, while he set forth on a journey to find Qi Lingxi. A month later, Yun Xun arrived in the capital, where the vibrancy was palpable, with wonders and foreign merchants bustling about. Rather than hastily contacting Qi Lingxi, he first secured accommodation and promptly visited a tea house to gather information. Upon entering, he spent a modest sum on a pot of fine tea. As the waiter presented the tea, he remarked, "Esteemed guest, you truly have an exquisite taste. Our tea bears the royal seal of approval." Yun Xun lifted the teacup, savoring the aroma, and indeed found it delightful. Just as the waiter was about to promote the tea further, a stern-faced guard arrived, causing him to retreat in haste. The guard respectfully addressed him, "Young master, the Lord requests your presence." Sensing no malice from him, and suspecting he might be Ling, Yun Xun prompted him to lead the way. The guard promptly escorted him to the 3rd floor. Entering a private room where Yun Xun beheld the person he had yearned for, who rushed into his embrace. Qi Lingxi, upon catching sight of Yun Xun, quickly caught him, exclaiming, "I have missed you dearly, Sun." Yun Xun held him tightly, echoing, "I too." Suddenly recalling something, he inquired, "How did you know I had arrived in the capital?" Qi Lingxi playfully pinched Yun Xun, stating, "I discreetly arranged for guards to protect you. They informed me of your arrival." Yun Xun was aware of the existence of these clandestine protectors, but had chosen to keep them with his parents for their safety, deliberately omitting the details of his journey to find Qi Lingxi, merely stating he was engaged in business. To his surprise, Qi Lingxi still learned of his arrival, which was fortuitous, saving him the trouble of seeking him out again. After half a year, upon reuniting with Qi Lingxi, Yun Xun was overwhelmed with words he wished to express and inquiries he longed to make. Yet in the moment of their face-to-face encounter, he found himself at a loss for words, desiring only to embrace him in silence, conveying his longing. Qi Ling Si had already dismissed his subordinates, fully aware of Yun Xun's every move over the past months. Yet he still yearned to hear him share his experiences firsthand. He seated Yun Xun on his lap as they settled into a chair, both feeling no awkwardness in the gesture, as if they had silently acknowledged their bond. "Axel, how have you fared over there?" Yun Xun rested his profile against Qi Ling Si's chest, yearning for a lifetime of tranquility for his parents. He felt compelled to leave them something enduring. Simply providing them with money would not alleviate their struggles, as they would inevitably hesitate to spend it. Thus, he opened a shop, allowing them to manage their own affairs, ensuring a continuous income that would relieve their burdens, permitting him to seek out Qi Ling Si with peace of mind. In truth, the endeavor of opening the shop had proceeded rather smoothly, devoid of any complications worth mentioning. However, should you desire to hear more, I would gladly elaborate at a later time. Now, it is your turn to speak. Qi Ling Si was aware of Yun Xun's concerns for him. Upon returning to the capital, he found himself under the scrutiny of numerous factions. Initially caught off guard, he gradually found his footing, aided by his uncle's support. Unfortunately, his father's health had deteriorated, leaving the affairs of state to be managed by the princes. Recently, as the situation at the borders grew dire, his father intended to dispatch him to secure the frontier. Yun Xun recognized the narrative unfolding. The old emperor, feigning indifference toward the newly acknowledged prince, was actually covertly facilitating his rapid ascent, sending him to the border ostensibly to exclude a Ling from the struggle for the throne, while in truth enabling a Ling to command military power. He nuzzled against Qi Ling Si's neck, inquiring if he had already received his orders. Qi Ling Si nodded, reluctant to part ways after having just reunited with Yun Xun. Sensing his unspoken feelings, Yun Xun asked when he would depart. In 7 days. The unexpected hastiness of the timeline caught Yun Xun off guard, prompting him to bury his face in Qi Ling Si's embrace, silenced by the weight of the moment. Qi Ling Si understood Yun Xun's reluctance to let go and gently reassured him, "I will return soon. Wait for me in the capital." Yun Xun longed to accompany him, yet he recognized that his presence would only serve as a hindrance. Additionally, aware of a narrative where someone had embezzled a Ling's military funds, he understood the necessity of remaining in the capital to ensure logistical arrangements were properly managed. Ultimately, with a heavy heart, Yun Xun nodded in acquiescence, urging Qi Ling Si to return safely. Indeed, Qi Ling Si replied, holding Yun Xun's hand tenderly. During the ensuing 7 days, Qi Ling Si, in disguise, accompanied Yun Xun through the bustling streets of the capital. For Yun Xun's safety, he refrained from allowing him to stay at his residence. Yun Xun comprehended the reasoning behind this decision, yet felt a pang of sorrow each night as they parted ways. On this particular night, Qi Ling Si had urgent matters to attend to and had to leave earlier than usual. Sensing Yun Xun's despondency, he embraced him, offering comfort. Yun Xun returned to his residence, where his uncle awaited him. Qi Ling Si hurried back to his own home. Upon seeing Qi Ling Si's return, General Li signaled for him to dismiss the servants. "He has arrived?" Qi Ling Si affirmed with a nod. Observing his nephew's demeanor, General Li recognized that Qi Ling Si was resolute in his intentions. "With the expedition approaching in 2 days, do you have sufficient personnel? Would you like me to retain a few to ensure his safety?" Qi Ling Si understood that his uncle would not impede his decisions. "I have enough. Thank you, uncle. When I return, I will be sure to bring him to visit." After General Li made his exit, Qi Ling Si bowed respectfully to his uncle's departing figure, affirming, "I will." On the day of Qi Ling Si's departure for the expedition, Yun Xun stood atop the city walls, watching him leave. Qi Ling Si departed, and Yun Xun quickly resumed his plans for opening a branch store, undeterred by any lingering sadness. A month later, the grand opening of Yun Xun's new establishment was finally at hand. Following the familiar strategy of enticing customers with discounts, he also introduced VIP suites aimed at attracting affluent patrons. As night fell, Yun Xun perused a letter penned by Qi. All is well, thinking of you. Do not worry. The brevity of the words conveyed the intensity of the ongoing conflict, and as he carefully stored the letter away, he replied, I await your return. 3 months later, having amassed sufficient provisions, Yun Xun wrote to Qi, requesting his assistance, and set forth to escort the supplies to the border. 2 months later, upon reaching a small town at the border, Yun Xun posed as a merchant, patiently awaiting Qi's arrival. On the 3rd day, the awaited figure appeared. Seeing the somewhat weary face before him, Yun Xun exclaimed, Ling, how I miss you. Qi embraced Yun Xun, offering comfort. I have adapted well here, and I miss you dearly. After a moment of tender exchange, Yun Xun inquired, Why is it you who has come? By all rights, a commander should remain on the battlefield to oversee the conflict. Qi gently stroked Yun Xun's head. I anticipated your arrival, so I came. Leaning against Qi's chest, Yun Xun urged, Fight well. I shall await your return in the capital. Qi, torn by the reluctance to part from Yun Xun, felt a pang of sorrow. Yet he understood that for Yun Xun's safety, he could not remain in this perilous place. All right, wait for me. Just as Yun Xun intended to speak further, one of Qi's subordinates knocked at the door, reminding, My lord, it is time to depart. Yun Xun clung tightly to Qi, unwilling to let go, and Qi shared his reluctance to leave. Outside, the subordinate pondered, Why hasn't my lord emerged yet? Just as he contemplated knocking again, Qi stepped out, saying, Let us go. Yun Xun watched Qi's retreating figure, whispering to himself, 66, ensure his safety. The comforting response from 66 resonated, I will host. After Qi's departure, Yun Xun found no motivation to linger and set off for the capital the following day. A year later, Qi returned victorious, his fame soaring instantly. The song sung by children along the streets recounted his heroic deeds. In recent days, the tale shared in tea houses celebrated his valor in battle. However, instead of presenting himself to the emperor, Qi remained in Yun Xun's modest courtyard. Observing Qi engrossed in a book, Yun Xun asked, Aren't you meant to meet the emperor today? Qi extended his arm, pulling Yun Xun into an embrace, and planted a kiss on his forehead. I wish to spend a little more time with you. Yun Xun smiled shyly. I heard that the defeated nation has brought many beauties. In my heart, there's only you, Qi assured. Yun Xun wrapped his arms around Qi's neck, declaring, I believe you. Without elaborating further, Qi stood up. I must take my leave. After a lingering embrace, Yun Xun released him. Will you return tonight? Qi affectionately ruffled Yun Xun's hair, barring any unforeseen circumstances. I shall return. Yun Xun smiled as he bid him farewell at the door. That evening, he arranged a sumptuous feast, yet Qi did not return. Until the chime resonated, Yun Xun grasped the somber truth that the emperor had passed away. With Qi absent, Yun Xun found himself devoid of appetite, languishing in his chamber as he awaited news from Qi. Finally, a shadowy envoy delivered a missive to him. Trust nothing. Await my explanation. In truth, Yun Xun had contemplated the price Qi had paid to ascend to that position, marriage. He incinerated the letter, intending to retire for the night, yet sleep eluded him. As the night deepened, feeling the embrace of another, Yun Xun could no longer contain his curiosity and turned to inquire, What transpired? The late emperor arranged a marriage for me, Qi replied. Yun Xun pressed on, Who is she? The daughter of the prime minister, came the response. Observing Qi's unhurried demeanor, Yun Xun surmised that the matter had been resolved. Yet the old man desired to see him fret, and Yun Xun played along. Will you marry her? Hearing the tremor in Yun Xun's voice, Qi felt a pang of reluctance and hastily clarified, The prime minister's daughter is promised to another. I have facilitated her departure from the capital. A son, I desire only you. Fortunately, Qi's reply satisfied him. Otherwise, he might have absconded, leaving Qi in search of him. For reasons unknown, Qi felt an undercurrent of apprehension, grateful that he had come to explain matters to Yun Xun. Qi finally ascended the throne, And at the banquet, Yun Xun masqueraded as the nephew of General Li. Observing the splendid ballroom filled with revelry, he marveled at the grandeur befitting a royal banquet. Qi Ling Si cast a glance at Yun Xun, who discreetly slipped out of the banquet hall, guided by a young eunuch to his side chamber. Upon encountering Qi Ling Si waiting there, Yun Xun swiftly leapt into his embrace, exclaiming, "A Ling." Qi Ling Si lifted Yun Xun, settling into an armchair. "How do you find life within the palace?" Yun Xun shook his head. "I prefer the outside. It offers greater freedom." Qi Ling Si pressed a kiss upon his cheek. "A Xun, please stay. The onset of my reign is the busiest time. If you reside outside, our moments together will diminish significantly." "Do not," Yun Xun rejected, asserting he lacked the standing to remain there. A Xun, unwilling to hear further refusals. Qi Ling Si silenced Yun Xun with his lips. Just as Yun Xun felt breathless from the kiss, Qi Ling Si released him. Gasping for air, Yun Xun protested. "You." Qi Ling Si gently helped Yun Xun steady his breath. "Speak slowly." Once calmed, Yun Xun queried, "What status have you arranged for me?" Qi Ling Si brushed a kiss against Yun Xun's eyelids, an inner court attendant. Yun Xun was at a loss for words. "Is that not a eunuch?" Qi Ling Si quickly countered. "Have you forgotten the role you assumed at the banquet? Your cousin?" Yun Xun replied. "If my cousin wishes to stay in the palace for a few days, why should I refuse?" Gazing at Qi Ling Si, Yun Xun playfully thumped his chest. "You just enjoy teasing me." Qi Ling Si laughed heartily. "What can I say? You're my wife." Yun Xun retorted nonchalantly. "Am I not your cousin?" Realizing he had overstepped, Qi Ling Si embraced Yun Xun, pleading, "A Xun, I cherish you. I wish to be with you every moment. Are you not of the same mind?" Yun Xun leaned languidly against Qi Ling Si, his eyes gently closed. "I am weary," he murmured, not receiving a response. Qi Ling Si continued to tease him, unwilling to allow Yun Xun the solace of sleep. Exasperated, Yun Xun conceded, Yes, is that satisfactory?" Pleased with the answer, Qi Ling Si ceased his playful antics and began to coax Yun Xun into slumber. Although initially only dozing, Yun Xun gradually succumbed to sleep. Observing that Yun Xun had fallen into a deep slumber, Qi Ling Si cradled him and carried him to his own quarters. In the third year, Qi Ling Si had entirely mastered the affairs of the court. Yun Xun languidly reclined on a rocking chair in the courtyard, squinting as he basked in the warm embrace of the sun. Qi Ling Si approached and lifted Yun Xun, settling himself into the chair with Yun Xun comfortably in his arms. "Ah Xun, shall we marry?" he proposed. Yun Xun opened his eyes to gaze at him. His ears tinged with a blush, yet his eyes sparkled with joy. He pressed a kiss upon Qi Ling Si, declaring, "I have awaited this moment for a long time." Qi Ling Si deepened the kiss, and, as they parted, he gently reassured the breathless Yun Xun. "I have dispatched someone to bring your uncle and aunt to the capital to witness our union." Yun Xun smiled at Qi Ling Si, playfully inquiring, "What if they disapprove?" Qi Ling Si embraced him tightly, quipping, "Then I shall simply elope with you." Yun Xun, having calmed Qi Ling Si's concerns, replied, "When I departed from them, I had already made our affections clear." Qi Ling Si planted a kiss atop Yun Xun's head, seemingly unsatisfied. He lifted Yun Xun once more to press his lips against his. Yun Xun felt the overwhelming affection of his beloved and reciprocated the embrace. On the day of their grand wedding, Yun Xun donned a resplendent red bridal gown, identical in style to Qi Ling Si's, save for the fact that it was embroidered with phoenixes while Qi Ling Si's bore dragons. Yun Xun delighted in his attire, admiring himself in the mirror for an extended period. It was not until he heard a knock at the door that he was roused from his reverie, and a palace maid hurried to open it. Upon stepping out, he beheld Qi Ling Si, clad in a striking red ensemble, his brows sharp and his eyes bright, his lips still bearing traces of lip balm. He offered a gentle smile, placing his hand atop Qi Ling Si's outstretched one. Leaning closer to whisper in Yun Xun's ear, Qi Ling Si exclaimed, "Ah Xun, you are truly stunning." His smile broadened as he added, "You are no less so." Together, they ascended the palace steps, reaching the summit where ancestral rites were performed and the ceremonies were completed. Qi Ling-si held Yun Xun's hand before the gathered ministers, proclaiming, "I, the emperor, alongside my consort, shall share the realm." Yun Xun turned to Qi Ling-si, realizing that this was the surprise he had prepared for him. Upon returning to their chamber, Yun Xun felt utterly exhausted. The weight of his garments was burdensome, yet he remained still. Qi Ling-si had yet to return, for he wished to partake in the ceremonial wine with him. Shortly thereafter, Qi Ling-si entered, and Yun Xun awaited him on the bed. Qi Ling-si picked up a wine cup and presented one to Yun Xun, urging him to drink the nuptial wine. Feeling Qi Ling-si's predatory gaze upon him, Yun Xun's cheeks flushed. Qi Ling-si drew him into an embrace, declaring, "Ah Sun, let us not squander this beautiful moment." With a rosy complexion, Yun Xun boldly kissed him. Qi Ling-si smiled, deepening their kiss. The following day, Yun Xun awoke, feeling as though his body was not his own, beset by a delightful ache and fatigue. As Qi Ling-si sensed the gentle movements of the person nestled in his embrace, he awakened. He planted a tender kiss atop Yun Xun's head, asking softly, "My dear, do you feel unwell?" He felt invigorated. In a fit of annoyance, Yun Xun pushed Qi Ling-si away, exclaiming, "I feel dreadful. All your fault. You said no, yet here you are." Qi Ling-si hastily rose to inspect a particular area of Yun Xun, which appeared swollen. He immediately thought to summon the physician, but Yun Xun stopped him, saying he was shameless and still desired more. Qi Ling-si indulged Yun Xun, sending a young eunuch to fetch some medicine. Yun Xun lay against his chest, still somewhat vexed. "My dear, please do not be angry. I promise to heed your words next time." Yun Xun rolled his eyes in silence, having heard such promises before. Gently, Qi Ling-si applied the ointment to Yun Xun's ailment and coaxed him to sleep for a while. Meanwhile, he ventured to the small kitchen to prepare Yun Xun's favorite seafood congee. Upon waking, Yun Xun felt slightly better and was greeted by a familiar aroma, prompting him to forgive Qi Ling-si momentarily. He rose and entered the kitchen, where Qi Ling-si, noticing Yun Xun's improvement, encouraged him to rest in the hall. However, Yun Xun wrapped his arms around Qi Ling-si from behind, refusing to comply. With a smile, Qi Ling-si indulged him, carrying Yun Xun on his back while he finished cooking the congee. After placing the congee on the table, Qi Ling-si embraced Yun Xun, playfully pinching his cheeks. This only served to irritate Yun Xun, who buried his face in Qi Ling-si's chest. Unable to contain his laughter, Qi Ling-si teased, "Will you not drink your congee?" Yet, Yun Xun remained unresponsive, knowing the congee was still too hot to consume. Seeing that he had annoyed Yun Xun, Qi Ling-si gently kissed the top of his head, calling out, "A Sun." When Yun Xun ignored him, he lifted Yun Xun's chin and pressed a kiss to his eyes. Yun Xun secretly opened one eye, realizing how Qi Ling-si's kisses felt so cherished. As he lightly closed his eyes again, it was evident that Qi Ling-si held him in high regard. When Qi Ling-si opened his eyes, he found Yun Xun hastily shutting his eyes once more. He observed Yun Xun for a moment, and when Yun Xun could no longer resist the urge to peek, Qi Ling-si captured his lips in a kiss. Initially, Yun Xun wondered what Qi Ling-si was up to, only to be met with a warm sensation on his lips. He opened his eyes again, this time locking gazes with Qi Ling-si, who possessed a fierce sense of possessiveness in his eyes. Flustered, Yun Xun quickly closed his eyes, thinking, "What on earth is this man thinking all day long?" Having savored the moment, Qi Ling-si picked up the congee to feed Yun Xun, who stubbornly refused to eat. Qi Ling-si pressed his face against Yun Xun's, refraining from speaking. Unable to resist a smile, Yun Xun asked, "What are you doing?" "If you ignore me, I have no choice but to stay close," replied Qi Ling-si. With a touch of pride, Yun Xun took a sip of the congee, remarking on its delightful flavor. Seeing Yun Xun enjoy it, Qi Ling-si continued to feed him bite after bite. Once Yun Xun finished, Qi Ling-si leaned in to kiss his lips once more. "You're a kiss addict," Yun Xun remarked wryly. 3 years later, Yun Xun and Qi Ling-si embraced and adopted a child from the royal lineage, nurturing him to become their successor. 18 years later, Qi Ling-si traversed the vast lands with Yun Xun, never to return to the capital. Chapter 36. the enchanted male protagonist and his beautiful childhood companion. Run! Senior brother Ling has succumbed to darkness. Upon being transported, Yun Xun heard the frantic cries echoing around him. The system promptly provided him with a narrative. In this realm, Yun Xun is the junior disciple of the male lead, Ling Si, with whom he had cultivated since childhood. Their bond, which was meant to flourish, was shattered when Ling Si suddenly fell into darkness during an expedition into a secret realm. Yun Xun severed ties with him instantly. Ling Si, wounded by an elder, plummeted into a valley, only to be rescued by the protagonist, Yue. Regaining his composure, Yun Xun hurried to Ling Si's side, calling out, "Hey Ling, wait for me." Observing Ling Si's crimson eyes and the ominous dark energy emanating from him, Yun Xun cautiously approached and administered a calming elixir. Ling Si gazed at him with childlike confusion. Seeing him so docile, Yun Xun affectionately patted his head, causing a magical formation to dissipate into the air. With a month remaining before the secret realm concluded, the original plot dictated that Ling Si would fall off a cliff and exit the realm. To avoid encountering the protagonist, Yun Xun resolved to suppress Ling Si's dark aura until they could exit together after the secret realm's end. Ling Si was half demon, half human. As long as the dark energy was subdued, they could evade detection by the elders. After supporting Ling Si for a while, they finally stumbled upon a cave. "I've encountered you again, my beloved," Yun Xun mused as he traced Ling Si's features. Upon opening his eyes, Ling Si saw a beautiful figure caressing his face. He gently grasped Yun Xun's hand. "Beautiful brother," he uttered, surprisingly pleased to hear A Ling refer to him as such. "Are you all right?" Yun Xun inquired. Ling Si shook his head and pointed to his temple, indicating a headache. It appeared he had temporarily lost his faculties, which was rather amusing. "Let me soothe you," Yun Xun said softly, and with a gentle touch, Ling Si's pain seemed to diminish. Although Ling Si was bewildered, he allowed Yun Xun to continue his tender ministrations. As Ling Si's mind regressed, he experienced heightened senses. His stomach growled with hunger. Yun Xun took him hunting, providing him with game to eat. He noticed the dark aura surrounding Ling Si gradually dissipating, signifying a positive turn of events. When Ling Si regained his senses, he became aware of the greasy food in his mouth and saw a beautiful figure smiling as he wiped the corners of his lips. Hadn't he perished in the great war between gods and demons? What was happening? Yun Xun observed a shift in Ling Si's gaze, which was no longer clear, but now held a hint of depth. Had he truly returned? Since Ling Si remained silent about his recovery, Yun Xun decided to feign ignorance. Ling Si, unaccustomed to such rich food, ate a few bites before stopping. Yun Xun said nothing more, content to watch him eat, and then performed a cleansing spell. Ling Si felt somewhat better and cast a fleeting glance at Yun Xun, closing his eyes to gather his thoughts. Ling Si searched through the memories of this body and deduced that when he perished with the demon lord, his soul fragmented across 3,000 small worlds. The individual before him was likely the taskbearer, destined to help him reclaim his essence. He attempted to summon his soul, but to no avail. It seemed he had no choice but to rely on Yun Xun. But could he truly entrust his life to him? Ling Si, for the moment, found himself devoid of alternative solutions. He decided to observe for now. Unbeknownst to him, Yun Xun broke the silence, suggesting, "Let us gather some wild fruits today." Ling Si let out a quiet sigh of relief. Wild fruits would suffice. Yun Xun, with a teasing glint in his eye, inquired, "Why are you so quiet today?" With a hint of playful sarcasm, Ling Si retorted, "Oh, beautiful elder brother." Yun Xun chuckled, taking Ling Si's hand, proclaiming, "Allow me to guide you to some delightful treasures." As Ling Si felt Yun Xun's grip, he realized he did not entirely mind the closeness with the taskbearer. In mere moments of teleportation, they arrived at their destination. Ling Si gazed at the large, dark red fruits hanging from the trees and glanced at Yun Xun, contemplating the audacity of daring to seize fruits from the vine demon. The vine demon was a notoriously formidable plant-type creature, known for its exquisite fruits, yet few dared to claim them due to the demon's mastery of illusions. Yun Xun cast a protective shield over Ling Si, before stepping into the vine demon's territory to harvest the fruits. Observing the phoenix flames enveloping Yun Xun, Ling Si realized he must belong to the Phoenix clan. After collecting a handful of fruits, Yun Xun returned, finding Ling Si lost in thought. "Ling," he called. Ling Si turned his gaze towards him, prompting Yun Xun to chuckle. "Ling, how adorable you are. Be careful." Ling Si's warning reached Yun Xun just as he hastily abandoned the defensive formation, losing consciousness thereafter. "Will we triumph in tomorrow's battle?" Ling Si murmured, his thoughts lingering on the impending conflict. Upon regaining awareness, Yun Xun was met with this query. "A battle between gods and demons? Have I traversed realms?" He lifted his eyes to behold the celestial guards, realizing he too was among them. "Have we returned?" The war between gods and demons seems to have transpired a century ago. The divine demon excels in illusions. Whose mirage have I entered? Ling's? Yet this does not align with his identity in this world. Could it be? "Why do you remain silent?" Yun Xun inquired of the guards. "I am uncertain." In truth, he was aware that the celestial clan would narrowly prevail, yet the war god had fallen. He had sought for ages but failed to locate anyone named Ling Si. Was this not his illusion? The following day, the celestial soldiers prepared for battle, and Yun Xun found himself swept up in their fervor. They understood the likelihood of never returning, yet they could not allow their entire clan to fall into ruin. For this battle could only end in victory or defeat. Upon catching sight of the war god, Yun Xun was taken aback. Indeed, Ling was the revered war god. Si Chen, how could the mirror be shattered? Ling seemed to have forgotten him. Generally, illusions could be dispelled through overwhelming joy or profound sorrow. The war god, preoccupied with the conflict, would rejoice in victory but lament in defeat. Yet, how could he bear to bring sorrow to Ling? However, triumph appeared to be a formidable challenge. Alternatively, he could take a step back, ensuring Ling's survival amidst the conflict. With a well-conceived plan in mind, Yun Xun awaited the opportune moment. Ling Si observed Yun Xun, this exquisite youth who should have flourished in joy, now compelled to partake in this perilous struggle. He gazed into the distance, declaring resolutely, "The demon lord shall perish." As they stepped onto the battlefield, Ling Si soared towards the demon lord, while Yun Xun engaged the demon soldiers, gradually drawing nearer to Ling Si. Chapter 37. The beautiful childhood companion of the immortal male protagonist to the demon lord, having consumed an excessive amount of dark energy, significantly enhanced his power. Ling Si felt a hint of strain as the demon lord struck him on the shoulder with a blade, laughing derisively, a once great warrior reduced to this. Ling Si, employing his sword to deftly deflect the demon lord's attack, chose to ignore the taunt. However, the demon lord's words incited great ire in Yun Xun. How audacious! Were it not for the demon lord's shameless consumption of demonic energy, he would not have experienced such a rapid surge in strength. Nor would he have the audacity to mock Ling. It was infuriating. Yun Xun watched intently as Ling Si and the demon lord exchanged blows. When Ling Si was forced back to a position close to him, he seized the opportunity to use a secret technique of the Phoenix clan to heal him. Ling Si felt a warm energy enveloping him, and upon lifting his gaze, he beheld the striking visage of a young boy. Could it be a fledgling of the Phoenix clan? What business did he have here amidst the celestial and demonic clash? Ling Si had no chance to converse with Yun Xun before he was drawn back into the fray. Observing the demon lord continually gathering dark energy, Yun Xun sighed, lamenting the lack of honor in battle. How could Ling possibly triumph over a monster that amassed unlimited power? Ling. As Ling Si prepared to self-destruct his primordial spirit, Yun Xun hastened to his side. Ling Si, taken aback to find the child familiar with him, demanded, "What are you doing here? Leave at once." Yun Xun shook his head, binding Ling Si in place, planting a swift kiss upon his lips before soaring toward the demon lord. "Let me fulfill the great ideals in your heart, even in your dreams." Ling Si, bewildered by Yun Xun's intentions, struggled against the binding, but it was too late. Yun Xun detonated himself. "Sun." In that moment of explosion, Ling Si regained all his memories, shattering the illusion. Upon opening his eyes, he found Yun Xun still in slumber. cradling him close. Ling Si grasped the system beside Yun Xun. System? How is your master faring? Trembling. Very well. So timid. It seems Ah Sun has not been bullied. How did you find Ah Sun? I saw him bound beautifully. He was not among the choices. Yet, the soul of the master does not accept others. Prior to him, there have been over 100 failures. Ling Si understood that to reshape a soul, only one's destined partner could accomplish it. However, the celestial beings had long transcended the 5 elements, and the destined ones were no longer under control. Thus, for centuries, no one had succeeded. Unable to restrain himself, Ling Si placed a tender kiss upon Yun Xun's eyelids. He was fortunate to have encountered his beloved. Ah Sun belongs to the Phoenix clan. How could he be easily bound to you? Host, it seems to be suffering from amnesia. Those of the Phoenix clan are fiercely protective of their young. Who could dare harm him? Yun Xun stirred uncomfortably, attempting to open his eyes. Ling Si's spirit had yet to fully restore, and time was running short. He left behind a final word: take good care of him, before transforming into a phoenix jade pendant, resting upon Yun Xun's neck. 66 felt utterly helpless. Ever since the first small World War god had stirred with emotion, he had refrained from taking any action against the host, especially since the host was no pushover. Yun Xun opened his eyes, sensing a warmth around his neck. Was it a jade pendant? 66, what is going on? This was left by the master. Yun Xun gently caressed the pendant. In this realm, Ling's consciousness had unexpectedly awakened. Did this mean he would soon be reunited with the complete Ling? Junior disciple. Were we? Yun Xun gazed at Ling Si, who did not recognize him, feeling a pang of disappointment as he hadn't even exchanged a word with him. Sensing Yun Xun's discontent, Ling Si felt an unfamiliar concern stir within him. How peculiar. Junior disciple? Yun Xun snapped back to reality. Senior brother, don't you remember? You accidentally fell into madness. To help you recover, I brought you here. Ling Si pondered for a moment. Had the disciples of their sect witnessed what had transpired? His last memory seemed to involve someone shouting that his senior brother had succumbed to madness. This situation was somewhat delicate, given that someone from the sect had seen his moment of madness. Claiming it was a case of losing control might serve as a plausible excuse. Yun Xun understood Ling Si's worries. Senior brother, I can vouch for you. In the realm of cultivation, associating with demonic forces is the gravest taboo. Ling Si was somewhat taken aback. Although he had grown up alongside his junior disciple, he had always perceived him as somewhat dull. Now, however, this perceptive demeanor radiated a newfound vitality, awakening a sense of trust within him. Senior brother? Ling Si nodded, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. All right. He could not fathom why he felt an inexplicable trust towards this young disciple. Today marked the conclusion of the Secret Realm expedition. Upon returning to the sect's base, Yun Xun and Ling Si were summoned by the elder. Where have you two been? Why didn't you return with your fellow disciples? A middle-aged man cast a cold glare at Ling Si. Ling Si replied, We encountered a vine demon and were entangled for several days, causing us to lose our way from our peers. Yun Xun produced the fruit of the vine demon for the elder to inspect. The elder scrutinized the vividly purple fruit, begrudgingly accepting Ling Si's account, but proceeded to conduct a search for demonic energy on both of them. Finding nothing amiss, he offered them a few words of consolation before allowing them to leave. Chapter 38. The beautiful bamboo horse of the cultivation male protagonist a month later. Yun Xun gazed at the person standing before him and sighed. It truly is difficult to see you. Had it not been for the elder dispatching him to lead a group of senior brothers to eliminate demons in Li Mountain, he feared it might take another year or two before he could emerge from seclusion. Ling Si, sensing the intensity of his junior disciple's gaze, noted with concern, You've lost weight after a month apart. Upon arriving at Li Mountain, the group first settled at an inn. Their task was commissioned by a local official, whose family had encountered strange occurrences. Ling Si instructed everyone to rest for a while before venturing out to gather information. As Yun Xun observed Ling Si rising, he followed suit. Aren't you going to rest? Yun Xun shook his head. Senior brother, where are you going? Take me with you. Ling Si nodded in agreement. With a smile, Yun Xun fell and stepped behind him, choosing not to say more. Ling Si led Yun Xun to a tea house, where they sat down to enjoy tea. Yun Xun gazed at Ling Si, who was leisurely sipping tea, perplexed as to why he did not hasten to inquire about the news. There was something endearing about his demeanor as he awaited the unfolding tale. Ling Si offered a brief explanation, which elicited a smile from Yun Xun, who subsequently relaxed. After a short while, the storyteller arrived, ready to recount the tale of the deity worshipped by the villagers of Lishan, indicating that this being possessed some extraordinary capabilities. The narrative dates back 5 years, when a revered monk visited a small village at the foot of Lishan, proclaiming he could liberate the villagers from their poverty. Listening to the storyteller's introduction, Yun Xun felt that the villagers were rather gullible. The village chief, an educated man, was initially skeptical until he experienced a dream that vividly depicted the current scene. A humble village transformed into a prosperous town, where the inhabitants thrived and reveled in joy. Enchanted by the vision, the chief entered into a pact with a monk, agreeing to venerate him in exchange for a change in their fortunes. A contract, perhaps. This was the crux of their current mission. Yun Xun exchanged a glance with Ling Si before they rose and made their way to the home of the local official. Upon entering, they were met with a chilling atmosphere. A middle-aged man, wearing a wry smile, addressed them. "Sages, you have finally arrived." This was the official Lu. Yun Xun inquired, "What troubles your household?" "My youngest daughter has fallen victim to a condition known as lost soul syndrome, and I sought your esteemed assistance." If it were merely a case of ordinary lost soul syndrome, it should not require the intervention of a master. As they approached the girl's chamber, they found her in a deep slumber. After conducting a preliminary examination, they confirmed the affliction, yet there were peculiarities. Ling Si asked, "Did anything unusual occur prior to her condition?" Lu replied, "According to the customs of Lishan, children of 5 must spend a year in quietude at the Lishan temple. Upon her return, my daughter frequently fell into deep sleep. The townsfolk assured me it was normal, as their children underwent similar experiences, recovering after a month of rest. However, my child has languished for 3 months without improvement, and her waking moments have grown alarmingly brief, to the point where she no longer recognizes anyone." Yun Xun exchanged another glance with Ling Si and inquired, "How much do you know about the temple?" Lu pondered for a long while before responding, "The story is lengthy. Please follow me." In the courtyard, seated comfortably, Lu began to recount, 5 years ago, Lishan was merely a small mountain village. A great monk passed through, feeling compassion for us, and gathered our fortunes to alter our destinies. We were to construct a temple in his honor and send our 5-year-old children to the temple for a year of quietude. We complied and built the temple. And in just 5 years, our village has transformed into a small town. That is all I know. To alter fate is a task seemingly effortless. There must be some hidden intricacies at play. Ling Si interjected, "The child is currently stable, but to uncover the truth, we must investigate the temple." Lu sighed in relief. "That is good to hear. I shall have a servant guide you." Ling Si declined the offer, stating the official should await our updates. "Additionally, I shall arrange for protection for you tomorrow." Lu expressed his gratitude once more. After departing from the Lu residence, Ling Si and Yun Xun returned to the inn, where Ling Si arranged for someone to guard the Lu residence, but they soon became scattered. Unable to contain herself, Yun Xun remarked, "Brother, it seems this child has been possessed." Ling Si nodded, acknowledging that they must visit the temple to discern the true intentions of the venerable monk. That evening, Yun Xun and Ling Si arrived at the temple, which was devoid of any signs of life. As they entered the main hall, they discovered that the object of veneration was indeed a monk. However, the atmosphere within the temple fell off. Exchanging glances, they smashed the effigy, revealing a hidden world within. To their astonishment, the temple was truly dedicated to a young girl. Who could this girl be? Could she possibly be the monk's daughter? Before Yun Xun could contemplate further, Ling Si swiftly blocked an incoming attack with his sword. Yun Xun, on high alert, glanced towards the entrance to see a figure clad in black, their face obscured. Was it necessary to wear a mask? Did they know this person? The black-clad assailant continued to attack, prompting Ling Si to engage in combat. Seizing the opportunity, Yun Xun approached the effigy of the girl. For such a soul-retrieving spell, one needed the girl's birth date. If they could ascertain that, they could commune with the spirit. The black-clad figure, sensing Yun Xun's movements, attempted to strike him but was thwarted by Ling Si. Yun Xun hurriedly examined the statue and finally discovered the birth date inscribed at the base, quickly memorizing it. He rushed to assist Ling Si, but the black-clad figure, overwhelmed by their combined might, released a noxious gas. Yun Xun instinctively held his breath, yet it was too late, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Just before losing awareness, Ling Si managed to strike the assailant, causing them to inhale the toxic fumes as well. Awaken, little son. The Zen monastery has come down the mountain to distribute porridge again. Upon opening his eyes, Yun Xun found a somewhat frail woman calling out to him. Was this a mirage? Porridge? Today felt surreal. Ordinarily, the news of porridge would have made him leap with joy. Observing the woman's attire, he discerned she resembled a refugee, likely having gone a long time without a proper meal. Let us leave quickly, Yun Xun suggested cautiously. The woman smiled indulgently. Very well. They swiftly made their way to the porridge distribution site, where Yun Xun filled a bowl to the brim. He looked at the woman, puzzled. Had she not just expressed joy at receiving porridge? Why had she not taken any? The woman affectionately ruffled Yun Xun's hair, saying, "Sister is not hungry. You should drink up." How could she be so emaciated and yet claim not to be hungry? Yun Xun shook his head, insisting they should share the meal. As he surveyed his surroundings, he realized the woman seemed unable to partake in the porridge. Why was that? Did not the monk believe in the equality of all beings? Whose illusion was this? Where was Ling? The woman shook her head again, leaving Yun Xun to coldly declare, "If you will not drink, then neither shall I." The woman, helpless yet touched, shed tears, saying, "It is I who have burdened you. It is not your fault, sister. It is clearly their doing." Maintaining such distinctions between genders. Little Sun, do not speak further. Let us return home. Yun Xun nodded obediently. Upon returning home, Yun Xun discovered that despite its modest size, the residence was neat and orderly, adorned with a rattle drum, numerous woven animal figures, and garments meant for a little girl. A peculiar sensation enveloped Yun Xun. The home felt incomplete, absent of its young inhabitant, the little girl herself. It dawned upon him that the mistress of this illusion must be the very child. And this was indeed her abode. Engaging in brief conversation with his sister, Yun Xun learned that they had sought refuge here due to a devastating flood that had befallen their previous home, resulting in the unfortunate demise of the woman's husband. After a tumultuous journey, they had arrived here, managing to subsist with the assistance of Ziyun Temple. Armed with this newfound insight, Yun Xun hastily set out in search of Ling Si. Upon reaching a corner, an unseen force abruptly pulled him in. Yun Xun caught a whiff of a familiar scent and did not resist. Turning around, he was met with the sight of Ling Si, who had lost his hair, prompting an involuntary chuckle from Yun Xun. As Ling Si bristled with annoyance, Yun Xun spoke. "Senior brother, I believe I have discerned the identity of the illusion's creator." Ling Si, exasperated, inquired, "Whose is it?" "It belongs to the little girl at the temple." "Presently, I am assuming the role of her uncle," Yun Xun replied. Ling Si affectionately ruffled Yun Xun's hair, remarking, "Very well." Yun Xun beamed and nuzzled against Ling Si's hand, though the girl herself remained elusive. Ling Si withdrew his hand, explaining, "As the mistress of the illusion, she will not reveal herself easily. The identity of the figure in black remains uncertain. We must conduct our inquiries discreetly before unraveling the mystery." Nodding in agreement, the two returned to the small courtyard, where they were met with the sound of a heated argument. "You must not return," a woman implored. "Yuan, cease your stubbornness. Since he has passed, would it not be better for you to stay with me? I shall remain a widow for his sake. Was he truly so admirable? He was a monk. Why can't I be?" Yun Xun and Ling Si exchanged glances, realizing that the situation had presented itself. The woman fell silent, while the man thundered, "As long as you refuse, the women of the village shall go without porridge." Dumbfounded, Yun Xun realized that the woman's inability to receive porridge stemmed from this very conflict. What a high monk he must be! Perhaps it would serve him well to return to secular life. The woman, feeling helpless, retorted, "Gee, why must you press me so?" Ling Si gestured for Yun Xun to follow him as they departed from the courtyard. He is a disciple of the abbot at Ziyun Temple and has returned to secular life 5 years ago, Ling Si elucidated. Yun Xun mused silently, contemplating the depths of unrequited love. Ling Si, deep in thought, remarked, to unravel this predicament, we must eliminate the mistress of the illusion. Where might she be? I shall remain outside the courtyard. She is likely close to her mother, Yun Xun affirmed with a nod. Upon returning to the courtyard, a tranquil ambience enveloped the space. Yun Xun noticed the woman seated and lost in thought. Sister, he called gently. The woman managed a strained smile. Son, you're back. Are you hungry? We have wild vegetables to eat today. Yun Xun's face brightened as he replied. That sounds wonderful. The woman promptly rose to gather the vegetables, leaving Yun Xun to observe her busy silhouette. Unable to bear the thought of her solitude, he stepped into the kitchen to assist her. You've grown, little son, she remarked with a smile. Yun Xun returned the smile in kind. 3 days later, Yun Xun sat atop the roof, feeling a sense of despondency. Where could the little girl possibly be? Ling Si sat beside him, gently stroking his head, offering comfort with words that she bore no malice towards them. The end of the illusion was merely a matter of time. Moreover, look, this individual has repeatedly ventured out to sleep beneath the grand tree for 3 days now. Her powers are limited. The day she can no longer sustain this will mark the end. Yun Xun gazed at Ling Si, resting his head on his shoulder. Very well. Ling Si felt Yun Xun's closeness and, rather than resisting, experienced a sense of fulfillment. Noticing Ling Si's acceptance, Yun Xun felt a flutter of joy. He could finally draw near to a Ling. In this world, a Ling was strikingly ascetic. Suddenly, a little girl appeared before them, launching an attack. Ling Si intercepted her assault. What is happening? The little girl, the master of the illusion, possessed boundless energy to combat Ling Si, who surely could not prevail against her. What should they do? Yun Xun and Ling Si exchanged glances, and Yun Xun swiftly unleashed the binding rope of immortality, precisely entwining the little girl with her birthdate's influence. Ling Si lifted the little girl and placed her upon the rooftop. With a quivering voice, the little girl lamented, You are all bad people, trying to take my mother away. Yun Xun, perplexed, replied, Little one, you must not speak carelessly. What did we ever intend to take your mother? The girl, confused, retorted, Uncle Ji, he said so. She then murmured, He must be right. Yun Xun was speechless, pondering the monk's intentions. Ling Si, after a moment of contemplation, spoke. Perhaps he wishes to remain here. Yet all of this is an illusion. Human affairs cannot be viewed from a single perspective. What is poison to one may be nectar to another. Yun Xun seemed to grasp only parts of this. Ling Si gently continued. Do you understand that you have already passed away? Yun Xun was taken aback. Was that not too blunt? Ling Si cast him a glance, and Yun Xun stifled his words. The little girl gazed silently at him, asking, Will you take me away? May I see my mother just once more? Ling Si turned to Yun Xun, who quickly urged, Agree to her wish, senior brother. He added a playful tone. After all, we were meant to fulfill her desire. Ling Si nodded in agreement, forming a seal for the little girl. You shall have one day. Return here after a day, and then this will all dissipate. The little girl silently nodded. Chapter 40. The beautiful childhood friend of the cultivating male protagonist, Yun Xun released the little girl, watching her depart in silence. Observing Yun Xun's actions, Ling Si felt a pang of compassion, recognizing his youth. Yun Xun sighed inwardly, noting how the little girl seemed to master the art of changing expressions. Moments ago, she had wept, and now her demeanor was strikingly mature. Truly, he was a senior brother, able to see through her facade. When Yun Xun met Ling Si's concerned gaze, he wondered what weighed on his mind. Was it possible that beneath a Ling's aloof exterior lay a profound compassion for the little girl? Ling Si averted his eyes. If the little girl did not soon reincarnate, she would soon fade away. Yun Xun nodded at his words, and Ling Si, unable to resist, reached out to stroke his head. Yun Xun gazed at Ling Si with surprise, softly calling out, Senior brother. Ling Si, coming back to his senses, awkwardly withdrew his hand. Yun Xun felt a tinge of disappointment. Despite his prolonged stay in this world, he had made no progress with his senior brother. Sensing Yun Xun's despondency, Ling Si remained silent for a moment before gently patting Yun Xun's head. Well, as long as the child is happy. Yun Xun's spirits suddenly lifted. Could it be that Ling cared for him a little? Observing Yun Xun's fluctuating emotions, from sadness to joy, brought a smile to Ling Si's face. How endearing. Yun Xun and Ling Si sat atop the roof waiting for the little girl, but instead, they were met by Ji He and the monk. Ji He bowed to them, saying, "Fellow Taoists, might you spare Xiaoyan? She is but a child. It was my fault. I simply yearned to see a Yuan once more. She refused to see me after her demise." Yun Xun exchanged a glance with Ling Si. It was clear they were not there to fight. Yun Xun spoke. "We will guide Xiaoyan to her next life. You should worry about yourself. Nurturing her with another's fortune while hoping to resurrect her will not be overlooked by the Celestial Alliance." Ji He murmured, "I have long known the outcome. My only wish has been fulfilled. Once I leave here, I shall confess to the Celestial Alliance." Yun Xun regarded the seemingly deranged man and chose not to speak further. As matters had reached a conclusion, the following noon, the little girl arrived as promised. Ling Si dispelled the illusion to help her soul ascend. Ji He and the monk also confessed to the villagers, who had indeed benefited and thus did not scold them harshly, merely destroying the temple. Yun Xun and Ling Si went to the exalted official's residence to summon the girl's spirit. Suddenly, Yun Xun recalled something and inquired, "Senior brother, the temple's purpose is to gather the vitality of children to nourish the dead. From where does the villager's fortune derive?" "It is Ji He who exchanged his own life for it. His time is running short," Ling Si replied. Yun Xun had not anticipated that Ji He had truly made a one-for-one exchange. Concerned that Yun Xun might be saddened, Ling Si comfortingly stroked his head. Upon arriving at the exalted official's residence, they swiftly resolved the primary issue and successfully retrieved the child's soul. The group, having addressed the matter, promptly returned to the mountain to report their tasks. After completing the task, Ling Si stepped out of the grand hall and saw Yun Xun waiting obediently at the entrance. As Yun Xun approached Ling Si, he exclaimed, "Senior brother, I have a few questions to ask you." Ling Si acknowledged with a sound and followed Yun Xun to the back mountain. Yun Xun practiced a few moves before returning to Ling Si's side. Feeling dejected as he said, "Senior brother, I can never dance smoothly." Ling Si paused for a moment, then moved closer to grasp Yun Xun's sword hand, saying, "I will practice with you. Remain calm and composed." Surprised by Ling Si's method of teaching, Yun Xun felt his heart flutter. If he had a tail, it would surely be wagging. Ling Si noticed Yun Xun's delight, a smile blooming on his lips. After practicing 3 times, Yun Xun blushed and exclaimed, "I got it." He cautiously looked up at Ling Si, teasing, "You rogue." Ling Si maintained a stern expression, replying, "As long as you understand. Ask me anything you do not know in the future." Yun Xun nodded in agreement. With that, Ling Si vanished from sight. Yun Xun could not suppress his laughter. His body would not deceive him. He leisurely sheathed his sword and made his way home, intending to prepare a meal for Ling. To win a person's heart, one must first capture their stomach. Yun Xun lifted a bowl of sweet soup and ventured to find Ling Si at his residence. Upon hearing a knock at the door, Ling Si called out, "Come in." Yun Xun opened the door and entered, saying, "Senior brother, I have made you a bowl of soup. Do give it a taste." Having long since abstained from food, they had not consumed anything substantial for many years. Ling Si acknowledged him with a sound, accepted the sweet soup, and took a sip, exclaiming its delightful flavor. Yun Xun was overjoyed. In previous worlds, it had been a Ling who cooked for him, and it had been quite some time since he had prepared a meal himself. His skills had not waned. "Senior brother, I haven't tasted it yet. May I have a sip?" Ling Si drank the soup in one go, leaving nothing behind. "What a miser," Yun Xun teased, "but this surely indicates that the soup is quite delicious. If you enjoyed it, I shall prepare it for you again next time. It provides me a perfect excuse to see you," he added. Ling Si stiffened slightly and replied, "There's no need for that. Focus on your training. To make soup for senior brother is hardly a bother. I would gladly do so for a lifetime," Yun Xun declared. Ling Si chose not to elaborate further, redirecting the conversation. "How did your sword practice go yesterday?" Sensing the shift in topic, Yun Xun felt a pang of disappointment. He had expressed his feelings, Yet Ling Si seemed to assess his performance instead. "I have learned," he replied. Ling Si, discerning Yun Xun's despondency, reached out to pat his head gently, encouraging him, "Practice diligently. There will be rewards." Yun Xun's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "What kind of reward?" "You will find out in due time," Ling Si replied enigmatically. Excited about the secret gift Ling Si promised, Yun Xun exclaimed, "I shall go practice now," and dashed out. With a childlike spirit, Yun Xun's enthusiasm brought a smile to Ling Si's face, who followed him to the back mountain to observe his swordplay. Under Ling Si's guidance, Yun Xun made remarkable progress, wielding his sword with increasing fluidity. After completing a series of movements, he looked up at Ling Si with bright, shining eyes. Ling Si stroked his head, praising him. Impressive. Overcome with joy, Yun Xun could not help but embrace Ling Si, exclaiming, "Senior brother, you are truly wonderful." Ling Si's hands hovered in midair, yearning to reciprocate the embrace, yet held back by propriety. Perhaps Yun Xun merely regarded him as an elder, making the embrace seem perfectly natural. A wave of sadness washed over Yun Xun as he realized the Ling did not embrace him back. Did that mean he no longer held affection for him? Yet he could not bring himself to let go, interpreting Ling Si's lack of rejection as an unspoken consent. Ling Si patiently waited for Yun Xun to release him, only to discover that Yun Xun had fallen asleep in his arms. It appeared that the recent days of rigorous practice had worn him out. Ling Si gently lifted Yun Xun and carried him back to his residence, laying him down on the bed. It had been a long time since Yun Xun had fallen asleep enveloped by a familiar scent, and he drifted into a deep and peaceful slumber. When Yun Xun finally awoke, he heard a Ling's voice echoing, "Rest for a day. We shall resume practice tomorrow." A Ling was still concerned for him. The following day, as Yun Xun resumed his training, he noticed Ling Si was absent. Feeling a twinge of disappointment, he reminded himself that a Ling had his own responsibilities and continued his practice. For 5 consecutive days, Yun Xun had not seen Ling Si. Yun Xun could no longer contain himself and sought out Ling Si at his residence. However, he found no one there. Where could his elder brother be? Yun Xun caressed the jade pendant at his chest, feeling that the version of A Ling in this world was far from endearing. He decided to disregard him and left in a huff. Chapter 41. The enchanting bamboo horse of the cultivator. That night, Yun Xun lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find slumber. Though cultivators do not require sleep, he clung to the habit. Suddenly, he sensed a presence in the room. He was enveloped in a powerful embrace. Recognizing the familiar scent, and he relaxed. "Brother?" he called out, but Ling Si did not respond. He was burning with fever, the venom clouding his mind, blurring the lines between reality and dreams. All he desired was to hold his junior brother close, to claim him as his own. Realizing Ling Si's body was feverish, Yun Xun surmised that he had fallen victim to a lustful poison. Cautiously, he reached out to touch Ling Si's face. It was hot to the touch. Slowly turning over, he beheld Ling Si's bewildered expression, as if he were unaware of his condition, instinctively drawn to Yun Xun. In that moment, Yun Xun forgave him for his sudden absence over the past few days, and he leaned in to kiss his beloved. Ling Si, feeling the affection, eagerly captured Yun Xun's lips, causing him to gasp for breath. As Yun Xun pushed him away, he shot Ling Si a fierce glare. Ling Si gazed at him with a satisfied smile. Teasingly, Yun Xun asked, "Do you like me?" Ling Si hesitated, but eventually nodded. Not granting Ling Si a chance to refuse, Yun Xun pressed his lips against his again. That night, Ling Si drifted into a contented slumber. In his dreams, his junior brother drew closer, and seeing his flushed face, Ling Si could no longer restrain himself and kissed Yun Xun passionately. As Ling Si's mind cleared, he felt someone beside him and quickly opened his eyes. Upon realizing it was his junior brother, he sighed with relief. However, seeing the marks on Yun Xun's body, anxiety gripped him. Would his junior brother resent him? Sensing the tension in the person beside him, Yun Xun struggled to open his eyes, only to find that Ling Si had vanished. Well, what a coward. He eats and runs, Yun Xun thought, his body aching and too weary to care. He rolled over and fell asleep once more. After teleporting away, Ling Si felt a pang of regret. How could he leave after what he had done to his junior brother? Would Yun Xun be hurt? Pondering this, he teleported back, finding his junior brother still asleep, relieved that he had not yet awakened. When Yun Xun did wake, he would express his willingness to take responsibility, though he wondered if his junior brother would accept it. His smile faded into worry as he placed the gems he had procured for Yun Xun beside his pillow, hoping the sight would quell any anger. Observing Yun Xun sleeping soundly, Ling Si ventured to the kitchen. Noticing an abundance of ingredients, he prepared a bowl of congee for Yun Xun, convinced he would enjoy it, as if he had done so many times before. Upon awakening, Yun Xun was greeted by the familiar aroma of congee, undoubtedly prepared by a Ling. He hastily rose to find Ling Si standing nearby. Ling Si spoke first, inquiring if Yun Xun felt unwell. Yun Xun shook his head and asked if he had made the congee. Ling Si smiled, assuring him he would fetch it. Yun Xun nodded, unembarrassed by the need to direct the man who had ignored him the previous night. Ling Si carefully spooned the congee, blowing on it to cool it before feeding it to Yun Xun. With each spoonful, Yun Xun savored the familiar taste until the bowl was empty. Would you like more? Ling Si asked, but Yun Xun shook his head. Ling Si set down the bowl and said, "Junior brother, if you wish, I will take responsibility for you. We can formalize a marriage contract." Feeling slighted, Yun Xun replied, "Is that all? Do you harbor no feelings for me?" Ling Si, taken aback by Yun Xun's distress, hastily explained, Yun Xun struck him with a pillow, insisting, "Leave, I do not wish to see you." Fearing Yun Xun's anger might worsen, Ling Si withdrew. Yun Xun covered himself with the blanket. The system promptly reassured him, "Host, do not be upset. The male lead has focused solely on cultivation since childhood and will require time to understand his feelings. Moreover, you have not allowed him to speak." The system refrained from voicing the latter part. Yun Xun was not truly angry. He decided to watch a movie. The world of this dogman was slow to warm up, and he felt the need to stimulate him. Outside Yun Xun's door, Ling Si discreetly scanned with his divine sense, relieved to find no tears. However, he furrowed his brow in concern, pondering how to appease his upset junior brother. Unbothered by Ling Si's thoughts, Yun Xun succumbed to sleep once more, lulled by the sounds of the film. "Asun," a beautiful woman called out as he opened his eyes. He intended to inquire, but found himself exclaiming, "Mother, your brother, Au has returned and brought you gifts." She said, "Brother Au?" Yun Xun clutched his head in anguish, unable to recall who he was, a pang of pain striking his heart. "Brother, Au has been away for so long. I miss him dearly. Mother, may I wear this outfit?" The youthful voice rang out with joy. "Our son looks splendid in anything. He is the most beautiful little phoenix of the clan," she replied, noting his close bond with brother Au. While Yun Xun grasped this information, he felt a strong aversion to the name. In the blink of an eye, the scene shifted, and Yun Xun found himself face to face with brother Au. Trembling, he attempted to summon his weapon to strike him down, but found himself impotent, realizing it was merely a dream. Junior brother," a familiar voice called, prompting Yun Xun to suddenly awaken, returning to reality, still unable to calm his racing heart. Upon seeing Ling Si, he buried his face in Ling Si's embrace, murmuring, "Why? Why?" Ling Si, perplexed yet compassionate, gently patted Yun Xun's back, offering solace. "Do not fear. It is all past. I shall remain by your side." Memories flooded back to him. He was the young lord of the Phoenix clan, and he was a lark rescued by his mother. Though not of the same lineage, his parents and kin treated him with utmost respect, and his father even embraced him as a son. They had grown up together, and Yun Xun had long regarded him as family. However, during an expedition, he had skinned and tortured him. Ling Si recounted the injustices he had faced in the Phoenix clan over the years, expressing his deep-seated resentment towards Yun Xun, forgetting that he was merely a lark. Without the Phoenix clan, he would not enjoy his current glory. Yun Xun was cast off a cliff, unexpectedly entering a small world where he was reborn, erasing all memories of the past, and subsequently bound by a system. Yun Xun felt a profound hatred. Despite having wholeheartedly accepted Cu since childhood, he was accused of scheming for favor. Witnessing Yun Xun's sorrowful tears, Ling Si felt a pang of compassion and infused him with a thread of spiritual energy, rendering Yun Xun temporarily unconscious. What had transpired to cause such anguish? Ling Si furrowed his brow, tenderly kissing Yun Xun's forehead, realizing that he harbored feelings for him and desired to forge a contract with him. He gently laid Yun Xun on the bed, covering him with a blanket, and fetched a cloth to wipe his face. Chapter 42. The beautiful bamboo horse of the cultivating male protagonist. End. When Yun Xun awoke once more, he had regained his composure, albeit to an unsettling degree. Noticing Yun Xun's silence, Ling Si sought to shatter the stillness. The sunset on the mountain possesses a unique charm. Shall we go see it? Yun Xun shook his head, turning away from Ling Si in bed. Ling Si felt a heartache for Yun Xun, but remained oblivious to the source of his distress. In his heart, Yun Xun summoned the system. 66. Can I exit this world prematurely? The system, linked to the host perception, did not comprehend Yun Xun's pain, but recognized that his happiness levels were perilously low, even dipping into the negatives. As long as the host completed the tasks, he could leave at any moment. What is the completion percentage of a task? 99. Yun Xun turned to Ling Si. Ling, what is your wish? Ling Si felt an inexplicable familiarity in Yun Xun's address, but was more concerned that he had spoken at all. He hurriedly replied, for you to be happy. Yun Xun shook his head. Ling Si sensed that if he did not act soon, Yun Xun would drift away from him. He moved closer, embracing Yun Xun, calling out the name he had whispered in his heart countless times. Xun. Yes, I am here with you. As he felt Yun Xun's tears cascading on his hands, Ling Si's heart bore an indelible mark of pain. A ripple stirred within Yun Xun. Even if his beloved had forgotten him, he would still share in his sorrow. He understood that if he departed this world and perished before his beloved, the heartache would be immeasurable. Yet, he could not wait any longer. He yearned to return and ascertain the well-being of his kingly parents, deeply unsettled by leaving that person beside them. Yun Xun suppressed her sobs and said, I must take my leave. Can you comprehend my feelings? Will love for me persist in the next world? Ling Si sensed that Yun Xun's departure was not merely from this place, but from his realm entirely. Naturally, he was reluctant to let her go, wishing for her to stay, yet he could not bear to witness her suffering. Could you take me along? He bitterly inquired. If you must leave, I shall not hinder you, but please do not abandon me. Yun Xun nodded. Together, but you will not remember me. It matters not. I shall love you instinctively. He replied. Yun Xun wept more fiercely. Thank you. Ling Si pressed his lips to hers. A system prompt announced, Host, the task has been completed. Detachment. The system obeyed and pressed the detachment button. Ling Si overheard their conversation and understood. Xun, I shall await your return. Yun Xun exited the small world and instantly returned to the Phoenix clan. The clan was incredulous at the return of their young master. Young master, are you not dead? Yun Xun coldly laughed. Where are my father and mother? The guards hurriedly escorted Yun Xun to meet the Phoenix king and queen. Upon seeing his parents again, Yun Xun felt a tickle in his nose, but restrained himself, throwing himself into his mother's embrace. The Phoenix queen reacted, Xun. The Phoenix king, equally astonished, exclaimed, Xun, mother, father, I have returned. The Phoenix king regained his composure and asked, What transpired? Do you not say you? Yun Xun could not help but tattle. It was you who killed me, but for some reason, I was reborn in the small world. The Phoenix king was taken aback by Yu's ungratefulness, while the Phoenix queen regretted her softness in bringing that person back, which harmed her son. The Phoenix king, well-versed in the ways of the world, surmised, you must have been aided by a divine being, along with your innate Phoenix bloodline, which brought forth this miracle. Aiding from a divine being? Yun Xun did not dwell on it. I have returned to warn you. Do not be deceived by Yu. His ambitions extend beyond your favor. The Phoenix king gently stroked Yun Xun's head, replying, Your father understands. The Phoenix queen, however, was more concerned about her son being schemed against and suffering greatly. Yun Xun was aware of his mother's worries. I am fortunate. I have encountered the person I wish to accompany for life. Mother, please do not be sad. The Phoenix queen felt somewhat reassured. Has that person not come? He will come when the time is right. Yun Xun smiled at the thought of his beloved. The Phoenix King and Queen understood the situation and did not inquire further. At that moment, Siyu returned. Yun Xun declared to the Phoenix King and Queen that he would personally deal with him. The Phoenix King summoned his domain Go. Yun Xun summoned his weapon, and upon seeing Yun Xun, Siyu's eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? Attempting to flee, he was intercepted by the Phoenix King's domain. Sun, I realize my mistakes. Please spare me, Siyu pleaded. Yun Xun coldly replied, Did you not consider sparing me when you took my life? With that, he launched his assault. The Phoenix Queen expressed concern, but the Phoenix King comforted her. Sun is a young prodigy. Had he not placed his trust in Siyu, he would not have been killed. Upon this matter, the empress could not help but shed tears. How dare he lay a hand on their precious son? The emperor quickly offered comfort, reminding her that Sun had indeed made some progress, having found a lifelong companion. This thought brought her a measure of solace. Meanwhile, Yun Xun had already incapacitated Siyu. Siyu, in defiance, accused Yun Xun of using his superior cultivation to bully him. Yun Xun, at a loss for words, retorted, And yet you are older than I. How do you justify that? Siyu, in a fit of rage, exclaimed that had it not been for the Phoenix bloodline, Yun Xun would not have been stronger than him. This provoked Yun Xun to laughter, and without further ado, he severed Siyu's meridians. When the emperor saw Yun Xun return, he breathed a sigh of relief. Truly, he was his son, with the threat eliminated and his heart at ease. Yun Xun began to feel a sense of longing. He entrusted the matter to the emperor and departed from the Phoenix clan. Though the emperor and empress felt a pang of reluctance, they understood their son had his own path to follow and bid him farewell. As for Siyu, he was condemned to death by the clan. Exiting the Phoenix clan, Yun Xun spoke to the system. Let us proceed to the next world. The system promptly transported the host to the new realm. Had Yun Xun been more observant, he would have noticed the system nervously huddled in a corner. The system felt somewhat apprehensive, having unwittingly chosen the heir of the Phoenix clan as its host. Yet it was relieved that the host showed no intent to seek retribution. The system momentarily set aside its non-existent anxiety. Glancing at the interface, its heart raced again. It had placed the host in a punitive world. Yun Xun could think only of hastening to meet Ling Si. Upon entering this smaller world, he discovered himself clad in rags and ravenous. What is the meaning of this? He inquired. Host, this is the apocalypse. I have sent you the plot details, replied the system. Sensing the unusual tone of 66, Yun Xun dismissed his concerns. For the presence of Ah Ling overshadowed all else. After all, the system belonged to Ah Ling and could not possibly harm him. After reviewing the plot, he retracted his earlier thoughts. 66, this world is in a state of evolution, is it not? The energy fluctuations are so minimal. Can Ah Ling restore his soul? The system smiled weakly. Host, although this world has scarce energy, the rewards and points are abundant, allowing me to exchange many items for you. It will not affect the adults. Yun Xun reluctantly nodded. First, cleanse my body and provide me with clean clothing. The system, in a subservient manner, promptly complied with Yun Xun's request. Chapter 43. The heartless childhood friend in the apocalypse narrative. Once Yun Xun changed into clean clothing, he began to contemplate his next steps. After all, in this world, he was the male lead Ling Si's ungrateful childhood friend and former romantic interest. During the onset of the apocalypse, Ling Si had accompanied him on a shopping excursion in the university town when a sudden riot erupted. Ling Si shielded him by guiding him into a room. However, within that room lurked a zombie, which lunged at them. Yun Xun instinctively pushed Ling Si out to absorb the damage. He still vividly recalled Ling Si's expression, a blend of disbelief and shock. The original character had been utterly despicable. After Ling Si dealt with the zombie, he cast a glance at Yun Xun before leaving the room. The original character had foolishly felt relieved at Ling Si's timely prudence. A month has now elapsed. Yun Xun is troubled. It was not his doing. Surely Ling Si would not harbor resentment. Regardless, he decides to seek out Ah Ling. In the original narrative, Ah Ling awakened water and lightning abilities after being bitten, becoming a formidable figure in the apocalypse. 66. Locating Ah Ling. The system promptly activates navigation. Yun Xun glances at the coordinates. Ah Ling is not far away. situated in the neighboring city. Upon arriving in the adjacent city, Yun Xun finds himself in a shopping mall where Ling Xi's team is scouring for supplies. He meanders through the floors, searching for Ling Xi. On the third floor, he encounters two normal individuals. "Bro, where are you from?" inquires a burly man with dark skin. "Yun City," Yun Xun replies. "Isn't that the boss's hometown?" "Bro, you're a fire type, right? Your flames are impressive." Yun Xun does not deny it. "Which base are you from?" "Thunder. I was just thinking of joining a base. Could you take me along?" A faint smile graces Yun Xun's cold visage. The man, taken aback for a moment and blushing, responds, "Of course. Our base is currently recruiting abilities." "That is splendid." Having expressed his intent to ally, the two men lower their guard and exchange names with Yun Xun. He learns that the man he spoke with is Xiongyu, while the silent one is Isu. Isu appears quite introverted, lost in his own world. Xiongyu, noticing Yun Xun's gaze upon Isu, explains, he is a bit shy. It's not that he doesn't welcome you." Yun Xun assures him that he does not mind. After clearing the zombies on that floor, he follows the two back to the team's gathering spot. Upon seeing Ling Xi, Yun Xun feels a surge of excitement, yet is met with Ling Xi's frigid gaze, leaving him feeling wronged. It is not his fault, yet Ling Xi regards him with such icy eyes. Xiongyu, oblivious to the awkward atmosphere, enthusiastically introduces Yun Xun to Ling Xi. Upon hearing that Yun Xun has awakened his abilities, Ling Xi smirks sarcastically. This only intensifies Yun Xun's irritation. He pretends not to recognize Ling Xi and greets others with a smile. Ling Xi's team consists of 5 members, besides Xiongyu and Isu. There's a frail-looking man named Li Qing and a cool, composed woman named Lu Qi. Ling Xi is surprised to see Yun Xun, reflecting on how his weak, selfish nature has allowed him to survive this long. Yun Xun finds a corner to sit quietly, brooding in silence, feeling quite disgruntled. When mealtime arrives, Li Qing, responsible for distributing food, hands out a bottle of water and 2 packets of instant noodles to everyone, except Yun Xun. Although he has eaten through the system, encountering such unfair treatment still leaves him displeased. He strides over to the man. "Am I not getting any?" Yun Xun's voice, though soft, attracts attention. Li Qing, realizing Yun Xun is not easily fooled, slowly explains, "I thought you had already eaten. My apologies, I'll get you some." Yun Xun is left speechless. While Xiongyu chuckles, attempting to alleviate the tension, "Yun Xun, it's all a misunderstanding. Don't be angry." Yun Xun refrains from further comment, returning to his corner with his food. He is indeed not hungry and sets the food aside. Ling Xi observed that Yun Xun had not eaten and frowned, thinking it was ridiculous to be picky in a post-apocalyptic world. Yun Xun, seeing that Xiongyu had finished his meal, gazed longingly at Isu's instant noodles. He rose and offered his own food to Xiongyu, saying, "Go ahead, you eat. I'm not hungry." Although Xiongyu was still somewhat hungry, he appreciated the rarity of food in such dire circumstances and, knowing he had provisions, declined Yun Xun's offer, replying, "I have enough. Keep yours for when you're truly hungry." Yun Xun, uninterested in instant noodles, insisted, "I don't like them. You should eat." Xiongyu discerned from Yun Xun's demeanor that he had likely been a pampered young master before the apocalypse. Yet even now, with food scarce, he remained finicky. "You should hold on to it," Xiongyu advised. Seeing that Xiongyu would not accept, Yun Xun said no more and retreated to a corner with the noodles. That night came the time to divide the rooms, 3 in total. Lu Qi would have one to herself, leaving the others to be shared. "Li Qing voluntad. Let us share a room, Captain." Yun Xun felt a pang of resentment, thinking, "How dare you agree?" Ling Xi frowned. "You and Xiongyu will share a room. The rest will squeeze together." No one objected. After all, where one slept mattered little. Before entering the room, Isu glanced at Xiongyu, who was still grinning foolishly, having secured a 2-person room with more space. Seeing Xiongyu's unassuming demeanor, Li Qing entered the room, spreading a blanket on the floor for Xiongyu to sleep on. Yun Xun stepped inside, observing the quiet pairing of the 3 individuals. Yet none possessed the desire to speak. He found a corner to sleep, indifferent to the 2's silence. Perhaps fatigue had overtaken him, for he soon slipped into slumber. only to awaken in the warmth of another embrace. Ling Si was momentarily taken aback by Yun Xun's sudden affection. Looking down to confirm that Yun Xun was indeed asleep, he contemplated pushing him away, but the thought of disturbing his peaceful slumber felt inappropriate. Not pushing him away, he savored the warmth, pondering whether he should remain awake. Ling Si stared at the ceiling, grappling with conflicting emotions. He should be angry, yet seeing him again brought a sense of relief. Previously, he had only regarded Yun Xun as a younger brother, but their reunion stirred unexpected impulses within him. When Yun Xun finally opened his eyes, he found himself alone. Rising, he entered the system's space to wash up and have breakfast before exiting the room. Xiongyu greeted him. "You're up? Go find Li Qing to get breakfast." Yun Xun nodded but made no move. He felt displeased with Li Qing's actions from yesterday and decided not to partake in the rations this morning, having already eaten. Ling Si noticed Yun Xun's reluctance to retrieve food and furrowed his brow, questioning, "Why are you so picky? You didn't eat last night. How can your body endure? No wonder you're so thin." With new members added to their group to clear the zombies, Yun Xun was assigned to work alone with Ling Si. As they ascended to the rooftop, Ling Si remained silent, and Yun Xun followed suit. The system voiced its concerns. "Host, how will you develop your relationship like this?" Yun Xun dismissed it, sending it back to the system's space, urging it to mind its own business. Alone in the system space, the system munched on chips while lamenting. Eventually, they arrived at an uncleaned room, and Ling Si coldly instructed, "Wait outside." Yun Xun allowed a cold snort. "What business is it of yours?" With that, he pushed past him and stepped inside. Ling Si said nothing further and promptly followed him in, closing the door behind them. As soon as Yun Xun entered, he nearly got struck by a zombie. He raised his hand and dispatched the creature with flames, while Ling Si swiftly shot in the head. The two of them efficiently dealt with 3 zombies in their own manner. Chapter 44. The indifferent bamboo horse in the apocalypse. At that moment, Ling Si finally had the chance to speak with Yun Xun. The entrance had been perilous. Yun Xun felt wronged. "Would it be better if I'd been bitten by a zombie?" Ling Si replied coldly, "What nonsense are you spouting? Since our reunion, you have not uttered a single word to me. Is it not due to your hatred and resentment towards me?" Ling Si remained silent, his gaze fixed on Yun Xun. Feeling aggrieved, Yun Xun could not help but shed a few tears, falling silent thereafter. Ling Si, helpless, offered him a piece of chocolate. "You must be hungry." Yun Xun accepted the chocolate, yet remained silent, merely staring down at it. Ling Si reached out and gently ruffled his hair. "I was indeed very angry, but seeing you again has eased my heart." Yun Xun looked up. "I understand my mistake. Your anger is justified, but it pains me that you refuse to acknowledge me. Besides, it was not my doing. Let bygones be bygones." Yun Xun recognized that Ling Si had relented. Thus he chose not to press further. As long as Ling Si was willing to engage with him, everything else could be addressed in due time. After savoring the chocolate, Ling Si led him to another room. Once they had cleared all the zombies from the area, they returned to the temporary resting zone. When Xiongyu saw them return, he greeted them warmly, and Yun Xun exchanged a few words with him. Ling Si sought out Li Qing to discuss the arrangements for the night. Li Qing appeared surprised, as Ling Si was typically not picky about food. Often, it was they who suggested improvements to the meals. Yet, now, it was the leader himself who requested rice for dinner. Li Qing cast a cold glance at Yun Xun, labeling him a seductress. Ling Si filled the water heater, and as the water heated, he called Yun Xun in for a bath. The young master likes to stay clean. Yun Xun was somewhat taken aback. Ling Si still remembered some of his habits. Noticing that Ling Si was about to leave, he quickly grasped Ling Si's hand. "Water is scarce in the apocalypse. Let us bathe together." Ling Si looked at him, puzzled. "I am of the water element. I do not need to conserve." Yun Xun's face flushed crimson as he looked at the oblivious man, then promptly pushed him out. Ling Si stood outside the bathroom, reflecting on whether he had misspoken. Why was the young master angry again? Li Qing observed the interaction between Ling Si and Yun Xun, jealousy making his eyes redden. Why did the leader treat Yun Xun so well when he was the one who had always been by Ling Si's side? Xiongyu, seeing Li Qing pull out a bag of rice, excitedly wrapped his arm around Isu's shoulder. "We have rice for dinner tonight." "How wonderful." Isu nodded in response. Xiongyu paid no mind to Isu's silence. Instead, he found the prince-like melancholy in Isu reminiscent of the protagonist from the novels he had read in his youth. Isu remained oblivious to Xiongyu's inner thoughts. He was invigorated by Xiongyu's cheerful demeanor, sparking within him a burgeoning desire to explore the world. Yun Xun emerged from the washroom, clad in a fresh outfit. Ling Si, upon seeing Yun Xun in his pristine attire, felt no surprise. He had long surmised that Yun Xun possessed spatial abilities. For how else could he have vanished from the room that morning? Yun Xun took the initiative to speak. "Are you going to wash up too?" Ling Si nodded and entered the bathroom. Noticing that Ling Si had not brought a change of clothes, Yun Xun speculated that he might have opted for a lighter load. After a moment's thought, he knocked and entered the bathroom. Ling Si was taken aback by Yun Xun's sudden intrusion, already having removed his shirt. Yun Xun gazed at the man's muscular torso, feeling a warmth rise in his cheeks. Yet, he strove to maintain his composure, reaching out to caress Ling Si's chest. What a deep scar. It must have hurt immensely at the time. Ling Si replied, "It didn't hurt." Unable to restrain himself, Yun Xun embraced him, lamenting, "If only I had arrived sooner, you would not have suffered so much." Ling Si's thoughts drifted back to a month prior when he had felt betrayed by Yun Xun and had left him out of anger. He had sustained injuries that rendered him an enticing target for zombies, and this scar was a remnant of that encounter. However, it had also led to his awakening of powers. The sight of Yun Xun's tears brought Ling Si back to the present. He looked down at the weeping figure in his arms, feeling his previous anger dissipate, replaced by compassion for this person. He gently stroked Yun Xun's head, offering comfort. "Do not cry. I no longer feel pain." Yun Xun pressed his face against Ling Si's chest, declaring, "From now on, I will protect you." Ling Si wished to convey that since awakening his abilities, he had not suffered such grievous injuries again, yet he found himself relishing Yun Xun's tenderness in this moment. "Very well," he replied, and Yun Xun's face lit up with joy, recalling the purpose of his visit. He produced a clean set of clothing, saying, "I had stashed these for you." Ling Si was somewhat taken aback. Life in the apocalypse had forced him to adopt a more rugged lifestyle, and he had not brought many clothes along. Surprised by Yun Xun's generosity, he accepted the garments, saying, "Thank you." Yun Xun smiled back, "No need for thanks. I will take care of your clothing from now on. After all, I have the system." Ling Si couldn't help but pat his head affectionately. Emerging from the bathroom, Yun Xun encountered Li Qing, who remarked sarcastically about some individuals having the audacity to do nothing and simply wait for others to serve them. "I won't eat tonight," Yun Xun retorted as he returned to his room, instructing the system to exchange items for him. Li Qing and Xiongyu chuckled, and Yun Xun observed that, being younger than them, it was only fitting for them, as older brothers, to shoulder more responsibilities. Ling Si came out, finding that the teammates had prepared dinner, but he noticed Yun Xun was missing. "You all eat first. I will go fetch Yun Xun," he said. Li Qing quickly interjected. "Yun Xun said he won't eat." Ling Si frowned in concern, pondering what the young master might be consuming daily. He proceeded to the room, discovering Yun Xun lying on the bed, resting with his eyes closed. He approached quietly, gently tapping Yun Xun's face, calling out, "A Sun." For reasons unknown to him, he instinctively used this familiar term of endearment. Yun Xun had long sensed Ling Si's presence, though he wished to observe what Ling Si would do. The outcome was rather disappointing. Yun Xun opened his eyes. Looking pitiful as he complained, "He won't feed me." Ling Si felt as if his heart was gripped tightly by a large hand, causing him pain. "Shall we manage on our own?" Yun Xun did not expect Ling Si to side with him. "Aren't you curious why? Why is he targeting me?" Ling Si chuckled softly, understanding that the young master was complaining to prompt him into action rather than seeking explanations. "You don't ask and I won't pry." Does the young master require justification for his actions? "Ling, you are so kind," Yun Xun exclaimed, throwing himself into Ling Si's embrace. "I don't even know how to repay your kindness." Ling Si gently ruffled his hair, saying, "No need for repayment. Just eat well." Yet, Yun Xun was unwilling, insisting he would offer himself in gratitude. Ling Si took Yun Xun out to gather the food they would eat that morning and to collect some supplies for Yun Xun to store. Although he had previously been distrustful of others and hoarded supplies himself, He had only carried compact items like compressed biscuits for convenience. Yun Xun sighed, having claimed he had stored provisions, but Ling Si insisted that if one had space, it was best not to let others know. So he took him out to forage. Ling Si gazed at the frail young master and said, "All right, show me what you need to eat. We will gather more supplies tomorrow." Yun Xun perked up immediately, exclaiming, "I want seafood porridge." Ling Si reluctantly agreed. Chapter 45. The heartless childhood friend in the apocalypse. Yun Xun presented the items he needed, declaring, "Ah Ling, you are the best. How do you manage to be so charming?" Ling Si's hand itched to pat his head. Upon returning to the resting area, the team members had all retreated to their rooms. Yun Xun watched Ling Si prepare a meal for him, feeling joy. Observing Yun Xun's eager demeanor, Ling Si felt a pang in his heart, reminiscent of similar past experiences, and halted Yun Xun's attempts to assist. Yun Xun looked dejected, but Ling Si remained resolute. "Be good, just wait for your meal." With a heavy heart, Yun Xun returned to the living room and sat on the sofa. Soon, Ling Si prepared 2 dishes and a soup. Yun Xun eagerly picked up his chopsticks to taste, exclaiming, "Delicious." Seeing Yun Xun so pleased with the meal sparked an idea in Ling Si's mind to gather a few cookbooks next time they collected supplies, so he could vary the meals he prepared for Yun Xun. After finishing his meal, Yun Xun slumped onto the sofa, awaiting Ling Si to wash the dishes. Ling Si handed the cleaned utensils to Yun Xun, who stored them away. Upon returning to their room, they noticed Yi Su was missing. Ling Si spoke up. He wanted to squeeze in with Xiongyu and the others. The thought of being alone with Ling Si, sharing a room, made Yun Xun's mind wander. Not receiving a response from Yun Xun, Ling Si looked down to see him blushing profusely. "Is it hot in here?" He used his abilities to conjure ice and handed it to Yun Xun. Suddenly feeling a chill in his hand, Yun Xun came to his senses, staring at the block of ice Ling Si had given him. "What are you doing?" he asked. "Aren't you hot? Your face is all red." Yun Xun often pondered if this doggo man was doing it on purpose. Ling Si observed Yun Xun in silence, reaching out to gently touch his head, indicating that if there was no need for conversation, it was perfectly acceptable. After uttering those words, he stepped into the room. Yun Xun resolved to remain still, intent on ensnaring this infuriating man. He reclined on the bed first, declaring, "I am warm. Keep your distance while you sleep." With that, he leaned against the corner and closed his eyes. Ling Si, noticing Yun Xun's sulky demeanor, couldn't help but smirk, pondering who would cross the boundary first. As the night deepened, Ling Si found solace in the steady rhythm of Yun Xun's breathing, quietly admiring the silhouette of his back. It was only when Yun Xun nestled into his embrace that he drifted into a peaceful slumber. The following morning, Yun Xun awoke, enveloped in a warm embrace, and slowly opened his eyes to find himself in Ling Si's arms. He realized that this troublesome man had covertly embraced him during the night. Sensing the movement, Ling Si also opened his eyes, meeting the gaze of Yun Xun, who was caught off guard. "I didn't expect you to be this kind of person." Sneaking a hug at night, Yun Xun remarked, annoyance evident in his tone. Ling Si sighed in resignation, admitting, "It was I who embraced you. Though it was initiated by you, I did not refuse." Yun Xun, akin to a victorious little kitten, gleamed with satisfaction, exclaiming, "I knew it, you're the boss." Just then, a voice from outside interrupted. "The helicopter has arrived." It was Xiongyu. Ling Si promptly rose, informing Yun Xun that he had matters to attend to before leaving the room. Yun Xun watched Ling Si's hurried figure, lost in thought. Upon exiting, Ling Si quickly ascended to the rooftop, where the helicopter door stood open, and at the forefront was Captain Yi Sun of another squad. Yi Sun, upon spotting his friend, greeted, "Long time no see." Ling Si relaxed slightly, responding that he had successfully completed the mission. Yi Sun, sensing that their reunion was overshadowed by business, immediately inquired, "Shall I send someone to gather supplies?" Ling Si nodded in agreement. Once their teammates had received their assignments and departed, Yi Sun approached Ling Si, asking, "Is there something on your mind?" "There is someone I wish to bring back." "Who?" "Yun Xun." Yi Sun was taken aback, incredulous that the treacherous individual was still alive. "Have you lost your senses? Have you forgotten what he has done?" Ling Si responded firmly, "He has changed." Yi Wun retorted, He appears to have changed now that you possess strength, but you do not understand. Growing weary of the conversation, Yun recalled the dismal state in which he had first encountered Ling Si, his body ravaged by zombies, every inch of him torn apart. Ling Si had stood amidst the horde, his eyes reflecting a profound emptiness. Enough, Yun thought. Now you are blinded by love. He ceased his persuasion and, alongside Ling Si, turned their attention to Yun Xun. After Ling Si's departure, Yun Xun found sleep eluding him and rose to freshen up in the system space. Upon entering the room, Yun beheld the fair and delicate figure seated on the sofa. It seemed only natural that Ling Si would be fond of him. After all, such cleanliness was a rarity in this post-apocalyptic world. Yun Xun raised his eyes and saw Ling Si entering with a stranger. The stranger, clad in military attire, bore an imposing demeanor, scrutinizing him with keen interest. Ling Si approached him, introducing the individual as Yun, a senior official from the military department of the base. "We should be able to return tomorrow," he stated. Yun Xun nodded in acknowledgement. Yun, noticing Yun Xun's lack of curiosity about him, felt his interest piqued. "So, you're the one that Captain Ling is bringing back to the base? Quite attractive, I must say," Yun remarked, his tone laced with frivolity. Uncertain of the nature of the relationship between Yun and Ling Si, Yun Xun opted for a non-confrontational response, merely uttering a soft mm. Ling Si shot Yun a glacial glare, to which Yun responded with a hint of exasperation, questioning the need for such tension over a single comment. However, he couldn't help but find the little beauty's indifference rather endearing. Sensing Yun Xun's discomfort, Ling Si guided him back to their room. From behind, Yun called out, "Where will I stay? Ling si fiend ignorante." Internally, Yun Xun scoffed, resolving not to search for him. Once back in the room, the two sat in silence. Ling Si broke the stillness, assuring Yun Xun that Yun meant no harm, merely speaking thoughtlessly. "You seem quite familiar with him," Yun Xun remarked coolly. "He brought me back to the base," Ling Si replied. "Oh, so your relationship is rather special?" Yun Xun shot back. "Please don't say it that way." With that, Yun Xun fell silent, casting his gaze downward, visibly upset. Ling Si, feeling helpless, pondered the obvious impossibility of any connection between him and Yun. Why was Yun Xun upset? Ling Si thought it best to let Yun Xun calm down, quietly exiting the room. Yun Xun coolly observed the retreating figure, feeling a chill creeping up his spine. That night, Ling Si still held Yun Xun close as they slept, despite their lack of conversation, their hearts drawing near. The following morning, Ling Si awoke to an empty room, his brow furrowed in concern. Unbeknownst to him, Yun Xun had stealthily departed in the dead of night with the aid of the system. The system, puzzled, questioned, "Didn't you just find a male lead? Why not return with him?" Yun Xun scoffed, declaring he had no intention of returning with someone so fickle. "The male lead only has eyes for you. How can he be unfaithful?" The system was further perplexed. Yun Xun was well aware that the dogged man harbored feelings solely for him. However, Yun's frivolity and Ling Si's indifference fueled his anger. "I can leave whenever I wish. Who are you to dictate?" he retorted, causing the system to refrain from further inquiries. Chapter 46. The heartless childhood sweetheart in the apocalypse boss. Since he has left, it signifies he does not wish to return with you. Why wait for him? Li Qing, unable to conceal his inner delight, feigned sympathy while attempting to persuade Ling Si. "No need to say anything further. You all return first, and I will stay behind to find him," Ling Si asserted with an unyielding tone. Yun observed Ling Si, wondering if he had lost his mind. Although Ling Si was formidable, how could one survive alone in an apocalypse? Recognizing Ling Si's determination, he refrained from further objections. After everyone had departed, Ling Si waited alone in the room for 2 days. He understood Yun Xun's fastidious nature, and this location was among the cleanest in the vicinity. Ling Si gazed out of the window, pondering whether he had misjudged the situation. Suddenly, the sound of a door opening broke the silence. He hurriedly rushed outside. Yun Xun was taken aback to see Ling Si still there. After sneaking away, he found himself without a destination in mind. And given that other places had long been abandoned and were covered in dust, he thought of returning here. He had deliberately held off for 2 days, only to find Ling Si still waiting. Ling Si yearned to rush into his embrace, but hesitated, fearing that Yun Xun might flee once more. Observing the redness in the man's eyes and the unkempt stubble that had grown from neglect, Yun Xun suddenly felt that nothing else mattered. After all, he loved him, did he not? He boldly leaped into Ling Si's arms, exclaiming, "What have you done? Why provoke my anger, yet elicit such compassion?" Ling Si enveloped Yun Xun in his embrace, murmuring, "I'm sorry, it was I who caused your anger. It was my reckless behavior. Yun Xun softly replied, "No, it was my fault for being so temperamental." "No, it is my error for provoking you," Ling Si retorted, feeling a wave of emotion that made his eyes sting as he blinked back tears. Yun Xun could not help but shed tears, saying, "If you continue like this, I'll become even more willful." "With me, you are never willful," Ling Si reassured him. Yun Xun looked up, playfully scolding, "You haven't even taken care of yourself. Your stubble is quite noticeable." Ling Si raised his hand to touch his face, feeling the prickliness. "Will you help me shave?" he asked. Yun Xun, breaking into a smile, agreed. After Yun Xun finished shaving him, Ling Si could no longer contain himself and confessed, "Xun, I love you." Yun Xun responded with a smile. "I love you too." Ling Si, no longer restraining himself, captured the lips he had longed for, and Yun Xun fervently reciprocated. "Can I?" Ling Si inquired softly. "Of course." Yun Xun replied, breathless. The system observed the darkened screen, lost in contemplation, pondering the complexities of a man's heart. The following morning, Yun Xun awoke to the aroma of seafood congee. "Ling," he called. Ling Si, hearing Yun Xun's voice, entered and sat beside him, pulling him into an embrace. "What's wrong?" he asked. "My back hurts," Yun Xun complained. Ling Si chuckled as he gently kneaded his back. "Is that better?" Yun Xun shot him a playful glance. "It's tolerable." After a moment of massaging, Yun Xun announced, "I'm hungry." Ling Si carried Yun Xun to wash up and, once they were done, settled them on the sofa to feed him congee. Yun Xun basked in Ling Si's attentive care, requesting this and that intermittently. Ling Si dutifully catered to his whims, understanding that Yun Xun was venting his frustrations on him, blaming him for the events of the previous night. That evening, Ling Si held Yun Xun close, asking, "My dear, where would you like to go?" Yun Xun, puzzled, replied, "Aren't you at the Thunder Base?" Ling Si placed a gentle kiss atop Yun Xun's head, saying, "You may go wherever you wish." In truth, Ling Si yearned to ask if Yun Xun desired to join him, but he did not want to impose. Yun Xun, feeling exasperated with Ling Si, contemplated joining another team to further his development and then boast about it to him. But now that they were together, why would they need to separate? "I want to be with you," he declared. "Wherever you go, I shall follow." To Thunder Base, then, Yun Xun ultimately decided. Ling Si pondered for a moment, suggesting that they take a few more days to contemplate. He gently caressed Yun Xun's head, allowing him ample time for reflection. Yun Xun raised his gaze, stating that he would be content anywhere, for a dwelling held meaning solely because of Ling Si. Overwhelmed by a torrent of affection, Ling Si pressed his lips to Yun Xun's. The kiss left Yun Xun breathless, prompting him to hastily beat against Ling Si's chest. Sensing Yun Xun's discomfort, Ling Si eased his hold slightly. The system observed, its screen darkened, chuckling to itself, wondering who had decreed that the male lead could not share a bed for 3 days. Ling Si prepared the vehicle, while Yun Xun, distracted by the sound of approaching zombies, felt a twinge of despair. It was all his fault. Had it not been for him, they could have comfortably traveled by helicopter. Ling Si affectionately ruffled Yun Xun's hair, reassuring him that while helicopters were swift, they were also turbulent, causing even the strongest to succumb to nausea. Yun Xun was taken aback by the severity of the weather and turned to Ling Si, asking if he longed for the past, a time devoid of zombies. Ling Si gazed at him, contemplating that as long as Yun Xun was by his side, even the apocalypse seemed bearable. Inwardly, Yun Xun inquired of the system if there were any means to end the apocalypse. The system, wearing a distressed expression, replied that the apocalypse was a natural evolution of this world, and it could not intervene. Acknowledging the futility, Yun Xun turned his gaze to the window, suddenly spotting a dark figure in the distance. Natural evolution, in essence, was survival of the fittest. The zombies, as an opposing force, must also be evolving. So, was that just now a conscious zombie? Since it had not attacked them, he chose to disregard it, refocusing on Ling Si and suggesting they not rest here, but rather wait until they reached the next city. Ling Si, though puzzled, nodded in agreement. Upon reaching the next city, Ling Si parked beside a small supermarket and disembarked to clear out the zombies. Upon opening the door, he discovered someone inside. Ling Si beheld a pregnant woman, her eyes filled with hope. He hesitated before asking if they could stay for a night, explaining that they had traveled far. The woman, seemingly overjoyed at the sight of normalcy, nodded tearfully, eager to ensure her message was understood. Receiving her consent, Ling Si called for Yun Xun to join him. Upon seeing the woman, Yun Xun turned to Ling Si, questioning if he had softened. Survival in the apocalypse was inherently challenging, especially for a pregnant woman, indicating that Ling Si was inclined to assist her. The woman remained silent, merely offering them several packs of instant noodles. Yun Xun declined, stating they had enough provisions and urged her to keep them for herself. Seeing their refusal, the woman retreated into the room. Ling Si embraced Yun Xun, leaning close to whisper, asking if he would feel discontented. Yun Xun stepped back, meeting Ling Si's gaze, assuring him that he would not be unhappy. Yet he also would not be pleased. The uncertainty of human nature was palpable, especially in such dire circumstances. Ling Si understood Yun Xun's sentiments, but was more inclined to offer the woman an opportunity. Yun Xun detected a strong scent of blood emanating from the woman before him. How could she have survived alone for so long, with her attire impeccably clean? It was evident she was not to be underestimated. Yet, Yun Xun refrained from voicing his thoughts. Ling Si had already been deceived once by the original owner, and a fall for a second ruse seemed improbable, suggesting he was rather naive. That night, as Yun Xun and Ling Si lay in bed, an unexpected fragrance wafted through the air. Yun Xun chose to ignore it. Witnessing certain things firsthand often proved more shocking than being told. When he next opened his eyes, he found the woman had completely changed her appearance, so she wasn't pregnant after all. Ling Si regarded her coldly, inquiring, "What do you intend to do?" The woman burst into laughter, brandishing a knife. "Isn't it obvious? I'll turn you both into human dumplings." Ling Si's face twisted in disgust. "What distinguishes your actions from that of a zombie?" The woman retorted with scorn, "What does it matter? Is it to save my child, or to resurrect my beloved? Since the day they perished, I have ceased to be human." Ling Si gazed at her silently. "Would they wish to see you like this?" The woman's laughter grew louder, tears streaming down her cheeks. "They wanted me to survive, but how can I live without them?" Yun Xun interjected, "Are you still attempting to justify your malevolence? If evil has reasons, does that absolve it? What fault lies with those you've consumed?" The woman glared fiercely at Yun Xun, raising her knife, intent on striking him down first. Ling Si broke free from his restraints, unleashing a bolt of lightning that sent the woman crashing to the ground. She stared at him in disbelief. "How is this possible?" Yun Xun wondered aloud. "Is there an issue with Ling Si's powers?" Ling Si simply replied coldly, "Nothing is impossible." The woman laughed maniacally. "And who are you to judge? If you truly believed me, why resort to using your abilities?" Yun Xun glanced at Ling Si, questioning whether the woman could control such powers. Ling Si met his gaze, reassuring him, then turned back to the woman. "You have harmed so many. Do you not feel remorse?" The woman wept silently, her gaze drifting toward the distant shelves, lost in thought. Yun Xun, concerned that Ling Si might hesitate, suggested they let her fate unfold. Ling Si nodded in agreement, and they departed. Seated in the vehicle, Yun Xun took Ling Si's hand. "I thought you had been deceived by her." Ling Si clasped his hand in return. A smile crept onto Yun Xun's lips. "Had I known, I wouldn't have entered, and I wouldn't have been captured." Ling Si regarded him thoughtfully. "Even villains have the capacity for kindness. Regrettably, she chose to attempt our murder. Otherwise, bringing her along wouldn't have been an issue." Yun Xun understood Ling Si's steadfast principles. He admired Ling Si's approach of reciprocating love to the world. After 3 days of travel, they arrived at the entrance of the base. Ling Si noticed something amiss. The number of guards had doubled compared to usual. Yun Xun suggested, "Shall we investigate further?" Ling Si nodded in agreement, leading Yun Xun to the entrance. Upon seeing Ling Si, the guards acknowledged him, "Captain Ling." He responded with a nod. "Has something occurred at the base?" The guards glanced around cautiously before whispering, "The leader has been replaced by Yun Xun." "No wonder." Ling Si grasped Yun Xun's hand tightly and exchanged a few pleasantries with the guard. Once back in the car, Ling Si informed Yun Xun that the original leader of the base was Yu Qi, a figure of great esteem, while Yang Cheng served as the deputy leader. The recent change in leadership likely stemmed from some special maneuver employed by Yang Cheng. Yun Xun, unfamiliar with either individual, questioned the relevance of this to their return to the base. Ling Si explained that Yang Cheng had an insatiable admiration for beautiful individuals, regardless of gender. And once someone caught his eye, he would employ every means at his disposal to possess them. Understanding Ling Si's concerns, Yun Xun reassured him that he had nothing to fear from Yang Cheng, suggesting that he could simply remain indoors upon their arrival at the base. Ling Si gently patted Yun Xun's head, expressing his regret for putting him in such a position, and suggested that if the situation became unbearable, they could consider relocating to another base. With a pained expression, Yun Xun shook his head. The endless travel was becoming unbearable. They decided to enter the base and deal with whatever awaited them. Chapter 48. The Heartless Bamboo Horse in the Apocalypse. They adhered to protocol, observing the entrance for 3 days. On the third day, Yang Cheng arrived with a team to meet Ling Si. Their conversation revealed Yang Cheng's intentions to win Ling Si over and solidify his position. However, Ling Si remained noncommittal. Sensing Ling Si's resistance, Yang Cheng cut to the chase, stating, "Ling, in this apocalyptic world, everyone is on edge, and someone must stand at the forefront. Do you not wish to join me in shaping this new world?" Ling Si felt no affinity for Yang Cheng nor interest in his ambitious plans. Aware that they would have to coexist in this base, he politely declined, asserting that the leader's grand ambitions inevitably entailed unforeseen perils, and as an ordinary individual, he merely sought to maintain his own integrity. Yang Cheng, sensing Ling Si's refusal, narrowed his eyes, his keen gaze seemingly attempting to penetrate Ling Si's very essence. Ling Si met his stare with fearless resolve. In this silent contest, Yang Cheng was the first to avert his gaze, suddenly bursting into laughter as he patted Ling Si's shoulder, declaring, "Well done, young man." With that, he turned and departed. After Yang Cheng's exit, Yun Xun emerged from the shadows, appearing ambitious. Ling Si cast a sidelong glance at him, a smirk gracing his lips as he remarked on Yang Cheng's desire to dominate the survivors of the apocalypse and establish an empire. Yun Xun was taken aback, realizing how power could corrupt one's original intentions, especially in a nation founded on the principles of the people, as Yang Cheng seemed poised to betray. Ling Si stepped closer to Yun Xun, enveloping him in an embrace, declaring that he would not relent, and suggested they leave. Yun Xun nodded, wishing to avoid conflict. Yet he raised his gaze to Ling Si's face, questioning how he could abandon the fight, especially since Ling Si had even offered chances to that ruthless woman. Ling Si returned his smile. In that moment, Yun Xun understood the truth. It was for him that Ling Si was willing to endure. After contemplating, he sighed and proposed they stay. Ling Si looked at him, a mixture of confusion, surprise, and concern reflecting in his eyes. Yun Xun confirmed Ling Si's suspicions by planting a soft kiss on the corner of his lips, stating, "I also want to see you happy. I support you in whatever you wish to pursue." Ling Si's gaze brimmed with affection, overflowing with love, and without uttering another word, he kissed Yun Xun. His beloved was truly wonderful, beyond measure. Yun Xun was lost in thought until a knock on the door interrupted him. "Ling, you may enter," came the voice. Startled, Yun Xun quickly pushed aside Ling Si. Initially irked by the abruptness, Ling Si's irritation faded upon seeing the crimson hue of Yun Xun's cheeks. "What are you afraid of? Do we appear so scandalous?" he teased. Yun Xun shot him an annoyed glance. "You know very well, yet you still ask." Ling Si, sensing the moment, gently kissed Yun Xun's eyelids and took his hand. "Let us go." Yun Xun, in a haughty manner, nodded in agreement. Upon arriving at Ling Si's modest abode, a simple three-room apartment furnished with only a bed, a table and chairs, and basic toiletries, Ling Si explained, "The base has electricity, but only provides power for 4 hours each evening." After hearing the base's regulations, Yun Xun truly grasped the harsh realities of survival in a post-apocalyptic world. There's only one set of toiletries. "Shall I take you to buy another?" Ling Si inquired. Yun Xun shook his head. "I have supplies in my space. I prefer to stay in for now to avoid attracting trouble." Ling Si embraced Yun Xun in silence, whispering his gratitude. He longed to suggest they leave, but knowing that Yongcheng's success would surely bring suffering to the populace, he could not bring himself to do so. Yun Xun smiled at him. "What is there to think? I feel happy just being with you." Moreover, if boredom set in, although he could not wield spiritual power, he could request a transformation card from the system to change his appearance and go out for some fun. Ling Si gazed at Yun Xun's joyful face, feeling as though he could never tire of it. Coming back to reality, he brushed his fingers against Yun Xun's lips. "Once this is resolved, I will accompany you wherever you wish to go." He was determined to hold onto Yun Xun for a lifetime. Suddenly, a knock at the door announced the arrival of Ling Si's team. Upon seeing Yun Xun again, Xiongyu felt a tinge of embarrassment, surprised at the nature of Yun Xun's relationship with his superior. Isu, observing Xiongyu's expression, understood his thoughts and realized the impact of the two men being together on him. Yun Xun scanned the room, but did not see Li Qing, which struck him as odd. Could Li Qing really pass up the chance to see Ling Si? Ling Si poured them all a cup of tea. "Tell me about the events that transpired at the base during my absence." Xiongyu, unable to hide his thoughts, replied, "On the night we arrived, the former leader, Yu, died under mysterious circumstances. Yongcheng seized the opportunity, claiming the base could not be leaderless, and thus became the new leader." Yun Xun let out a soft scoff. "An unclear cause of death? Isn't that rather evident? The greatest beneficiary is likely the one who orchestrated it or someone close to him." Ling Si tightened his grip on Yun Xun's hand, contemplating the implications. Did the other two vice leaders agree? Xiongyu, feeling a sense of clarity, responded, "Indeed, but I've heard they have fallen ill and have not been seen. Could they be under house arrest?" His eyes widened in realization. In an unnoticed corner, Isu smirked, sensing an opportunity. Ling Si immediately issued orders. "We shall split up and locate the vice leaders." "Understood," came the unanimous response. After receiving their tasks, the group exchanged a few casual words before dispersing. It was then that Yun Xun learned that Li Qing had caught Yongcheng's eye and was now his lover. He felt a pressing need to thwart Yongcheng. Otherwise, Li Qing's beauty might lead to his ruin. In the evening, Yi Sun arrived and, upon entering, greeted Yun Xun with a simple nod, to which Yun Xun responded politely. Ling Si wrapped an arm around Yun Xun and inquired of Yi Sun whether he had something to discuss. Yi Sun, amused yet irritated, wondered what he meant. Did he think Yi Sun would compete with Ling Si? He possessed a sense of decorum. Pretending not to understand, he remarked, "You are aware that the base has a new leader, right?" "I know," was the reply. Yi Sun, exasperated, noticed Ling Si leisurely asserting that, in just a few days since his appointment, he had already claimed 3 individuals as his little wives, regardless of gender. Yun Xun sensed Yi Sun's genuine anxiety and gently squeezed Ling Si's hand, urging him to temper his words. Aware that Ling Si harbored resentment towards Yi Sun for his departure. Following Yun Xun's subtle cue, Ling Si spoke up, seemingly acknowledging his unsuitability for leadership. Yi Sun intended to probe further, but was surprised when Ling Si merely concurred without offering his own opinions. It was not merely a matter of being unsuitable. Ling Si had also enacted numerous regulations, clearly aiming to transform the base into an autocracy, imposing his own brand of imperialism. "We cannot allow him to succeed," Yi Sun stated unequivocally, abandoning any pretense. Ling Si poured Yi Sun a cup of tea, affirming their shared thoughts. Aware of Ling Si's temperament, Yi Sun sought his collaboration. "Do you have any plans?" "I was thinking we should first locate 2 vice leaders. If they were to unite, they might be able to suppress Yongcheng." Ling Si regarded him thoughtfully. "We are of the same mind. Let us each take action to find the vice leaders. With their ideas aligned, Yun Xun felt a greater sense of confidence and promptly communicated the plan to his team. Chapter 49. The heartless childhood friend in the apocalypse. Yun Xun leaned against Ling Si, gazing up at him. Was that intentional? Ling Si looked down at him, gently stroking his head. Indeed. Seeing Ling Si act nonchalant despite the situation, Yun Xun couldn't help but chuckle. You still have the audacity to address it. They did nothing wrong. Ling Si remained silent, simply caressing Yun Xun's ear. The sensation was unbearable for Yun Xun, who grasped Ling Si's wandering hand, continuing to tease him. I wonder who heard that someone had arrived and left me alone in the room. Why be stopped now? Ling Si's eyes darkened slightly, silencing Yun Xun's playful remarks with a kiss. Yun Xun, wide-eyed, observed Ling Si with closed eyes, laughter dancing in his gaze. Ling Si opened his eyes, locking onto Yun Xun's, and playfully nipped at him, eliciting an even brighter smile from Yun Xun. Ling Si's hand slid to Yun Xun's waist, causing him to squirm and attempt to escape, but Ling Si held him back. Yun Xun shot him an annoyed glare, while Ling Si's eyes sparkled with amusement. The following morning, Ling Si left early. When Yun Xun arose, he found the room empty, discovering a note on the table. Gone to investigate. Food is in the kitchen. Yun Xun had a light breakfast. Ling Si had awoken early, prepared breakfast, and called for Yun Xun, but receiving no response, had left a note instead. He departed their quarters, heading towards the mission hall. In this post-apocalyptic world, currency had lost its value. Everyone now traded using the cores of zombies. Those possessing an abundance of crystal cores occasionally hired others for odd jobs. Ling Si scanned the surroundings and finally spotted a task assigned by one of the vice leaders, cleaning the house. He accepted the task and proceeded to the vice leader's residence. Upon nearing the vicinity, he noticed a group of guards stationed there. Ling Si approached them openly and accepted the task of tidying up the house. The guards exchanged puzzled glances, recalling that they were instructed not to allow anyone inside. One of them questioned, "Do you have any credentials?" Ling Si, with a stern expression, retorted, "What credentials are required for a task? An oral order, perhaps?" Seeing Ling Si's irritation, the guards, knowing his esteemed reputation, hastily granted him passage. However, they wondered why Ling Si had not brought anyone along to assist with the cleaning. They exchanged glances, deciding to report this to avoid any accountability. Upon entering the house, Ling Si quickly surveyed the first floor, which was empty. He ascended to the second floor, where he encountered a woman who was startled by his presence. Recognizing him, she exclaimed, "Ling Si?" He inquired, "Madam, is Vice Leader Li here?" The woman, who was indeed Vice Leader Li's wife and someone Ling Si had met a few times before, quickly composed herself and said, "Follow me." Upon entering the study, Vice Leader Li was seated at his desk. Ling Si approached him, addressing him directly. Vice Leader Li scrutinized him and asked, "What brings you here?" With time of the essence, Ling Si spoke candidly. "Vice Leader, you must be aware that Yang Cheng has become the new leader. However, only a few days into his reign, discontent has already surfaced within the base. We seek a new path." Hearing Ling Si's words, Vice Leader Li slammed his hand on the table, declaring, "That scoundrel has killed the leader and placed us under house arrest. His actions are despicable. He seeks to create an empire, and his ideology is even more wicked." Understanding the urgency of the situation, Ling Si emphasized, "It is imperative that you and your allies emerge into the public eye to stand in opposition to him." Vice Leader Li grasped the gravity of the matter and replied, "I will provide you with a list of individuals I have trained. By uniting our efforts to exert pressure on him, we shall achieve our freedom." Ling Si nodded in agreement. Just as Ling Si received the list, he heard the sound of multiple footsteps approaching from outside. The list could not fall into the wrong hands. While contemplating his next move, Yun Xun's voice echoed in his mind, instructing him, "Place the list in your pocket. I will store it in my space." Surprised yet resolute, Ling Si complied and tucked the note away, glancing at the other two individuals. Relieved that only he could hear the earlier sounds, Vice Leader Li was about to ask why Ling Si did not destroy the list when Yang Cheng barged in. Yang Cheng scrutinized Ling Si's expression, finding nothing amiss, and asked, "What brings you here?" Ling Si replied, I accepted a task at the mission hall and came to check on Vice Leader Li. Yang Cheng's piercing gaze locked on Ling Si. Questioning, here to clean, are you? Unfazed by Yang Cheng's intensity, Ling Si remarked that the task was merely a trivial matter. Yang Cheng, sensing Ling Si's indifference, turned to Vice Leader Li and asked, is he in good health? Vice Leader Li, exuding an aura of authority, responded, very well. Frustrated by the lack of acknowledgement from both men, Yang Cheng warned Ling Si, it would be wise not to wander about recklessly. What if something were to happen? Ling Si calmly replied, each person has their own destiny. Yang Cheng let out a cold hum, stating that due to the confidential nature of Deputy Li's involvement and for the safety of the base, Team Ling needed to be searched. Ling Si, undaunted, consented. The guards conducted a search on Ling Si but found nothing of significance. Yang Cheng scrutinized Ling Si, as if attempting to extract some hidden truth. Ling Si remained unperturbed under his gaze. Ultimately, Yang Cheng returned empty-handed, while Ling Si leisurely made his way back to his quarters. Upon entering, Yun Xun jumped onto him, asking if he was impressive. Ling Si chuckled and ruffled his hair, affirming his prowess. Yun Xun presented him with a list, inquiring if he recognized any of the individuals. Ling Si, having already perused it, acknowledged familiarity with several, some of whom he knew quite well in connection with Yi Sun. Yun Xun was taken aback by Yi Sun's adeptness in social interactions, suggesting he handle the negotiations to avoid complications. Ling Si shared this sentiment. In the evening, Yi Sun arrived. Upon learning that Ling Si had entered Deputy Li's residence and had been discovered by Yang Cheng, he rushed to find him that night. Ling Si handed over the list. Yi Sun, upon reviewing it, noted that he could manage several individuals, although one posed a challenge due to being affiliated with the Research Institute, which was shrouded in high-level confidentiality. Ling Si assured him that he would devise a way to deal with that individual after Yi Sun addressed those he could. Yi Sun patted Ling Si on the shoulder, expressing gratitude for his efforts. Ling Si shot him a glance and sidestepped, cautioning him against any inappropriate gestures. As he was a man of family, Yun Xun's expression shifted, perplexed, asking what Ling Si meant. Yi Sun fell silent, retracting his hand and looking at Yun Xun, remarking that it was indeed the sister-in-law who knew how to train others. Yun Xun wished to bury his head in the ground, recognizing the remarkable camaraderie between the two friends. Noticing Yun Xun's discomfort, Ling Si hastened to usher him away, suggesting they leave before darkness fell. Yi Sun, not wishing to be a third wheel, mentioned he had one more matter to discuss with Ling Si regarding Deputy Chun, indicating entry there might be problematic. Ling Si responded that rescuing Deputy Li first would pave the way for dealing with Deputy Chen. Yi Sun agreed and promptly departed from Ling Si's abode. After Yi Sun's departure, Yun Xun leaned against Ling Si, expressing that he could establish contact with that person using his space ability, but required someone to help him access it. Ling Si toyed with Yun Xun's hair, pondering how to integrate his space into Yun Xun's being. As long as I can touch him, Yun Xun clarified. Ling Si inquired how he would return, to which Yun Xun suggested that if Ling Si touched him once more, he could be summoned. Ling Si embraced Yun Xun, resting his head atop his, asking if he could accompany him, as he knew Yun Xun would be anxious acting alone. Yun Xun tenderly caressed Ling Si's face, affirming it was possible, but questioned who would facilitate the connection. Ling Si tilted his head and kissed the palm of Yun Xun's hand, proposing that Xiong Yu be the one to assist. Yun Xun was taken aback by the warmth of Ling Si's touch and instinctively tried to withdraw, only to be held back by Ling Si, who declared, "Sun, this is our time. Let's not think of anything else." Yun Xun blushed, looking at him, muttering teasingly, "You old lecher." Ling Si feigned ignorance and pressed his lips against Yun Xun's. The following day, Xiong Yu received an inexplicable task, instructing him to create a scene involving someone from the Research Institute. Adhering to the creed that his superior's words were infallible, Xiong Yu positioned himself early at the cafeteria. Fortune favored the diligent, and mere minutes later, he spotted his target entering. Swiftly, he rose and collided with the individual's shoulder before hastily exiting. The person cursed under their breath but seemed preoccupied and did not linger. Exchanging a glance with Ling Si, Yun Xun felt a sense of accomplishment. After purchasing breakfast, the individual hurried into the research facility. Xiongyu exited the cafeteria and concealed himself behind a tree, only daring to glance back once he was certain he was not being pursued. Otherwise, he would surely face a scolding. Boss, what exactly are you plotting? Meanwhile, Yun Xun and Ling Si successfully focused on their intended target. Ling Si attempted to initiate a conversation. Dr. Li paused for a moment, pretending not to hear, as if the apocalypse had conjured phantoms. Ling Si persisted. Dr. Li, I was sent by Deputy Li to speak with you. If you can hear me, please touch your ear. Upon hearing Deputy Li, Dr. Li considered the possibility that his adoptive father required assistance and promptly touched his ear. Ling Si proceeded to outline the plan. We intend to propose the release of Deputy Li and Deputy Chun at the assembly the day after tomorrow. We kindly ask you to unite all your available resources for this endeavor. Dr. Li nodded in understanding. After their discussion, Ling Si suggested he connect with the assistant who had escorted them. Yun Xun and Ling Si departed the research institute with ease. Their mission had unfolded smoothly, and in high spirits. They exchanged glances and held hands as they returned to their residence. However, upon arrival, they encountered an unwelcome presence. Yang Cheng's eyes gleamed with avarice upon seeing Yun Xun. Ling Si stepped protectively in front of Yun Xun. Chief, this is my partner. Evidently, Ling Si's declaration did little to quell Yang Cheng's covetousness. Yang Cheng laughed heartily. Captain Ling, what a fortunate man you are. Ling Si's expression hardened. Chief, are you here for something? Yang Cheng, feeling his pride wounded by the repeated rebuff, could no longer maintain his smile. Captain Ling, do you know this person? Yun Xun was taken aback. The individual from the Research Institute was a traitor? Dr. Li cast a remorseful glance at Ling Si. Ling Si realized that their plan had been compromised, and he needed to alert his comrades. Grasping Yun Xun's hand, he attempted to flee, but was blocked by Mu Song. Yun Xun squeezed Ling Si's hand reassuringly, signaling to follow them. Ling Si ceased to resist, accepting that he must bear the consequences alone, as this matter did not involve his partner. Yang Cheng, of course, would not let Yun Xun escape so easily, and he laughed once more. Your fate is not yours to decide. Just as Ling Si intended to confront him directly, he was halted by Yun Xun. Both were taken back to the reconnaissance department separately. As they parted, Yun Xun offered Ling Si a reassuring glance. Seated in his cell, Ling Si pondered how to navigate this predicament. Their plan had been leaked, and if he did not promptly inform his teammates, Yang Cheng could ensnare them all. Additionally, Yun Xun was at risk. Yang Cheng would undoubtedly pursue him relentlessly. Would he be safe? He struck the table with his fist, blaming himself for underestimating the situation. Otherwise, he and Yun Xun would not have found themselves in such a precarious position. After parting ways with Ling Si, Yun Xun was escorted to Yang Cheng's residence. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of Li Qing clad in a maid's outfit. Li Qing seemed taken aback to see him there, awkwardly lowering her head as if she did not recognize him. Yang Cheng, oblivious to Li Qing's discomfort, laughed heartily as he introduced Yun Xun. Yun Xun deftly sidestepped Yang Cheng's attempt to encircle his waist. Yang Cheng's expression darkened, instructing his men to take Yun Xun into a room and lock him away. Let him suffer hunger for 2 days. After issuing his orders, Yang Cheng departed, preoccupied with other matters. Confined within the room, Yun Xun requested the system to project a false persona while he slipped out to seek out Xiongyu. Upon encountering Xiongyu, he inquired about the situation with the boss. Yun Xun took a sip of water and replied, "A Ling has been imprisoned. You must notify Yi Sun to suspend all actions. There's a mole among us." Xiongyu promptly communicated this to everyone. Yun Xun then arrived at the prison, only to find Ling Si waiting at the door. "A Ling, how did you get out?" Ling Si embraced Yun Xun, expressing his fears that he could not wait any longer, worried for Yun Xun's safety, urging him to rebel. Yun Xun nodded in agreement, and Ling Si led him to the arms storage area, where approximately a dozen guards were stationed. To avoid alarming the higher-ups, Yun Xun and Ling Si entered the space and quietly made their way into the storage room. Yun Xun gathered all the weapons into the space. With these arms, their chances of success increased significantly. Ling Si and Yun Xun subsequently sought out Yi Sun, instructing him to assemble everyone. Emphasizing the importance of capturing the mastermind first, they needed to subdue Yun Xun. After parting ways with Yi Sun, Ling Si and Yun Xun proceeded to Yang Cheng's office building. Utilizing the space, they materialized abruptly before Yang Cheng, startling him. He drew a wooden gun, preparing to shoot. Recognizing them, he exclaimed, "Ling Si, what are you doing?" This person was supposed to be detained. Ling Si shielded himself with an ice barrier, while Yun Xun declared, "What do you think? We are here to apprehend you. You old scoundrel, to uphold justice." Without hesitation, Yang Cheng fired the wooden gun. Ling Si blocked the shot and unleashed a surge of electricity, incapacitating both Yang Cheng and his assistant. Seizing the moment, Yun Xun bound them securely. As Yang Cheng regained consciousness and realized his inability to move, he chuckled nervously. "Ling team, it was my mistake. I should not have coveted what belongs to you. Release me, and I shall overlook this. You may do as you wish in the base from now on." Ling Si scoffed coldly. "Your thoughts have never garnered respect. Whether it be me or another, you would face the same fate." Yun Xun, uninterested in idle chatter, pressed the wooden gun against Yang Cheng, demanding the release of Deputy Li and Deputy Chun. Yang Cheng, aware that those two were his protectors, retorted, "I previously stated that they must be present for their release." Yun Xun turned to Ling Si, who pondered for a moment and suggested, "You take your assistant to find Yi Sun. Let him go to fetch them." Yun Xun was reluctant to depart, for Yang Cheng posed the greatest threat. "You should go," Ling Si urged, gently patting Yun Xun's head. "Be obedient." Yun Xun found himself unable to refuse Ling Si, reluctantly administering a venomous insect to Yang Cheng. "If you dare to harm a Ling, this creature will devour your innards," he warned. Yang Cheng, filled with trepidation, complied as Yun Xun departed with his assistant. In Chapter 51 of this tale of apocalyptic love, Yun Xun sought out Yi Sun, conveying Ling Si's scheme. Yi Sun promptly gathered his companions to accompany Yun Xun in rescuing Deputy Li and Deputy Chun. The assistant, petrified by Yun Xun's ominous insect, obeyed without question. Yun Xun and Yi Sun successfully extracted the individuals, leading them into a confrontation with Yang Cheng. Unable to contain his impatience, Yun Xun advanced to find Ling Si, only to be drawn by an explosion emanating from a Ling's office building. In a frenzy, he raced downstairs, only to find the structure reduced to rubble. "A Ling! A Ling!" he called, but received no reply. Swiftly, he began to clear the debris, convinced that his beloved A Ling must still be alive. He had promised to take him anywhere he wished once this ordeal was over. A deceitful promise that now brought tears to Yun Xun's eyes. "System 66, he urged. "Where is he?" The system quickly alerted him. "Host, the male lead is over there." He jumped out of the window. Yun Xun hastily followed the system's directions and discovered a fainted Ling Si. He scooped Ling Si into his arms. "System 66, prepare a healing elixir and locate the infirmary." The system promptly activated its navigation, delivering the potion to Yun Xun. Administering the elixir, he rushed Ling Si to the medical station, remaining steadfastly by his side. System 66. Scan A Ling's condition. The system hesitated, having already conducted numerous scans at Yun Xun's insistence. "Host, the male lead's internal injuries are nearly healed, but his leg is fractured." With unwavering diligence, the system continued its scans. "Host, the male lead's bodily functions are stable. Then why is he not awakened?" Yun Xun pressed. The system retreated, contemplating that the anesthetic had yet to wear off, though it dared not voice this to Yun Xun. Grasping Ling Si's hand, tears streamed down Yun Xun's face. "A Ling, please wake up. I need you." Ling Si felt warmth trickling across his hand and heard Yun Xun's voice. Was he crying? Struggling, he managed to open his eyes, focusing on Yun Xun. "Hey, Sun." Upon hearing Ling Si's voice, Yun Xun's heart soared, his tears still glistening. "A Ling, you are finally awake." Ling Si attempted to lift his hand to wipe Yun Xun's tears, but found it impossible. Instead, he gently squeezed the hand that Yun Xun held. I'm fine." With Ling Si's response, Yun Xun's sorrow transformed into joy, laying his head upon Ling Si's chest. "Thank goodness you are unharmed. Otherwise, I would have truly lost my mind." Ling Si placed a tender kiss upon Yun Xun's hair. With you here, I cannot bear the thought of leaving this world. Yun Xun lifted his gaze, admonishing him. Do not speak of death. Ling Si smiled in agreement. When Yi Sun entered, he was met with the tender scene between the two, feeling somewhat awkward. Unsure whether to intrude or retreat, he caught Ling Si's eye and initiated a greeting. Team leader Ling, Yun Xun, I came to check on you. Yun Xun quickly rose, wiping his tears. Don't just stand there. Come, take a seat. Yi Sun took a seat and succinctly conveyed the news. Deputy Li had ascended to a higher position, continuing to champion democracy, which garnered widespread support. Ling Si smiled faintly, expressing his approval. Yi Sun continued, mentioning that he intended to confer 2 titles upon them, crediting their contributions. Yun Xun and Ling Si exchanged glances, acknowledging that the achievements were a collective effort, thus deeming the titles unnecessary, as they did not plan to remain in one place for long. Yi Sun admired their humility, asking where they intended to go. Yun Xun pondered for a moment, responding that they would go where they were needed. Understanding he could not dissuade them, Yi Sun wished them safe travels. Thank you, replied Yun Xun, his smile unwavering as he looked at Ling Si. Ling Si took his hand, feeling grateful for having a companion in this desolate world. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Yi Sun departed, as he was now the commander of the ability users and had pressing matters to attend to. Once Yi Sun left, Ling Si and Yun Xun welcomed Xiongyu and Yi Su. Upon seeing Ling Si, the large Xiongyu could not contain his tears. Yun Xun chuckled, noting the stark contrast in Xiongyu's demeanor. Ling Si joined in the laughter, reassuring him, I am perfectly well. Wiping his tears, Xiongyu said, Boss, I'm still waiting for you to take me out to slay zombies. Ling Si glanced at him, reminding him that each time they faced the undead, he was always with Yi Su, making his presence inconsequential. Yun Xun patted Ling Si's hand, urging him to soften his words. Xiongyu, you and Yi Su are doing well together. Once your boss is ready, I'll take him away. Xiongyu, undeterred, asked, Can't you really take us along? Yi Su turned his head towards Xiongyu. Yun Xun patted Xiongyu's shoulder, saying, Child, it's time to grow up. Besides, you have someone by your side. Don't you? Xiongyu looked at Yi Su, his face turning crimson. Ling Si and Yun Xun exchanged knowing smiles, their eyes sparkling with unspoken amusement. Feeling the weight of Yi Su's gaze, Xiongyu blushed even more, exclaiming, Boss, I'll go fetch you some food, before hastily departing, with Yi Su following closely behind. Watching the retreating figures, Yun Xun held Ling Si's hand, remarking, Your teammate is rather slow on the uptake. Ling Si turned to him, tightening his embrace. I could be quite slow as well. Concerned he might be a burden, Yun Xun propped himself up with one hand, teasing, Even your jealousy is something I must contend with. O king of jealousy. Ling Si chuckled, but remained silent. Leaning against Ling Si, Yun Xun stifled a yawn. Ling Si gently patted his shoulder, saying, If you're tired, sleep. I'm here. Unable to resist any longer, Yun Xun closed his eyes against Ling Si. Ling Si noticed Yun Xun's breathing becoming steady, indicating he was truly exhausted. Tenderly, he pressed a kiss to Yun Xun's face, followed by another at the corner of his eye. Feeling a tickle, Yun Xun stirred slightly. Ling Si chose not to disturb him further. A month later, Ling Si's leg had healed, possibly due to his enhanced physique as an ability user, allowing him to recover within such a short time. During Ling Si's hospitalization, Leader Li also visited, showing great respect towards him. While at the residence, Ling Si held Yun Xun in his arms on the sofa, pondering where their first destination should be. After a moment of contemplation, Yun Xun suggested they should return home for a visit. In this world, both Ling Si and Yun Xun are orphans, creating a deep bond between them. Yun Xun wished to see the place where Ling Si spent his childhood. Ling Si absent-mindedly played with Yun Xun's hair, responding affirmatively. Yendi of Chapter 52. The affection of a foster parent in a power struggle novel. Yun Xun and Ling Si aided many during the apocalypse, eventually returning to the Thunder Base, where they peacefully concluded their lives. Upon opening his eyes once more, Yun Xun found himself in a room adorned with antiquity. After reviewing the narrative, Yun Xun could only conclude that he must have been beneath a vehicle, as he should not be in this place. In the story, The male protagonist, Ling Si, serves as the foster father to the young Emperor Yu Qing and holds the title of regent. The emperor, plagued by suspicion, always believed Ling Si coveted his throne, remaining vigilant until he grasped power entirely, at which point he finally trusted that Ling Si had no such intentions. Born into royalty, he harbored an inherent disbelief that anyone could be genuinely kind without ulterior motives. It was only when a young eunuch pointed it out that he realized Ling Si might harbor feelings for him, willing to subordinate himself for the sake of the emperor. Yun Xun remarked that the young emperor was prone to overthinking. After all, Ling Si had previously stated that the late emperor saved his life, which was why he devoted himself to assisting the young emperor. However, the young emperor insisted on his belief, declaring, "I do not listen. You have feelings for me." Ultimately, due to Ling Si's refusal, he was imprisoned, and Ling Si, unwilling to endure humiliation, chose to end his own life. Yun Xun thoughtfully stroked his chin, pondering the tragic narrative, contemplating the need for rebirth to pursue a beloved amidst the ashes of despair. The system nudged Yun Xun's head, stating, "Host, I must candidly inform you that the male protagonist is your former lover." Yun Xun shot a glance at it, questioning his own mental state. What is happening to my mind? Why do I feel sluggish? The system, feeling guilty, smiled apologetically, the remarkable host. The body you have borrowed belongs to the youngest son of the Prime Minister's residence. He is inherently deficient, with a somewhat slower mind than others. However, as you integrate with him, it will improve. Yun Xun seized the system, playfully squeezing it. Are you malfunctioning? Why do you keep making mistakes? The system, feeling uneasy, wondered if the host had discovered the error in body transfer. "Oh host, I assure you, it was not my fault." Yun Xun remained skeptical of its words, directly opting to return it for repairs. The system lamented, "How did you find a button? Sob, sob." "Host, I must leave for a while." Yun Xun coldly responded, "Be gone. No more deceitful tricks." Upon hearing the commotion, a servant hurriedly entered, addressing him, "Young master, you are awake. Would you like something to eat?" Yun Xun shook his head, recalling the original owner's memories. "Xiao Zhu, I wish to go for a stroll." Xiao Zhu hesitated, glancing at the young master. "Young master, the mistress has confined you for 3 days. The time is not yet up." Yun Xun recalled that Xiao Zhu was a trusted individual left by the original owneress mother. The original protagonist is indeed a pitiable soul. His mother passed away early, and his father remarried. The stepmother treats Yun Xun poorly, yet, due to Yun Xun's simplicity, she perceives no threat from him and keeps him around merely as a decorative presence. While his father dotes upon him, he is often preoccupied with official duties and leaves Yun Xun in the care of his stepmother, who excels at superficial appearances. Recently, after accidentally shattering a vase, Yun Xun was confined for 3 days by his stepmother. Aware that she would not monitor him closely, Yun Xun knew of a dog hole or a low wall through which they could escape. Little Zhu observed the young master, noticing his newfound cheerfulness. "I know a way," he said. Yun Xun immediately resolved to go. Upon reaching the dog hole, little Zhu ventured out first, ensuring the coast was clear. "Young master, hurry out. There is no one around." Hearing the call, Yun Xun quickly crawled out, his head emerging to find a shadow above him. Looking up, he exclaimed, "Why didn't the system mention that a Ling lives next door?" He chuckled and climbed out, asking, "Who are you?" Little Zhu, being restrained by a burly man, knelt with his head bowed in fear of offending the young master. "Forgive us, your highness. My master has suffered an injury to his head and is not quite right in his mind." It dawned on Yun Xun that he had just smiled foolishly. Ling Si observed the young master's sudden silence, standing still with a slight smile. "No need for formalities. It is of no consequence." After saying this, he instructed that little Zhu be released. Yun Xun gazed at the man's retreating figure and impulsively grasped Ling Si's sleeve. "Are you a prince? Can you eat?" Yun Xun was at a loss. Why until the dog system mentioned he would act uncontrollably? Ling Si, noticing the young master's vexation, replied, "You cannot eat. Are you hungry?" Yun Xun wanted to say he wasn't but this was an opportunity to draw closer to the man. "Yes, I am hungry." Ling Si cast a cold glance at Yun Xun's servant, seemingly displeased with his inadequacy. "Come with me." Yun Xun followed Ling Si with delight. Little Zhu pondered, am I being dismissed? After a moment of daze, he was nudged back to reality by the burly man beside him and hurried to catch up. Although Ling Si did not look back, he inadvertently slowed his pace for them. As Yun Xun trailed Ling Si, he observed the surroundings, marveling at the beauty of it all. The architecture resembled that of the Yun residence, yet the mountains and waters here were grander and more magnificent. They arrived at a pavilion where Ling Si sat in one of the chairs, and Yun Xun nestled closely beside him. Dark Seven was about to intervene, but was halted by Ling Si's gaze. Dark Seven pondered, when did my master become so approachable? Little Zhu, still resentful of having been jostled earlier, nudged Dark Seven back. I could be dangerous, you know. After his petty retaliation, Little Zhu lowered his head timidly. Ling Si spoke. Shall we see if the meal is ready? Yes, replied Dark Seven, departing to urge the kitchen. The sun shone brightly, and the lotus flowers in the lake bloomed splendidly. A small boat was moored at the shore, seemingly for the purpose of collecting lotus pods. After admiring the scenery, Yun Xun turned to Ling Si, marveling, truly, you are my man. You are so handsome. Ling Si, noticing the admiration in Yun Xun's gaze, inquired, what is it? Without a moment's hesitation, Yun Xun replied, you are truly beautiful. Ling Si chuckled lightly. Child, such words are best suited for a girl who has captured your heart. Yun Xun, already somewhat dazed, was taken aback by Ling Si's smile. Can't you say that? I like you. Ling Si assumed he was jesting. After all, delightful pets often bring unexpected surprises. Xiao Zhu felt a sense of impending doom. Young master, he is the formidable regent. Are you courting danger? After a while, the servants presented an array of desserts, the only offerings available at the moment. Do indulge, they encouraged. Yun Xun gazed at the lotus-shaped pastries, picked one up, and took a bite, his eyes instantly alight with joy. So delicious. Ling Si, noticing Yun Xun's delight, instructed someone to wrap a portion for him to take home. As Yun Xun continued to savor the treat, he exclaimed, Big brother, thank you for treating me to such delightful pastries. Ling Si found the term of endearment rather intriguing and chose not to correct him. Xiao Zhu thought, I wish to flee, yet I cannot escape. Yun Xun, with his hands smeared in pastry, grasped Ling Si's sleeve, asking, Big brother, may I come to visit you again? Ling Si frowned and inadvertently shook Yun Xun's hand away, replying, I do not reside here often. Yun Xun felt a wave of despondency wash over him, resembling a drenched little dog. Having a pet to play with during leisure is not a bad idea, though there will be someone to oversee it. If you wish to come, then do so. Yun Xun perked up momentarily, only to sink back into disappointment. He murmured softly, but I want to see you. Chapter 53. The affection of a foster parent in power struggles. Ling Si regarded Yun Xun, seemingly attempting to discern his true intentions. Yun Xun permitted him to gaze, wiping his hands on his attire before once again clutching Ling Si's sleeve, his eyes brimming with tears. Ling Si's lips twitched slightly as he said, You may have someone in the manor convey my messages. Yun Xun was overjoyed, excitedly leaping into Ling Si's embrace. Xiao Zhu thought, This is the end. Alas, dear mother, you will not see your child again. Ling Si momentarily froze, then coldly pushed him away, stating, Once you are satisfied, you should return. Noticing the prince's irritation, Xiao Zhu quickly urged his young master to rise. Young master, you have been out long enough. Let us return. Yun Xun reluctantly turned back to Ling Si, who remained focused on the teacup in his hands. Upon returning to the manor, Yun Xun fell into a melancholic state. Xiao Zhu observed his young master, disinterested in food or drink, wondering if he had truly developed feelings for the regent. Young master, this is quite absurd. You already struggle with your thoughts, and now have taken a liking to someone unattainable. Recalling the late mistress's final wishes, Xiao Zhu felt a weighty responsibility. Young master, would you like to have those pastries again? Yun Xun, resting his chin on the table, looked at him with sparkling eyes. I do. Xiao Zhu continued. A new pastry shop has opened in the city, and they offer those very treats. I shall go procure some for you. Yun Xun pouted, stubbornly refusing to look at him. I do not want any. With no other choice, Xiao Zhu decided to fetch them anyway. just in case his young master changed his mind. Soon after Xiao Zhu left, the door to Yun Xun's room was suddenly flung open. A robust male voice boomed. Unfilial child. Yun Xun abruptly sat up, his face a canvas of confusion. However, Yun's father allowed him a moment to comprehend the situation. What on earth had he done to incur the wrath of the regent? By the tone of his father, it seemed the regent had indeed reprimanded him. Yet, he had done nothing wrong. Yun's father cast a perplexed glance at his son, sighed, and said, "My dear child, I do not seek for you to attain nobility, but I implore you to conduct yourself with more decorum. If I were to fall, who would safeguard you?" Yun Xun was taken aback by his father's unexpected defense of the original owner of his body. With a pitiful tone, he pleaded, "Father, I have not angered the regent. He even offered me pastries." Unprepared for the revelation that his youngest son had indeed interacted with the regent, Yun's father cautioned, "Regardless of whether you have offended him or not, you are forbidden from seeing him again." Feeling wronged, tears streamed down Yun Xun's cheeks, and he did not respond. With a heavy sigh, his father instructed, for the next few days, remain indoors and reflect. "I shall assign someone to watch over you." Yun Xun wept even more sorrowfully. When Xiao Zhu returned and saw him in tears, he hastily attempted to comfort him. "Young master, please do not cry." Yun Xun was utterly exasperated with the temperament of the original owner. He did not wish to weep, yet this foolish boy was intent on doing so. Xiao Zhu presented him with pastries, saying, "Young master, I have brought you delicious treats. Please do not cry, have some." Yun Xun seemed momentarily distracted by the pastries, responding, I am fine." Xiao Zhu sighed in relief and quickly inquired about the events that had transpired. Yun Xun stammered as he recounted the situation, and Xiao Zhu felt a flicker of joy. Perhaps the young master was not beyond saving. Yun Xun could not believe that Ling Si would trouble his father and insisted on writing a letter. Xiao Zhu advised against it, saying, "Young master, you are too naive. Someone of the regent's stature would never confide in you, nor would he wish to associate with you. Please, awaken to reality." Ignoring Xiao Zhu's protests, Yun Xun diligently penned a letter, requesting that Xiao Zhu deliver it to the regent's residence. Xiao Zhu refused, prompting Yun Xun to cry even harder. With a heavy heart, Xiao Zhu remained resolute, leaving Yun Xun in tears. Yun Xun exclaimed, "Xiao Zhu, you are too protective. In a romantic tale, you would not survive past 3 chapters. Only I am here to shield you." As night fell, Yun Xun rendered Xiao Zhu unconscious, donned his clothing, and once again crawled through the dog hole to the adjoining room. And Qi, upon seeing the attire, mistook him for Xiao Zhu and decided to play a prank. Yun Xun, hearing the chilling wind, felt a twinge of fear. Suddenly, he sensed a hand touch his shoulder. "Who is it?" He turned, yet found no one there. Abruptly, he caught sight of a white shadow. "Ah, ghost!" he shrieked, bolting forward, only to crash into someone's embrace. Recognizing the familiar scent, he could not suppress his tears, crying out, "Big brother, there's a ghost. Woe is me." And Qi, hearing the commotion, sensed something was amiss. "This is bad." Ling Si coldly turned his gaze towards Qi, commanding, "Go down and face your punishment." "Yes," and Qi complied, departing. Ling Si observed the foolish boy crying so heartbreakingly. His heart ached slightly. What was the matter? Did this naive child possess some sort of curse? He gently patted Yun Xun's back, reassuring him, "Do not fear. There are no ghosts." After a while, Yun Xun calmed, gazing up at Ling Si through tear-filled eyes, asking, "Is that true?" Ling Si let out a breath of relief. Indeed, Yun Xun still clung to him, playfully seeking comfort in his embrace. "Big brother, I'm scared." Ling Si, feeling helpless, inquired, "May I hold your hand, silly? You're dressed so lightly. The cold wind will chill you." Yun Xun nodded obediently, allowing Ling Si to lead him back to the hall. Once seated, Ling Si instructed someone to drape a cloak over Yun Xun. "Why did you come to find me so late?" Yun Xun, looking somewhat aggrieved, replied, "Father locked me at home and Wu Ti let me see you." "Why?" Ling Si asked. "He said it's because I angered you, and thus he was punished." Yun Xun lowered his gaze, fiddling with his fingers, unable to meet Ling Si's eyes. Ling Si frowned. "It was not I who did that." Yun Xun lifted his head, his eyes suddenly sparkling with joy. I knew it. Ling Si chuckled softly, unable to resist ruffling his hair. What good boy. Yun Xun leaned against Ling Si's hand. You were so kind. Such a little fool, easily swayed by a bit of kindness from others. After spending some time together, Yun Xun took the initiative to say, I should return. However, his expression clearly conveyed reluctance. The night is already late. Why not stay here for the night? Ling Si suggested. Yun Xun felt a bit shy. Can I sleep with you? Ling Si was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. Should I have San escort you home? Yun Xun pouted, refusing to speak. Ling Si decisively commanded, and San. Yes, sir. Consequently, Yun Xun was lifted and taken back to his room. Just as he was about to cry, Xiao Zhu woke up. Young master, I have a bit of a headache. Yun Xun felt somewhat guilty. I don't know. Xiao Zhu, noticing the young master's guilty demeanor. Understood, young master has been up to mischief. Chapter 54. The affection of a foster father in political intrigue after San had safely returned Yun Xun. He reported back to Ling Si. The young master has been delivered safely. Ling Si, in a nonchalant tone, casually inquired, was there any crying? And San thought to himself that he had not heard any weeping. It seemed the young master had not cried. Ling Si played with the teacup in his hand. Hasn't Si returned with a report? And San replied, according to the time, he should be back shortly. You may leave, Ling Si instructed. Yes, sir. Ling Si turned the pages of a book, and in the blink of an eye, and Si appeared before him, master. And Si proceeded to report the situation regarding His Majesty that day. Ling Si listened attentively. Was there any conflict between His Majesty and Chancellor Yun? His Majesty punished Lord Yun to stand outside the hall for an hour. Ling Si halted his hand that was flipping the pages, clearing away the distractions that had settled beside him. Understood, and Si responded. He found it somewhat peculiar. He had previously noticed that His Majesty had arranged for people around Ling Si, yet Ling Si seemed indifferent. Now, however, it appeared he desired to rectify the situation. And Si looked out the window. It was already the hour of high. Find someone to keep an eye on Yun Xun, and then you may go. Yes, sir. As Si exited Ling Si's chamber, he quickly sought out San. 3. Where have you been? What transpired? The master suddenly instructed me to eliminate the hidden lines set by His Majesty. And San brushed off his hand, less gossip, in a state of distress. Dark 4 clasped his hands together and implored, come on, Dark 3, just tell me. Dark 3, feeling helpless, noted that the master seemed particularly concerned about Lord Yun's young son. Stealthily observing Dark 3's expression, Dark 4 ventured, what are your thoughts? Dark 3 shot him a glance, warning him to refrain from prying into the master's affairs. Frowning, Dark 4 remarked, you truly lack insight. Before departing with the comment, I am off to clear the rubbish. Dark 3 gazed at the pitch-black sky. Are you angry? Early in the day, Yu Qing was summoned to attend the morning court, and during his grooming, a eunuch arrived with news. Yu Qing dismissed everyone. The eunuch finally spoke, Your Majesty, those who remained by Prince Ling's side have been dealt with. Yu Qing cast a cold glance at the eunuch, who trembled, too fearful to utter another word. The cold-faced emperor was merely 17, yet already exuded the aura of royalty, causing others to quail at his mere gaze. Yu Qing retracted his look, pondering how things had diverged from his previous life. I trust my imperial uncle. Yet that foolish child must be eliminated. Dismissed. Send someone a place around him, and seek an opportunity to deal with that foolish child. Understood. After court, the eunuch reported to Yu Qing, the regent awaits you in the palace. Yu Qing instructed his entourage to withdraw before entering. Imperial uncle, you summoned me? Ling Si bowed respectfully, Your Majesty. Yu Qing quickly urged him to rise. No need for formalities. Ling Si regarded Yu Qing, recalling that he was merely 7 when the former emperor passed, and now a decade had swiftly elapsed. I have come today regarding the floods in Jiangnan. Yu Qing, shedding his disguise before Ling Si, wore a pained expression, resembling a child in distress. Imperial uncle, do you have a strategy? I am nearly at my wit's end. These officials keep pressing the court for funds. Ling Si's expression softened slightly. We must provide the funds, but first, we should send someone to ascertain the situation. Yu Qing inched closer to Ling Si, noticing a fragrant scent of lotus emanating from him. Whom should we send? Ling Si, puzzled by Yu Qing's proximity, thought that the person chosen must be substantial and possess an incorruptible character. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Qing realized that it seemed only Lord Yun fit the criteria and scrutinized Ling Si, questioning whether he had come for Lord Yun. Was that foolish child truly that significant to him? Yu Qing remained silent, as did Ling Si. After a moment of reflection, Yu Qing decided, "Let us send Lord Yun. Your Majesty is wise." Ling Si bowed once more and casually stepped back from him. Yu Qing recalled the report from the informant, picturing the foolish child leaping into his embrace. Ling Si had not declined, yet even now, his mere proximity felt unattainable. That foolish child must be eliminated. As Ling Si exited the hall, he intended to return to the royal residence, but upon thinking of a certain delightful little being, he opted for the eastern alley. Dark foreknown understood. After finishing his meal, Ling Si strolled through the courtyard, inadvertently finding himself beside a dog hole where no one was present. Had he arrived too early, or would that person not come? Observing the master's rare lapse in judgment, Darkfur quickly reminded him, "Young Master Yun has been confined. If the prince wishes to see him, perhaps I should fetch him." Ling Si's gaze swept coldly over Darkfur, realizing he should indeed check on his little pet. And Si comprehended the situation and remarked how it was implausible for the prince to bloom anew like an old tree. It was evident that he was merely indulging young Master Yun as one would a pet. Upon receiving his orders, Si hastily took flight. Meanwhile, Yun Xun was locked in a gaze with Xiao Zhu. "Xiao Zhu, I beseech you, I only wish to take a glance." Xiao Zhu firmly declined, "Young master, it is impossible between you and the regent. Do not go." Tears welled in Yun Xun's heart. Having an overly protective servant was rather burdensome. "Xiao Zhu, he is his beloved. Could it be that he is unaware?" When Si arrived, he exchanged greetings with Wu, using a fragrant mist to incapacitate everyone before seizing Yun Xun and making his escape. Yun Xun pondered, "Why does it feel as though my beloved subordinates do not regard him with the respect he deserves?" Si placed Yun Xun on the ground, tightening his grip on Ling Si's hand that rested on the chair. Seeing Yun Xun in a state of unconsciousness, Ling Si unfastened him, instructing, "You go fetch a sherbak. Lying down for too long could lead to chills." Si's reliability was increasingly in question. Confused, Si thought, "And sure is in Jiangnan, quite a distance away. Have I erred in some manner to be dispatched suddenly?" Despite his doubts, he complied, understood. Chapter 55. The affection of a foster father in the political intrigue upon awakening. Yun Xun's first sight was Ling Si, and he paid no mind to being laid on the ground, his face lighting up with joy at the sight of him. Ling Si curled his lips into a smile and beckoned, "Come here." With a cheerful demeanor, Yun Xun rose and sat beside Ling Si, who affectionately ruffled his hair. "Are you truly this happy?" Yun Xun nodded vigorously, yes. Being a little fool had its charm. His beloved was entirely unguarded, allowing for greater intimacy. A sudden longing for 66 struck him, even though he still found himself uncontrollably engaging in foolish antics. "Elder brother, do you miss Sunu?" Ling Si seemed amused by Yun Xun's words, playfully tapping his nose. "What do you think?" Yun Xun, in a show of pride, tilted his head. "Of course you do. Otherwise, why would you send someone to fetch me?" Ling Si merely gazed at him in silence. The little fool possessed a certain charm that inadvertently eased his tension. Indeed, he had been missing him a bit. Noticing Ling Si's silence, Yun Xun wrapped his arms around his, resting his head on Ling Si's shoulder. "Sunu misses you too. My heart aches if I do not see you for a day." Ling Si was taken aback by the little fool's sentiments, while he felt no disgust. Neither did he experience any stirring of affection. He subtly pushed Yun Xun away. "You must be hungry. If you miss me, eat something." Yun Xun internally scoffed, feeling as though he were being trifled with like a simpleton. Yet, the little fool, oblivious to the jest, happily exclaimed, "So that is it." The atmosphere grew somewhat chilly, causing Yun Xun to shiver. Ling Si commanded, and Wu, escort him back. Suddenly, a cloaked figure appeared before Yun Xun. He looked to Ling Si, his eyes pleading with a silent no. However, Ling Si was lost in thought, oblivious to him. Yun Xun felt utterly wronged, without uttering a word. He was swept up by Wu and carried away. He resolved to ignore Ling Si for an entire day. Wu delivered Yun Xun to his chamber, where he noticed the servants still unconscious. "Brother, can you save them?" Dark 5 contemplated the fate of Dark 4 and spoke. "I am Dark 5. Simply call me by my name." He then produced an antidote for everyone to inhale before retreating into the shadows to watch over Yun Xun. Yun Xun gazed towards the place where he had vanished, while Xiao Zhu, noticing the young master's absence, hurried outside to search for him. "Young master, what are you looking at?" Yun Xun turned to him and asked, "Do you feel unwell anywhere?" Xiao Zhu shook his head, feeling refreshed, as if he had just awakened from a deep slumber. Yun Xun mused that he might request some from Dark 5 next time, especially since he wished to seek out Ling Si, and he could give a bit to Xiao Zhu. Unaware of his young master's thoughts, Xiao Zhu felt blissfully happy, believing that the young master was now concerned for him. Dark 5 observed the pair, pondering whether he should mention to the master that the young master had not cried. Ling Si sat in place, regretting having allowed Dark 5 to escort him home, as it meant he would have to wait until the morrow to receive news. In the early hours, while Dark 5 and Dark 3 were changing shifts, an unexpected disturbance occurred. Someone had taken Yun Xun. They exchanged glances. Dark 5 returned to report, while Dark 3 pursued. Upon receiving the news, Ling Si simply stated, "A day off today," before following the trail left by Dark 3. Yun Xun found himself ensconced in a sack, his mind becoming clearer as he realized he had been kidnapped. Who could it be? The wicked stepmother? The young Emperor Yu Qing? It must be the young Emperor, for he seemed to harbor a deep disdain for him, first chastising him through his father, and now seeking his life directly. Did he truly believe he was in a rebirth script? Yun Xun was suddenly tossed heavily to the ground, his backside aching terribly as he regained visibility, only to behold two lewd men leering at him. Surely not. They wouldn't he dare? The young emperor was indeed ruthless. Just as the two were about to approach him, a figure in black intervened. Thankfully, the man had a semblance of conscience and dispatched someone to protect him. When Ling Si arrived, Yun Xun was already crouched obediently on the ground, while Dark 3 engaged in a struggle with a black-clad assailant. Ling Si approached him, helping him to his feet. "Are you injured?" Yun Xun shook his head but nodded slightly, leaving Ling Si perplexed. He slowly replied, "My backside hurts." Ling Si, recalling the young master's earlier position, surmised he must have been thrown down. He gently patted his head, reassuring him it's all right now. Yun Xun wished to act coy but was interrupted by Dark 3, who reported, "Master, the individual has bitten their tongue to commit suicide." Ling Si simply commanded, "Investigate," before departing with Yun Xun. Yun Xun, nursing his sore rear, clung to Ling Si for comfort. Ling Si, feeling helpless, patted his head and applied some medicine, assuring him that he would soon recover. Yun Xun, taking advantage of the moment, confessed, "I'm scared. I want to stay with you." Initially, he intended to say he wanted to sleep together, but having been previously refused, he settled for a compromise. Ling Si considered that Yu Qing may strike again, and keeping the young fool by his side would be wise. He could choose a room to share. Yun Xun joyfully grasped Ling Si's hand, exclaiming, "All right, I want to stay closest to you." Ling Si affectionately ruffled his hair, noting that he was finally showing some cleverness. Yun Xun leaned against his hand, stating, "I want to return without telling Xiao Zhu." Dark 5. Indeed. Chapter 56. The affection of the foster father in the political intrigue in the royal palace. Yu Qing was diligently reviewing memorials when the chief eunuch hurriedly approached him. "Your Majesty," he announced. Yu Qing lifted his gaze, inquiring, "What is it?" Summoning his courage, the chief eunuch replied in one breath, "The assassins sent to eliminate young Master Yun have all been killed. The plan has failed." Furious, Yu Qing hurled a cup at the chief eunuch, exclaiming, "Useless. What purpose do you serve?" Regaining his composure, he pressed further, "Who is responsible? Who did this?" The chief eunuch, struck on the forehead by the flying cup, knelt before Yu Qing, blood trickling down his face as he responded, "It was the regent lord. His men are guarding young Master Yun." Yu Qing was taken aback by the revelation that Ling Si had dispatched people to protect Yun Xun. Slumping into his chair, he pondered, "Why is he permitted to do so when I am not?" He coldly commanded, "Send more people." The chief eunuch, drenched in cold sweat, informed him, "Young Master Yun is residing in the Regent Lord's courtyard on East Lane." Yu Qing, laughing maniacally as if driven mad, muttered, "Uncle, are you challenging me? Why do you insist on protecting that wretched creature?" He overturned the table and approached the chief eunuch, gripping his shoulders firmly. "I don't care what method you employ. Kill Yun Xun. Eliminate Yun Xun." The chief eunuch complied, "Yes, Your Majesty." In the adjacent room, Yun Xun pressed his ear against the wall, straining to hear any sound from next door, but to no avail. Feeling somewhat disheartened, he returned to his chair, contemplating whether he should sneak over to take a look. However, the thought of provoking someone and being sent back deterred him, so he obediently retired to bed instead. The following morning, Ling Si arose and began his morning routine. "Is Yun Xun up yet?" he asked. "Dark 3 is still asleep," came the response. "No need to call him. When he wakes, remember to prepare some food for him." Ling Si instructed as he donned his outer robe. Upon arriving at the palace, Ling Si was about to enter the main hall when a young eunuch called out to him, "After court, the emperor requests your presence for tea." Ling Si acknowledged with a nod and proceeded into the hall. After court adjourned, Ling Si was escorted by the young eunuch to a side chamber. From a distance, he spotted Yu Qing arranging chess pieces, realizing he would likely be unable to leave early today. Upon noticing Ling Si's arrival, Yu Qing smiled and greeted him. "Uncle, it has been a while since we last played chess. We must have several matches today." Ling Si bowed respectfully, replying, "Your humble servant obeys." Yu Qing reached out to assist Ling Si in rising, saying, "Uncle, I have told you countless times there is no need for such formalities." Ling Si replied, "One must not abandon propriety." With a resigned sigh, Yu Qing gestured for him to sit. "Very well, let us begin our game." Ling Si took a seat opposite Yu Qing, starting their match. As the first game concluded, Yu Qing casually inquired, "I have heard that Uncle has taken a particular interest in the young master of Prime Minister Yun's family?" Ling Si appeared indifferent, replying, "He is merely a pet to amuse myself." Yu Qing felt a mix of delight and envy upon hearing Ling Si's response. "Why is he worthy of your amusement?" Yu Qing continued, "If Uncle desires a pet, I shall present you with a Persian cat as tribute. After all, young Master Yun is the offspring of a high-ranking official. It would not be prudent to indulge too much." Ling Si bowed once more, saying, "I appreciate your Majesty's kind intentions." Yu Qing managed a strained smile, reminded anew by Ling Si's bow that there existed a distinction between sovereign and subject. As Ling Si returned to Dong Alley, Yun Xun fluttered towards him like a delicate butterfly, wrapping his arms around Ling Si's and resting his head upon his shoulder. "Big brother, you're finally back. I've been so helpless without you." Ling Si affectionately ruffled his hair and inquired, "Have you been eating on time?" "Yes," Yun Xun replied, his attention captivated by the gentle mew of a small white cat. Releasing Ling Si, he leaned closer to observe the feline from outside its cage. Ling Si's expression darkened slightly as he cast a cold glance at the cat. The person holding the kitten, sensing the displeasure of its master, quickly interjected, "Young Master Yun, this creature has yet to be cleaned. Perhaps you should return with your master first, and I shall attend to it before bringing it to you." Reluctantly, Yun Xun gazed longingly at the cat before looking back at Ling Si. "Let us go." Ling Si stepped inside first, prompting Yun Xun to hastily follow. Noticing Yun Xun trailing behind, Ling Si quickened his pace, and Yun Xun jogged into the hall, where he found Ling Si already seated on a stool. With excitement, Yun Xun dashed back out, returning with a bowl of soup. Ling Si watched him silently as Yun Xun presented the soup, saying, "I made this for you." Ling Si was slightly taken aback, not expecting the little fool to possess culinary skills. And Si observed the peculiar aroma of the soup, his lips trembling slightly. Ling Si accepted the soup without refusal and took a sip, then discreetly set it down on the table. "Don't make this again." Yun Xun pouted in protest. "But they say that to win a person's heart, one must first capture their stomach." Ling Si regarded him and beckoned, "Come here." Instantly, Yun Xun was by his side, and Ling Si stroked his head, stating, "You cannot win me over." Angered, Yun Xun turned his head away, refusing Ling Si's touch. Ling Si remained unfazed and withdrew his hand. Yun Xun slyly observed him, realizing that Ling Si showed no inclination to appease him. Thus, he resolved to console himself. For after all, he was his beloved, he would forgive him. If you don't like me, then I won't make it anymore, Yun Xun spoke, turning his head. Ling Si smirked at him, embarrassed under Ling Si's gaze. Yun Xun timidly reached out to grasp Ling Si's hand. Ling Si raised an eyebrow, noting the little fool's newfound boldness. Yun Xun pulled Ling Si's hand closer and pressed a kiss against it. Instinctively, Ling Si jerked his hand away. Hurt. Yun Xun stared at him, while Ling Si averted his gaze. Truly angry now, Yun Xun dashed back to his room. Ling Si watched his retreating figure and exchanged a knowing glance with Si, who promptly followed. Ling Si stared at the hand Yun Xun had kissed, feeling a flutter of emotions within. In his room, Yun Xun buried himself beneath the covers, silently shedding tears. How could that dog of a man have rejected his touch? Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door. Yun Xun feigned ignorance beneath the blanket, but the knocking grew louder. Reluctantly, he rose to answer it. Outside stood a servant holding a cat cage. Young Master Yun, the cat has been taken care of, all clean now. Joyfully, Yun Xun accepted the cage, where the timid little cat nestled inside. Yun Xun carefully lifted the cat as he entered the door. After securely closing it, he opened the cat cage and gently cradled the tiny creature. The kitten was no larger than his 2 palms, its fur a pristine white, with a delicate pink nose, ears and paw pads, exuding an irresistible charm. Yun Xun tenderly stroked the kitten's head, exclaiming how adorable it was. Leaning down, he caught a faint, pleasant scent wafting from it. Meanwhile, Ling Si listened attentively to his servant's report. My lord, young Master Yun appears to be in high spirits. Ling Si took a sip from his teacup and replied, Let him be. He is easily pleased. And Wu approached Ling Si and reported, My lord, 2 waves of assassins have come today, but they have been dealt with. Ling Si furrowed his brows, instructing, Send more men to guard. And Wu complied, Yes, my lord. Upon leaving the concubine palace, Yu Qing received news of the failed assassination attempt, infuriating him to the point of shattering several items in his vicinity. The chief eunuch trembled as he knelt before him. Your Majesty, the regent's side is heavily guarded. It is nearly impossible to approach him. Yu Qing could not fathom why his uncle treated that foolish child as a pet, while neglecting his own well-fortified estate, constantly venturing to the East Alley. This foolish child must not be allowed to remain. Suddenly, a junior eunuch beside the chief eunuch proposed, Your Majesty, I have a strategy. Yu Qing scrutinized him and urged him to elaborate. The junior eunuch organized his thoughts, explaining, The reason we cannot approach him is that he is always near the regent. Therefore, we must lure him out. Seeing that Yu Qing did not object, the junior eunuch suggested, Perhaps Your Majesty could summon him, given the distance. An unforeseen incident could easily occur. Yu Qing's eyes brightened with understanding. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. Then, he scrutinized the eunuch further. What is your name? I am Shen Wu, the eunuch replied. The next day, Ling Si attended court while Yun Xun remained in his chamber, playing with the kitten. Suddenly, a voice from outside interrupted. Young master, something urgent has occurred. Startled by Xiao Zhu's sudden appearance, Yun Xun inquired, What is it? Xiao Zhu quickly urged, Young master, we must return at once. His Majesty wishes to see you, and the carriage awaits at the Yun residence. Before Yun Xun could respond, Xiao Zhu pulled him away, only to be halted by San, who insisted, This matter must be reported to His Majesty. Yun Xun glanced at San and replied, Please do so. I must take my leave first. He was still quite irked. Xiao Zhu shot San a disapproving glance and continued to lead Yun Xun away, chattering incessantly, Young master, you have no idea how worried I was in your absence. Moreover, with the master dispatched to Jiangnan, if anything were to happen to you, he would not be able to return in time. Yun Xun felt his patience wearing thin as he boarded the carriage, just as Xiao Zhu prepared to follow. He interjected, Xiao Zhu, I wish to have some lotus seed cake. Please buy some. Xiao Zhu intended to suggest waiting until their return, but Yun Xun interrupted again, I am hungry. With no choice, Xiao Zhu agreed to fetch it, exclaiming, Young master, just wait for me. Yun Xun nodded, watching Xiao Zhu dash away. He turned to the coachman. Let us depart. His Majesty must be waiting anxiously. The coachman nodded, puzzled by Yun Xun's behavior, but indifferent, as his sole mission was to transport him. Sitting in the carriage, Yun Xun caught a whiff of an unusual fragrance. He held his breath and opened the curtain to peer outside. It was evident that the carriage was heading towards a desolate area. The young emperor was not concealing his intentions. It was glaringly obvious that he had a lethal plan for him. This scheme was exceedingly sinister. Should misfortune befall him, he would lose his life. And if he were fortunate enough to survive, he would still be branded with the crime of defying the emperor's will. And Wu, observing the direction of the carriage, was filled with anxious urgency. Should he intervene or not? Yun Xun retrieved the sedative he had obtained from Insan, and shortly thereafter, the coachman succumbed to slumber. Sensing that the carriage had come to a halt, Yun Xun leaned out to inquire, "What is the matter, my good sir?" Seizing the opportunity, and Wu appeared and approached for an inspection. "Young Master Yun, do not fret. He has merely succumbed to the sedative. But what shall I do if His Majesty wishes to see me?" After a moment's contemplation, and Wu laid the coachman upon the ground and hastily urged the carriage towards the palace. Within the carriage, Yun Xun idly toyed with a vial of medicine, a flicker of anticipation for the young emperor's expression dancing in his mind, a smile curving his lips as he chuckled softly. The system, captivated, remarked, "Host, you're quite handsome." Yun Xun raised an eyebrow, responding, "I have returned." The system nuzzled against Yun Xun's ear. "Host, I have leveled up. I am now even more useful. For instance," the system pouted, "I can help restore you to normalcy, freeing you from the influence of the original host." Yun Xun gazed at it with amusement. "Do I appear abnormal to you?" The system, feeling disheartened, lamented its perceived inadequacy. "Oh, how useless I am." Yun Xun consoled it with a gentle pat. "Do not worry. You will soon be of use." Instantly revitalized, the system felt invigorated once more. With a resounding sigh, they arrived at the palace, and Wu's voice echoed, "Young Master Yun, we have arrived." Yun Xun lifted the curtain to behold the resplendent palace, a sight dazzling to behold. And Wu whispered, "I cannot enter. Young Master, you must tread carefully, await His Majesty's summons." Acknowledging in Wu's good intentions, Yun Xun nodded in agreement. The chief eunuch, upon seeing Yun Xun, noted the exquisite beauty of the youth before him. He smirked, "A pity he is a fool. He possesses a charmed life. But once within the palace, his fate remains uncertain." Approaching Yun Xun, he beckoned, "Young Master, please follow me." Yun Xun acquiesced with a soft hum, maintaining a respectful distance behind him. The chief eunuch escorted Yun Xun into a side chamber, stating, "His Majesty will arrive shortly. Please wait here." Watching the eunuch's retreating figure, Yun Xun mused that at times he hardly resembled a fool, as the traps set were rather haphazard. This chamber was unmistakably a sleeping quarter. He feared that the one to arrive was not the emperor, but rather one of his consorts. He could already foresee the accusations that would be laid upon him, disrupting the harem, a capital offense. "Host, someone approaches," the system alerted. Yun Xun summoned a teleportation talisman. The system quickly activated its function, received. Yun Xun grasped the talisman and teleported outside the hall, watching as a beautiful woman was ushered into the chamber, eliciting a cold chuckle from him. It seemed the enchanting woman had uttered something, but when the chief eunuch opened the door to check, he found the space empty. Yun Xun withdrew his gaze and instructed the system to locate the position of the young emperor. The system activated the navigation, and Yun Xun followed its guidance. Ling Si felt a twinge of unease. Immediately after court, Yu Qing had insisted on playing chess with him, going to great lengths to prevent his departure. He worried about Yun Xun. If Yu Qing were truly to act ruthlessly, would the naive fool be able to evade danger? Noticing Ling Si's distracted demeanor, Yu Qing casually inquired, "Uncle, do you have something on your mind?" Ling Si placed the chess piece down, replying simply no. Yu Qing observed the chessboard and remarked, "Uncle, you have won again." Ling Si stood up and cupped his hands, saying, "Your Majesty, I must take my leave." Yu Qing waved his hand with a smile. "Wait a moment. I have a splendid performance to invite you to witness." Ling Si furrowed his brow, asking what performance. Just then, a guard's voice interrupted. "Who are you?" "I am Yun Xun, the youngest son of Prime Minister Yun. His Majesty wishes to see me." Ling Si turned toward the source of the voice, his pupils constricting in surprise. How did he end up here? Yu Qing, hearing the boy's words, frowned, his gaze sharp. A bunch of useless fools. Ling Si glanced at Yu Qing, perplexed by why the emperor summoned this naive child. Yu Qing awkwardly chuckled. I'm merely curious about why you dote on such a person. Ling Si coldly replied. He is merely a pet to amuse. What is there to see? The system quietly whispered to the male lead. Host, the male lead is likely acting to protect you. Get lost. The system watched the male lead mournfully, retreating into the depths of the system space. Yun Xun was furious. A pet? He hoped the male lead would not come to regret it. Yu Qing instructed the guards to allow Yun Xun to enter, and Yun Xun stood there, observing Yu Qing. Shen Wu sternly admonished. How dare you gaze directly at the emperor? Do not you dare fail to pay your respects. Yun Xun appeared bewildered, staring vacantly at Shen Wu. Ling Si interjected. Your Majesty, must you concern yourself with a fool? Yun Xun did not look at Ling Si. He merely fiddled with his fingers. Yu Qing chuckled lightly. Uncle, you are right. He gestured for Shen Wu to withdraw and kindly addressed Yun Xun. Are you called Yun Xun? Yun Xun gazed at him quietly, affirming yes. Yu Qing was about to inquire further when Ling Si interrupted. Your Majesty, I shall take my leave now. Yu Qing regarded Ling Si with curiosity, surprised that his uncle seemed indifferent to the naive child. Did he truly consider him merely a pet for amusement? Yun Xun averted his gaze, continuing to play with his fingers. Yu Qing's plans for a grand performance were thwarted, and he dismissed Ling Si. After Ling Si departed, only Yun Xun, Shen Wu, and Yu Qing remained in the hall. Yu Qing resumed the conversation. Naive child, what is your relationship with the person from earlier? Yun Xun had no desire to respond, pondering who dared to call him a naive fool. He had summoned a misfortune talisman from the system and affixed it to Yu Qing. Yu Qing's gaze sharpened as he scrutinized Yun Xun, who continued to play with his fingers, casually saying, He is my elder brother. Yu Qing felt he was being dismissed, but could hardly argue with a fool. What does your elder brother typically do with you? Yun Xun remained silent, casually uttering a remark while he observed me dine. Yu Qing posed several inquiries, sensing that the emperor's uncle was indeed nurturing a pet, thus permitting Yun Xun to depart. Shen Wu poured a cup of tea for Yu Qing, inquiring whether His Majesty would spare young Master Yun. Upon receiving the tea, Yu Qing took a sip, resolutely stating that it was better to mistakenly kill than to let escape. Shen Wu's gaze darkened, resembling his father in that moment. As Yun Xun exited the grand hall, he encountered Yun San, who assisted him into the carriage. Inside sat Ling Si, but Yun Xun averted his gaze, feigning ignorance. He entered the carriage and chose a seat, closing his eyes to restore his energy. Ling Si, puzzled, glanced at Yun Xun, wondering if he was still upset over yesterday's events. Hadn't the servant mentioned that he was delighted upon seeing the cat? Ling Si ventured, Did His Majesty trouble you? Yun Xun pretended not to hear. During their interactions, Ling Si had always gazed at Yun Xun with bright eyes, yet now his demeanor was quite distressing. However, it was unlikely that he would speak further. Upon arriving at the royal residence, Ling Si disembarked first, rousing Yun Xun from his reverie. Yun Xun lifted the curtain, catching a glimpse of the man's departing silhouette. He remained silent, quietly entering the courtyard. Inside, Xiaozhu anxiously paced, exclaiming, Young master, why did you leave without waiting for me? Yun Xun offered no explanation. Sensing Yun Xun's discontent, Xiaozhu presented him with the pastries he had purchased. Would you care for some? Yun Xun shook his head and retreated to his room, retrieving the cat. Let's return. Xiaozhu was taken aback. Previously, when he urged Yun Xun to go back, he resolutely refused. Now, it seemed something had transpired. His master had been wronged. Xiaozhu felt as if his tongue had blistered, asking, Did the Wang Yi bully you? Or did His Majesty say something? Yun Xun, disinterested in explaining, acknowledged Xiaozhu's concern, stating, His Majesty does not permit my association with the Wang Yi. Xiaozhu's face brightened, realizing the truth. Indeed, His Majesty is so kind. This way, young master shall not be harmed by the Wang Yi. Yun Xun, understanding Xiaozhu's thoughts, chose not to elaborate, merely stepping outside. And Wu, observing this, deemed it urgent to report to Ling Si. Ling Si gripped his cup tightly, resolutely allowing Yun Xun to proceed as he wished. Observing the Wang Ye's indifferent expression, Enwu realized that the Wang Yi indeed treated him like a pet, and now that he had left, it mattered little to him. After Enwu departed, Ling Si set his cup down, only to find it shattered. Frowning, he examined his hand, pondering why this foolish boy remained upset. Upon returning to Yun Manor, Yun Xun was summoned by his stepmother, whom he chose to ignore. Xiaozhu had no choice but to accompany the servant for the trip. Mrs. Yun, seeing only Yun Xun's servant, slammed her teacup onto the table in frustration, calling him an ungrateful wretch who held her in disdain. Xiaozhu trembled, madam. After regaining her composure, Mrs. Yun spoke. Did His Majesty summon Sun for a particular reason? Xiaozhu recalled his master's words, indicating that His Majesty had instructed him not to associate with just anyone. Madam Yun, possessing considerable experience, contemplated that His Majesty was subtly admonishing them against forming factions for personal gain. Go on, take care of your young master, and ensure he does not wander off. Yes. Yun Xun sat in a chair, cradling a small white cat. The system, feeling somewhat envious, remarked, Host, I too wish to embrace. In a moment of benevolence, Yun Xun granted it a transformation card. The system, filled with delight, flitted about in the air. As Xiaozhu entered, he beheld Yun Xun amusing himself with the small feline. Young master, this cat is truly exquisite, its fur is white as snow. It looks so soft to the touch. Yun Xun glanced up at him. If you like it, feel free to hold it. Observing Yun Xun's demeanor, which was neither high nor low, Xiaozhu gently accepted the cat, stroking it. So smooth, so adorable. Has it been named yet? After a moment of contemplation, Yun Xun replied, Let's call it Little White. Xiaozhu felt the name did not do justice to the charming creature, but worried about hurting Yun Xun's feelings. Little White, how delightful. Noticing Xiaozhu's genuine affection for the cat and feeling fatigued himself, Yun Xun said, Take it and care for it. I shall rest for a while. Xiaozhu nodded with a smile, cradling the kitten as he exited. Once he was gone, the system promptly transformed into a black cat and reappeared in Yun Xun's embrace. Yun Xun stroked it, recalling something, such jealousy. The system licked Yun Xun's fingers in response. Yun Xun lifted it, placing it on the inner side of the bed, while he reclined on the outer side, closing his eyes. The following day, Xiaozhu returned the small white cat to Yun Xun, only to discover he now held a black cat as well. Young master, where did this cat come from? It came last night, I am not sure. Yun Xun observed the system engaging in friendly exchanges with Little White, a smile gracing his lips. Seeing his young master in high spirits filled Xiaozhu with joy. Young master, shall we bask in the sun in the courtyard? Yes, Yun Xun replied, lifting the system. Little White sat on the ground, watching eagerly. Xiaozhu, unable to resist, picked it up as well. The system, resting on the table, inquired, Host, would you like to check on the situation with the young emperor? Yun Xun raised his gaze to it, noting its apparent intelligence after the upgrade. Show me. The system quickly projected images into Yun Xun's mind as he closed his eyes. Yu Qing felt particularly unfortunate since yesterday, the most absurd of which was his overindulgence with the concubines, leading to a fall from his bed that resulted in a broken leg. With a dark expression, Yu Qing sat, while Shun Wu attended to him. Your Majesty, it is time for your medicine. Hearing of Yu Qing's injury, Ling Si came to visit. Upon entering, he heard the sound of shattered porcelain and frowned at the source of the noise. Yu Qing, noticing the disturbance, found his hands awkwardly placed. Royal uncle, Shen Wu immediately knelt, my lord. It was I who accidentally knocked over the medicine bowl. I deserve the utmost punishment. Yu Qing quickly reacted, You incompetent servant. Go and redo it. I cannot let my royal uncle see me in such a violent state. Ling Si did not elaborate further, bowing slightly. I have heard of your Majesty's ailment and came to pay my respects. Yun Xun observed Ling Si's expression, curling his lip in disdain, noting how articulate he had become at this moment. Yu Qing smiled and said, Please have a seat. I am fine. I merely suffered an accidental leg fracture. Ling Si produced a fine ginseng root and handed it to the maid beside him, proclaiming, This ginseng is a fortunate find. May your Majesty enjoy abundant blessings and good health. After exchanging a few words with Yu Qing, Ling Si intended to take his leave. However, Yu Qing interjected, "Uncle, I am injured, and with so many memorials to attend to, I find myself overwhelmed. Would you assist me as you did in my childhood, sorting the memorials so that I may focus on the important ones?" Ling Si, with a respectful bow, declined, stating, "Your Majesty, you have grown up." Yu Qing, feeling aggrieved, pleaded, "Just this once, please? My leg hurts terribly." Ling Si remained resolute, his expression cold in refusal. With a sense of helplessness, Yu Qing watched his retreating figure and swept everything off the table in frustration. The system nudged Yun Xun's fingers, noting, "The male lead is quite adept," ignoring the little emperor entirely. Yun Xun opened his eyes and gently stroked the system's feline back. The system lazily stretched. Ling Si returned to Dongxiang, waiting all day for the foolish boy to seek him out. In the evening, he rose and made his way to the courtyard, followed by San. As he casually approached the spot near the dog hole for the third time, San tentatively asked, "My lord, do you wish to see young Master Yun?" Ling Si leaped over the wall, leaving behind the remark, "Children should indeed be more compliant." And San was taken aback. Did he actually say that? Ling Si arrived atop Yun Xun's room, lifting a tile to observe Yun Xun petting a black cat. His mind filled with questions. Wasn't the gift he provided a white one? In just one day of absence, had Yun Xun found a new affection? Ling Si clenched his fists, contemplating confronting him, but the thought of Yun Xun's indifference dissipated his resolve. And Wu watched as the lord furrowed his brow atop someone else's roof, realizing they had underestimated Yun Xun's significance in Ling Si's heart. It seemed the lord truly cared for him. The system noted the overlapping coordinates of the male lead and the host, nudging Yun Xun's cheek. "Host, it appears the male lead has come to find you." Yun Xun, head bowed, paused in thought while stroking the cat's back. "You truly have become much smarter." The host's compliment brought a joyful grin to the system, prompting Yun Xun to playfully tug at its whiskers. Ling Si observed Yun Xun with the cat for a while before replacing the tile and sitting atop the roof, gazing at the moon. Since leaving the palace, Yun Xun had been indifferent towards him. Reflecting on that day, he wondered if Yun Xun had indeed heard him, despite his efforts to control the volume. Or had the emperor mentioned something? And Wu, anxious, pondered why the lord did not descend. Perhaps he could assist his master. He discreetly tossed a small stone onto the eaves. Yun Xun heard the sound, realizing he was being beckoned. Ling Si, upon hearing the noise, remained still to observe whether Yun Xun would emerge. He hoped to see him, but would Yun Xun come out? Yun Xun continued to stroke the black cat's back, contemplating whether to make a sound that might prompt him to step outside. Ling Si, noticing that the occupant of the room had no intention of emerging, felt a twinge of disappointment and continued to gaze at the moon from the eaves. Yun Xun had been waiting, yet after an extended period of silence, he could not help but smirk with irony. If neither of us is willing to yield, then so be it. The system sensed something descend upon it, but upon raising its gaze, it found the host seemingly unperturbed, leading it to believe it was merely experiencing an illusion. Ling Si, after a moment of inner turmoil, resolved to create some noise and seek out Yun Xun, only to find the lights extinguished in the room. Perhaps tomorrow. The moon hung high in the sky, and the eaves were now deserted. 3 months later, Yu Qing's leg had healed. Ling Si's daily greetings made him feel that he held a place in Ling Si's heart. His hints grew increasingly overt, yet Ling Si became more distant. Yu Qing's temper flared daily, and today he shattered several vases. Shen Wu stood nearby, offering warm consolation. "Your Majesty, do not let your anger harm your health. If it becomes unbearable, I have heard of a remedy that can bring one to willingly submit." Yu Qing cast a cold glance at Shen Wu, aware of the underlying implications. Did he not understand? Or was he afraid? In the previous life, it was precisely due to Shen Wu's coercion that the royal uncle had taken his own life. Following the royal uncle's suicide, the court descended into chaos. And not long after, he himself was murdered. The assailant wore a black mask and severed his head with a single strike. Noticing the young emperor lost in a trance, Shen Wu found it curious. What could instill such fear in him? He called out to rouse the young emperor. "Your Majesty, your Majesty." Yu Qing returned to reality. his gaze blank as he looked at Shenwu. Once he regained his senses, his eyes turned icy. "What did you hear?" Shenwu promptly knelt, asserting, "I saw nothing. Your Majesty." The young emperor was indeed quite handsome. "Leave." Shenwu hastily withdrew, pondering the young emperor's uncontrolled state. Was administering poison to the regent truly so terrifying? Perhaps it warranted a trial. That night, Ling Si sat upon the eaves of Yun Xun's dwelling, gazing at the moon. The system, somewhat at a loss for words, pondered. Could neither of them simply concede? Yun Xun lowered his gaze, gently stroking the system's feline back. The following day, Ling Si attended court as usual, only to be led by the eunuchs to Yu Qing's side chamber upon his departure. After sipping a cup of tea, he excused himself and left. Once he was gone, Yu Qing shattered the teacup, suddenly overwhelmed by a surge of heat. Shen Wu observed as the effects of the drug took hold, quickly assisting Yu Qing back to his chambers. Yu Qing lay in bed, feeling as though he were on fire. Which wretched servant had dared to poison him? Shen Wu waited outside the chambers when a young eunuch rushed in, exclaiming, "The regent has fled." Shen Wu shot a cold glance at the young eunuch, who trembled in fear. Approaching him, Shen Wu coldly uttered, "You are worthless. You might as well die." With a swift strike, he ended the young eunuch's life. He returned slowly to Yu Qing's chambers, observing the young emperor tormented by desire, a secret pleasure stirring within him. Yu Qing lay in bed, feeling utterly miserable, and through his haze, he noticed a shadow by his bedside. He reached out to grasp it, but found it unyielding. However, the coolness radiating from his palm rendered him unable to let go. Shen Wu, witnessing Yu Qing's refusal to release his hand, leaned closer, inquiring, "Your Majesty, what is this?" In a state of confusion, Yu Qing strained to hear, expending all his strength until he finally grasped his salvation. Ling Si detected the drug in his tea and hurriedly departed, with San coming to his aid. Observing his master's flushed face, San understood immediately and swiftly escorted him back to Dongxiang. Upon returning to the estate, Ling Si commanded that a bucket of cold water be brought forth, forbidding anyone from approaching. San immersed him in the cold water and promptly sought out Yun Xun next door. Surprised by San's arrival, Yun Xun inquired about the matter at hand. San hesitated to speak, but, for the sake of his master, revealed that Ling Si had inadvertently ingested an aphrodisiac and requested Yun Xun to attend to him. Yun Xun was taken aback by the emperor's actions, feeling an immense rush of anxiety. Yet he was reluctant to be involved with Ling Si under such unclear circumstances. He swiftly prepared a potent antidote. The system efficiently concocted the remedy, and Yun Xun handed the medicine to San, stating that it would counteract the poison and that he would not accompany him. San was astonished by Yun Xun's indifference, pleading, "Young master, the master is merely..." "Enough!" Yun Xun interrupted impatiently. "If you continue to linger, your master will suffer even more." San wasted no further words and hurried back. Meanwhile, Yun Xun urgently requested the system to project Ling Si's condition. Watching Ling Si furrow his brow while submerged in the bathtub, he felt a pang of sympathy, lamenting the foolishness of his master for not taking matters into his own hands. Returning to Ling Si's chamber, San presented the antidote, saying, "Master, this is the antidote given by young Master Yun." Ling Si opened his eyes, suppressing his discomfort, and uttered, "Leave it." San placed the medicine beside him, urging, "Master, you will feel better after taking the antidote. Why haven't you consumed it yet?" Ling Si, with his eyes still shut, commanded, "Leave," though concerned for his master. San had no choice but to comply, standing guard at the door. Ling Si felt himself engulfed in a torment of ice and fire, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Yun Xun, feeling unappreciated in the Yun estate, recognized that the antidote must have been hard-earned and thus hesitated to use it. Frustrated, he lamented the absurdity of having medicine yet refusing to take it. The system, observing Yun Xun's departing figure, mused on the nature of love. Xiaobai playfully tapped the system's head, causing it to flare up in indignation. Unfazed, Xiaobai cast a glance back before leaping off the table and leaving. Yun Xun arrived at the doghouse, where Wu unexpectedly appeared, offering to escort him. Yun Xun nodded, and Wu led him to Ling Si's door. San, noticing Yun Xun's arrival, promptly opened the door for him. Hearing the door creak open, Ling Si assumed it was San and tersely commanded, "Leave." Yun Xun, hearing Ling Si's rebuke, pouted slightly and approached him, asking, "Here's your medicine. Why won't you take it?" Upon recognizing the familiar voice, Ling Si opened his eyes and regarded him in silence. Had he come? Would his disheveled appearance incite further anger? Yun Xun, with a cold expression, gazed at Ling Si, feeling a twinge of grievance. Ling Si yearned to reach out to Yun Xun, but restrained himself, fearing he might overstep. He gazed at Yun Xun, on the brink of tears, only then recalling he had not responded to his words. "I'm fine," he said, unable to contain himself any longer. Yun Xun leaned closer to Ling Si, wiping the sweat from his brow. "You're in such discomfort, yet you claim to be fine. Where's the medicine? You must take it." Ling Si remained silent, simply observing him. He was genuinely concerned. Slowly, he reached out, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Yun Xun, assessing his reaction. He grasped the hand that was tending to him and continued to watch. A hint of shyness crept over Yun Xun as he gently returned Ling Si's grip, casting a fleeting glance his way. Suddenly, an overwhelming warmth surged through Ling Si, escaping his lips in a soft gasp. Yun Xun lowered his head and kissed him, thinking that since Ling Si refused to take the medicine, he would serve as his remedy instead. Ling Si froze momentarily, acutely aware of Yun Xun's intentions. The fire within him blazed even more fervently. Yet, he still managed to restrain himself, gently pushing Yun Xun away. Yun Xun looked at him in disbelief, questioning whether his allure had diminished. Ling Si, fearing Yun Xun might misinterpret his actions, quickly clarified, "I do not wish to demean you." With that, he took the medicine and swallowed it. Yun Xun understood that Ling Si's thoughts mirrored his own, leaping into his embrace. "Am I not merely your playful pet? What is there to demean?" He added, "My apologies, I was mistaken. You are a gift from the heavens." Ling Si felt a pang of regret for being immersed in cold water. Yun Xun's clothes were soaked. Would he not catch a chill? Yun Xun quietly grumbled to himself. "What villain, with such sweet talk?" Ling Si hurried to explain, "I speak only from the heart." Yun Xun slightly lifted his head, pulling him closer and playfully placing a finger over Ling Si's lips. "Enough, do not say more. You make me blush." Why had he suddenly become so eloquent? The medicine was proving effective, and as soon as Ling Si ingested it, he felt a refreshing coolness envelop him. The discomfort in his body gradually subsided. He no longer needed to remain in cold water, yet he was reluctant to move, wishing to have Yun Xun linger in his embrace a while longer, though he feared Yun Xun might catch cold. Ultimately, reason prevailed. "Ah Sun, shall we change locations to converse? It is too cold here." After considering various terms of endearment, this one felt most fitting. Upon hearing his beloved's familiar address, Yun Xun gazed at him in silence. Seeing that Yun Xun did not respond, Ling Si hesitated, yet was more concerned about him catching a chill. He wrapped his arms around Yun Xun and stood up, instructing those outside, "Bring in a tub of hot water." A dark figure exchanged glances with another, promptly commanding their servants to fetch water. In a short while, a tub of hot water appeared in the room. Ling Si spoke to Yun Xun with a gentle tone, "Your clothes are wet. You should take a hot bath." Yun Xun nodded, looking at him, "And what about you?" Ling Si ruffled Yun Xun's hair, "I will go outside to bathe." Yun Xun did not refuse, moving to the side of the tub to watch Ling Si as he hurriedly exited. The dark figure, seeing the drenched master emerge, remarked, "Master, you." Ling Si shot him a glance, arranged for another tub of hot water in the side courtyard. After giving his orders, he entered the side courtyard. The dark figure quickly instructed others to bring water. Yun Xun luxuriated in the hot bath, and only upon finishing did he realize he had no change of clothes. He looked around, recognizing this as Ling Si's room. Surely, there would be clothes here. He emerged from the bathing tub and approached the wardrobe, donning a set of black robes. In the stillness of the room, he awaited Ling Si's return. After a swift bath, Ling Si arrived at the door, hesitating to enter for fear of intruding on Yun Xun, who might still be bathing. After a prolonged wait, Yun Xun decided to open the door, only to find Ling Si standing at the threshold. Puzzled, he inquired why Ling Si had not entered. Ling Si, his heart stirred at the sight of Yun Xun clad in his attire, instinctively shielded him from view. "Come in," he urged. Yun Xun sensed an unusual air about him and turned back into the room. Ling Si followed, remarking, "I have no suitable garments for you here. I will have San prepare some for you, and he will deliver them shortly." Yun Xun acknowledged with a slight hum. However, Ling Si, feeling the chill of Yun Xun's indifferent response, grew anxious, questioning if he had inadvertently displeased him. Indeed, Yun Xun harbored some discontent. Could he not wear his own clothes? He contemplated returning the outer robe to Ling Si, but then thought it might bring him joy if he were to keep it. Seated upon a chair, he exhaled in exasperation, remaining silent. Ling Si approached and sat before him, cautiously asking, "Sun, have I said something amiss?" Upon witnessing Ling Si's demeanor, Yun Xun felt a pang of compassion. Perhaps Ling Si's intentions were not as he perceived. What was the nature of their relationship? Yun Xun's question left Ling Si bewildered. Was there truly a need for contemplation? He had not anticipated that, even after initiating a kiss, Ling Si would still remain oblivious. In a fit of frustration, he rose and departed. Ling Si, undoubtedly fond of Yun Xun, would not have frequented his rooftop to gaze at the moon otherwise. Yet, he sensed this was not the opportune moment. Their beginning ought to unfold in circumstances far removed from the current tension. He watched Yun Xun's retreating figure, yearning to reconcile, but fearing further aggravation. He could only entrust in Wu with Yun Xun's safety while he pondered how to appease him. Yun Xun walked slowly, yet Ling Si did not follow to console him. This only deepened his ire. Did he not merely seek acknowledgement? Was Ling Si unwilling to take responsibility? Or was it that ancient sensibilities demanded restraint? Having already kissed him, was it not clear? If their hearts were aligned, should he not grant him a title? Or would they continue in this ambiguous state? Upon returning to his own room, Xiaozhu breathed a sigh of relief, glad that he had returned. Quietly, he let 2 cats into Yun Xun's chamber, hoping the feline companions might offer him some solace. Chapter 61. The affection of a foster father in political intrigue. Ling Si, concerned that Yun Xun might misinterpret his intentions, took a box of lotus cakes and approached Yun Xun's door. Upon seeing him, Xiaozhu hurriedly bowed. "Your Highness, what brings you here?" Ling Si nodded in acknowledgement, gently tapping on the door. "Sun, I have come to apologize." And Wu, having been astonished by Ling Si's recent actions multiple times, held an even greater admiration for Yun Xun. Xiaozhu, equally astonished, wondered, what did the prince do to warrant an apology to the young master? Moments ago, the young master appeared somewhat dejected. An pressing question lingered in his mind. Whose garments adorned his form? An increasing array of inquiries plagued him, yet no one was available to provide clarity. Within the confines of the room, Yun Xun heard Ling Si's voice. He contemplated ignoring it, but feared Ling Si might depart. After much internal conflict, he rose and opened the door, remaining silent. Upon hearing the door creak, Ling Si caught a glimpse of Yun Xun's silhouette through the crack and hurriedly entered. Xiaozhu, unable to prevent the prince's entrance, anxiously lingered at the threshold, hoping the young master would not be easily deceived by Ling Si. Observing Xiaozhu's anxious demeanor, and Wu mused that the young attendant exhibited remarkable loyalty. Yun Xun did not turn around but sensed Ling Si's presence behind him. An inkling of anticipation bubbled within him, yearning for Ling Si's comforting words, though he feared the possibility that such reassurance might not come. After all, in this ancient setting, Ling Si was a prince, while he merely hailed from an official lineage. Ling Si, standing behind Yun Xun, pondered how to navigate the situation while simultaneously bringing joy to Yun Xun. "I've brought you your beloved lotus cake. Would you care to partake?" he offered, extending the delicacy toward Yun Xun. Yun Xun turned at the sound of Ling Si's voice, accepted the lotus cake, and placed it on the table. "Thank you," he replied. Ling Si felt a chill at Yun Xun's indifferent response. Had he erred in coming here? No, Yun Xun cared for him, as evidenced by their prior kiss. Stealing a glance at Ling Si, Yun Xun noticed a smile adorning his face, his earlobes flushed with vibrant color. Curiosity ignited within him. "Prince, to what matter do we owe this visit?" Ling Si, snapping back to reality, hastily clarified, I wasn't ignoring you. Rather, I was contemplating how best to express my feelings sincerely. Sun, I'm enamored with you. I deeply regret the words I spoke that caused you distress. You may strike or scold me, but I implore you to grant me another chance to amend my ways and remain by your side. Yun Xun was momentarily taken aback by Ling Si's candidness. He had not anticipated such an outpouring of words from him, given his established persona. Ling Si meticulously observed Yun Xun's expression and noted his dazed demeanor. Could it be that he had misread the situation and that Yun Xun did not harbor feelings for him? His lips twitched, but he lacked the courage to utter another word, bowing his head in anticipation of the judgment that awaited him. The system nudged Yun Xun's leg, urging him to regain his bearings. Should he remain lost in thought, the male lead might spiral into melancholy. Yun Xun turned his gaze toward Ling Si, immediately grasping his unspoken thoughts. He took the initiative to embrace Ling Si, bestowing upon him a sense of security. I too am enamored with you. Upon hearing Yun Xun's confession, Ling Si's heart raced wildly. He clung tightly to Yun Xun, yearning to articulate his thoughts, but finding no words. Instead, he simply held Yun Xun close, reveling in the present bliss, inhaling the fragrant scent of blossoms. His beloved truly smelled divine. Ling Si's embrace grew fervent, causing Yun Xun some discomfort. He shifted slightly, but suddenly sensed an anomaly. A light laugh escaped him as he turned to Ling Si, teasingly inquiring, Is the effect of your medicine still lingering? Ling Si's earlobes flushed in even deeper shade of crimson, captivated by Yun Xun's smile. He couldn't resist placing a gentle kiss on the corner of Yun Xun's lips. Yet, Yun Xun boldly pressed his lips against Ling Si's. Taken aback for a moment, Ling Si quickly reciprocated. After a brief exchange of kisses, he grasped Yun Xun's hand tightly. Yun Xun opened his eyes, meeting Ling Si's gaze, filled with confusion as he looked at him. Ling Si's eyes were gentle as he raised his hand to support Yun Xun's head, urging him to concentrate on the kiss. However, Yun Xun was indifferent to his suggestion, closing his eyes again. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he playfully bit Ling Si's lip. Ling Si winced in pain, but did not release Yun Xun. They were aware of the presence of others outside, and thus they could not be too reckless. The intimate atmosphere within was palpable, while outside, Xiao Zhu remained blissfully unaware, pressing his ear against the door to eavesdrop on their conversation, concerned for his master's safety. And Wu did not intervene in Xiao Zhu's naive antics, quietly resting on a tree, even leisurely closing his eyes. As the kiss concluded, Ling Si finally relinquished his hold on Yun Xun. Yun Xun nestled in his embrace, panting, and playfully punched Ling Si's chest with a clenched fist. Ling Si chuckled softly and planted a kiss atop Yun Xun's head. Yun Xun lifted his gaze to meet Ling Si's, his eyes brimming with allure, huffing in response. Unable to resist, Ling Si pressed a kiss to Yun Xun's eye. A fool, we shall take our time. Yun Xun, with one eye closed, felt a twinge of displeasure. Were they not already taking their time? Upon awakening, Yu Qing felt a wave of soreness throughout his body, his backside the most tender. He vaguely recalled being drugged the previous night, but what had transpired afterward? Who was responsible? His hands clenched the blanket tightly as he sensed someone's presence. Upon speaking, he realized his voice was hoarse. After a moment, Shun Wu entered. Your Majesty, he greeted. Yu Qing managed to utter water. Shun Wu handed him the water and patiently waited for him to drink. After quenching his thirst, Yu Qing felt his throat improve significantly. Shun Wu, who visited my chambers last night. Shun Wu hesitated slightly before responding. This servant does not know. Yesterday, Your Majesty ordered everyone out upon returning to the palace. Yu Qing's frustration boiled over, his teeth grinding in anger. Would he truly suffer this indignity in silence? Investigate. Who administered the drug? Shun Wu replied, It was a young eunuch, bribed by someone to dare to drug you. He has since committed suicide out of fear of punishment. Yu Qing, infuriated, hurled the pillow from the bed onto the floor, deeming him useless. Shun Wu recalled how the young emperor had been most obedient while asleep the previous night. Your Majesty, one of the assassins who targeted young Master Yun has returned. He claims that young Master Yun and the Regent Lord have been behaving intimately, seemingly sharing mutual sentiments. Shen Wu's tone remained devoid of inflection, delivering the information that further incensed Yu Qing, diverting his attention. Indeed, Yu Qing found himself deeply upset. His uncle had likely also been drugged. He struck the bed with his fist, exclaiming, "Why? Why would he prefer a fool over me?" Shen Wu quietly observed Yu Qing's outburst and, once he had calmed down, presented him with a dubious idea. Since Her Majesty does not wish for them to be together, why not arrange a marriage for young Master Yin? Feeling as if he had found a lifeline, Yu Qing responded eagerly, "Yes, Shen Wu. Go have the Ministry of Rites find suitable women for marriage." Shen Wu accepted the command. That evening, Yun Xun, as usual, embraced the system while reading, and Ling Si sat beside him, attending to official matters. Each engaged in their own pursuits, creating an unexpectedly harmonious atmosphere. As Xiao Zhu entered with pastries, she observed the intimate atmosphere shared by the two men, feeling an overwhelming sense of helplessness, knowing that at least the young master had ultimately achieved his desire. Ling Si concluded his official duties, while Yun Xun quietly stifled a yawn. Ling Si rose and approached Yun Xun, gently ruffling his hair. "Are you tired?" he inquired. Yun Xun nodded in response. Ling Si smiled and leaned down to place a soft kiss on the corner of Yun Xun's lips. "Tonight, I shall return home first. You should retire early." Yun Xun looked at him in confusion. After all the time he had spent, wouldn't he stay? Ling Si grasped Yun Xun's hand, explaining, "Lord Yun should be returning soon. When he does, I shall pay a visit and we could be together openly." Yun Xun returned the grip and smiled at him, saying, "All right, I shall await your return." Chapter 62. The affection of a foster father in the political intrigue. On this fine, sunny day, Yun Xun arrived early at the gate of the Yun residence, accompanied by the women of the household, waiting for his father's return. He had initially been reluctant to come, as he was unwelcome by all but his father. However, considering his affair with Ling Si, which required his father's approval, he complied. Ultimately, Yun Fu did not return, having been summoned to the palace by the emperor. Returning to his chamber, a sense of unease settled within Yun Xun. Would this young emperor stir up trouble again? At the palace, Prime Minister Yun reported to the emperor, while Yu Qing sat in a chair, leisurely savoring a cup of tea. The emperor appeared somewhat displeased. What was amiss? The mission had been completed successfully. Ling Si, standing nearby, discerned Yu Qing's dismissive demeanor. He interjected, "Lord Yun is indeed a distinguished minister of the court. This mission was executed with great success." Yu Qing's expression remained frosty as he regarded Prime Minister Yun. Lord Yun has performed admirably. Not only has he fulfilled his duties well, but he has also raised a commendable son. So, Prime Minister Yun thought, puzzled about which of his sons had erred. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he replied, "Your Majesty, you flatter me. My son is truly unfit for high society." Yu Qing chuckled coldly. "Is that so?" Prime Minister Yun forced a smile in response. Ling Si sensed the sarcasm in Yu Qing's tone, yet as he had not yet proposed, he could not defend Yun Xun, lest it bring harm to him. Yu Qing's gaze turned to Ling Si, his brow furrowed, and his demeanor chillingly severe, revealing an uncontainable malice. "Lord Yun, your assistance in the Jiangnan region has been commendable. You are hereby rewarded with 100 taels of gold, and your son, Yun Xun, is to be granted a good marriage with the Vice Minister of Rites, to be wed on a date of your choosing." As Prime Minister Yun prepared to accept the decree, Ling Si stepped forward, bowing. "Your Majesty, this is unacceptable." Prime Minister Yun looked at him in confusion, questioning what his family's affairs had to do with Ling Si. Yu Qing's icy glare fell upon Ling Si. "Royal uncle, do you have any opinions on this matter?" Ling Si glanced at the palace attendants. "Your Majesty, might I request that the attendants be dismissed?" Yu Qing, with a flick of his gaze, commanded everyone leave. As the attendants departed, Ling Si finally spoke. "Your Majesty, I have already pledged my life to Lord Yun Xun. Yun Xun, I humbly ask that you rescind your decree." Prime Minister Yun stared at him in disbelief. "Your Highness, are you jesting?" Ling Si bowed to Prime Minister Yun, acknowledging that this matter defied common sense. However, He and Yun Xun shared a deep understanding that would not waver. He implored the esteemed prime minister to grant his wish. Yu Qing, seated comfortably, clapped his hands, exclaiming, "Excellent, splendid." Ling Si gazed at the sovereign he had watched grow since childhood, hoping only for the emperor's favor. Prime Minister Yun was taken aback by the sudden turn of events. Although he disapproved of Yun Xun's involvement with the regent, he felt compelled to protect Yun Xun's interests outwardly. "Your Majesty, my son is still young and afflicted with a malady of the mind. He is unworthy of the virtuous daughter of a minister. I beseech you to retract your decree," he pleaded. Yu Qing chuckled coldly, rising from his seat. "These two are quite adept at evasion. I declare he is worthy. Who dares to speak otherwise?" Prime Minister Yun silently mused that the absence of dissent did not equate to reason. Ling Si understood Yu Qing's intent to target Yun Xun. He resolved firmly, "Your Majesty, I recognize your decision is final. I implore you, in light of my years of loyal service, to fulfill my wish. I am willing to withdraw from the capital and never return." Yu Qing trembled with rage, realizing that without Ling Si, he could not effectively govern. Should he choose Ling Si or the throne? If forced to decide, he would choose the throne. He scrutinized Ling Si, searching for any hint of jest, yet found none. His royal uncle was truly willing to sacrifice everything for Yun Xun. Yet it was he, the emperor, who had always been by his side. Ling Si awaited Yu Qing's response, resolute in his desire to be with Yun Xun. Yu Qing burst into laughter, addressing his two ministers. "I jest with you. Since the regent and young master Yun share a mutual understanding, let us dismiss the matter of their union." Prime Minister Yun chimed in with a forced smile, aware of the emperor's inscrutable nature. Ling Si sighed in relief, expressing gratitude to the emperor for his understanding. Yu Qing continued, "My uncle, do not speak of resignation. Without you, I would be betraying the late emperor." Ling Si listened in silence. Yu Qing cast a glance at them before turning away. "You may leave now." "Yes, Your Majesty," replied Prime Minister Yun as he exited the palace. As dusk approached, he climbed into his carriage to return home, but was intercepted by Ling Si. "Prime Minister Yun, may we have a word?" Prime Minister Yun scrutinized the regent, who displayed utmost humility, yet he knew persuading him would be a futile dream. "Your Highness, I have not returned home for many days and am quite anxious. Perhaps we can discuss this another time." Ling Si discerned the implication behind the Prime Minister's words, but felt compelled to speak. "Prime Minister, I share a profound connection with your son, and I humbly ask for your support." The smile on Prime Minister Yun's face faltered. "Your Highness, your sentiments are admirable, but alas, my son is ill-fated and cannot bear such a burden." Ling Si clenched his fists. "If your son is willing, will you also stand in opposition?" Prime Minister Yun stroked his beard thoughtfully. "My son's mind is unsteady. How can his words be trusted?" Ling Si found himself at a loss for words, having momentarily forgotten Yun Xun's unique qualities during their time together. Yet, his articulation was clear. There was no flaw in his reasoning. After a brief silence, seeing that Ling Si remained silent, Prime Minister Yun promptly entered his carriage and departed. Ling Si watched the Prime Minister's retreating figure before hastily boarding his own carriage, instructing the driver to follow. As the Prime Minister Yun arrived at the gates of Yun Manor, the residents were already awaiting his arrival, among them Yun Xun. He looked up and noticed Ling Si standing behind his father, surprised by his unexpected presence. It seemed that his father was not particularly pleased. Surrounded by the female members of the family, Yun's father greeted Ling Si with a bow. Ling Si responded, "No need for formalities. I apologize for the intrusion." Prime Minister Yun raised his chin. "Your Highness, it is quite impossible to entertain today." Ling Si nodded. "I am merely passing through. Please continue." Prime Minister Yun entered the manor first, not forgetting to call for Yun Xun. Yun Xun responded, and, once they had all entered, hurried to Ling Si's side, asking, "Why are you here? Did you confess to my father?" Ling Si gently ruffled his hair. "Yes, but he disapproves. I fear it may cause you trouble." Yun Xun playfully leaped into his embrace, looking up at him with mischief. "I won't let him bully me. If worst comes to worst, I'll run to you." Ling Si placed a tender kiss on his head. "Do not provoke your father. I will find a way." Yun Xun nodded. "I will speak to him properly." Their moment of affection was interrupted by Xiao Zhu's voice. "Young master, the master is calling for you." Yun Xun pouted, refusing to move, and Ling Si gently reassured him. "Come now, I will find you later tonight." Yun Xun acquiesced, glancing back repeatedly as he entered Yun Manor. Ling Si watched him disappear inside, then turned his gaze away, commanding him Wu, "Protect him well." And Wu acknowledged the order. Upon entering the hall, Yun Xun faced his father's ire. "Do you not know your mistakes?" Yun Xun retorted defiantly, "I do not understand." His father, enraged, raised his hand to strike him, but his stepmother feigned a blockade. He is still young and does not comprehend. This only fueled his father's anger further. He is already 19. Chapter 63. The affection of a foster father in a political intrigue novel. His father's rage did not shake Yun Xun. He gazed at him. "Is it not permissible for me to simply fall in love with someone?" His father countered. "Is the one you love a normal person?" Yun Xun shot back. "What makes him abnormal? Must it be a woman to be considered normal? Have you not also wronged mother? Can you truly say you have never betrayed her?" His father struck Yun Xun across the face, causing him to tear up, yet he stubbornly remained silent, looking at him defiantly. Seeing the resemblance of this child to his late wife filled his heart with guilt. He indeed had failed her. Exhausted, he sighed, "Just go home." Yun Xun cast a glance back at him before turning to leave. Xiao Zhu, noticing the swelling on Yun Xun's face, was deeply worried and urged him to sit down, rushing off to fetch an ice pack. Half an hour later, Ling Si arrived at Yun Xun's door, knocking softly. "Sun." Yun Xun, gazing at his swollen cheek in the mirror, replied, Ling, it's too late tonight. I'm tired, please return home." Ling Si sensed something amiss. Why would Sun not wish to see him? He pushed the door open and entered, finding Yun Xun's face swollen like a steam bun. Frowning, he approached and gently stroked Yun Xun's cheek. "Does it hurt?" Though Yun Xun had not initially felt aggrieved, Ling Si's inquiry brought forth a wave of emotion, and he choked back tears. "It hurts." Ling Si embraced him gently, expressing his regret. "I am sorry for your suffering." Yun Xun looked up at him, shaking his head softly. "It is not suffering." Ling Si affectionately ruffled his hair and placed a tender kiss on his forehead. "I shall apply the medicine for you." Yun Xun nodded in agreement. Ling Si delicately applied the ointment to the wounded side of Yun Xun's face, careful not to exert too much pressure that might cause him pain. A faint smile graced Yun Xun's lips as he felt a tickling sensation on his face. But when he attempted to scratch it, Ling Si gently seized his hand. Thus, Yun Xun leaned against Ling Si's chest, patiently awaiting the completion of the treatment. Suddenly recalling an earlier event, he asked, "What transpired today?" Ling Si replied, "The emperor wishes to bestow a marriage upon you, but I have declined." This meant he had acknowledged their relationship in front of the young emperor and Yun's father. Yun Xun gazed at Ling Si. "You're truly remarkable." Ling Si smiled as he set the medicine aside. "Fool, how could I allow you to marry another?" Resting his head against Ling Si's neck, Yun Xun confessed, "Today, I find myself liking you even more." Ling Si kissed his ear softly. "I feel the same." After Yun Xun fell asleep, Ling Si made his way to Yun's father's study, where he found him still awake. Upon seeing Ling Si, Yun's father let out a slight grunt. Ling Si performed a respectful bow, addressing him. "Lord Yun, I share a mutual affection with your son. What must I do to gain your consent?" Yun's father regarded him sternly. "Sun'er and you are world apart. You are the regent, and none dare speak ill of you. But what of Sun'er? He is but an ordinary person. Once you tire of him, how will he survive?" Ling Si met his gaze resolutely. "I would carry him into my home on a grand sedan chair, and I would even marry him. All my properties and titles would be transferred to him. While I cannot change my status for now, once the emperor no longer requires my service, I shall retire to my homeland, elevating his position above mine." "Do you still have concerns, my esteemed father-in-law?" Yun's father shot him a skeptical glance. "Retire to your homeland? You wish for my son to follow you to the fields?" Just as Ling Si was about to clarify, Yun's father sighed. "Very well. You may resolve your matters as you see fit. Sun'er is right. If the other party is unreliable, what difference does it make whether they are male or female? Please inform him that the Yun residence will forever be his home." Ling Si acknowledged, understood, surprised by how swiftly Yun's father acquiesced. Ling Si pondered what Yun Xun might have said. Nevertheless, his approval was enough. He was eager to arrange their betrothal ceremony promptly. Instead of returning home, Ling Si entered Yun Xun's room, slipping under the covers beside him. Feeling the chill of the night air, Yun Xun stirred slightly and inhaled the familiar scent. Finding solace once more, Ling Si had anticipated waking Yun Xun, yet seeing him fall back into a deep slumber brought him relief. "Sleep well, my dear," he murmured. The following morning, Yun Xun awoke to find Ling Si absent. Venturing into the courtyard, he encountered Yun Wu, who informed him, "The master will come after court." Yun Xun nodded in understanding. As Ling Si finished his court duties, he sought out Yun Xun, who was basking in the sun in the courtyard. Ling Si stood at a distance, quietly observing Yun Xun's leisurely demeanor before gradually approaching and sitting beside him. Yun Xun opened his eyes, greeting him with a smile. "You have returned." Ling Si observed that Yun Xun's complexion had improved somewhat, and he slowly spoke. "Last night, I visited your father, and he has consented to our union." Yun Xun's eyes widened in disbelief. How could he? Just yesterday, he had scolded him for this very matter. Ling Si wrapped his arms around Yun Xun's waist, pulling him into an embrace. I too was somewhat astonished. "It must be your words that made an impact." He even asked me to convey that the Yun residence will forever be your home. Resting his head against Ling Si's chest, Yun Xun murmured, "He is a good father." Ling Si replied with a soft hum, and then proposed, "Let us get married." Yun Xun looked up at him. "Are you asking me to marry you?" Although Ling Si did not fully comprehend the concept of a proposal, he knew he wished to be with Yun Xun. "Do you agree?" Yun Xun smiled at him. "I do." Ling Si fixed his gaze on Yun Xun's eyes, gradually leaning in to press his lips against Yun Xun's. A month later, the regent prince was to wed, taking a man as his partner, and the news spread like wildfire. The populace gathered, eager to discover which remarkable individual had captured the regent prince's heart. Ling Si stood before the gates of the Yun residence, awaiting Yun Xun. Inside, Yun Xun admired his small treasury. Ling Si had entrusted all his possessions to him. Xiaozhu knocked anxiously on the door. "Young master, it's time to go out." Yun Xun responded with a soft clutching a small box as he stepped outside. Upon seeing Yun Xun clad in resplendent crimson attire, adorned with a jade crown and a complexion as radiant as peach blossoms, Ling Si smiled warmly and extended his hand. "Shall we?" Yun Xun took Ling Si's hand, affirming with a gentle The two were married, and Ling Si took 3 days off, during which Yun Xun remained in bed. Gripping the covers tightly, tears welled in his eyes as he thought, indeed, one must not indulge men, just newlyweds, and he was already disregarding his wishes. He had said countless times that he did not want this. Ling Si embraced Yun Xun from behind, kissing his neck. "Ah Sun, I am so happy. You are finally mine." Yun Xun raised a hand to caress Ling Si's face, breathing softly. "So am I." On the 4th day, Ling Si rose early for court, his complexion glowing, while Yun Xun remained asleep. He kissed the corner of Yun Xun's lips. "Be good, my darling. I am leaving." In his dreams, Yun Xun faintly heard the voice and mumbled a response, "All right." At court, Ling Si encountered Yun's father, bowing respectfully, but the elder merely nodded, still struggling to accept that his son had chosen a man. Wei Qing sat upon the dragon throne, his gaze fixed on the red marks around Ling Si's neck, gripping the armrests of his chair tightly. Having been apart from Yun Xun for only a brief moment, Ling Si found himself yearning for him, wondering if he might awaken early. Would he be upset if he discovered Ling Si was not there? Before he knew it, court had adjourned, and Ling Si hurried back to Dongxiang. Although the regent prince's residence was in Beixiang, Yun Xun disliked it, so they had chosen to reside in Dongxiang after their marriage. Upon returning home, Ling Si found Yun Xun still asleep, with preparations for breakfast underway. He gently called out, "Be good, my darling. It's time to rise." Hearing someone at his ear, Yun Xun struggled to open his eyes, only to see Ling Si and then turn away, closing his eyes again. His body ached all over, and he had no desire to engage with that person. Ling Si chuckled softly, lifting him into his embrace. "My dear, my sweet, eat a little something before you sleep." Yun Xun murmured in response, too lethargic to open his eyes. After the court session, Yu Qing, in a fit of rage, wreaked havoc in the side hall, alternating between tears and laughter, leaving the palace staff terrified. Had the emperor gone mad? Shun Wu observed silently from his side, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. He had forsaken the regent for power, yet here he was, grieving for whom? Yu Qing's tears flowed uncontrollably, lamenting that his royal uncle had abandoned him. Why Yun Xun? What virtues did he possess beyond his handsome visage? He was a sovereign, born of noble blood. How could he be inferior to Yun Xun? Noticing Yu Qing's distress, Shun Wu approached, tending to the cut on his finger. With a sigh, he urged gently, "Your Majesty, let it go." The sight of a beautiful person in tears elicited a natural instinct to offer solace. Yu Qing turned to Shun Wu, only then realizing that he was quite handsome, albeit with a somewhat melancholic demeanor. Lost in thought, he lifted Shun Wu's chin with his finger. "From now on, accompany me." Shun Wu, with a neutral expression, replied, "As you command, my servant is at your service. It was you who came to my door uninvited." Once again, Ling Si found himself locked out by Yun Xun, exasperatedly rubbing his forehead. Yun Xun could no longer tolerate this. Was Ling Si some sort of stallion, perpetually restless, leaving him sore all over? The system observed the daily unfolding drama with leisurely amusement, licking its feline paw. Contemplating his situation, Yun Xun decided he needed a brief escape, a holiday of sorts. He took the little cat with him, seizing the opportunity while Ling Si was busy preparing porridge, and boarded a carriage out of the capital. Ling Si, upon discovering a note from Yun Wu, hastily mounted his horse to pursue. He finally caught up with Yun Xun's carriage before nightfall. Finding Yun Xun reclining inside, he remained unperturbed, leisurely munching on grapes. Ling Si climbed into the carriage and embraced him. "You wish to go to Jiangnan? I shall accompany you. There is no need to sneak away." Yun Xun looked up at him. "You accompany me? You're always in bed with me. I barely have time to even get up, let alone play." Ling Si felt guilty, holding Yun Xun tighter, pleading for forgiveness. "Aksan, my affection for you is so intense that I can hardly control myself." Yun Xun ignored his words. "Then let me go play for a couple of days." Ling Si was a loss for words. "I will accompany you." Angered, Yun Xun pushed him away and turned to face the carriage curtain in silence. Ling Si, feeling helpless, glanced down at the peacefully sleeping black cat and lifted it into Yun Xun's arms, hoping to elicit a smile from him. The system cast a sidelong glance at Ling Si, thinking him rather dog-like. Yun Xun stroked the cat for a moment, feigning depth of thought before feeling tired. Lying down asleep, observing Yun Xun's drowsiness, Ling Si instructed those outside to rest in place. He then quietly lay down beside Yun Xun. Yun Xun sighed inwardly. Did this man not know when to speak? Feeling a chill, he turned and nestled into Ling Si's embrace. Ling Si quickly wrapped his arms around him, planting a kiss atop his head. "My dear, I love you." Yun Xun, too lazy to open his eyes, merely hummed in acknowledgement. Ling Si understood that Yun Xun had acquiesced to his presence, holding him even tighter. Yun Xun stirred slightly, opening his mouth to inquire, "Are you attempting to strangle me?" Ling Si hastily denied it, exclaiming, "No, it's just that I am exceedingly happy." A subtle smile graced Yun Xun's lips as he teased, "Fool." During their days in Jiangnan, Yun Xun took charge of leisure while Ling Si was tasked with carrying their purchases, observing the individual burdened with an assortment of items. Yun Xun had merely intended to browse, yet Ling Si insisted on acquiring everything he had laid eyes upon. Unable to refuse, Yun Xun acquiesced to his whims. Together, they admired the picturesque landscapes and vibrant culture of Jiangnan. Gazing at the quaint town below, Yun Xun chuckled, "When we grow old, let us retire here." Ling Si wrapped his arms around Yun Xun's waist, replying, "All right." End of chapter 65. In this ABO narrative, the childhood rivals, Yun Xun and Ling Si, find themselves in a classroom setting. Yun Xun, awaken, the teacher is calling you. Upon opening his eyes, Yun Xun discovered himself in a lecture hall. Ah, has the young master finally awakened? He turned to see his old adversary, who greeted him with a smile. Ling Si's eyes widened in astonishment. "You're ill. Your smile is rather pleasant." Noticing the blush creeping onto Ling Si's earlobes, Yun Xun's amusement deepened, for he remained as bashful as ever. Whispers circulated among the students. Had Yun Xun truly smiled at Ling Si, his lifelong rival. Before Yun Xun could comprehend the situation, the teacher interjected, "Yun Xun, please answer the question on the board." Following the teacher's voice, he glanced at the board. "The basic components of a mech? I apologize, teacher, but I do not know." The teacher, exasperated, allowed him to take his seat, recognizing the influence of the Yun family. Who would dare offend them? A peer sitting beside Yun Xun, noticing the teacher had called upon another student, whispered, "What is happening with you? Haven't you read this book already?" Yun Xun turned to face him. The boy sported striking golden hair, fair skin, and an adorable visage. However, Yun Xun was still grappling with the unfolding narrative and could not recall his name. He responded lazily, "I can't be bothered." "Impressive, as expected of you," the boy remarked, giving a thumbs up. Yun Xun then summoned the System.System plot. The system provided him with the narrative while it remained in an emotional state, still reeling from the previous world it had left behind. Upon accepting the plot, Yun Xun discovered he had entered an ABO universe, where 6 genders existed: Alpha, Beta, Omega, further divided into male and female. In City A, 3 prominent families reigned: the Ling, Yun, and Bai families. The Ling family was rooted in military and governance, while the Yun family was engaged in commerce, specializing in mech materials, thus maintaining a favorable relationship with the Ling family. The Bai family, a medical dynasty, also enjoyed amicable ties with both the Ling and Yun families. In the unfolding tale, Ling Si and Yun Xun, having grown up together and fostered a friendship due to their families' close ties, were often pitted against each other by their parents, leading to a rivalry where they vied for supremacy in all endeavors. Their competition intensified after both transitioned into alphas, as they enrolled in the same university, pursuing the same mech program, and ultimately developed feelings for the same Omega, Bai Qing. Ultimately, Ling Si triumphed in winning Bai Qing's affection, while Yun Xun faced the bittersweet fate of departing abroad. After reviewing the basic storyline, Yun Xun turned to Ling Si, pondering whether Ling Si had just been mocking him. Propping his head up with one hand, he let out a sigh. "What are you sighing about?" Ling Si inquired. Yun Xun raised his eyes to meet his gaze, now aware of his name, Yu, before averting his gaze and replying, "It's nothing." Yu felt a twinge of disappointment. Did his friend no longer regard him as a companion? Yun Xun contemplated that in university, each student from the mecha engineering department was paired with a student from the mecha maintenance department. If one were an alpha and the other an omega, they would typically be bound together for over 5 years, leading to an automatic marriage arrangement. Since the majority of mecha engineering students were alphas and most mecha maintenance students were omegas, a successful pairing was generally assumed to signify an engagement. He could not allow Ling Si to pair with Bai Qing as per the original plot. He had to change his major. After all, both departments belonged to the same faculty, and some core classes were taken together, which would not hinder his pursuit of his beloved. Unbeknownst to Yu, Yun Xun had pondered so much during their class, while Yu remained engulfed in sadness. After class, Yun Xun accompanied Yu back to their dormitory. The dorm was a 2-person accommodation, a privilege Yun Xun secured through connections with his friend. Although it featured 2 bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom, they still enjoyed a degree of privacy. Upon returning, Yu sank into the comfort of the sofa, remarking on how pleasant the dormitory was. Yun Xun broke the silence. "Xiaoyu, I wish to change my major." Yu, perplexed, asked to what major? "Mecha maintenance." Yu was taken aback. "Are you out of your mind? How will you compare yourself to Ling Si then?" Yun Xun replied nonchalantly, "I don't need to compare myself to him. They are indistinguishable." Yu misinterpreted Yun Xun's words, believing that in Yun Xun's eyes, Ling Si was no longer worthy. He once again gave Yun Xun a thumbs up, admiring his friend's grand vision. Once in his own room, Yun Xun informed his family of his decision. They did not oppose him. Their greatest wish was for him to return and inherit the family business, encouraging him to pursue whatever he loved. After resolving one matter, he noticed his system was quietly weeping. 66, what troubles you? The system floated out, nuzzling against Yun Xun's face. Host, I miss the carefree existence of the previous world. Yun Xun raised an eyebrow. Is that all? If you obtain a transformation card, in this world and the worlds to come, you can live as freely as you did before. The system ceased its tears. Host, you're truly kind. Yun Xun smiled and said, stop crying. Go downstairs and transform. I'll come to find you. The system nodded. Yun Xun opened the door and stepped out. While Yu looked at his retreating figure, reflecting that he was no longer Yun Xun's sole companion. Unaware of Yu's thoughts, Yun Xun encountered a dog thief. The system transformed into a small white dog, waiting for Yun Xun beneath the dormitory. It spotted the male protagonist and barked a few times. Hearing the cries of the little puppy, Ling Si followed the sound and discovered a pitiable, snow-white puppy, seemingly abandoned. He picked up the small creature, glancing around to see no one nearby. Don't be afraid. I'll take you to see a doctor. The system merely intended to greet, yet it found itself embraced. Struggling, it was gently consoled by Ling Si, who mistook its distress for fear. Yun Xun searched for a considerable time downstairs, finding nothing. The system, in a pitiful tone, messaged, Host, I've been taken away by the male lead. Yun Xun chuckled. Since he enjoys your company, do accompany him. The system whimpered for a moment, but soon ceased. As Ling Si offered it a beef strip, which it found delectable. Observing its delight, Ling Si affectionately patted its head. I haven't named you yet. From now on, you shall be called Yun Xun. Upon hearing this name, the system gazed at Ling Si in disbelief, barking in protest. Noticing the little dog's discontent, Ling Si smiled, saying, all right, just teasing you. How about calling you Nwomi instead? The system accepted the new name, licking the male lead's hand. It decided to keep the secret of Ling Si's chosen name to itself, lest the male lead be endangered. Ling Si carried the freshly bathed puppy back to the student dormitory. Preferring solitude, he occupied a double room alone, with the other room designated for the puppy. The system disembarked from Ling Si's arms, patrolling its territory and recording a video to send to Yun Xun. Host, I have a home now. Upon seeing the video, Yun Xun's eyes brightened. If Ling Si was raising it in the dormitory, could he not seize the opportunity to visit? The system remained oblivious to Yun Xun's thoughts, blissfully sleeping in the dog bed prepared by Ling Si. Watching the little dog slumber, Ling Si took a picture and posted it on social media, captioning it, I too shall have a dog. Yun Xun, upon seeing Ling Si's post, gave it a like. Ling Si was somewhat astonished. Yun Xun liked his post? Was it a mistake? Chapter 66. The Adversaries in an ABO Narrative. Childhood Rival 2. After finishing his bath, Yun Xun discovered unread messages on social media. Upon opening them, he found Ling Si's friends teasing him. Chi Huan jested, we thought you were in a relationship, while Bai Qing remarked, so cute. Reflecting on this, Yun Xun commented, cute. Ling Si received a call from Chi Huan, who asked, what's going on with you and Yun Xun? Haven't you two always been at odds? Why did he comment on your post? Ling Si frowned, opening the social media app to find the word cute. He refreshed the page several times, confirming it hadn't been deleted. Hello, you ask me, but who knows what he is up to? Chi Huan chuckled for a moment before suggesting, how about we gather at the bar tomorrow? It's been a while since we last met. All right, Ling Si replied before hanging up. Lowering his gaze, he met the little dog's eyes, his expression softening. Are you hungry? He offered a piece of freeze-dried food. The system was overjoyed, wagging its tail as it sent a message to Yun Xun about Ling Si's plans for the bar. Upon receiving the message, Yun Xun pondered for a moment before saying to Yu, tomorrow, let us go to the bar. Yu agreed with enthusiasm. Sure. Yun Xun glanced at him before entering his room to select attire for the following day. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of a pleasant scent reminiscent of lemon, which was quite delightful. The following day, Yun Xun, utilizing the intelligence provided by the system, discerned Ling Si's departure time. He and Yu arrived at the bar, settling on the second floor to observe the performances below. After a while, the individual Yun Xun yearned to encounter finally emerged from the crowd. Ling Si donned a black shirt that accentuated his enviable waistline, prompting Yun Xun to gaze up, marveling at his impressive physique. His black trousers, tailored to perfection, revealed just a hint of his ankles, enhancing his stature. Coincidentally, he had chosen to wear a white shirt today, reminiscent of their matching outfits. Yu caught a whiff of a delightful lemony fragrance, pleasant yet subtly threatening. He turned to Yun Xun, suggesting that perhaps he was entering his sensitive period, as his pheromones seemed to be emanating. Yun Xun looked at him in confusion, questioning what the sensitive period entailed. Delving into the memories of the original owner, he discovered that the sensitive period was a physiological phenomenon unique to alphas, typically lasting around 37 days. During this time, alphas often resort to suppressants or rely on the pheromones of their partners to navigate through. It is common for alphas to experience nesting behaviors due to a lack of security during this phase. In response to Yu's concern, he calmly reassured him that there was no need for alarm. While Yun Xun pondered how to navigate through his sensitive period, a commotion arose from below. Following the noise, he observed Ling Si gallantly intervening. Bai Qing, enjoying a night out at the bar, had found himself cornered by a lewd male alpha, but was fortuitously rescued by Ling Si. Gratefulness radiated from Bai Qing's eyes as he looked at Ling Si. Touched by Bai Qing's plight, Ling Si could not remain passive, especially given their mutual connections. He subdued the offending alpha, sought the manager's intervention, and exchanged a few words with Bai Qing. Just as he was about to depart, Bai Qing stopped him, imploring, "Brother Ling, let me buy you a drink as a token of thanks." Ling Si, with an air of indifference, replied, "It was merely a small effort. No need for gratitude." Before making his exit, Bai Qing, slightly vexed, thought him to be rather unromantic. Noticing Ling Si's departure, Yun Xun exchanged a few words with Yu and followed after him. The man was exceedingly patient with the little Omega, yet he reserved only scorn for Yun Xun, determined to assert his identity. Ling Si was in the restroom, washing his hands, when he was suddenly ambushed from behind. He swiftly turned to restrain the assailant, only to be met with a look of bewilderment. "Yun Xun, what are you doing?" he queried. Pressed against the wall, Yun Xun grimaced in pain, a tear escaping as he pleaded, "Let me go. It hurts." Hearing Yun Xun's distress, Ling Si released his grip, realizing it was not intentional. The sudden restraint had startled him. Ling Si, sensing a peculiar aroma, inquired, "What is that scent?" As Yun Xun was freed, he seized Ling Si's hand, pinning him against the wall in a counter-restraining maneuver, capturing his lips in a kiss. Ling Si was taken aback, eyes widening in astonishment. Was Yun Xun actually kissing him? Was he dreaming? The fragrance intensified, clouding Ling Si's mind, and he discerned it was the lemony scent. Suddenly, the realization struck him. Was it Yun Xun's pheromones that bore this delightful aroma? But wait, why was he kissing me? Yun Xun pressed his tongue against Ling Si's lips, and a wave of lotus fragrance wafted from Ling Si's body, a most delightful sensation. Yun Xun craved more, fervently seeking to extract additional traces of the enchanting aroma. Ling Si, overwhelmed by the increasingly potent scent of citrusy perfume and lotus, realized that if this continued, the nearby Omega would inevitably be driven into a state of arousal. He attempted to free himself from Yun Xun's embrace, but found it impossible, resorting to muffled sounds of protest. Upon hearing his sounds, Yun Xun paused, his eyes glistening with a hint of crimson. Ling Si understood that Yun Xun had entered a sensitive period, yet he could not fathom why he sought him out during such a time. "We must go to the Alpha's designated room. Otherwise, the pheromones will provoke the Omega's instincts," he urged. Yun Xun leaned against him, his voice soft and pleading. "Take me. I feel unwell." Ling Si, already feeling the effects of Yun Xun's pheromones, knew he was prematurely entering his own sensitive phase. He lifted Yun Xun into his arms and hurried out of the restroom. Chi Huan, having waited anxiously, caught sight of Ling Si emerging from the restroom, cradling someone whose lips appeared swollen. "Is it true? Someone is with him?" Ling Si, spotting Chuan, merely uttered a quick, clean-up, sensitive phase before dashing away. Chi Huan, overwhelmed by the dense pheromone scent emanating from the restroom, covered his nose. The alpha pheromones would naturally repel one another. He instructed the cleaning staff to manage the overwhelming aroma. Fortunately, the Omega restroom was situated on the opposite side, sparing many Omegas from potential chaos. Ling Si carried Yun Xun into the Alpha's designated room and gently placed him on the bed before attempting to leave. However, Yun Xun, feeling dizzy, could not help but cry out upon seeing Ling Si's intention to depart. Ling Si found himself ensnared by Yun Xun's limbs, unable to move. He too felt weakened, as a sensitive phase had also commenced. Recognizing their shared condition, Ling Si decided to remain together for a while, hoping to regain clarity before returning home. Yun Xun embraced Ling Si, inhaling the lotus fragrance emanating from him, a look of contentment washing over his face as he gradually drifted into slumber. Observing Yun Xun's tranquility, Ling Si, enveloped in the scent of citrus perfume, succumbed to sleep as well. Chi Huan stood guard at the door of the designated room, curious about whom Ling Si was holding. As the hours passed into the night, it became increasingly clear that neither of them intended to emerge. He pursed his lips, wanting to scold them but unsure of how to articulate his frustration. Reluctantly, he booked a room next door and went to sleep. Meanwhile, as the bar closed, Yu lingered at the entrance, perplexed as to why he had been left behind. Whereas Yun Xun gone? Could it truly be during his sensitive phase? He pondered. Hastily, he returned to the school, only to find it deserted. Disheartened, Yu left a message for Yun Xun before retiring for the night. Chapter 67. The Bitter Rivals in ABO Fiction. The childhood friend Ling Si, in the depths of slumber, was abruptly awakened by a sharp pain at the nape of his neck, only to realize what Yun Xun was up to. No, Yun Xun has taken the wrong medication. He is an alpha. He struggles, but cannot break free. Yun Xun, have you lost your mind? I am an alpha. I need to mark. So find an omega. Yun Xun senses Ling Si's fury and releases his fangs, licking the nape of Ling Si's neck. Ling Si trembles all over you. Yun Xun embraces Ling Si, asking, "Are you uncomfortable?" Hearing Yun Xun's words, Ling Si bursts into laughter, exerting force to pin Yun Xun onto the bed. What exactly do you intend to do? Yun Xun blinks. I like you and wish for your assistance during my vulnerable period. Ling Si is taken aback by Yun Xun's declaration. What did you say? You like me? Noticing that Ling Si's grip on his hands has relaxed considerably, Yun Xun pulls Ling Si into his embrace and kisses him. Ling Si, regaining his composure, pushes Yun Xun away. Have you lost your senses? We are sworn enemies. Yun Xun, like a playful puppy, pounces on Ling Si, knocking him back onto the bed. I am yours. You are mine. Ling Si feels utterly at a loss in communicating with Yun Xun and reluctantly allows him to hold him. Suddenly, he gazes at Yun Xun in disbelief. Are you serious? Yun Xun silences him with a kiss. Ling Si, flustered, retorts, I see you're just mocking me. Let us see how long you can endure this. Yun Xun leans against him, clutching his shirt tightly, a smile gracing his face. Ling Si, exasperated, realizes he has fallen into Yun Xun's trap. After emerging from the bathroom, Yun Xun finds that someone has already left. He smirks and returns to school. The next day, Chi Huan gazes at the empty room, feeling as if the sky has fallen. After waiting so long, he has seen nothing. On Monday, the school forum buzzes with news of his major transfer. Yu feels somewhat disheartened. Ever since Yun Xun returned from the bar, he has been glued to his phone, hardly acknowledging him. Yun Xun disregards the forum's chatter, bombarding Ling Si daily with cheesy love lines. Why do you want to harm me? Yun Xun asks. Harm you? Ling Si replies. You make me like you too much. Yun Xun continues. If you're sick, go get treated. Ling Si exclaims. Yun Xun chuckles softly. In this world, Ling Si resembles a feisty little dog. The first class on Monday is a large lecture, and Yun Xun arrives early to secure a seat, sending the location to Ling Si with a note. Hurry. Yu yawns and asks, what exactly are you so happy about, Yun Xun? Yun Xun glances at him. It's a secret. As soon as Ling Si enters the classroom, he sees Yun Xun waving at him. He pretends not to see and sits as far away as possible. Yu doubts his eyes. Did Yun Xun just greet Ling Si? Weren't they known for their constant bickering? Seeing Ling Si sitting next to Bai Qing, Yun Xun pulls out his secret weapon. When Ling Si's phone buzzes, he looks down and promptly turns off the screen, glaring at Yun Xun. It's clear that Yun Xun is employing a different tactic to provoke him. Yun Xun smiles at him and mouths, come here. Ling Si suppresses his irritation, stands up, and walks over to sit beside him. Yun Xun beams at him, fixating his gaze upon him. Ling Si locked eyes with him, gritting his teeth and demanding, what on earth do you want? Yun Xun feigned innocence, yet before he could finish his thought, Ling Si covered his mouth with his hand. Are you out of your mind? Ling Si glanced around, noticing the astonished expressions of their classmates. He hastily withdrew his hand, casting a warning glance at Yun Xun to keep his mouth shut. He certainly did not wish to be the subject of gossip on the school forum. A faint smile graced Yun Xun's lips as he nodded in agreement. Only then did Ling Si return his focus to his book, preparing for class. Yu was utterly astonished. What was amiss with Yun Xun and Ling Si? It seemed that not only Yu had sensed the peculiar atmosphere. The inquisitive spirits of their classmates were ignited. Had the two school heartthrobs, Yun Xun and Ling Si, reconciled? Yun Xun also opened his book. But soon class was about to commence. Ling Si attentively listened, while someone else was restless. He seized a hand that had ventured to caress his thigh and flung it away. Yun Xun's hand collided with the edge of the desk, causing him to wince and cast a pitiful glance at Ling Si. Ling Si clenched his fist, deliberately avoiding his gaze. Yun Xun inspected the spot he had bumped into, now reddened and feeling a bit wronged. That despicable man had actually struck him. He resolved to ignore him henceforth. Noticing Yun Xun had settled down, Ling Si breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, he couldn't help but glance at Yun Xun's hand, wondering if it truly hurt. Yun Xun, of course, noticed his gaze and felt a flicker of compassion. He decided to forgive him. As class concluded, Yun Xun had no further lessons, while Ling Si had another period to attend. Yun Xun followed Ling Si to the new classroom. Yu trailed behind, perplexed. Yun Xun, didn't you switch majors? Aren't you supposed to be free this period? Upon hearing about Yun Xun's major change, Ling Si inquired, what major did you switch to? Yun Xun replied, since I have nothing better to do, I might as well learn a bit more. Yu admired him, remarking, as expected of a top alpha, your awareness is commendable. Feeling somewhat guilty under Yu's admiring gaze, Yun Xun realized he had been joking, yet Yu took him seriously. Ling Si smirked sarcastically, and Yun Xun turned to him, choosing not to respond. Seeing Yun Xun endure Ling Si's remarks only deepened Yu's suspicion regarding their relationship. Ling Si carelessly chose a seat, with Yun Xun sitting closely beside him. Ling Si glanced over impatiently, only to meet Yun Xun's smiling face, prompting him to lower his eyes to his book, unable to scold or physically reprimand him. He was convinced this was all part of Yun Xun's scheme. After being followed by Yun Xun throughout the day, Ling Si could no longer endure it once they reached the dormitory. What exactly are you up to? Yun Xun declared with a smile. I like you. I'm pursuing you. Can't you tell? Ling Si let out a cold laugh, retorting, you like me? But I don't like you. Kindly leave me alone. Yun Xun's heart sank at Ling Si's words, and he looked at him, asking, you don't like me? Then what were you doing that day? Acting like a rogue? Would this person truly cry? Ling Si, exasperated, explained, that day, anyone would have lost their composure. It would have just been you. Yun Xun, suppressing his anger, demanded, are you certain? Ling Si, amused by the absurdity, replied, what exactly am I supposed to be certain about? I am now certain that I do not like you. Fine. Yun Xun turned and walked away. Ling Si gazed at his retreating figure, his heart aching slightly. It seemed he had misspoken. But what had he done wrong? It was clearly Yun Xun who had been persistently clinging to him, wearisome to the core. He had merely attempted to send him away, and there was nothing amiss in that. Having left Ling Si's dormitory, Yun Xun returned to his own quarters. As Yu was about to greet him, he strode directly into his room. Once inside, Yun Xun could no longer maintain his composure, tears streaming down his face. He resolved to cease his pursuit. After all, it was his steadfast suitor who rejected him daily. He would forget this despicable man. Let fate take its course. Chapter 68. The bitter rivals in ABO fiction, the system learned that the host intended to take amnesia medication and grew anxious. Are you certain, host? Consuming it will cause you to forget the male lead. Holding the medication, Yun Xun pondered, isn't it possible to remember once I leave this small world? The system, with a sigh, expressed its sadness. After a moment's contemplation, Yun Xun ultimately decided to ingest it. If two hearts were truly meant to be, how could they ever drift apart? The following day, upon awakening, Yun Xun felt a void in his mind. The system, having observed him throughout the night and finding no signs of discomfort, breathed a sigh of relief. Host, do you still remember me? Yun Xun glanced at the system and replied, what is there to forget? Aren't you the system? The one guiding me through tasks. By the way, what is my task? The system, feeling guilty, replied, just live your life well. It chose to refrain from mentioning the male lead, given that he had caused the host such sorrow. Yun Xun felt a bit perplexed but was relieved. Not having to undertake any tasks was preferable. He cherished his freedom. Ling Si observed the lethargic little dog with concern. He picked up the small creature, intending to take it to the pet hospital. Unexpectedly, upon exiting the dormitory building, he encountered Yun Xun. He initially intended to ignore him, but Yun Xun walked right past him, treating him as a complete stranger. The system accompanied Yun Xun, and upon seeing Ling Si holding his body, it hurriedly returned to its physical form. Ling Si noticed the little dog become lively in his arms and sighed in relief. The system, worried about Yun Xun, struggled to leap down, deciding to follow him. Seeing the dog escape, Ling Si quickly pursued. Yun Xun was obstructed by a dog, and, through the system, he realized that in this world, the system had transformed into a canine. He picked it up, finding it rather adorable. The system raised its little head, proclaiming, "A product of the system is bound to be exquisite." Yun Xun petted its head, having initially planned to go out for a meal, but carrying the dog was inconvenient. He decided to first purchase some supplies for it. Ling Si, observing Yun Xun cradling his dog, couldn't help but smirk. Moments ago, he had pretended not to see him. Yet here he was, secretly holding his dog. "Yun Xun, where are you taking my dog?" he called out. Upon hearing the voice, Yun Xun turned to see a rebellious young man, quite handsome. "Who are you?" he inquired. Could love be on the horizon? Ling Si, upon hearing Yun Xun's words, was both amused and irritated. "You don't recognize me?" Yun Xun gazed at him in bewilderment, regaining his composure as he seized upon a pivotal phrase from their conversation. "Is this your dog?" "Of course, I even posted about it on my social media." The system quickly clarified. When it transformed, it was picked up by him downstairs at the dormitory. Upon understanding the backstory, Yun Xun smiled and proposed, "Would you be willing to sell it to me? It resembles the dog my grandmother left for me." Ling Si regarded him with a peculiar expression, questioning, "When did your grandmother leave you a dog? Isn't she allergic to dog hair?" Internally, Yun Xun cursed, realizing he had encountered an acquaintance. "System, why didn't you alert me?" The system buried its head in his embrace, falling silent while discreetly transmitting the protagonist's information to him. Yun Xun affectionately ruffled its fur and quickly perused the data in his mind. As he looked at Ling Si, he recognized him as his sworn rival. "Then I shall simply seize it. After all, they are at odds." With this thought, Yun Xun turned and fled. Ling Si watched as Yun Xun's figure disappeared, pondering whether Yun Xun had indeed stolen his dog. He felt frustrated as he returned to the dormitory, realizing he could inquire about it later in class. Raising an eyebrow, Ling Si mused that this might be a new tactic from Yun Xun, perhaps a calculated effort to pursue him. Having run a short distance, Yun Xun glanced back, relieved to see no one in pursuit. He cradled the puppy and headed to the pet hospital to purchase supplies and have it examined. After confirming its health, he informed Yu and carried the puppy back to the dormitory. In the afternoon, Yun Xun arrived punctually for class, finding only the first and last rows unoccupied. He decisively chose the front row. "Now that I am in this world, I shall dedicate myself to learning and living." Ling Si, noticing Yun Xun in the front row, was infuriated. Hadn't he always preferred the back? He had waited for Yun Xun there, only for him to choose otherwise. Completely unaware of Ling Si's thoughts, Yun Xun felt a profound sense of fulfillment after the class ended. He gathered his belongings, preparing to return to the dormitory when a shadow fell across his desk. He looked up to see his rival. "Can I help you?" he asked politely. Ling Si, seething with rage, retorted, "You took my dog, and you're asking if I need anything?" Disinterested, Yun Xun continued to pack. Ling Si, incredulous, wondered if Yun Xun was truly ignoring him. He slammed his hand on the table. "Hey, are you deaf? Return my dog." Yun Xun, exasperated, replied, "Where did you get this dog?" Ling Si hesitated. "I found it." Yun Xun shot him a skeptical glance. "Is it possible that this dog is mine, and you simply took it?" Ling Si, now both angry and amused, replied, "Why don't you claim the entire school is yours?" Finally, Yun Xun lifted his gaze to him, inquiring, "When you found the puppy, was it rather clean?" The system had only just transformed, so it must have been spotless. Ling Si recalled, actually it was, could it truly be his? How will you prove it's your dog? He challenged. Why should I have to prove anything to you? I believe we are sworn enemies, are we not? Yun Xun retorted with a cold scoff. Ling Si looked at him with a puzzled expression. Do you still remember that we are sworn enemies? Yun Xun, disinterested, stood up and pushed him aside. In the days that followed, Ling Si realized that Yun Xun truly regarded him as a stranger. He treated Ling Si as if he were heir, responding with impatience whenever he asked for something and offering no assistance while being annoyed. Ling Si felt utterly frustrated and sought solace in a drink with his close friend Chi Huan. Initially reluctant to join, Chi Huan changed his mind upon recalling the person Ling Si had embraced that day. Upon Ling Si's arrival, he inquired, "Who was it that you held that day?" Ling Si cast him a sidelong glance and muttered, "I forgot." He poured himself a glass of liquor and began to drink. Chi Huan sensed something was amiss. "Brother, have you experienced a heartbreak?" Ling Si scoffed. "Who has suffered a heartbreak? I am merely vexed." Chi Huan clinked his glass with Ling Si's. "Do you have something on your mind? Speak." Ling Si took a sip and began. "I have a friend who went through a sensitive period with a classmate he previously had a poor relationship with. The classmate fell in love with him, but he was uninterested and rejected him." Chi Huan replied, "What a scoundrel! Your friend is truly despicable, allowing someone to assist him through a sensitive period while harboring no feelings for them." Ling Si hastily clarified, "It's not my friend. It was his classmate who requested assistance." Chi Huan retorted, "Helping someone you don't like? That's even worse. If he genuinely wanted to help, he could have given his classmate some suppressants." Ling Si chose not to elaborate further. Noticing Ling Si's irritation, Chi Huan rolled his eyes and urged him to continue. Reluctantly, Ling Si spoke again. "My friend rejected him, and the next day, he treated my friend as if he were a stranger, even taking away his dog." Chi Huan's eyes sparkled with amusement. "Ling, I recall you have a dog?" Ling Si replied curtly, "Get lost." Chapter 69. The Rivals in ABO Literature. Chi Huan, understanding Ling Si's demeanor, realized that he had fallen into the quagmire of love. It was time for him to rescue Ling Si. "Your friend must have feelings for his classmate, right?" Ling Si immediately denied. "How is that possible?" Chi Huan, unwilling to indulge him, pressed on. "Doesn't he care about what he's thinking? And what about that dog? Is there truly no way to get it back?" Ling Si remained silent. Chi Huan continued, "There's no shame in liking someone. If he truly doesn't like them, then let it be. Don't pay too much attention, and don't tease someone if you cannot reciprocate their feelings." Ling Si remained silent, quietly sipping his drink. He contemplated his next move. Meanwhile, Yun Xun was in the dormitory interacting with the system when he suddenly received a message from Ling Si. "Let's delete each other." Confused, Yun Xun scanned the chat history and thought, "Oh my, it turns out the original owner had feelings for Ling Si." No wonder Ling Si looked at him strangely. He resolved to avoid Ling Si from now on. With swift fingers, he clicked to delete the conversation. Once the chat history was erased, Yun Xun sighed in relief. After sending the mutual deletion message, Ling Si felt a twinge of regret and followed up with, "Forget it." The results displayed a red exclamation mark. Had he been deleted? His grip tightened around the phone. It was he who had expressed his affection first, yet he let go so swiftly. Chi Huan languidly reclined on the sofa, taking a sip of wine. Ling Si left with a vague remark about having matters to attend to, and departed in haste. Chi Huan mused, "So, he is merely a tool, is he?" Upon returning to school, Ling Si, somewhat sober, stood beneath the dormitory building, motionless for an extended period. It seemed he had no justification to approach Yun Xun. Thus, he dejectedly returned to his own dormitory. Meanwhile, Yun Xun browsed the campus forum and stumbled upon a post mentioning that the esteemed Ling was waiting beneath the dormitory. But for whom? Ling Si stood there. Surely he wasn't considering picking up another stray dog? He glanced down at the system, surprised by its allure. The system chuckled softly, believing the protagonist's charm was not solely due to it, yet it remained silent. Yun Xun began to pack his belongings. Keeping a dog in the dorm was ultimately inconvenient. He requested a new dormitory from the school, but alas, there were no vacancies. He had no choice but to rent a place outside. Yu observed Yun Xun packing and asked, "You aren't planning to move away, are you?" Yun Xun shook his head, explaining he was merely renting a place. intending to stay in the dorm until time permitted. Yu glanced at the snow-white puppy, questioning if it was solely for that reason. Yun Xun nodded in affirmation. Yu felt tears welling up. His dining companion was leaving him. It would be fine to keep in the dorm. I'm okay with that, he offered. Yun Xun looked at him and patiently explained, the puppy requires ample space. The dorm is too cramped. Yu nodded, just don't forget me. We are good friends. Yun Xun chuckled softly, realizing Yu was concerned he might abandon their friendship. We will remain as we were. I'm just moving out, he reassured. Yu sighed in relief. As Yun Xun was his sole friend, others deemed him too effeminate for an alpha. He had often been bullied in high school, and it was Yun Xun who had rescued him. After finishing his packing, Yun Xun decided to move the following day. The house was arranged by Yun's father, who had initially intended to buy him a place, but Yun found it too extravagant and declined. This house was rumored to belong to a business partner of his father. The next morning, after attending his specialized classes, Yun Xun arrived at the dormitory, spotting Uncle Lee, the driver. Here, Uncle Lee, he called. Uncle Lee approached, addressing him as young master. Yun Xun led Uncle Lee upstairs to retrieve his belongings, with Ling Si trailing behind. Upon seeing the family driver, Ling Si wondered, what brings Uncle Lee here? Ling Si lingered quietly at the dormitory entrance, soon spotting Yun Xun descending with a puppy, followed by Uncle Lee carrying luggage. Was Yun Xun moving out? Unbeknownst to him, he was being watched as he boarded the car, cradling the little dog. They arrived at a villa, and Yun Xun inwardly marveled at the wealth. Ling Si recalled his father's words about not residing there, but lending it to someone else. It turned out that someone was Yun Xun. After pondering for a moment outside, he resolved to enter boldly and openly. Yun Xun si entering, feeling a twinge of confusion. Was this person here to claim the dog? What brings you here? Ling Si responded, this is my house. Am I not allowed to come? Yun Xun had anticipated that Yun's father was seeking Ling Si's residence. He contemplated moving out immediately, yet he had yet to secure another place. I will stay temporarily, just until I find a suitable home. Ling Si observed Yun Xun, perplexed by his calm demeanor. Had he forgotten how Ling Si had previously stirred his emotions? No need. I only returned to retrieve a few items. If you wish to stay, you may. Yun Xun shot him a glance. They were bitter rivals, and he was certain Ling Si had ulterior motives. No, I prefer solitude at home. Ling Si's lips twitched. That was not his intention. Why was he not reveling in the knowledge that this was his house? Why the continuous rejection? Ling Si recalled Chi Huan's words. Had he inadvertently hurt him? Suit yourself, he replied, ascending the stairs. Yun Xun organized his belongings and began searching for a new residence on his phone. When Ling Si descended, he found Yun Xun on the sofa, engrossed in his phone, with a small dog sleeping beside him. He approached and gently patted the dog, only to meet Yun Xun's scrutinizing gaze. I've cared for one before. Is it too much to pet it? Yun Xun averted his gaze, tacitly permitting Ling Si to continue for a while. Seeing Yun Xun's acquiescence, Ling Si grew bolder. Nwomi, do you remember me? The system, unwilling to upset its host, turned away, presenting its backside. Ling Si found himself stifling laughter. A handsome man being dismissed by a small dog was indeed a sight to behold. Yun Xun, preoccupied with classes, had little time to search for a new home, which explained why he had yet to find one after a week. Meanwhile, Ling Si, who returned daily, had taken up residence in the villa, except for attending classes. Yun Xun could not fathom Ling Si's motives. Did he harbor feelings for the original owner? After all, the original owner had pursued him. Ling Si noticed the peculiar expression on Yun Xun's face. Don't overthink it. I'm here because of Nwomi. The system, casting a skeptical glance, thought, who would believe that? Yun Xun exclaimed, oh, I see, retracting his gaze. He needed to prepare for a virtual examination scheduled for Monday. Using AI to connect their brains to enter a virtual realm, they would conduct a demonstration. As a member of the Mecha Maintenance Department, they were tasked with assisting the Mecha Department students in inspecting their machines. He was currently immersed in intensive study. On the day of the examination, Yun Xun encountered Yu and approached him. Where's your mecha? Yu produced a small sphere, having folded it into its compact form. Upon unveiling it, the mecha emerged. Yun Xun had seen the mecha in the original owner's memories, Yet witnessing it in person was utterly awe-inspiring. He immediately began his inspection, confirming the power source was intact and the mecha's sensitivity was excellent. 2 hours later, having completed his assessment and wiped the sweat from his brow, Ling Si approached eagerly. "Can you assist me with my inspection?" "Absolutely not. I just finished my own," Yun Xun firmly declined. "Please ask someone else." The mecha maintenance department boasts a larger cohort than the mecha department, with many individuals assisting in inspections. Ling Si observed Yun Xun in silence. Yun Xun, weary from expending considerable mental energy, was disinclined to engage. Chapter 70. The Archenemy in ABO Literature. Childhood Friend 6 by Qing approached Ling Si, offering, "Allow me to assist you with the inspection." Noticing Yun Xun's clear disinterest, Ling Si declined by Qing's help, saying, "Thank you, but it's unnecessary." With his head bowed, Ling Si returned to his class and utilized a smart device to inspect his mecha. Bai Qing, infuriated by Ling Si's preference for machinery over his assistants, felt tears welling in his eyes. His family still insisted on a marriage alliance with Ling Si. Given Ling Si's demeanor, who would wish to marry him? In the afternoon, students from both the mecha and mecha maintenance departments entered the virtual space for an examination. As Yun Xun entered, he was taken aback by the desolate landscape before him, barren and lifeless. Yu, noticing Yun Xun's shock, explained this was once a territory occupied by the insectoid species. Fortunately, our ancestors drove them to another planet. We now enjoy a peaceful era thanks to their valor. Observing the inhospitable environment, Yun Xun couldn't help but marvel at the prowess of their forebears. Although Yun Xun belonged to the mecha maintenance department, the battlefield knows no specialty. He was required to participate in physical training alongside the mecha department. The instructors, seeing that all students had entered the virtual space, announced, "Greetings, students. The military exercise officially commences. Each of you possesses a map marked with red flags, the quantity of which will determine your scores. However, locating the flags is not the sole objective. During your search, you may encounter simulated insectoids. For your safety, please team up, and if faced with insurmountable danger, exit the virtual space immediately." Insectoids? How terrifying! As an Omega, how could I possibly combat them? Indeed, this exercise seems ill-suited for us. Can't we form teams? Let's quickly find an alpha. The atmosphere grew chaotic, and Yun Xun, finding it bothersome, conspired with Yu to sneak away. Ling Si, witnessing Yun Xun's departure, also sought to leave, but was surrounded by Bai Qing and several Omegas. With teary eyes, Bai Qing implored, "Ling Gij, can you protect us?" Ling Si replied. In the end, Ling Si, along with 2 alphas, set out with 5 Omegas. Ling Si examined the map, reasoning that most would head towards the nearest flag. "Let us venture westward. The distance may be greater, but the obstacles could be fewer." Bai Qing, puzzled, inquired why. Ling Si folded the map, stating, "To ensure relative fairness." Bai Qing, somewhat bewildered, complimented, "You are truly clever." Ling Si ignored the remark, urging, "Let's proceed." Though the path was long, as Ling Si had predicted, it was nearly devoid of hindrances. Upon reaching the flag's location, they discovered others engaged in combat with the insectoids. They could easily stealthily circumvent the fray to seize the flag. Yet, Ling Si halted, recognizing that this was the fruit of another's labor, and he could not partake. Bai Qing clearly held a different perspective. He pondered whether it would be easier to seize the opportunity quietly now. Ling Si cast a cold glance in his direction and stated simply, "Let us go." Bai Qing gritted his teeth, looking at him with wounded eyes. Another alpha, noticing the fragile Omega on the verge of tears, hurriedly intervened, saying that their failure against the insect horde, neglecting the flag, could only be attributed to their misfortune. Bai Qing gazed at the alpha with gratitude, feeling that his words were commendable. Ling Si, uninterested in his trivial chatter, declared, "You can either turn and leave or join the fight against the insects. The victor claims the flag." The alpha clearly had no desire to engage the terrifying insect horde and fell silent. Just as Ling Si was about to depart, he heard someone call out Yun Xun. He promptly piloted his mech to assist. His teammates, witnessing his action, remained motionless, confident in his prowess, deciding not to join him. Bai Qing clenched his fists, wondering why Ling Si had chosen to engage when he had just suggested leaving. What was the connection between Ling Si and Yun Xun? Observing Bai Qing's lingering distress, the Alpha suggested to cheer him up. Now that Ling Si is fighting, we shouldn't let this opportunity go to waste. Shall we go for the flag? Bai Qing felt a flicker of temptation, but hesitated. The Alpha took the initiative, leading everyone toward the flag. Upon arriving at the battlefield, Ling Si discovered that it was Yun Xun and his roommate who were battling the insect horde. Yun Xun stood aside, his mech splattered with mud, likely from evading the insects. Relieved to see him unharmed, Ling Si joined the fray. Yun Xun, noticing the assistance, turned to see a silver mech. Its design marked by sharp triangles, except for a rounded head. He expressed his gratitude, swiftly executing a series of moves to dispatch the insects. Ling Si admired Yun Xun's seamless coordination with his mech, finding it quite impressive. He, too, was determined to prove himself, charging into the battle alongside Yun Xun. Before long, the insect horde was vanquished, their virtual forms dissipating. Yun Xun activated his mech's communication system, intending to thank his unexpected ally. When Ling Si received the transmission, he hesitated briefly before answering. Upon seeing who it was, Yun Xun was taken aback to find it was his rival. Yet, he was a person of integrity, and he sincerely expressed his gratitude. Ling Si smirked, replying, "It's nothing. You were remarkable." As Yun Xun scrutinized Ling Si's expression, confirming there was no mockery, he responded slowly, "Indeed." Ling Si felt his heart race at Yun Xun's confident acknowledgement of his compliment, almost wishing to follow him. He swallowed hard, averting his gaze. "Let us go for the flag. I'm merely assisting. The flag belongs to you." This flag was not solely his discovery, but also that of Yu. Thus he could not rightfully claim it for Ling Si. Just as he was about to agree, they heard the sound of an argument. Yun Xun and Ling Si exchanged a glance, retracting their mechs and advancing towards the commotion. Yu was embroiled in a heated debate with an Alpha, asserting that the Zerg they faced was their own, questioning why the flag should belong to them. The Alpha had also sent someone. Ling Si had come to assist them. Yu, exasperated, could only laugh in disbelief, remarking that even if he had assisted, one must understand the principle of first come, first served. There was no justification for coercion. Ling Si, overhearing their exchange, felt a pang of concern and turned to look at Yun Xun, whose expression was inscrutable, lost in thought. Not wishing to allow Yun Xun to misinterpret his intentions, he hastened forward, demanding the flag. Ling Si's gaze was piercing, causing the Alpha to fall silent and glance at Bai Qing. Ling Si, fully aware of the situation, directed a cold remark at Bai Qing, insisting, "Hand over the flag." Observing Ling Si's demeanor, Yun Xun discerned that Ling Si and Bai Qing were not allies. Bai Qing, feeling utterly wronged, held back tears, staring at Ling Si in silence. Ling Si, his patience waning, reiterated his demand, the flag. Realizing no one would advocate for him, Bai Qing reluctantly produced the flag. Ling Si accepted it and returned it to Yun Xun, who expressed his gratitude before departing with Yu. Upon seeing Yun Xun leave, Ling Si addressed Bai Qing and the others, declaring his intention to withdraw from their team. Bai Qing, already feeling aggrieved over losing the flag, protested, "Are you really abandoning us? We can't manage without you." Ling Si, concerned about losing sight of Yun Xun, countered that Omegas could pilot mechas and partake in physical training. While their mental prowess might not match that of Alphas, they were still competent. After a few brief exchanges, he departed the scene. Bai Qing watched Ling Si's retreating figure, seething with frustration. Ling Si pursued Yun Xun for a while and finally spotted him. "Yun Xun," he called. Yun Xun turned, with Yu questioning his purpose for coming. Yun Xun shook his head and asked Ling Si if he had something to discuss. Ling Si flashed a smile and inquired, "May I join you? I feel a bit apprehensive on my own." Yun Xun scrutinized him, unable to discern any signs of fear. Ling Si, undeterred, continued to grin. Yun Xun glanced at Yu, seeking his counsel. After alternating his gaze between Yun Xun and Ling Si, Yu offered, "You may decide." Considering Ling Si's capabilities, and acknowledging that despite their rivalry, there was no deep-seated animosity, Yun Xun acquiesced, All right. Ling Si beamed with delight, closely trailing Yun Xun. As they arrived at the next flag location, piloting their mechas stealthily, they spotted two Zerg sentinels guarding the area. To prevent the flag from being stolen, Yun Xun convened a brief meeting with the two. I will take one Zerg, and Ling Si will handle the other. Xiao, you go for the flag first. Then assist us. Ling Si, feeling somewhat slighted, thought it unfair that Yun Xun addressed him by name while referring to the other as Xiao Yu. Receiving a nod of agreement from Yu, Yun Xun prodded Ling Si, who snapped back to attention. All right, a son. Yun Xun heard a familiar address, momentarily taken aback before springing into action. Soon after, Ling Si piloted his mech to kick away a Zerg, and Yun Xun followed suit, attacking another. Upon witnessing that the two had managed to restrain the Zerg, Yu hastened to act, seizing a flag. Controlling his mech, Yun Xun wielded a blade, striking the Zerg relentlessly. During his inaugural battle, he discerned that the Zerg possessed a degree of intelligence. If he struck a single spot, they would evade. The most vulnerable areas were the joints of their limbs, followed closely by their eyes, although hitting the eyes proved exceedingly challenging. Thus, Yun Xun resolved to sever their limbs first. After a while, one of the Zerg's arms fell away. Taking a brief respite, he noticed the Zerg, enraged by the loss of its arm, began to attack frantically. Cursing under his breath, Yun Xun hurriedly dodged, realizing that despite their few numbers, the Zerg's combat capabilities had surged, starkly contrasting with what the textbooks had described. Seeing Yun Xun being pursued by the Zerg, Ling Si felt a twinge of concern. He kicked away the Zerg he had been fighting and piloted his mech to assist Yun Xun. Surprised by Ling Si's timely help, Yun Xun wondered aloud if Ling Si had defeated his opponent so swiftly. Ling Si explained that the Zerg's combat prowess had indeed escalated, suggesting that Yu engage with another Zerg while the two of them collaborated to vanquish the one at hand. After a moment's contemplation, Yun Xun deemed this strategy feasible and instructed Yu to distract the other Zerg. Yu, thrilled at the prospect of actively participating instead of merely lying back to accumulate points, approached the other Zerg, only to be struck and left dazed. Realizing that tackling the Zerg alone was beyond his capabilities, Yun Xun quickly conferred with Ling Si on a strategy. They ultimately decided that one would draw its fire while the other would target the Zerg's limbs. As Yun Xun severed all of the Zerg's arms, it collapsed to the ground. Ling Si then thrust his sword through the Zerg's eye. Upon witnessing the demise of this foe, Yun Xun raced to assist Yu, who was on the brink of collapse. With a swift kick, Yun Xun sent the Zerg flying. Having concluded his battle, Ling Si intended to bask in a moment of triumph, only to find Yun Xun had vanished. He quickly returned to lend his support. The trio executed their collaboration flawlessly, and in no time, the Zerg was defeated. Yun Xun, invigorated by the encounter, found the Zerg, though fearsome, to be an excellent opportunity for practice. Ling Si nodded in agreement, recalling that Yun Xun was unseen within the confines of the mech, and remarked that it was indeed the case. Yu, utterly exhausted, had not partaken in their conversation. As the exercise concluded, it was unequivocal that their team secured first place. Bai Qing gazed at the rankings displayed on the large screen, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Beside him, Alpha offered consolation. Qing, you performed admirably. Do not be disheartened. Once Ling Si exited the virtual realm, he approached Yun Xun and inquired, "This Saturday is my birthday. May I host a party at the villa?" Yun Xun felt a sense of respect, recognizing that although it was Ling Si's home, he was merely a guest. Ling Si's inquiry, though he knew Yun Xun would not refuse, made him feel significantly more at ease. "Of course," he replied. Ling Si then asked, "Will you attend?" He was apprehensive that Yun Xun might perceive his question as mere politeness. "Can you truly come?" Yun Xun pondered. After all, he was his roommate. Ling Si could hardly conceal his delight, and thus it was settled. Yun Xun nodded in agreement. Yu, observing Ling Si's joyful demeanor, whispered to Yun Xun, "Does Ling Si have feelings for you?" The thought of the cheesy love messages the original owner had sent to Ling Si made Yun Xun's face flush instantly. He was uncertain whether Ling Si harbored feelings for him, but the original owner certainly had feelings for Ling Si. Noticing Yun Xun's blush, Yu wondered if Yun Xun also had affections for Ling Si. He remained silent, feeling a slight emptiness within. Yet he was genuinely happy for Yun Xun for having found someone he admired. It reminded him of high school, when he too had cherished someone, but alas, fate had not aligned for them. Upon returning to the school dormitory, Ling Si began enlisting Chi Huan's assistance in preparing a birthday party. Chi Huan had suggested it long ago, but Ling Si had consistently declined, as he preferred solitude over crowded places. Why the sudden change of heart? Despite his lingering confusion, Chi Huan proceeded to orchestrate Ling Si's birthday celebration. On Saturday, Yun Xun emerged from his room with a carefully prepared gift, presenting it to Ling Si with a cheerful happy birthday. Ling Si was pleasantly surprised. The mere fact that Yun Xun had come brought him joy, let alone receiving a gift. He asked Yun Xun to wait a moment while he hid the gift before taking him out for a barbecue. Yun Xun, unfamiliar with grilling, could only assist Ling Si by passing ingredients and condiments. Ling Si smiled at him, requesting, "Could you hand me the brush and cumin powder?" Yun Xun attentively read the labels on the spice bottles and complied. Yu observed them closely, increasingly convinced that they were indeed involved with one another. Suddenly, a melodious voice interrupted. "You think there's something between them too, don't you?" Yu turned to see Chi Huan. Upon noticing Yu's surprise, Chi Huan waved a hand in front of his face, exclaiming, "Hello?" Yu snapped back to reality, his ears turning red. "Hello?" Chi Huan smiled warmly. "You must be a friend of Yun Xun." Puzzled, Yu inquired, "How did you know?" Chi Huan explained, "It was just a guess." He had been observing Yun Xun and Ling Si closely. It was evident that they were friends, yet Ling Si's aloof demeanor suggested he had few companions besides him. Yu felt a twinge of self-loathing for his inability to engage in conversation with someone he had cherished for many years, unsure of how to seize the moment. Chi Huan regarded Yu, thinking Yun Xun's friend seemed rather naive. Being a guest, he continued cheerfully, "Would you like to join us for the barbecue?" Yu's eyes lit up. "I would." Chi Huan found his enthusiasm amusing. He resembled an eager puppy, bouncing with excitement. Yu, oblivious to Chi Huan's amusement, followed him to the barbecue. Chi Huan was quite sociable, but soon he was called away by others. Yu felt a pang of disappointment, yet continued grilling the skewers. Recalling Chi Huan's praise of the food, Ling Si finished grilling the skewers and handed one to Yun Xun. The system, having waited patiently nearby, barked eagerly for food. Yun Xun looked down at it, chuckled softly, and offered the skewer for it to enjoy. Ling Si felt somewhat displeased as he prepared a meal for Yun Xun. The system, sensing Ling Si's unfriendly gaze, cast a brief glance at him. It would consume whatever the host provided. Ling Si glanced at the half-cooked green pepper and offered it to Yun Xun, who thought that dogs likely did not enjoy vegetables and intended to take a bite himself, only to be interrupted by Ling Si. With a chuckle, Ling Si declared, "I'm a bit hungry. Allow me to have a taste first, will you?" Yun Xun, momentarily bewildered, nodded as Ling Si took the skewer and brought it to his own mouth. Observing Ling Si devour the green pepper, Yun Xun contemplated his genuine hunger, attributing the grip on his hand to Ling Si's haste. Ling Si had intended to tease Yun Xun, but upon noticing the affectionate gaze directed at him, he forced a smile, released Yun Xun's hand, and continued grilling. He extended a skewer of grilled chicken feet to Yun Xun, asking, "Would you like to try?" Yun Xun responded with a soft taking a bite. Despite the heat causing him to wince, he savored the morsel of chicken. Ling Si, slightly anxious, inquired, "How is it? Does it hurt anywhere?" Yun Xun shook his head, affirming, "It's delicious." Yet, as Ling Si observed Yun Xun still chewing, worry crept in. He grasped Yun Xun's chin, leaning in to inspect for any injuries. Satisfied that there were none, he exhaled in relief. As Yun Xun gazed at Ling Si's enlarged features, a thought struck him. Yu had mentioned Ling Si's affection for him. It seemed that Ling Si truly harbored feelings. Ling Si, meeting Yun Xun's astonished gaze, suddenly realized that his actions might have been too forward. He retracted his hand and took a step back, stammering, "I was merely concerned you might be unaware of any harm." The unnecessary explanation felt like an attempt to cover up his awkwardness. Yun Xun's ears flushed crimson as he lowered his head in silence. The system, feeling overlooked, continued its incessant barking, which only elicited a gentle pat from Yun Xun. Noticing Yun Xun's hunger, Ling Si suggested, "Perhaps I should feed you some dog food." The system protested vehemently, exclaiming, "Host, I desire skewers, not dog food." Yun Xun chuckled at Ling Si, encouraging him to indulge in some meat. The smile on Yun Xun's face made Ling Si feel as though his hidden thoughts were laid bare. He turned his attention to the skewers, his hands deftly flipping them while occasionally glancing at Yun Xun. Bai Qing, invited to Ling Si's birthday party, felt a pang of jealousy watching the two so close as they grilled. He set down his gift and departed. Yu, relieved by Bai Qing's exit, sighed. Qi Huan approached him, picking up a skewer he had prepared. "Is there a story behind this?" Yu, noticing Qi Huan's inquisitive expression, thought it fortunate that there was gossip to share. He quietly recounted the dynamics between Ling Si, Yun Xun, and Bai Qing. Qi Huan's eyes sparkled with understanding, realizing that Ling Si had feelings for Yun Xun, who reciprocated to some extent, while Bai Qing harbored unrequited love for Ling Si. Yu cast a furtive glance at Yun Xun, who had not confessed his feelings for Ling Si. Nevertheless, Yun Xun's willingness to engage with Ling Si suggested that he felt a spark of attraction. Qi Huan, having uncovered a significant secret about Ling Si from Yu, found himself unable to remain idle. After exchanging a few words with Yu, he made his way towards Ling Si. Yu gazed at his retreating figure, feeling a tinge of disappointment. Perhaps he was a bit bored. "Ling, are you grilling skewers? Can I have a couple?" Yun Xun looked up upon hearing the voice, spotting a handsome guy with chestnut hair and azure eyes, seemingly of mixed heritage. Ling Si did not even lift his head, curtly replying, "Get lost." Qi Huan feigned heartbreak, insisting, "I won't, unless you give me that beef skewer." Yun Xun chuckled softly, realizing it was unkind to laugh at others, and cast an apologetic glance at Qi Huan. Qi Huan grinned. "I'm good friends with Ling Si. You should keep your eyes peeled. Ling is notoriously flirtatious." Ling Si shot him a glare, clarifying to Yun Xun, "The flirtatious one is him. I maintain my integrity and have never been embroiled in rumors." Noting Ling Si's growing agitation, Yun Xun interjected, "I understand." Qi Huan looked at Ling Si and Yun Xun with a somewhat lewd expression, addressing Yun Xun, "Sister-in-law, I want to eat beef skewers." Yun Xun was taken aback by his address and glanced at Ling Si, seeking his help. However, Ling Si merely smiled at him. "With no other option," Yun Xun explained, "we don't have that kind of relationship. If you want to eat, ask him." Qi Huan feigned despair, but Ling Si, feeling a bit sorry for him, handed him a skewer. After tasting it, Qi Huan found it so delicious that he couldn't bring himself to leave, surprised by Ling Si's culinary skills. Ling Si, exasperated, mouthed to him, "Leave." Qi Huan pretended not to see, but recognizing that Ling Si was genuinely upset, he hurriedly took several skewers and left. Feeling the atmosphere turn awkward, Yun Xun patted the system's virtual head. "I'm full. I'll head back first." Ling Si understood that Yun Xun felt uncomfortable due to Qi Huan's remarks and did not insist he stay. "You can return to your room. I'll bring some over once I finish grilling." Although Yun Xun initially intended to decline, the system persistently urged him in his mind, and he acquiesced with a nod before departing. Ling Si watched as Yun Xun walked away, hastening to grill the skewers, soon producing a generous batch. He grabbed a bottle of beer and carried the skewers to Yun Xun's room. After resting for a while, Yun Xun was surprised to hear a knock on the door. So soon? He opened the door to find Ling Si holding a mound of skewers, feeling moved by the gesture. How could he have grilled so many in such a short time without eating a single one? Ling Si intended to drop off the skewers and leave, but Yun Xun stepped aside, inviting him in. Upon entering, Ling Si placed the skewers on the table. Yun Xun pointed to the single armchair, suggesting he take a seat while he perched on a stool. Ling Si wanted Yun Xun to sit on the armchair while he occupied the stool, but fearing Yun Xun would ask him to leave, he remained silent. Yun Xun took the initiative to speak. "You grilled all these. You hardly ate any. Let us share some." Ling Si lifted his gaze to Yun Xun, his eyes brimming with delight, entering Yun Xun's room to enjoy skewers together. As Yun Xun picked up a skewer, he eyed the drinks and, feeling it insufficient, retrieved a bottle of fruit wine. "Which flavor do you prefer?" "We have lemon and peach." Ling Si recalled that Yun Xun's pheromone carried the fragrance of lemon perfume. He swallowed hard, yearning for the taste of lemon. Meeting Ling Si's assertive gaze, Yun Xun handed him a lemon-flavored beer. As if startled, he averted his eyes, lowering his head to take a swig of the beer, unable to suppress a sigh of delight. What a perfect match. Chapter 73. The archenemy in ABO fiction. Ling Si took a sip of the lemon beer, finding it lacking compared to his own scent. He heard Yun Xun's voice of admiration and looked up, seriously stating, "If you like it, I'll bake it for you next time." After a few sips, Yun Xun felt a slight dizziness and pondered, why was he being treated so kindly? Coming back to his senses, he realized what he had said and turned to Ling Si, intending to change the subject. When Ling Si spoke, "I like you." Yun Xun's eyes widened in shock. Was he serious? Noticing Yun Xun's astonishment, Ling Si continued, "I apologize for the hurtful things I said when you confessed to me last time." Yun Xun's restless heart cooled. He realized Ling Si was treating him as the original host. Seeing Yun Xun's expression suddenly change, Ling Si assumed he had touched on a painful topic and quickly grasped Yun Xun's hand, saying, "Since we both have feelings for each other, let us be together and not dwell on the past." Yun Xun lost his appetite for the skewers, setting them down, and countered, "Do you like me? Or do you like the version of me that confessed to you that day?" Ling Si was perplexed. Wasn't he at all the same? After a moment of reflection, he replied, "I like both." Yun Xun gently pushed Ling Si's hand away, apologizing, "I cannot accept your feelings." Ling Si was bewildered by Yun Xun's rejection, unable to believe that Yun Xun felt no spark towards him. He opened his mouth to speak, but Yun Xun interjected, "I'm tired, please leave." Ling Si was unsure of what he had done wrong, but he knew that if he didn't clarify, their relationship might regress to its former state, which he wished to avoid. Noticing Ling Si's reluctance to depart, Yun Xun remained silent, watching him. Ling Si reached out, pulling Yun Xun into his embrace, and kissed him. Since Yun Xun claimed not to like him, and had kissed him once before, he felt compelled to reciprocate. Yun Xun's eyes widened, memories flooding back. It dawned on him that Ling Si was indeed the one. He attempted to push Ling Si away to express his feelings, yet found himself unable to break free. After a moment of muffled sounds, he finally caught Ling Si's attention. Ling Si opened his eyes, locking onto Yun Xun's gaze, understanding that he had something to convey. However, fearing Yun Xun might utter what he dreaded to hear, he kissed him more fervently, seeking proof of Yun Xun's affections. Sensing Ling Si's anxiety and recalling his earlier rejection, Yun Xun wrapped his arms around Ling Si's neck, yielding to the passionate kiss. As the kiss concluded, Yun Xun breathed heavily, leaning against Ling Si's chest. He looked up at Ling Si and said, "You." Ling Si placed another gentle kiss on his lips and interjected, "Xun, you do like me. You initiated just now." Like a knight who had finally discovered a treasure, Ling Si beamed with joy. Yun Xun also revealed a smile. Indeed, Ling Si did not expect to receive Yun Xun's agreement. It was already a feat that he had not resorted to striking him. Noticing Ling Si's momentary stupor, Yun Xun reached out to pat his face, playfully asking, "What's the matter? Are you unwilling to take responsibility?" Ling Si grasped Yun Xun's hand, hurriedly explaining, "No, I wish to take responsibility. I will be responsible." Yun Xun gave a gentle acknowledgement and leaned against Ling Si, softly reminding him, "Would you like to visit the restroom to freshen up?" Ling Si, feeling flustered, scolded himself for his ineptitude, having only kissed Yun Xun once. He embraced Yun Xun, insisting, "Never mind that. I wish to hold you a little longer." Yun Xun blushed, quietly remaining in Ling Si's embrace. Time passed, and soon Chi Huan called for Ling Si. "You two, come out quickly. It's time for the birthday cake." Yun Xun felt a tinge of shyness. "How does your friend know you are here with me?" Ling Si chuckled and replied, "Perhaps it's because the light in your room is the only one on the second floor." Yun Xun playfully thumped Ling Si's chest. "What should we do now?" Ling Si lifted Yun Xun slightly, suggesting, "Shall we go out together?" Yun Xun declined, and after observing him for a moment, Ling Si said, "Then I shall go out first. Will you come down shortly?" Yun Xun, unable to think of another solution, nodded in agreement. Ling Si planted several kisses on Yun Xun before exiting the room. Seeing Ling Si emerge with an air of triumph, Chi Huan's curiosity was piqued. Before Qi Huan could speak, Ling Si gestured for silence and whispered, "Let us head downstairs first." Qi Huan, with an understanding expression, followed Ling Si down the stairs. Once the two emerged, Yun Xun tidied himself and hurried downstairs. As the main characters made their entrance, no one paid attention to Yun Xun, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. The birthday cake was brought forth, and Yun Xun joined the others in singing happy birthday to Ling Si. Ling Si blew out the candles, and upon opening his eyes, his gaze immediately found Yun Xun. Their eyes met, and Yun Xun smiled, wishing him a happy birthday. Ling Si began to slice the cake. He reserved the first piece for himself, gave the second to Qi Huan, and divided the rest. As Yun Xun contemplated where to enjoy his slice, Ling Si approached him, saying, "This piece is for you." Yun Xun, moved by the first piece of cake in Ling Si's hand, looked up and said, "Feed me." Ling Si, taken aback, thought, "Isn't Yun Xun shy?" Nevertheless, he deftly scooped a piece of cake and brought it to Yun Xun's lips. Yun Xun opened his mouth and tasted the sweetness. Ling Si inquired with a smile, "How sweet is it?" Yun Xun leaned closer and placed a kiss on his lips, saying, "You should try it." Ling Si extended his tongue to lick the corner of his mouth, confirming sweet. Yun Xun gazed at him quietly, and Ling Si, sensing a certain hint, took his hand. Yun Xun naturally reciprocated, no longer hiding his feelings. Qi Huan, witnessing this, was left speechless, marveling at how swiftly things were progressing for Ling Si. He wondered when he could catch up with them. In the early morning, as everyone began to disperse, only Yun Xun and Ling Si remained. Qi Huan initially considered staying, but realizing his brother had finally made progress, he decided against being a third wheel. Ling Si led Yun Xun to the rooftop to stargaze, asking, "Aren't you curious about what wish I made?" Yun Xun gazed at the stars before turning his eyes to Ling Si, whispering that wishes lose their magic once spoken. Ling Si met his gaze and placed a gentle kiss upon his eyes, as if to convey his heart's unspoken truths. Yun Xun wrapped his arms around Ling Si's neck and pressed his lips against Ling Si's, perhaps realizing the depth of their connection. The night sky shimmered with countless stars, drawing the hearts of two lovers ever closer. Chapter 74. The bitter rivals turned lovers, and another Monday dawned, though this one felt distinctly different from the rest. Yun Xun and Ling Si strolled side by side, and while Ling Si yearned to hold Yun Xun's hand, Yun Xun preferred to maintain a low profile. The birthday party from 2 days prior had already sparked whispers among Ling Si's friends, and at school, Yun Xun desired discretion. Ling Si, not one to be deterred, kept close to Yun Xun, their shoulders brushing lightly with each step. Yun Xun glanced up and playfully inquired, "What are you doing?" Ling Si replied, "Just getting cozy with my boyfriend." Ling Si's boldness startled Yun Xun, as well as their fellow classmates, who gasped in disbelief at the transformation of rivals into a couple. Feeling a twinge of embarrassment from overhearing a classmate's exclamation, Yun Xun gently pushed Ling Si away, casting him a sidelong glance. "This is all your fault." Ling Si laughed heartily, taking Yun Xun's hand as they entered the classroom together. The indulgence of their weekend escapades bore consequences, as both Yun Xun and Ling Si were summoned back home by their respective fathers. Ling Si grasped Yun Xun's hand tightly, saying, "Ah, son, they must have found out." Yun Xun shot him a knowing look. "I told you to tone it down." Ling Si planted a soft kiss on the corner of Yun Xun's mouth, asking, "If Uncle Yun disapproves, would you give up?" Sensing Ling Si's unease, Yun Xun nestled into his embrace and kissed his lips, replying, "What do you think?" Ling Si held him close, their eyes locked. "I don't know." Yun Xun smirked, "Silly, of course not." Ling Si relaxed, smiling as he caressed Yun Xun's hair. "All right. I love you." Yun Xun looked at him, puzzled. Why the sudden declaration? Ling Si kissed Yun Xun again. "I worry you might not know." Yun Xun affirmed. Ling Si took Yun Xun's hand once more. "Let me walk you home." Yun Xun questioned, "Aren't you going back too? What if Uncle Ling gets angry?" Ling Si tightened his hold on Yun Xun's hand. "I fear you might face hardship. I'll return with you. If Uncle Ling wishes to scold or reprimand, let it be directed at me. We can deal with my father later." Yun Xun smiled at him. "All right, then when we meet my parents, shall we visit yours together?" "Yes," Ling Si replied. In the living room, Yun's parents sat on the couch, with his mother expressing concern, When the child returns, let's speak kindly. Yun's father grasped her hand reassuringly. I will handle it with discretion. Yun's mother asserted, let the child choose whom they like. We, as parents, must not impose our will. Seeing his wife growing agitated, Yun's father quickly soothed her. I've already spoken with old Ling. We won't interfere. We just want to ascertain whether the children are sincere. Only then did Yun's mother relax, squeezing her husband's hand affectionately. As Yun Xun and Ling Si entered, they were greeted by the warm smile shared between Yun's father and mother. Yun Xun cleared his throat lightly, while Ling Si's hand, entwined with Yun Xun's, felt slightly clammy. With a firm grip, Yun Xun led Ling Si to his parents, saying, Mom and Dad, this is my boyfriend. Ling Si, feeling a touch of nervousness, greeted them, Uncle Yun, Aunt Qian. Observing the scene, Yun's father found himself at a loss for words and simply suggested, since you're back, let us have dinner together. Yun's mother, with a welcoming smile, added, Xiao Ling, make yourself at home. We are all family here. Ling Si replied, Aunt Qian, understood. Throughout the evening, Yun Xun remained by Ling Si's side, ensuring he felt at ease. During dinner, Yun's father inquired about Ling Si's future plans. Ling Si glanced at Yun Xun before replying, I intend to join the regular army and serve the country. This response seemed to unsettle Yun's father, who questioned, What about Sun's son? Yun Xun interjected, I will enlist alongside a Ling, but do not worry, Dad. I will return to assist you afterward. Yun's father's expression softened, and Yun's mother chimed in, advocating for their son. The children have their own aspirations. With that, Yun's father chose to remain silent. Ling Si looked at Yun Xun, surprised by his partner's foresight. Yun Xun offered a comforting glance and grasped Ling Si's hand. Upon returning to school, Yun Xun felt elated, having secured his parents' approval. However, Ling Si wore a troubled expression, which did not escape Yun Xun's notice. He leaped into Ling Si's embrace, asking, What's wrong? Ling Si gently stroked his hair. Xun, do you truly wish to join the army? Yun Xun, puzzled, responded, Of course I do. Otherwise, why would I choose this major? Ling Si sighed in relief, admitting, becoming a soldier has been my ambition since childhood. I cannot abandon it. Yun Xun smiled at him, saying, Silly, if you love it, pursue it. I love you and will never hinder you from following your dreams. Unable to resist, Ling Si kissed Yun Xun tenderly. Thank you for being in my life. Yun Xun wrapped his arms around Ling Si's neck, playfully taking the lead. After graduating from university, Yun Xun and Ling Si celebrated their wedding. Yu and Qi Huan served as the groomsmen. Over the years, the two had grown closer due to their connection with Yun Xun and Ling Si. Yet no sparks had ignited, as Qi Huan was enamored with female alphas. Yu often lamented his own inadequacy. Yet he understood that the chasm between him and Qi Huan extended beyond that. Standing under the spotlight, Yun Xun awaited Ling Si, who approached him clad in a sleek black suit. Yun Xun had initially intended to walk towards him, but Ling Si expressed his desire to avoid gossip about two alphas being together, which was already unconventional. Yun Xun felt touched by Ling Si's thoughtfulness. After the wedding ceremony concluded, the couple flew directly to a coastal city to embark on their honeymoon. Nestled in Ling Si's embrace, Yun Xun gazed at the moon through the floor-to-ceiling windows and whispered, Ling, I love you. Ling Si cradled his head, bringing their faces mere inches apart, and replied, I love you too. As his words lingered in the air, he captured Yun Xun's lips in a kiss. Chapter 75. The reluctant young intellectual sent to the countryside upon entering this new realm. Yun Xun felt as though he was submerged in a frigid body of water. As he opened his mouth to speak, a relentless rush of water surged in. Help! The system promptly pulled him ashore. As Yun Xun emerged from the water, he coughed violently. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely as he lay by the riverbank, absorbed in the unfolding narrative. The system swiftly transmitted the storyline to him, prompting him to contemplate the role he wished to assume alongside his host. Upon reviewing the plot, Yun Xun was taken aback to discover that the original owner of his body had been pushed into the river by the female protagonist. The original owner was the young master of the Yun family in City A, deeply cherished by his family. Unfortunately, he was caught in the fervor of the 1990s down to the countryside movement, which mandated that families send members to rural areas. The Yun family had 3 children, with Yun Xun being the youngest. Ordinarily, it would not have been his turn, but his elder brother had just married and was sent away, leaving uncertainty about his return. The second child was a girl, making it somewhat inconvenient for her to go. Even so, the Yun family had not considered sending Yun Xun to the countryside. It was he who had insisted on going, driven by his infatuation with the neighbor's daughter, Lu Qingqing, who would also be relocating. The Yun family, left with no choice, provided financial support for Yun Xun and Lu Qingqing to travel to the more prosperous Luo village. Lu Qingqing, the female lead, held no affection for Yun Xun. Instead, she manipulated him into doing her bidding by dangling the promise of assistance from his family. When Yun Xun discovered her tryst with the son of the village chief, she callously pushed him into the river, leading to his demise. Meanwhile, his love interest, Luo Lingxi, was also in Luo village. After a brief moment of rest with his eyes closed, Yun Xun regained some strength and opened his eyes to find his beloved Luo Lingxi before him. Luo Lingxi silently observed him. In this world, he possessed a robust physique, with dark skin that suited him well. Typically, Luo Lingxi was not one to meddle in the affairs of others. Yet upon catching sight of the fair legs by the riverbank, he instinctively approached, realizing it was the arrogant young master. Observing the drenched youth, clearly a victim of circumstance, he expressed concern. "Are you all right?" Yun Xun blinked in disbelief. This was not a dream. His beloved was speaking to him. With a voice hoarse from the water, he replied, "I lack the strength to stand. Could you assist me back to the youth commune?" Luo Lingxi nodded, of course. He then extended his hand to help Yun Xun up, inquiring if he could walk. In truth, Yun Xun was not as feeble as he pretended. However, he could not forfeit the opportunity to be close to his beloved. With a playful tone, he feigned weakness. "My legs are weak. Could you carry me?" Surprised by the young master's audacity, Luo Lingxi, unexpectedly unbothered by it, crouched down, inviting him aboard. Yun Xun settled onto his back, feeling the solid muscles beneath him, which stirred a pang of sympathy. People of this era typically suffered from hunger, and he likely endured much hardship to attain such strength. Luo Lingxi felt no burden from the young master. Pondering how light he was it due to the scarcity of food in the countryside? Upon their return to the commune, Yun Xun smiled at Luo Lingxi, expressing gratitude. "Thank you. My name is Yun Xun. What is yours?" Luo Lingxi came to reply. Yun Xun continued, "Brother Luo, once I recover, I shall show my appreciation properly. Let us arrange to meet again." Luo Lingxi coldly responded, "No need," before turning and departing from the commune. Meanwhile, Lu Qingqing, witnessing Yun Xun's return, was consumed by fear. She personally pushed Yun Xun, who could hardly forget the incident. What should be done? Yun Xun wondered if she could confide in her parents about her family's remaining options. Could she be plotting against you? 66. Keep a close watch on her. It would be an opportune moment for her to reap the consequences of her actions and avenge the original owner. Yun Xun returned to her room to change clothes, as her family possessed extraordinary abilities, granting her an independent space. Once she donned fresh attire, she felt revitalized, for the damp garments were truly uncomfortable. Upon inspecting her small treasury, she discovered that all her money was gone. The system, observing Yun Xun's pallid expression, mused that someone was destined for misfortune. Yun Xun could easily deduce who had pilfered her money. Certainly Lu Qingqing, who, believing her to be dead, had taken the liberty of appropriating her funds. Thinking they should not go to waste, she refrained from making a scene and inquired with the villagers, traveling quite a distance before locating Luo Lingxi's home. Luo Lingxi regarded Yun Xun with a cold gaze, questioning, "What is it?" It seemed that trouble had followed her. Feeling wronged, Yun Xun lamented, "My money and tickets have gone missing. They were given to me by my parents." Luo Lingxi initially intended to respond with indifference, but upon witnessing the tears threatening to spill from the young master's eyes, he found himself unable to utter harsh words. "What do you wish to do? Could you take me to the police station? I need to file a report." Luo Lingxi, thinking she would approach the village head instead, was surprised by her cleverness. After exchanging a few words with his family, he stepped outside and said, "Let's go." Yun Xun followed, elated. Borrowing a donkey cart, Luo Lingxi transported Yun Xun to the town's police station, which took about an hour. Yun Xun recounted the specifics of the stolen money and tickets, including the distinctive marks made by her parents. Luo Lingxi was somewhat astonished. Indeed, the young master had over 100 yuan, enough to sustain an average person for several years. Initially, the police were somewhat hesitant, but after Yun Xun made a phone call, the chief personally attended to the matter. After documenting the report, the police promptly accompanied Yun Xun on their search. Reluctant to leave Luo Lingxi behind, she was urged by him to prioritize retrieving her money, insisting she proceed while he returned slowly with the cart. Though Yun Xun pressed her lips together in silent protest, thinking the money was not of utmost importance, she ultimately acquiesced to his firm directive. Upon returning to the village half an hour later, the news of the police's arrival spread swiftly. The village head and the team leader hurried to greet them, eager to ascertain the situation regarding Yun Xun's lost funds. The village head cast a glance at Yun Xun, seemingly implying that she was rather naive. Disregarding his gaze, Yun Xun feigned ignorance. Lu Qingqing, in a state of panic, had not anticipated that Yun Xun would lodge a police report. She feared imprisonment. What could she do? The police commenced their search at the youth point, discovering 50 yuan in Lu Qingqing's bag, which matched the description provided by Yun Xun. The police apprehended her, inquiring about the remaining money and tickets. Terrified, Lu Qingqing burst into tears, stammering, I don't know. The police were incredulous. Who steals only half of the money? They took her back to the station. Lu Qingqing hastily pleaded with Yun Xun. Son, save me, I did not intend for this. Yun Xun regarded her with a cold gaze. I too wish to avoid this predicament, yet my money and tickets have vanished, and only your bag contains them. Understanding Yun Xun's insinuation, Lu Qingqing exclaimed, I shall compensate you. I will repay you all. I was in the wrong. While Yun Xun could take her time to deal with her, there was another individual who could not be overlooked. Who else? Lu Qingqing dared not meet Yun Xun's eyes, her gaze falling nervously to Yun Xun's trousers. I do not know. Yun Xun rolled her eyes. Comrade, take her away. No, I shall speak. Luo Hong took half. Chapter 76. The reluctant youth sent to the countryside. The team leader was taken aback to learn that his own son was involved in the matter and immediately retorted, You wretched girl, what nonsense are you spouting? Lu Qingqing, fearful from the team leader's outburst, caught Yun Xun's raised eyebrow. The educated youth were puzzled. How could the team leader's son be implicated in this affair? Only the village chief's expression darkened, for he had witnessed his nephew Luo Hong on a date with Lu Qingqing. Nevertheless, he spoke, Comrade police. It would be best to take her back to the station for questioning. The police disregarded him and inquired, Where is Luo Hong? Step forward for questioning. The team leader quickly smiled. It is merely this wretched girl. Noticing the police's displeasure, he hastily altered his address. Comrade Lu may be fabricating accusations. One cannot trust her. Yun Xun smirked ironically, attempting to distance herself from the matter without regard for others' responses. The police insisted, We still need to conduct a search. If not, others will not escape either. Where is Comrade Luo Hong? He has gone to the town and has yet to return. The team leader cast a desperate glance at the village chief, who returned an assuring look. The team leader ceased further comments. Yun Xun noticed this and instructed the system to intervene. The system transformed into a fierce hound, arriving at the team leader's home and biting the individual attempting to secretly transfer the money. When the police arrived at the team leader's residence, they heard someone scream in agony and rushed inside. Upon seeing the scene, the system fled. As the police approached, they discovered a stash of tickets and money, which upon closer inspection belonged to Yun Xun. The police declared, Detain the suspect and bring them to the station. The village chief swiftly intervened, asserting, This has nothing to do with my son. He pointed at the team leader. It is his son Luo Hong who stole Comrade Yun Xun's money. My son merely took it out to report. The village chief, disregarding everything else, was determined to protect his son from the police station, fearing it would ruin his life. The team leader was shocked that the village chief would betray his own son, and more so, that his son truly had stolen. Lu Qingqing was devastated. Entering the police station, she felt all hope of returning home had vanished. With a pleading gaze, she looked at Yun Xun. Son, please save me. In front of everyone, Yun Xun stated, I do not wish to target anyone. As long as my money is compensated, I can overlook the past. Lu Qingqing quickly replied, I will repay you. The team leader hastily added, my family will also compensate. Yet, the police did not release her. Even if settled privately, a case must be filed at the station. Lu Qingqing let out a sigh of relief and followed suit. The captain, uneasy about his son, accompanied them as well. The educated youth at the commune were not fools. They wondered why Yun Xun's money had been taken by Lu Qingqing and Luo Hong, each receiving an equal share. It was likely a conspiracy, as these two were far from innocent. The village chief approached Yun Xun with a smile, saying, Comrade Yun Xun, it is fortunate that the money has been recovered. In the future, do not hesitate to come to me if you encounter any issues. Yun Xun smiled apologetically. I am new here and only new to report the loss to the police. I was unaware that I could seek your assistance as well. The villagers were well aware that the village chief and the captain were brothers. Seeking the chief's help could lead to a fruitless search lasting until next year. The educated youth shared similar thoughts, realizing they must secure their belongings upon returning. Observing the reactions of those around him, the village chief hurriedly clarified, as for Luo Hong, once he returns, we will certainly provide him with ideological education. Such behavior is unacceptable. Yun Xun cleared his throat. I apologize, village chief. I fell into the water last night and lay by the river all night. I am feeling somewhat unwell and will head back now. The educated youth immediately recalled how Yun Xun had been drenched that morning, connecting it with Lu Qingqing and Luo Hong's theft. Could it be? Were they also contemplating murder? The village chief, sensing the troubling thoughts, quickly urged, you should return to rest. If anything arises, do not hesitate to call for me. He noted the incredulous expressions on the faces of both the educated youth and villagers and promptly dismissed them. His nephew was beyond redemption and dared to contemplate murder. As Yun Xun made his way back to the commune, he truly felt unwell. It felt as though his throat was blocked with cotton, making it difficult to breathe. Luo Lingxi returned to Luo village, hearing the gossip among the villagers, realizing that Yun Xun had found the thief. Yet, it seemed that Yun Xun's fall into the water was also connected to those two. Suddenly, someone shouted, Comrade Yun Xun has fainted. Luo Lingxi rushed to Yun Xun's side, lifting him and hurrying to the village doctor. After examining Yun Xun, the doctor confirmed, he is fine. He merely has a cold. The educated youth suddenly recalled Yun Xun mentioning he had fallen into the water last night. The captain's son was indeed terrifying. Educated youth 1. We cannot remain idle. Today, it is Yun Xun in danger, but what about tomorrow? Our families have prepared money for us, and if he sets his sights on us, who will become the next victim in the river? Educated youth 2. It must be reported. Educated youth 3. Indeed. Luo Lingxi observed Yun Xun's flushed face due to illness and poured him a cup of warm water. Sitting by Yun Xun's bedside, he couldn't help but reach out to touch Yun Xun's delicate face. When Yun Xun opened his eyes, he appeared even more vibrant, evoking a sense of tenderness. Sensing the coolness on his face, Yun Xun rubbed it and opened his eyes to see his beloved partner. Lingxi, noticing the movement in Yun Xun's eyes, quickly withdrew his hand. Yun Xun, taking the initiative to break the awkward silence, asked, Brother Ling, did you bring me here? He vaguely remembered fainting. Lingxi responded with a soft pondering the shift from calling him Brother Luo to Brother Ling, and what it might be next time. Yun Xun felt a bit dizzy and thirsty. I would like some water. Luo Lingxi picked up the glass of water from the table, diluted it with a bit of hot water, and then handed it to Yun Xun. As Yun Xun propped himself up, he grasped Luo Lingxi's hand and took a sip from it. Luo Lingxi was taken aback by Yun Xun's actions, feeling a twinge of strangeness, yet also a stirring within his heart. After finishing the water, Yun Xun gazed at him quietly, mentioning that his head still ached slightly. Hearing his soft voice, Luo Lingxi's tones softened in response, stating that the doctor advised a saline drip for 3 days, and as it was only the first day, some discomfort was to be expected. Yun Xun reclined back onto the bed and asked, will you be able to visit me tomorrow? Luo Lingxi looked at Yun Xun, reflecting on how the young master was rather demanding. However, he quickly reconsidered, realizing that a refusal might bring tears to the young master's eyes. "I will come after finishing my work," he assured. Upon hearing Luo Lingxi mention work, Yun Xun remembered that it was indeed the busy season for farming. The young intellectuals sent to the countryside were also required to work. Yet Yun Xun had been assigned a relatively light task due to his extraordinary abilities. His own partner, however, had to engage in the strenuous labor. He felt a pang of sympathy, thinking if it were too exhausting, there would be no need for him to visit. Luo Lingxi noticed the concern in Yun Xun's eyes and smiled reassuringly. "It's nothing." It was unexpected to see the young master show care for others. Yet he pondered the reason behind it. After chatting for a while, Yun Xun grew drowsy. Observing him yawn, Luo Lingxi said, "You should sleep. I will take my leave now." Though reluctant, Yun Xun nodded obediently. When he next opened his eyes, it was the doctor who roused him, saying, "Comrade, the injection is complete. You may return now." Yun Xun nodded, glancing around but feeling a bit disheartened when he saw no familiar faces. The doctor, noticing Yun Xun's state, offered, "I can give you a ride back." Yun Xun was grateful but did not wish to impose, so he declined. The doctor, understanding, did not press further. Leaving the village clinic, Yun Xun slowly made his way back to the young intellectual's point, relying on his memory. Luo Lingxi, concealed behind a large tree at the young intellectual's point, waited until he saw Yun Xun return safely before departing. Upon returning, Yun Xun sensed that the others were hesitant to speak. Feeling drained, he chose not to engage in conversation and went straight to his room. Shortly thereafter, there was a knock at the door. "Come in," he called. A female, young intellectual entered. "Is there something you need?" she asked, standing at the threshold. "I'm Song Qing from City B. Were you the one pushed into the river by Lu Qingqing and her group?" Yun Xun could see she bore no ill intent, but what could he do? He had no evidence. Realizing her intent, Song Qing reassured him, "We have reported the matter to the authorities. People with such dark hearts as your family do not deserve to be brigade leaders." Yun Xun was pleasantly surprised by this unexpected support, his expression softening. "I didn't anticipate their actions. I can also provide some assistance by calling my family." Song Qing smiled. "That would be wonderful," and offered him further words of comfort. Yun Xun smiled in return, watching her as she departed. Luo Hong is a narrow-minded individual who harbors a deep-seated desire for vengeance. Should he lose his father's position as captain, he would undoubtedly seek retribution. Yun Xun is somewhat curious about the actions he might undertake. The system was chased into the deep mountains by the village chief and his men, only daring to return under the cover of night. Upon opening the door, Yun Xun allowed it to enter, and it immediately leapt into his embrace, sobbing, "Host, they're so cruel. They even tried to kill me. Thankfully, I ran fast." Yun Xun comfortingly patted the system's head, teasing, "Are you addicted to being a dog?" The system looked at him with sorrowful eyes. "I was only trying to help you." Yun Xun quickly reassured it, "You look quite dashing." The system perked up immediately, proudly lifting its head. Produced by the system, it is bound to be exquisite. Just as Yun Xun managed to console it, he coldly stated, "You can only come to me at night. During the day, stay outside. It's too conspicuous." The system whimpered, "Host, you are so heartless. I don't want to." "Then go back to the system space," he replied. Seeing Yun Xun's determined attitude, the system put away its sad expression. "All right then, I'll play outside during the day." Yun Xun affectionately patted it, calling it a good baby. The system nuzzled against Yun Xun's hand, beaming with joy. The following day, after a hearty breakfast, Yun Xun went for his injection, wishing to have lunch with Luo Lingxi. At noon, Luo Lingxi hurried back from the fields to the place where Yun Xun received his injection, but found no one there. Could it be that the young master overslept? Just as he was about to leave, he spotted Yun Xun approaching. Like a delicate butterfly, Yun Xun flitted to his side. "I've finished my injection. I just went to the restroom. Shall we go?" Luo Lingxi was taken aback. The young master had completed his injection just to accompany him? With this thought, he was inexplicably certain that Yun Xun had done so for his sake. As they walked a short distance, Yun Xun mustered his courage and asked, "May I come to your house for a meal?" Observing Luo Lingxi's impassive expression, Yun Xun thought to himself that he had mentioned how unpalatable the meals at the commune were. "I can pay you," he added. "Is that acceptable?" Luo Lingxi remained silent, and Yun Xun felt a pang of disappointment. He had initially believed that Luo Ling-si harbored some feelings for him. Otherwise, why would he help him repeatedly? Perhaps he was being too hasty. Principally, Luo Ling-si could not agree. Yet witnessing Yun Xun's sadness made it difficult for him to utter a refusal. With a sigh, he relented. All right. Yun Xun, who had nearly given up hope, looked at him in excitement upon hearing his agreement. Thank you. Luo Ling-si smiled slightly, leading the young master to his home. Previously, Yun Xun had only reached the doorstep. Now, entering, he discovered that Luo Ling-si's residence was quite spacious, boasting 4 rooms and a kitchen. The young sister of the Ling family, seeing her brother return with a guest, felt a bit shy. Luo Ling-si introduced Yun Xun to her. Yun Xun greeted her with a smile and took out some candy to prevent himself from experiencing low blood sugar. The child, petite in stature, appeared to be around 13 or 14 years old, an age suitable for schooling. The child glanced at Luo Ling-si, and only after receiving his consent did she take the bowl. Although her family did not struggle for food, her brother was rather careless and never bought her any snacks. Yun Xun realized that Luo Ling-si and his younger sister, Luo Mingyue, relied on each other for support, and he felt a pang of sympathy as he observed their situation. The little sister looked so thin. He took a bite of the food, which tasted rather unpalatable. Looking up at Luo Ling-si, he pondered that her frailness might be due to her inadequate cooking, resulting in meager meals. After all, a meat dish, of vegetable, and soup were still considered quite generous in this rural setting. Noticing the expression in Yun Xun's eyes, Luo Ling-si began to wonder if the meal was not to his liking, especially since the young master had come to their home due to the unappetizing food. Though he himself had no high expectations for the meal, simply being able to eat sufficed. It was evident that the young master had different standards. Yun Xun endured a few more bites, but as he found it increasingly difficult to eat, he worried that Luo Ling-si might perceive him as picky, so he forced himself to take another bite. Luo Ling-si, for reasons unknown, felt uneasy watching Yun Xun struggle with his meal. He spoke up, suggesting that if he did not wish to eat, he need not force himself. Yun Xun, taken aback by this sudden sternness, felt confused. Although he found the food lacking in flavor, he was making an effort to eat. Observing the hurt in Yun Xun's eyes, Luo Ling-si softened his tone, offering to prepare something else, indicating that if the food was unpalatable, he need not eat it. Yun Xun felt a touch of gratitude, realizing that Luo Ling-si had indeed noticed his distaste for the meal. Luo Mingyue watched the exchange between them, deep in thought, as if contemplating the prospect of having a sister-in-law. Having lost their parents at a young age, she and her brother had grown up together, making her more mature than her peers. However, she felt a twinge of sadness, believing that her brother thought her cooking was poor. In truth, she shared that sentiment, but her brother was often too busy for her to seek help. Luo Ling-si entered the kitchen and soon emerged with a bowl of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. With time being tight, he suggested they make do for now and promised to prepare something better next time. Yun Xun's eyes widened in surprise, not expecting a second chance. Luo Mingyue felt a flicker of excitement as she watched her brother prepare the dish. She had grown up eating his cooking, but since maturing, she had taken over the kitchen and hadn't tasted his food in years. Seeing that his sister also wished to try, Yun Xun encouraged Mingyue, come and have some. Mingyue nodded eagerly and quickly grabbed a bite, exclaiming that it was delicious. Yun Xun chimed in, praising Ling-si, this is impressive. Luo Ling-si smiled, encouraging them to indulge further if it pleased them. He pondered over the peculiar situation. Despite their family's ample provisions, his sister remained so thin. Evidently, due to her dissatisfaction with the meals, he resolved to carve out some time in the future for cooking. Unbeknownst to Yun Xun, Luo Ling-si had made a decision. Stealing a glance at him, he noted that his older companion seemed to care for him more than he let on. Chapter 78. The reluctant young educator in the countryside. After finishing the meal, Yun Xun was reluctant to return. He watched Luo Ling-si wash the dishes and tentatively asked, "May I stay for an afternoon nap?" He explained to himself that the youth station was quite far, and he needed to rest before his afternoon work. Luo Ling-si, unsure of his own thoughts, found it perplexing. Despite the young master's numerous unreasonable requests, he still could not bring himself to refuse. He lowered his gaze, finishing the last dish, and replied, "As you wish." Yun Xun revealed a broad smile, exclaiming, "You are truly wonderful." However, Luo Ling-si felt an inexplicable sense of discontent. He had never been one to exhibit excessive compassion, and his agreement with Yun Xun perhaps stemmed from ulterior motives. Yet, what could he desire? After washing the dishes, Luo Ling-si led Yun Xun into his room, stating, "You shall sleep here." Yun Xun, perplexed, asked, "If I sleep here, where will you sleep?" "I do not wish to sleep," came Luo Ling-si's reply. Yun Xun firmly disagreed, asserting, "If you do not sleep, neither shall I." Luo Ling-si regarded him, reflecting on how difficult it was to accommodate the young master. The recent heat made it uncomfortable for two individuals to share the same bed. Yun Xun, upon considering this, suggested, "Then I shall return to sleep at home." With a stern expression, Luo Ling-si retorted, "Did you not just insist on sleeping here? What is it that discontented you? Truly, you are a discerning young master." Realizing that Luo Ling-si misinterpreted his intentions, Yun Xun clarified, "I do not want you to miss out on rest because of me. Once I procure a fan from the town, we can share a bed." Luo Ling-si felt a flush of warmth in his ears, thinking to himself that he had no desire to share a bed with him. "You may sleep here, while I shall take the floor," he declared. A smile crept upon Yun Xun's lips, for sharing a room with Luo Ling-si was indeed a step forward. Lying on the bed, perhaps due to the presence of a familiar companion, he soon drifted off to sleep. As Yun Xun's rhythmic breathing filled the air, Luo Ling-si, too, succumbed to slumber. In the afternoon, after a refreshing nap, Yun Xun accompanied Luo Ling-si to the fields. Arriving at the scoring station, Yun Xun settled in the shade, while Luo Ling-si toiled under the scorching sun. A pang of sympathy struck Yun Xun. He thought, Ling is working so hard. Due to the team leader's recent investigation, the village chief had been managing affairs for the past few days. When the village chief called for a break, Yun Xun immediately approached Luo Ling-si with a water jug, urging, "Please drink some water." He raised his hand to wipe the sweat from Luo Ling-si's brow. Sensing something was amiss, lifting Yun Xun's chin, he discovered tears streaming down his face. Feeling a pang of concern, he inquired, "What is wrong? Who has wronged you?" Yun Xun shook his head, lamenting, "The work is too arduous. Cannot you refrain from it?" Realizing that Yun Xun's tears stemmed from his empathy, Luo Ling-si gently wiped away the tears from his face, reassuring him, "I am not fatigued. My stamina is quite robust. It is merely the heat. Nothing else truly matters." Yun Xun recalled the system and pondered, 66, "Could you provide me with something to alleviate the heat?" The system rummaged through its store for a while, eventually discovering a cooling pill tucked away in a corner. Incredibly affordable. It was sold in bundles of 10 for just 1 point. The system exchanged 10 pills for Yun Xun, who then presented one to Luo Ling-si, stating, "Take this. It will relieve the heat." Skeptical of such miraculous medicine, Luo Ling-si hesitated but did not wish to refuse Yun Xun's kindness. Upon consuming the pill, he felt an invigorating coolness enveloping him. Astounded, he turned to Yun Xun, exclaiming, "It truly works." He then whispered to Yun Xun, "This must remain a secret." Yun Xun smiled in agreement, thinking to himself that the opinions of others held no significance for him. After a brief respite, Luo Ling-si returned to his labor. Meanwhile, Yun Xun settled back into the shade, observing Luo Ling-si at work. Song Qing, serving as the scorekeeper, noticed Yun Xun's gaze and softly inquired if he harbored feelings for someone. "Who?" Yun Xun denied, mindful of the conservative mindset prevalent in the 90s, as he preferred to avoid any complications. Song Qing regarded him with a teasing glint in her eyes, assuring him not to be anxious. As her uncle was quite the same, and she considered herself rather open-minded, promising not to gossip. Yun Xun met her gaze, providing a non-committal response, perhaps. Recognizing his reluctance to affirm, Song Qing remained unperturbed, remarking that he seemed rather smitten. A smile tugged at Yun Xun's lips, "Is that so?" It appeared that his instincts were not misguided. Ling indeed held feelings for him. Observing his unassuming smile, Song Qing silently lamented, yet another soul ensnared by love. As Yun Xun waited, nearly dozing off, the shift finally concluded. Luo Lingxi lingered nearby, awaiting Yun Xun to tally the scores before departing together. In tacit understanding, the pair returned to Yun Xun's residence. Luo Lingxi informed Luo Mingwei that he would prepare dinner upon his return. As such, the evening meal remained unprepared. After a brief wash, Luo Lingxi entered the kitchen to commence cooking. Yun Xun, feeling sympathetic towards his exertions, offered, "Let me take over." Luo Lingxi, surprised at the notion of the young master cooking, hesitated, a voice in his mind urging him to refuse. "I am not that fragile, and, thanks to your medicine today, I have conserved much strength." Despite Luo Lingxi's protests, Yun Xun stood beside him, assisting by gathering a few ingredients. Swiftly, Luo Lingxi prepared a meat dish, 2 vegetable dishes, and a soup. Yun Xun carried the dishes out, calling for Luo Mingwei to join them for dinner. However, she merely replied that she wasn't hungry. Sensing something was amiss, Yun Xun glanced at Luo Lingxi, who simply stated, "She's in there." Upon entering Luo Mingwei's room, Yun Xun found her unharmed, releasing a breath of relief. He nudged Luo Lingxi, whispering that Mingwei had grown up and had come of age. Luo Lingxi, perplexed, asked, "Come of age?" "You know, the monthly occurrence for girls." Yun Xun clarified. Observing him closely, Luo Lingxi questioned, "How do you know?" Yun Xun quickly explained, "I have an elder sister, and I happened to witness it when she first experienced it." Luo Lingxi withdrew his gaze, pondering the next steps. After a moment's contemplation, Yun Xun proposed a solution. "You boil some hot water, and I will find a girl to assist." Luo Lingxi nodded and headed to the kitchen to heat the water. Meanwhile, Yun Xun rushed out to the youth station, seeking Song Qing. "Could you do me a favor?" he asked. A bit puzzled, she replied, "Please go on." After whispering his request, Song Qing responded with a bright smile, "Of course, let me grab a few things and I'll be on my way." Together, Yun Xun and Song Qing arrived at Luo Lingxi's home. Song Qing knocked on Luo Mingwei's door, saying, "Mingwei, I'm from a youth station and a friend of Yun Xun. I can assist you with your situation. May I come in?" With a quivering voice, Luo Mingwei replied. "Come in." Luo Lingxi, feeling anxious, was reassured by Yun Xun's grip on his hand. "It's all right. This is a normal occurrence for girls." Luo Lingxi felt a twinge of surprise. What was the significance of holding hands between men? Yun Xun appeared to regard him differently. Was he perceived as a good person, a brother, or something more? Song Qing emerged to fetch water and instructed them to enter the house, assuring them that they would be called when the time was right. Luo Lingxi let out a sigh of relief. It seemed there was no cause for concern. He did not release Yun Xun's hand, guiding him into the dwelling. As Yun Xun settled onto the bed, Luo Lingxi raised the hand that Yun Xun held, pondering its implications. In Chapter 79, The Forced Rural Male Educator, Yun Xun urged him to join him on the bed, leaning in to plant a gentle kiss on his lips. "Is that bothersome?" he inquired. Luo Lingxi's mind faltered. This was an act reserved for lovers, was it not? He pushed Yun Xun away, feeling that their actions were inappropriate. Yun Xun, momentarily hurt by the rejection, feigned composure, stating it was merely a jest. Observing the sorrowful expression on Yun Xun's face, Luo Lingxi thought to himself that this jest was far from amusing. "Please, do not do that again," he implored softly. Yun Xun responded with a quiet reassuring himself to take things slowly. Yun Xun remained seated on the bed while Luo Lingxi stood, sensing an awkward tension in the air, yet unable to identify its source. He stood in silence, waiting for Yun Xun to speak. With his head bowed, Yun Xun seemed lost in thought, as if he had inadvertently upset Luo Lingxi. After an indeterminate stretch of silence, Song Qing called out, "All right, it's time to come out." Luo Lingxi opened the door and stepped outside first, relieved to see Luo Mingwei in good spirits. "Let's eat," he suggested. Luo Mingwei nodded, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Song Qing comforted her, assuring her that it was a normal physiological phenomenon for girls. Luo Mingwei blushed and nodded in response. Noticing that everyone was well, Yun Xun's furrowed brow relaxed slightly. Luo Lingxi extended an invitation to Song Qing to dine with them. expressing gratitude for her assistance, to which she readily agreed. Yun Xun sat beside Song Qing, quietly consuming his meal. Luo Lingxi felt a growing sense of agitation with no outlet, his countenance darkening. After the meal, Yun Xun and Song Qing returned to the youth cadre station. Luo Lingxi offered to accompany him, but Yun Xun declined, asserting, "I am a man too. I can protect a girl without needing an escort." Hearing this, Luo Lingxi felt a pang of frustration. What about the previous moments? He stood at the doorway, watching the two depart. On their way back, Song Qing could no longer contain her curiosity. "Sun Sun, what is going on between you two?" Yun Xun, reluctant to engage, replied, "It's nothing." Noticing his despondent demeanor, Song Qing cautiously probed, "Did your confession go awry?" Yun Xun glared at her, prompting Song Qing to gesture dismissively. "If it failed, it failed. It is not a calamity. I have an uncle. If you're interested, I could introduce you." Yun Xun lowered his gaze, replying, "Thank you, but no need." Song Qing refrained from further discussion, understanding that someone nursing a broken heart needed space to reflect. Upon returning to the youth cadre station, Yun Xun entered his room and lay down, feeling utterly drained. Luo Mingwei, seeing her brother enter, could not help but ask, "Brother, did you upset Yun Xun?" Luo Lingxi's mood grew increasingly sour, and he stubbornly insisted that he felt fine. Luo Mingwei, noticing his denial, could only conclude that someone in a foul mood needed to be appeased, perhaps by purchasing something they favored. With that thought, she hurried into her room. Having just begun her menstrual cycle and feeling somewhat unwell, she touched the soft cloth left for her by her sister Song Qing. Contemplating the feasibility of the little girl's suggestion, she resolved to buy some fruit candies for him the next day. The following morning, Yun Xun returned for another injection. Although he felt better, he opted for a third shot to prevent any relapse. After finishing, he sat in a chair, waiting for Luo Lingxi. Though they hadn't made any arrangements, he assumed that if Lingxi were interested, he would come. As Yun Xun observed the villagers returning from their labor, he still did not see Luo Lingxi. It appeared he had not arrived. His spirits plummeted to an all-time low as he slowly made his way back to the youth station. Meanwhile, Luo Lingxi had purchased the fruit candies and, upon arriving at the medical station and finding Yun Xun absent, realized he had already left. Indeed, they hadn't made any plans, so it was normal for Yun Xun not to wait. He quickly made his way to the youth station, where he encountered Song Qing. He handed her the candies, requesting her help in delivering them. The young master likely did not wish to see him. Just as Song Qing was about to decline, he had already walked away. With no choice, she took the candies to Yun Xun's room. Yun Xun accepted the candies with a word of thanks before closing the door. Sitting on his chair and gazing at the heap of sweets on the table, feeling as though someone was trying to console him. Yet why had the person come? Although Luo Lingxi had bought him candies, it did bring him a slight comfort. In the afternoon, as Yun Xun exited the youth station, he spotted Luo Lingxi standing by the roadside. His heart skipped a beat as Lingxi noticed him too. Standing there, he scratched the back of his head and asked, "Shall we head to the fields together?" Yun Xun approached him, replying with a simple mm. In truth, he could not blame Lingxi. He had been too hasty. Reflecting on this, Yun Xun took the initiative to speak. "You didn't go back?" Finally hearing Yun Xun's voice, Luo Lingxi replied, "No. I was afraid you would leave first." Yun Xun smiled. "Isn't that silly? You could have just come in and told me." Luo Lingxi hesitated to confess his fear of upsetting Yun Xun, mumbling, "I forgot." Yun Xun chuckled, "Just let me know next time. Otherwise, standing outside is quite warm." As he spoke, he handed Lingxi a bottle of cooling pills, advising him to take one if it got too hot. Luo Lingxi declined, asking, "What about you?" Yun Xun replied with a grin, "I have plenty. Just ask me for more after you finish yours." Skeptical, Luo Lingxi questioned, "Do you really have that many?" With no other option, Yun Xun produced 2 more bottles, saying, "See?" Luo Lingxi accepted Yun Xun's kind gesture, expressing gratitude. "Thank you. Come to my house for dinner tonight." Yun Xun raised an eyebrow. "All right." Luo Lingxi added, "But first, we need to go to the mountains to check the traps." Curious, Yun Xun inquired, "What do you expect to catch?" Luo Lingxi replied, "Mostly wild chickens and rabbits. If we're lucky, we might even catch a wild boar." Yun Xun comprehended the situation, It was evident that most of Luo Lingxi's income likely stemmed from this source. Upon arriving at the fields, Yun Xun seated himself in a shaded area, observing Luo Lingxi at work. From Song Qing's account, he learned that the captain had been dismissed, and the new leader was a middle-aged man named Luo Yu, previously the league secretary. It was said that he possessed a commendable integrity, which left Yun Xun feeling rather optimistic. Song Qing pointed into the distance, noting that Lu Qingqing and Luo Hong had returned, implying that his money was soon to be delivered. With this newfound wealth, Yun Xun thought of Luo Mingyue, who, at such an age of vanity, was still clad in drab gray attire. He resolved to procure some fabric and snacks for her, and perhaps 2 pairs of shoes and a bicycle for Luo Lingxi. Luo Hong glowered at Yun Xun, and upon being noticed by Luo Lingxi, quickly averted his gaze. Lu Qingqing, weeding with a grimace, admonished Luo Hong, insisting that they could not let Yun Xun off the hook, as he had caused them much suffering. She harbored resentment towards him, especially since her father had instructed her not to return home. Luo Hong cast a sidelong glance at Lu Qingqing and kicked her lightly, chiding, "Wretched girl, dare you utter such words? If it weren't for you, how would he have known I pilfered his money?" Lu Qingqing suppressed her fury, donning a sycophantic smile. "Brother Hong, if it weren't for Yun Xun, would we be in this predicament?" Luo Hong reflected on her words, realizing their truth, and promptly rose to resume his labor. Lu Qingqing felt tears brimming in her eyes, regretting her association with him. Previously, Yun Xun had assisted her with work, but now Luo Hong, being tall and strong, required her help instead. Chapter 80. The reluctant youth sent to the countryside, Luo Lingxi noticed the malevolent gaze that Luo Hong directed at Yun Xun, and alarm bells rang in his mind. During this period, he could not allow Yun Xun to remain unaccompanied. Luo Hong was a ruffian, and one could never predict his actions. After work, Yun Xun followed Luo Lingxi to the mountains. He watched as Luo Lingxi extracted 2 chickens and a rabbit from a trap, which brought him great joy. Silently, he instructed the system to remember the location of Luo Lingxi's traps and assist in the hunting endeavors. The system, wearing a pained expression, complied. Suddenly, Luo Lingxi exclaimed, and Yun Xun hurried over to investigate. There lay an injured wild boar. Such a creature must be worth a fortune. Observing Yun Xun's astonished expression, Luo Lingxi remarked that they would relish fresh pork that evening. Yun Xun shook his head, suggesting they should sell it instead. Luo Lingxi smiled at him, proposing they could sell some and enjoy the rest. Yun Xun nodded in agreement. The two concealed the boar, carrying the chickens and rabbit back home. Yun Xun specifically instructed the system to keep watch, as he did not wish for Luo Lingxi's hard-earned spoils to be pilfered. Upon returning home, Luo Lingxi immediately fetched a basket to retrieve the pork. Unbeknownst to them, Luo Hong stealthily followed Luo Lingxi and Yun Xun, observing them enter the back mountains. After they departed, he hurriedly searched the area and discovered Luo Lingxi's traps, contemplating a clandestine retrieval. The system, alerted by a noise, concealed itself. Noticing a stranger, it captured a photograph and sent it to Yun Xun. Upon receiving the image, Yun Xun recognized the figure. It was none other than Luo Hong. He discovered the trap set by Luo Lingxi, a faint smile gracing his lips, contemplating offering him some fine provisions in the future. The system responded with an affirmative gesture. By the time Luo Lingxi arrived, Luo Hong had already departed, having carried the wild boar back home in 2 trips. Luo Mingyue was taken aback upon seeing the wild boar. Although she had encountered one before, their ferocity made them difficult to hunt. The 3 of them prepared the meat, and once everything was ready, Luo Lingxi heaped a large platter of meat. Yun Xun savored the delicious dish, remarking on its delightful aroma. The system, enticed by the fragrance, could not resist entering the house. Luo Lingxi initially intended to shoo it away, but was halted by Yun Xun, who suggested that since it had helped him find money, it deserved a treat. Luo Lingxi acquiesced, while Luo Mingyue inwardly scoffed. In a time when sustenance was scarce, Yun Xun still wished to raise a dog. Most astonishing was that his brother had actually agreed, for he had never shown compassion, even disallowing her from keeping rabbits. Aware of the preciousness of food in this era, Yun Xun fed the system a few pieces of meat but decided against further offerings, promising to provide better fare upon their return. The system resignedly agreed and set off to hunt for wild game. Seeing the system obediently depart, Yun Xun resumed his meal. Luo Lingxi suddenly realized he felt somewhat impoverished. In this village, his family's provisions were relatively good, yet they seemed rather meager for a young master. Yun Xun glanced up and noticed Luo Lingxi lost in thought. Nudging him with his shoulder, he asked what was wrong. Regaining his focus, Luo Lingxi replied, "If you wish to keep a dog, then let us do so." A flicker of excitement stirred within Yun Xun. In an age where food was scarce, Luo Lingxi was suggesting they keep a dog. He smiled and replied, "All right." Luo Lingxi joined in the laughter, stating he would sell the meat tomorrow to buy some things for him and Mingwei. Luo Mingwei shook her head, asserting she had enough already. Yun Xun interjected, saying that other girls wore colorful attire, and she should have some as well. Thus, it was settled. He would accompany them tomorrow. He suspected his family had sent him provisions again, and he planned to retrieve them. Luo Lingxi agreed with Yun Xun's perspective but still inquired, "We must rise early tomorrow, before dawn. Will you be able to wake up?" Yun Xun confidently reassured him, "Just call me, and I will certainly rise." Luo Lingxi said no more, serving him several pieces of meat. That evening, as Yun Xun and Luo Lingxi ventured to town together, he stayed in Luo Lingxi's room. Lying in bed, Yun Xun gazed at Luo Lingxi's sleeping figure in the darkness, his eyes tightly shut, eyelashes delicately curled, and facial features sharply defined. He reached out, momentarily caressing Luo Lingxi's eyelashes, then tracing his lips. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until Yun Xun yawned and succumbed to slumber. Once he sensed Yun Xun had fallen asleep, Luo Lingxi dared to open his eyes, gazing at Yun Xun's serene visage and recalling the kiss. Did the young master harbor feelings for him? And what of his own sentiments? Feeling his heart race, he acknowledged that he, too, held affection for the young master. But did he deserve it? The young master clearly hailed from a noble lineage, while he himself was destitute, barely managing to survive in this world. The young master, a youth sent to the countryside for reform, surely would not remain here forever. He could not afford such selfishness. He did not deserve the young master's affection. Moonlight streamed onto Luo Lingxi's face, a faint glimmer shimmering in the light. Yun Xun dreamt a beautiful dream in which he and Luo Lingxi established a factory together. After the reforms, he attended university, and Luo Lingxi purchased a house next to his school, accompanying him until he graduated. It was only when Luo Lingxi's voice broke the silence that Yun Xun awoke from his reverie. Luo Lingxi gazed at him with restrained emotions, inquiring about the nature of his dream, which had left him smiling. Yun Xun curved his lips, promising to tell him later. Luo Lingxi did not press further and urged him to rise, stating that he would go fetch the donkey cart, for they needed to depart. It was then that Yun Xun noticed that Luo Lingxi had already completed his morning preparations. He replied affirmatively and hurriedly got up to wash up. On the donkey cart, even with his coat on, Yun Xun still felt a chill. Observing him sneeze, Lingxi handed him a prepared coat. Yun Xun smiled in gratitude as he donned it. Upon reaching the town, Lingxi led Yun Xun to the black market to purchase pork, handing over the money. Yun Xun informed him that he would make a quick stop at the post office to pick up a package. Seeing Yun Xun emerge from the post office with a large bundle, Lingxi thought fondly of how much his family cared for him. Yun Xun, moved by the contents, declared his intent to call his parents. Lingxi responded affirmatively. Yun Xun paid and dialed his family's number. "Hello," answered a young man on the other end. "Brother, it's me," Yun Xun called out. The young man, Yun Qi, felt a surge of excitement. "Sun, are you doing well there?" he asked, immediately regretting his words, knowing that life in the countryside was hardly pleasant. Yun Xun chuckled softly. "It's quite good. How about our parents?" Yun Qi informed him that their parents had gone to work and inquired if Yun Xun had resolved his matters. Yun Qi had returned to retrieve a document when he unexpectedly received a call from his younger brother. It felt like a stroke of luck. Although the police had already spoken with them, he still longed to hear Yun Xun's reassurance. Yun Xun calmed him, assuring him that everything had been perfectly resolved. He urged Yun Qi to convey his regards to their parents. Yun Qi replied with a hint of a sob, "Son, if you miss us, just call." If you're short on money, don't hesitate to let me know. Don't be frugal. Yun Xun felt a well of emotion, but held back tears. I'm doing well here, truly. Brother, don't worry. I'll definitely call back when I have time. After a few more exchanges, Yun Xun ended the call. Luo Lingxi remained quietly by his side, wishing to offer comfort but unsure how to articulate it. Yun Xun turned to him, suggesting they move on. Luo Lingxi offered him a piece of candy, asking if he would like some. Yun Xun smiled and accepted. Seeing the smile grace Yun Xun's face, Lingxi felt a sense of relief. The young master was not too difficult to please. Chapter 81. The reluctant young educator, the two ventured to purchase supplies. Arriving together at the sales building, Yun Xun retrieved the money his family had sent him and first bought 2 pieces of beautiful floral fabric. Luo Lingxi discerned that Yun Xun had sold the items to Luo Mingyue and insisted on paying for them himself, but Yun Xun declined, expressing that it was his sincere intention and suggested Luo Lingxi purchase something else. Luo Lingxi bought a pair of shoes for Luo Mingyue and, in turn, acquired another pair for Yun Xun. Upon seeing the shoes, Yun Xun decided to buy something for Luo Lingxi as well, carrying an assortment of goods. Luo Lingxi followed closely behind Yun Xun. Yun Xun produced the bicycle tickets he had requested from his parents and purchased a bicycle. Luo Lingxi was immediately struck by the power of currency. As Yun Xun rode his newly acquired bike, Luo Lingxi maneuvered a donkey cart. Upon returning to the village, the villagers gathered around in curiosity. A bicycle was a rare sight, typically reserved for special occasions. What a fine bicycle, a Phoenix brand, remarked one villager. Yun Xun smiled, acknowledging the quality of the Phoenix brand. Casting a pleading glance toward Luo Lingxi, he was met with a response. Dear uncles and aunts, if you wish to see the bicycle, you may visit the educated youth point. We have matters to attend to, so we must take our leave. Then be on your way, the villagers urged. Yun Xun promptly rode off, and upon reaching Luo Lingxi's home, he was greeted warmly by the villagers. Luo Lingxi responded with a smile, indeed. They entered, carrying a multitude of items, which left Luo Mingyue astonished. Brother, have you struck it rich? Luo Lingxi glanced at Yun Xun, stating, most of this is thanks to your brother Yun Xun. Yun Xun handed the gifts meant for Luo Mingyue to her, adding, your brother contributed both financially and physically. Gratefully receiving the items, Luo Mingyue beamed. Thank you, brother Yun Xun, and thank you, brother. Luo Lingxi affectionately ruffled her hair. All right, let us see what's inside. Okay, she replied eagerly. Try on the shoes first. She found them to fit perfectly. Spotting some fabric, she thought to ask Aunt Luo for assistance in sewing a few outfits. Among the various candies and menstrual cloth, tears welled up in Luo Mingyue's eyes. It was evident that they remembered her needs. After organizing her belongings, she joyfully stepped outside, exclaiming, Brother Yun Xun, brother, I love everything you got me. Thank you. Yun Xun smiled. I'm glad you like them. I'll get you more in the future. Hearing this, Luo Lingxi felt a surge of emotion beneath his calm exterior. Silently expressing his gratitude, Yun Xun turned to Luo Lingxi, stating, this pile is yours. Luo Lingxi was taken aback by the abundance of gifts Yun Xun had chosen for him. He gazed at Yun Xun, wanting to articulate his feelings, but the words eluded him. How could he bear to let go of such a kind-hearted young master? Yun Xun, with his head lowered, rummaged through the various condiments he had purchased, then looked up to see Luo Lingxi lost in thought. What troubles you? Luo Lingxi smiled, reassured, nothing to worry about. I'll prepare a delicious meal for you tonight with these seasonings. Sounds delightful, Yun Xun replied cheerfully. Luo Lingxi presented a pair of shoes to Yun Xun. These are for you. Yun Xun received them with surprise, exclaiming, they're beautiful. You have exquisite taste. He immediately tried them on, and they fit perfectly. Look, they're lovely, he said. Luo Lingxi felt a twinge of anxiety as he had only gifted Yun Xun a single pair of shoes in return for the multitude of items he had received. Seeing that Yun Xun was fond of him, his heart felt a measure of tranquility. Yun Xun leaned closer, nuzzling his shoulder, and uttered a simple thank you. The sight of his joy made Luo Lingxi unable to suppress a smile. As Luo Mingyue observed the increasing smiles on his face, her fondness for Yun Xun soared. Recognizing him as a boon for their family, Noticing that he had not rejected his approach, Yun Xun felt a secret delight within. While preparing dinner, Yun Xun proposed to Luo Lingxi. "Brother Ling, I rarely need the bicycle. Perhaps you could keep it at your place. It would be more convenient for you when you sell goods in town." Luo Lingxi did not refuse. "Thank you," he replied. Yun Xun chuckled lightly. "Today, we've exchanged several thanks. Perhaps we could forego in the future?" "All right," he agreed. Yun Xun tentatively asked, "In a few days, once the busy farming season concludes, have you considered doing something else?" Luo Lingxi paused momentarily in his chopping, contemplating. He had thought about it. Selling wild game was not a sustainable plan. Over the past few years, he had saved a considerable sum and contemplated investing in goods. Upon hearing his thoughts, Yun Xun clasped his hands in agreement. "That sounds splendid. I shall invest in you." Luo Lingxi understood that Yun Xun worried about his finances. "I have saved enough over the years. It should suffice." Yun Xun interjected, "This is an investment. Should you earn a profit, you must share it with me. It cannot be entirely yours." He then lowered his head, feigning disappointment. "If you dislike the idea, then let it be." Luo Lingxi could not bear to see Yun Xun disheartened. "All right, you shall invest, and I will share half of the profits with you." Yun Xun, somewhat concerned that Luo Lingxi might incur a loss, had not specified an amount, yet was quick to demand half the earnings. "Half is too much. Let us consider an 8-20 split. I'll take 2, and you take 8. Luo Lingxi felt that offering Yun Xun so little was unjust, but resolved to find a way to compensate him later, as all his earnings would ultimately belong to Yun Xun. Without delay, Yun Xun handed over the entirety of the 100 yuan his parents had sent him to Luo Lingxi, who accepted it with the intention of safeguarding it for Yun Xun. That evening, Luo Lingxi rode his bicycle to return Yun Xun home. Upon entering the youth commune, Yun Xun sensed something amiss. "Why is there a smell of oil?" he mused, feigning entry into his room. Lighting a candle, the space brightened. He stealthily emerged, rap-tapping on Song Qing's door. "Someone intends to set a fire. We must alert the others." Song Qing appeared bewildered, but recognized Yun Xun's seriousness and quickly nodded to take action. Together, they roused several individuals, and Yun Xun suggested they pursue the culprit. Leaving a few behind to continue waking others, Yun Xun, Song Qing, and 2 male youths quietly surrounded Yun Xun's small dwelling. Before long, a suspicious figure was spotted attempting to ignite a fire. They sprang forth, apprehending the individual and pinning him to the ground. At that moment, someone summoned the village chief and the brigade leader. When illuminated by a torch, they discovered it was the village's notorious troublemaker, infamous for his petty thefts. The village chief, upon seeing the scene, demanded, "What are you doing? Do you understand the gravity of your actions? If a tragedy were to befall this village, we would not escape judgment." Malazi chuckled, "I was just making a joke." Yun Xun, however, maintained a stern countenance. "Call the police. Such humor is beyond our tolerance." The other educated youth echoed his sentiments, realizing that if a fire were to ensue, it would not only consume Yun Xun's dwelling, but Malazi had also preemptively poured oil, evidently intent on bringing harm to Yun Xun. Indeed, he must be severely punished. Upon hearing the suggestion of involving the authorities, Malazi grew anxious. "I merely ignited the flame. I did not pour oil." Yun Xun bore no grudge against Malazi. It was clear he was being manipulated. The village chief, wishing to prevent further unrest, discerned that someone was indeed stirring trouble. Reflecting on previous events concerning Yun Xun, he surmised the identity of the instigator. He turned to the village head. "Do you think we should alert the police?" The village head felt a wave of nausea. Was his nephew here to collect debts? Chapter 82. The reluctant male, educated youth, he smiled reassuringly at Yun Xun. "Do not be upset. Malazi's actions are unforeseen. All of you, the educated youth, came here to aid in the development of our village. None of us wish for incidents like this to occur. Yet with such a mix of people, such events are regrettably inevitable." Song Qing could no longer contain herself. "Does the village even acknowledge that we are here to assist in your development? If you cannot guarantee our safety, what is there to build? This matter cannot be left unresolved. We must call the police." The educated youth chorused in unison. "Call the police. Call the police." The village chief quickly interjected. "As you all suggest, we shall report it." I will arrange for villagers to watch over you at night. So do not worry. Upon hearing the village chief's plan, the educated youth felt a sense of reassurance and gradually quieted down. The villagers escorted Malizi to the police station, where he protested his innocence, insisting he had not poured oil. The educated youth felt a pang of trepidation. After dispersing, Yun Xun spotted a familiar figure beneath the large tree. He approached slowly and recognized Luo Lingxi. Seeing that Yun Xun was unharmed, Luo Lingxi decided to observe from a distance, as he was not one to seek attention in the village and wished to avoid complicating Yun Xun's situation. Hearing Malizi's words, it seemed he was indeed being used. With the police alerted, he hoped the authorities would uncover the truth. As Yun Xun approached, Luo Lingxi's heart raced. For under the moonlight, Yun Xun resembled the little prince from the literature he had read. When Yun Xun reached Luo Lingxi, he discovered him lost in thought. He waved his hand in front of Luo Lingxi's eyes. Were you pondering so deeply? Thinking of you, Luo Lingxi inadvertently confessed, his ears flushing crimson. Yun Xun, taken aback by such a response, laughed and replied, I am right here. No need to think. Luo Lingxi gazed at Yun Xun's smile, feeling a delightful flutter within, akin to the gentle tickle of a kitten's paw. Not receiving a reply from Luo Lingxi, Yun Xun remained unperturbed. Why do you always seem so lost in thought? Luo Lingxi's ears reddened further at Yun Xun's teasing. He couldn't help but observe every gesture of Yun Xun, struggling to contain his emotions. Time slipped away unnoticed as a soft breeze caressed Yun Xun's hair. Luo Lingxi gently stroked Yun Xun's hair, suggesting that it would be futile to sleep here and inviting him to stay at his home instead. With a smile, Yun Xun nodded, marking a significant progression in their relationship. Meanwhile, Luo Mingyue awaited her elder brother's return at the doorway. Upon hearing of an incident at the youth station, her brother dashed out without hesitation. When Luo Lingxi returned home with Yun Xun, they found Luo Mingyue waiting at the entrance. Yun Xun waved, announcing their return, signifying their unity. Luo Lingxi's lips curved into a smile, while Luo Mingyue beamed back, exclaiming how delightful it was. Upon entering the house, Luo Lingxi prepared a basin of warm water for Yun Xun to soak his feet. As Yun Xun relaxed, he turned to Luo Lingxi and asked, Lingo, do you ever wish to live elsewhere? Just as he finished speaking, he gazed towards the distant moon. Luo Lingxi's eyes traced the outline of Yun Xun's jawline, noticing the faint stubble on his profile. With sincerity, he replied, I wish to go, and I will. Yun Xun's eyes sparkled with joy as he met Luo Lingxi's earnest gaze, suggesting that he should visit a city where many delightful adventures awaited. Luo Lingxi's smile faltered slightly. He longed to affirm his commitment, but felt unprepared to make promises he could not fulfill. He wished not to disappoint Yun Xun, yet feared offering him empty assurances. Not receiving the response he hoped for, Yun Xun felt a twinge of disappointment, but understood Luo Lingxi's predicament. The future remained unpredictable, and who could foresee what lay ahead? As long as they were together, the location of their existence mattered little. With a light laugh, Yun Xun declared, Let us not dwell on it. We are here together. Luo Lingxi mirrored his smile, acknowledging their bond. The following day, Yun Xun and Luo Lingxi worked side by side at the scoring station. Song Qing eagerly approached Yun Xun, excitedly sharing news. Last night, that troublemaker confessed. It was Luo Hong, the former team leader's son, who instigated it, and he was arrested last night. Yun Xun was taken aback by Luo Hong's foolishness, having exposed himself so readily. Song Qing chuckled, adding that the most amusing part was that Luo Hong had been bitten by a snake and was carried away by the police in the early hours, presumably not on a noble errand. Serves him right. Yun Xun smirked, concluding that it must have been the work of 66, for whom he had traded several large chicken legs. The system, thrilled by the turn of events, reveled in the prosperity it shared with its host. Song Qing wholeheartedly agreed, puzzled by Luo Hong's actions. He had been caught stealing, yet sought to harm Yun Xun in retaliation. Perhaps he has been a local tyrant for too long, unable to tolerate disobedience, she scoffed. Yun Xun, noticing Luo Lingxi's lack of engagement in work, found him watching intently. He smiled warmly at him, prompting Luo Lingxi to grin back, invigorated by the sight. Just then, Song Qing nudged Yun Xun, redirecting his attention to Lu Qingqing, who approached with a bag of money, apologizing softly. Yun Xun accepted the money without uttering a word of forgiveness. For the original owner had indeed perished due to her actions. Lu Qingqing, tears streaming down her cheeks, lamented, "I regret it. You have been so kind to me. Luo Hong beats me daily, and I cannot endure it any longer." She attempted to reach for Yun Xun's hand, but Yun Xun swiftly withdrew, exclaiming, "Get lost." With tear-filled eyes, Lu Qingqing pleaded, "Please, help me, won't you? I am parched." The voice of Luo Lingxi echoed nearby. Yun Xun looked up to find Luo Lingxi wearing a cold expression, and she couldn't help but stifle a laugh. He stood up and went next door to pour a glass of water for Luo Lingxi, offering it to him. After taking a sip, Luo Lingxi's gaze wandered, avoiding eye contact with Yun Xun, perhaps fearing he was overstepping. Noticing he had finished the drink, Yun Xun took the cup from his hands and felt compelled to clarify. "I have no connection with Lu Qingqing, none in the past and none in the future." In truth, Luo Lingxi had witnessed the young master assisting Lu Qingqing before, but the subservient figure he had seen then bore no resemblance to the current Yun Xun. He couldn't shake the feeling that they were fundamentally different individuals. Yun Xun nudged Luo Lingxi lightly. "Did you hear that?" Despite just having quenched his thirst, Luo Lingxi felt parched again and nodded, acknowledging he had indeed heard her. Yun Xun noted the slight rasp in his voice and poured him another glass, saying, "Take a moment." Luo Lingxi accepted the cup and drained in one go, declaring, "I must get back to work, or else the captain will deduct points." Yun Xun felt discontent that he had contributed so much yet faced penalties, and she nodded in agreement. Lu Qingqing observed as Yun Xun was called away by Luo Lingxi, resigned to waiting for another opportunity. Returning to her designated area, she cast a glance towards Yun Xun's direction, feeling an odd sensation. The atmosphere between Yun Xun and that burly man seemed almost romantic. Could it be that she had found a way to enlist Yun Xun's assistance? As the day drew to a close, Luo Lingxi took Yun Xun up the mountain to scout for prey and discover a trap filled with several chickens, around 5 or 6. Yun Xun secretly applauded the system. Though Luo Lingxi harbored doubts, the prospect of earning money and drawing closer to Yun Xun dispelled any misgivings. The following day, Luo Lingxi headed to the town to sell goods, while Yun Xun continued tallying scores in the fields. After successfully selling his wares, Luo Lingxi purchased some snacks for Yun Xun and Luo Mingwei. Upon reaching the outskirts of the town, he encountered the police officer who had responded to Yun Xun's report that day. The officer, upon seeing him, urgently inquired, "Comrade, where is Yun Xun? Luo Hong has fled, and we fear for Yun Xun's safety." Upon hearing that Yun Xun might be in danger, Luo Lingxi swiftly mounted his bicycle and raced back to the village. The officer sighed, muttering under his breath, "A bike is quicker." He was in a state of panic, knowing that if anything were to happen to Yun Xun, they would have to answer to their superiors. Yun Xun had been sitting for a while when she felt the urge to relieve herself, so she informed Song Qing and walked to the side. As Song Qing focused on compiling data, Yun Xun disappeared around the corner. Meanwhile, Luo Lingxi pedaled furiously, with the police officer catching up in a vehicle. Luo Lingxi nodded and entered the vehicle. He dare not contemplate what Luo Hong might do. If anything were to happen to Yun Xun, what could he possibly do? Song Qing glanced at her watch. Why had Yun Xun not yet returned? From a distance, she spotted Luo Lingxi running towards her, causing her heart to skip a beat. "Where is Yun Xun?" she asked, alarmed. "He went to the restroom." "Which way did he go?" Song Qing pointed in a direction, and Luo Lingxi hurriedly set off that way. After Luo Lingxi ran off, 4 or 5 police officers arrived, inquiring with the captain, who then called for her. It was then she learned that Luo Hong had escaped, and the thought that Yun Xun had been gone for quite some time sent a chill down her spine. The police received the information and promptly rushed off. Upon reaching a bend, Luo Lingxi noticed a patch of grass nearby that had been trampled. He steadied himself, remaining calm. Suddenly, a dog that Yun Xun had once fed dashed out, biting at his pant leg. Luo Lingxi felt as if he had found a glimmer of hope. "Where is Yun Xun?" he wondered. The dog barked twice and ran off into the distance. Luo Lingxi immediately followed, and the police, seeing his silhouette, quickly trailed behind. The dog led Luo Lingxi to a dilapidated shed on the back hill, where he heard Yun Xun's voice. "Is that all you can do?" Came the sound of Luo Hong's cries. "Grandfather, I am scared." A wave of relief washed over Luo Lingxi as he felt something strike his hand. Glancing down to discover it was tears, he wiped his face and entered the door. Upon seeing Luo Lingxi, Yun Xun exclaimed, "Linge." Luo Lingxi embraced Yun Xun tightly. "Sun, I was so frightened." He managed to express his feelings. Noticing the genuine fear in Luo Lingxi's eyes, Yun Xun gently patted his back. "Don't be afraid. I have tied up the bad guy." When the police arrived and saw Luo Hong bound, a heavy weight lifted from their hearts. They took Luo Hong into custody, and Yun Xun, along with the police, returned to provide their testimonies, with Luo Lingxi by their side. In the evening, Yun Xun sat on the back of Luo Lingxi's bicycle, the gentle breeze enveloping them. She leaned her head against his back and asked, "Linge, do you also like me?" Luo Lingxi's heart jolted, and he halted the bicycle. Due to inertia, Yun Xun's head bumped against his back. "Did that hurt?" He quickly turned to check. "It's fine," she replied, not wanting him to feel guilty. Luo Lingxi planted a kiss on her forehead, which had turned slightly red from the bump, and earnestly declared, "I like you and want to be with you forever." Yun Xun smiled, wrapping her arms around his waist. "I have waited a long time to hear those words." Luo Lingxi's lips curled into a smile. "I will strive to ensure you live a good life." Yun Xun had sensed Luo Lingxi's internal struggles for some time, and now understood he feared she might disdain his background. "Linge, everyone has their own way of living. A good life doesn't necessarily mean being wealthy. If you can ensure your sister is well-fed and cared for, I think that's impressive, and I don't find this life harsh at all." The words of Yun Xun sent a shiver through Luo Lingxi's heart. Yet how could he bear to let the young master endure hardship? Upon returning to the Luo residence, Luo Mingwei and Song Qing awaited them at the door. Seeing that Yun Xun was unharmed, both Luo Mingwei and Song Qing breathed a sigh of relief. The group fell into a contemplative silence. Luo Lingxi spoke first, urging them to enter. They nodded in agreement and settled in the courtyard, their gazes fixed on Yun Xun. With a chuckle, Yun Xun remarked that he had long sensed someone trailing him. Song Qing expressed concern, stating that it was far too dangerous. He should have at least informed others, thus improving their chances of safety. Luo Lingxi frowned in agreement. Yun Xun laughed it off, admitting that he hadn't thought much of it at the time and merely wished to swiftly deal with the nuisance. Luo Mingwei gazed at Yun Xun in admiration, wondering if this was how effortlessly he had countered the threat. Feeling a bit shy, Yun Xun noted that although Luo Hong was robust, he was quite ineffectual. Their laughter echoed, and after a while, Song Qing took her leave. When Yun Xun offered to escort her, she waved her hand dismissively, asserting her own strength. Yun Xun turned to Luo Lingxi, who picked up a flashlight and exchanged a few words with Luo Mingwei. Together with Yun Xun, they accompanied Song Qing back to her youth station, where she finally accepted the escort without further protest. At the Luo residence, Yun Xun luxuriated in a warm foot bath, while Luo Lingxi sat beside him, taking his hand in his own. Looking at him, he said, "Allow me to warm you." Yun Xun smiled back, replying, "Very well." He leaned closer to Luo Lingxi, leaving a gentle kiss at the corner of his lips. "A reward for you." Luo Lingxi feigned calmness, yet could not suppress the smile that crept upon his face. "Not enough." Yun Xun paused, leaning in closer. "What would suffice?" Luo Lingxi captured his lips in a kiss, revealing the answer. The force of the kiss pushed Yun Xun back, and as he nearly toppled from the stool, Luo Lingxi swiftly embraced him. Realizing he was seated on Luo Lingxi's lap, Yun Xun's face flushed crimson. He rested his head atop Luo Lingxi's, unable to stifle a laugh. This position is quite amusing. Hearing Yun Xun's laughter, Luo Lingxi joined in. Meanwhile, Luo Mingwei, feeling somewhat neglected, pondered if they had forgotten to inform her of their plans. Although she had sensed something amiss, their silence had made it quite difficult for her to bear. Luo Lingxi held Yun Xun as they reclined on the bed. "Ah Sun, I plan to request leave tomorrow, and venture to the neighboring county the day after to procure some goods for sale. There are numerous factories in the neighboring county, and the black market informants are usually well informed. It should be legitimate. Regardless of its authenticity, he was determined to give it a try. I shall accompany you, Yun Xun said, gently squeezing Luo Lingxi's hand. Luo Lingxi nestled his head against Yun Xun's neck, agreeing, all right. Upon arriving in the neighboring county, they inquired about the factories and discovered there were a total of 13, including textile, garment, machinery, electronics, food, and printing factories. After finding a place to stay, they concluded to explore the garment and food factories first. After quenching their thirst, they set off once more. Upon arriving at the garment factory, the two individuals discovered an array of discarded buttons and fabrics nearby, strikingly similar in pattern to those they had observed in the sales building. Chapter 84. The reluctant sent-down youth. As they approached the entrance of the garment factory, Luo Lingxi and Yun Xun were intercepted by security personnel, who brusquely instructed them to seek assistance elsewhere. Yun Xun furrowed his brows and retorted, "What did you say? We are here to discuss a partnership." Although Luo Lingxi remained silent, he stood resolutely behind Yun Xun, his gaze fixed on the security guard. The guard, feeling the weight of their stare, became somewhat apprehensive. Noticing their attire, one of them dressed more elegantly while the other wore clothes that seemed outdated. He scoffed. "A partnership? With you two?" Yun Xun, unable to tolerate the condescension, snapped back. "You look down on others merely because you wear a uniform. Do you truly believe everyone is like you?" Angered, the security guard threatened to resort to violence, exclaiming, "You're seeking your own demise." Luo Lingxi stepped in front of the guard, asserting, "We wish to see the person in charge." The guard, intimidated by Luo Lingxi's imposing stature, quickly backed down, stating that the manager was unavailable. Just then, a middle-aged man emerged, inquiring about the commotion outside. Recognizing the man as someone of considerable standing, Yun Xun approached him, saying, "Comrade, we are here to discuss a partnership, but your security personnel have barred us from entering." The middle-aged gentleman glanced at them and asked, "Partnership? Do you possess any funding?" Yun Xun smiled politely, replying, "I only engage in discussions with those who hold authority." The middle-aged man shot a look at the security guard, who immediately became obsequious, ushering them in. "Please come in." Luo Lingxi stood firm against the guard, addressing the middle-aged man. "What if we could double your factory's annual sales?" The man's foot paused at the threshold as he turned back, remarking, "If you truly possess such capabilities, I believe you would not need to visit our factory." With that, he briskly entered the building. The guard cast a disdainful glance at them before hastily following suit. Frustrated, Yun Xun stamped his foot, exclaiming, "Such a condescending attitude." Luo Lingxi turned to comfort him, gently patting his arm. "Let us proceed to the food factory." Yun Xun nodded, feeling a pang of sympathy for Luo Lingxi. Luo Lingxi draped his arm around Yun Xun's shoulders as they walked away. As Yun Xun gazed up at Luo Lingxi's expressionless face, he found it difficult to discern his emotions. Sensing Yun Xun's scrutiny, Luo Lingxi met his gaze and reassured him, "I am fine. Every beginning is challenging." Yun Xun took hold of the hand resting on his shoulder, affirming, "I will accompany you." Upon arriving at the food factory, the two exchanged encouraging glances. Spotting security personnel, Yun Xun prepared to speak, but Luo Lingxi interjected, saying calmly, "We are here to discuss a partnership. Could you kindly relay this to your superiors?" The guard, noticing their attire, initially doubted their capacity for collaboration, yet recalling the government's encouragement for entrepreneurship, he permitted them entry. Yun Xun's face lit up with joy, while Luo Lingxi appeared somewhat more relaxed. They entered a room where several formally dressed individuals awaited. Upon seeing the casually dressed newcomers, the occupants swiftly averted their gazes, dismissing them as mere bystanders. In the past, Yun Xun was rather carefree, unaware that formal attire was necessary for discussions regarding collaboration. He felt a twinge of guilt and thought that had he known, he would have learned more about management from a Ling in the earlier world. Luo Lingxi gently patted Yun Xun on the back, providing him with a sense of comfort. After a while, a middle-aged man dressed in a Zhongshan suit entered. "Everyone, please follow me," he said, leading Yun Xun and the others on a tour of the factory, introducing the various types of food products available. Once the tour concluded, the middle-aged man elaborated, "The food factory currently engages in two types of business: wholesale and profit sharing." Yun Xun glanced at Luo Ling-Si, who was attentively listening. "Wholesale allows you to purchase desired items from us to sell independently. Profit sharing means we supply the goods, but your profits will be split with us, necessitating a signed contract." Everyone was eager to understand the profit-sharing model. Luo Ling-Si whispered to Yun Xun, "Let us first try wholesale." Yun Xun nodded slightly, feeling tempted by the lower risk associated with profit sharing. However, he supported Luo Ling-Si's perspective. Ultimately, they decided to wholesale some candies and canned goods. On their way back, they carried their large bundles to the town and set up a stall for sales. Business was decent, yielding a profit of 5 yuan by the end of the day. Luo Ling-Si rented a room in the town specifically for selling goods. A month later, he bought new clothes for Yun Xun and Luo Mingwe. A year later, having earned some money, he contemplated expanding the business with Yun Xun when Yun Xun received textbooks sent by his family. The letter mentioned that the college entrance examination would likely resume the following year, urging him to begin studying in preparation for his return home. When Yun Xun spoke to Luo Ling-Si, he was concerned about Luo Ling-Si's feelings and explained, "I am not going back." The entrance examination held little significance for him. Luo Ling-Si gently ruffled his hair, saying, "Focus on your studies. There is still a year left. I will strive to leave with you then." Yun Xun understood that Luo Ling-Si had earned some money, but he also knew that Luo Mingwen needed to study, and their family had many financial obligations. Grasping Luo Ling-Si's hand, he said, "Lingu, perhaps for others this is an opportunity, but for me, home is wherever you are." Luo Ling-Si embraced him and softly declared, "I love you. I wish for your well-being. I do not want you to sacrifice anything for me. Therefore, for your own sake, and for mine, please study diligently and strive to leave next year." Listening to Luo Ling-Si's heartbeat, Yun Xun understood his beloved's words. He looked up at Luo Ling-Si and affirmed, "I will do my best." Luo Ling-Si kissed him lightly on the forehead, saying, "Good. Tonight, we will have hot pot." Yun Xun smiled in response, "All right." Yun Xun began his studies while also balancing his duties as a scorekeeper. Luo Ling-Si opened a branch in the city, commuting between the city and the town, resulting in increasingly rare moments together. Song Qing also received news and joined Yun Xun in discussing their studies. Exhausted from solving problems, she looked up and noticed Yun Xun in a daze. Over the past few days, Yun Xun's spirits have been notably low. At noon, after finishing work, Yun Xun made his way to the residence of Luo Ling-Si. Although Luo Ling-Si was not home and Luo Mingwe had gone to school, Yun Xun still felt compelled to visit. Upon noticing smoke wafting from the kitchen, he held his breath and hurried inside. It was only when he spotted that familiar silhouette that he exhaled. He embraced Luo Ling-Si from behind, asking, "Why are you back?" Luo Ling-Si paused her chopping, turned around, and wrapped her arms around Yun Xun, replying, "I missed you." Tears welled up in Yun Xun's eyes as he expressed, "I missed you too." They held each other in silence, inhaling the comforting scent of one another. Yun Xun served the dishes that Luo Ling-Si had prepared and sat down at the table, while she joined him, offering him food. "Try this. Does it still taste the same?" he asked with a smile as he savored the meal. "Delicious," he exclaimed. Hearing this, Luo Ling-Si added more food to his plate. "Ah Sun, I need to go to the city for a few days." Yun Xun turned to him. "Are you going for research? Why so soon? It's only been 3 months." Luo Ling-Si lowered his gaze, picking at his food. "With sufficient funding, I wish to expand." Yun Xun sensed he had not revealed the true reason, maintaining a cautious facade. He recalled how, in the beginning, Luo Ling-Si managed everything alone, working tirelessly with little rest, and his heart ached at the sight from the system's perspective. Yet, he felt powerless to intervene, knowing that Luo Ling-Si aimed to provide a better life for him and earn his parents' approval. Luo Ling-Si chose not to respond directly and shifted the topic. He is quite obedient. Customers love to play with him. Yun Xun smiled. "That sounds lovely. If it weren't for the village chief's watchful eyes, I would truly like to keep one." The system was quite generous, rewarding him with chicken legs. In the afternoon, Luo Lingxi accompanied Yun Xun to the fields to tally scores. Song Qing observed Yun Xun's revitalized spirit and realized there was something amiss between the two. As they walked along the road, they occasionally encountered uncles and aunts. "Is the boss back?" they would inquire. Luo Lingxi humbly replied, "It's just a small business. Nothing grand." An uncle laughed heartily. "Lingxi, you've made it." Yun Xun looked at Luo Lingxi with admiration. "You truly are remarkable." Luo Lingxi chuckled, playfully pinching his nose. "Really?" Noticing the mischievous glint in his eyes, Yun Xun blushed. I don't know. We haven't done much besides kissing. Who knows? That night, Luo Lingxi prepared foot water for Yun Xun. As Yun Xun soaked his feet, leaning against Luo Lingxi, he said, "Linga, don't put too much pressure on yourself. I genuinely don't care about anything but you." Luo Lingxi toyed with Yun Xun's short hair, falling into a contemplative silence before replying, "I care, Ah Sun. Wait for me." "All right." Luo Lingxi had made up his mind. Having finally reunited, Yun Xun wished for them to remain harmonious. He lay in Luo Lingxi's embrace, reluctant to close his eyes, fearing that if he fell asleep, he might awaken to find Luo Lingxi gone. Understanding Yun Xun's apprehension, Luo Lingxi held him tightly, murmuring, "Ah Sun, I'm sorry." Unable to remain by his side, Yun Xun gently nipped at Luo Lingxi's neck, silencing him. There was nothing to feel regret about. As long as their hearts were intertwined, he was willing to endure anything, albeit with a tinge of melancholy. Luo Lingxi softly patted Yun Xun's back, urging him to sleep, for he would keep him company. Yun Xun shook his head in refusal. Luo Lingxi whispered an affirmation. They embraced in tranquil silence, attuned to each other's breaths. To alleviate Yun Xun's potential boredom, Luo Lingxi initiated a conversation about recent events. The neighbor had found a girlfriend and was seemingly on the verge of marriage. "Shall we attend together?" he asked. "All right," came Yun Xun's reply. "By the way, my dog has been tugging at my pant leg, anxious for my return. It seems to miss you as well." No sooner had he spoken than he placed a gentle kiss atop Yun Xun's head, only to realize he had unknowingly drifted off to sleep. Cradling Yun Xun, he softly inquired, "Ah Sun, would you marry me?" Unable to suppress a smile, he wondered at his own audacity. "Yes," Yun Xun responded, causing Luo Lingxi to momentarily freeze in astonishment at the affirmative. "Did you hear that? No matter your wealth or poverty, I am willing." Not responding, Luo Lingxi lifted Yun Xun's chin and pressed his lips against his. Yun Xun smiled in return, initially feigning sleep out of concern that Luo Lingxi would be too fatigued for the journey ahead. Little did he expect Luo Lingxi to broach such a significant topic. Fortunately, he had not fallen asleep. The following morning, when Yun Xun awoke, Luo Lingxi had already departed. He gazed around, feeling an emptiness amidst the unchanged surroundings. After a moment of daze, he rose to wash up. Upon discovering the hot water prepared in the kitchen, he could no longer hold back his tears. He wished for Luo Lingxi to stay. They had only met twice in the past 3 months. After a brief bout of weeping, Yun Xun composed himself and resumed his tasks in the fields, putting on a facade of normalcy. Noticing his reddened eyes, Song Qing suspected that Luo Lingxi had left again. She offered Yun Xun a piece of candy, softly reassuring him that he was striving for him as well. Yun Xun's family was evidently affluent. How could they possibly approve of his relationship with Luo Lingxi? Setting aside the unconventionality of their pairing, it was clear that Luo Lingxi could not afford to support Yun Xun. Yun Xun nodded in acknowledgement, afraid to speak for fear of succumbing to tears. 3 months later, news returned to the town that Luo Lingxi's branch in the city had closed down. Upon learning this, Yun Xun requested leave from his team and ventured into town. Finding no one there, he called Luo Lingxi. "Ling Yi, accent." Luo Lingxi recognized his voice. "When will you return?" "I'm coming soon. Wait for me at home," Luo Lingxi replied. Yun Xun responded with an but refrained from voicing his concerns. Yet, hearing Luo Lingxi's voice brought him a sense of calm. The system nudged against Yun Xun's leg, assuring him that the male protagonist's fortune was extraordinary and he would surely navigate through adversity. Yun Xun did not respond, yet he still felt a pang of concern for Luo Lingxi. He chose not to return home. instead waiting in town for Luo Lingxi, feeling helpless but not wanting to be a burden. 3 days later, upon Luo Lingxi's return from the city, he found Yun Xun assisting at the shop. As the weather turned cooler, Yun Xun donned a cotton jacket, diligently arranging the merchandise. It was evident that he was aware of the situation. Straightening his attire, Luo Lingxi entered, calling out, "Ah, Sun." Upon seeing Luo Lingxi, Yun Xun hurried to his side and softly expressed, "I miss you." Luo Lingxi smiled gently, reaching out to ruffle Yun Xun's hair, replying, "I miss you too." The sight of Luo Lingxi brought an involuntary smile to Yun Xun's face. Luo Lingxi playfully tapped Yun Xun's eye, asking, "What brings you here?" Not wanting Yun Xun to keep his feelings bottled up, he took the initiative to inquire further. Yun Xun glanced around, suggesting they speak inside. He guided Luo Lingxi into the back room. With a cautious demeanor, he asked Brother Ling, "Did something happen in the city? I heard there were closures?" Luo Lingxi grasped his hand, pulling him into an embrace, reassuring him, "Yes and no. Everything has been resolved. There's no need to worry. The city is different from here, so I changed the merchandise and sold it at a lower price. I neither profited nor incurred losses." Yun Xun sighed in relief, resting his head on Luo Lingxi's shoulder. "You scared me. I was worried something had happened to you." The shop's substantial success was a testament to Luo Lingxi's steady perseverance, and any misfortune would undoubtedly affect him deeply. Luo Lingxi comfortingly patted Yun Xun's head, saying, "Silly, even if it truly closed down, I would start over. There are people waiting for me." Yun Xun gazed at Luo Lingxi, his eyes reflecting joy, gratitude, and a touch of concern. Luo Lingxi leaned down and kissed Yun Xun's lips. When they emerged, Yun Xun's lips were slightly swollen. Luo Lingxi took Yun Xun's hand, exchanging pleasantries with a staff member before leading him to a state-owned restaurant for a meal. After dining, they strolled about the town. Although they were already familiar with every corner, their exploration was still filled with delight. In June, Yun Xun participated in his first college entrance examination. Upon exiting the exam hall, he spotted Luo Lingxi. He rushed to his side, exclaiming, "I feel quite good." Luo Lingxi affectionately tousled his hair, assuring him, "You will surely do well, Xiao Sun." They turned towards the voice, and Yun Xun was somewhat surprised to see his brother. "Brother, what brings you here?" Yun Qi scrutinized the two, sensing that his younger brother had been led astray. Upon hearing his brother's inquiry, his expression softened. "It's the day of your college entrance examination. The family is concerned and specially sent me to surprise you." He handed a bouquet of flowers to Yun Xun, saying, "Congratulations on completing this small stage of your life." Yun Xun beamed with delight, responding, "Thank you. They are beautiful." Luo Lingxi observed Yun Xun conversing with his brother. Their eyes bore a striking resemblance, though they differed in other aspects. His brother was sturdier, while Ah Sun was more slender. "You need to eat more," he remarked. Yun Xun exchanged a few words with Yun Qi before turning to Luo Lingxi. "Brother, this is my friend from Luo Village, who is now engaged in business and quite successful." Yun Qi glanced at Luo Lingxi and offered a perfunctory smile. "Nice to meet you." Luo Lingxi, with a warm smile, extended his hand. "Hello, I am Luo Lingxi." Yun Qi was disinclined to engage, but Yun Xun gently nudged his hand, prompting Yun Qi to reluctantly shake hands. Retrieving his hand, Yun Qi addressed Yun Xun. "Sun, let us depart." Yun Xun cast a hesitant glance at Luo Lingxi, who gestured for him to proceed. Thus, Yun Xun followed Yun Qi out. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Yun Xun took the initiative to speak. "Brother, it seems you do not favor Linge. Linge? Such familiarity. Indeed, I do not like him. Keep your distance from him in the future." Yun Xun frowned, directly confessing, "Brother, I like him. You noticed, didn't you?" Yun Qi halted his movements. "Sun, you are merely misled." Disagreeing, Yun Xun asserted, "I am 20 and know what I am doing. Besides, I pursued him first." Yun Qi, exasperated, questioned, "Do you want me to remind you why you went to the countryside? And do you know that Lu Qingqing wanted to harm me? She pushed me into the river, and it was Ling Ge who saved me." "What? Lu Qingqing dared to do that?" Yun Qi exclaimed in fury, casting a sympathetic glance at Yun Xun. "Feelings of gratitude are not love. You are mistaken. It was likely that Luo Ling-si rescued his younger brother, leading him to misinterpret gratitude as affection. Yun Xun, with a sense of resignation, clarified, I can distinguish clearly. Whether you believe me or not, I have made my choice. It's him for a lifetime. Yun Shi regarded Yun Xun with evident disapproval. Yun Xun continued, Brother, I am genuinely pleased you traveled such a distance. But my honesty also aims to prepare you to speak with our parents. Yun Shi set down his chopsticks. I do not agree. Yun Xun remained unperturbed, asserting, My life is my own. Others' opinions are inconsequential. You truly wish to ruin my meal, do you not? Yun Shi retorted. I am merely speaking the truth, Yun Xun replied. Observing Yun Xun's demeanor, Yun Shi recognized the seriousness, yet he could not allow his younger brother to tread a misguided path. Yun Xun then laid down his chopsticks. Since you have lost your appetite, I shall not eat either. He is waiting for me outside. I must take my leave. With that, Yun Xun stood up. Sun, can we truly not part ways? Yun Xun turned back, earnestly replying, We cannot. Upon exiting the restaurant, Yun Xun indeed spotted Luo Ling-si, who approached with a smile. Linga, let's go. Luo Ling-si scrutinized Yun Xun's expression and, seeing nothing amiss, replied, All right. Yun Xun's results had been announced, and his parents urged him to enroll at a city university, but he was reluctant to be so far from Luo Ling-si. Luo Ling-si clasped his hand firmly. My dear son, you deserve the very best. As for me, rest assured, I will accompany you. Yun Xun looked at him. What about the business here in Mingyu? I plan to first venture with you to a city, and once we are settled, I will return for Mingyu, who is studying in town, with staff to look after her. Leaning into Luo Ling-si's embrace, Yun Xun inquired, You had this all planned out? Indeed. Yun Xun raised his gaze to meet his eyes. If you don't speak to me, how can I reward you? Luo Ling-si chuckled softly. Now that you have spoken, where is my reward? How about you give me your heart? Yun Xun replied, suppressing his shyness in a soft voice. Luo Ling-si paused, taken aback as he stroked Yun Xun's head. Let us wait a moment. Confused, Yun Xun asked why. Once we have your parents' approval, we could be together openly. Luo Ling-si explained. Yun Xun gasped softly. Upon returning to the village to gather his belongings, Song Qing rushed in, flustered. Yun Xun, news of your relationship with Luo Ling-si has spread. Do the villagers believe it? Yun Xun inquired. After a moment's thought, Song Qing replied, Some are skeptical. A few young intellectuals even asked me about it, and I said I didn't know. Yun Xun maintained a calm demeanor. Then let it be. They have no evidence. Song Qing nodded in agreement. You're right. Having finished packing, Yun Xun entered the small car that Luo Ling-si had purchased. Suddenly, someone called out to him. Sun, I beg you help me. Lu Qingqing exclaimed, tears brimming in her eyes. The family of Luo Hong has claimed me, and 1T let me leave. They want me to be Luo Hong's wife. Yun Xun, uninterested, immediately closed the window. Lu Qingqing, in desperation, shouted, Aren't you afraid of the rumors about you and that brute? Help me, and the rumors will vanish. Yun Xun rolled down the car window, realizing it was her doing. Lu Qingqing, believing he had accepted her plea, leaned in with a smile. Yun Xun delivered a sharp slap. Are you out of your mind? Seeking help from me, the victim? I am not your savior. I cannot assist you. With that, Yun Xun instructed Luo Ling-si to drive away. Watching the car recede, Lu Qingqing suddenly burst into maniacal laughter. It's over, all over. Yun Xun and Luo Ling-si journeyed to City A. Luo Ling-si headed to a rented apartment, while Yun Xun returned home briefly. His family had been waiting for him since early morning, and upon his arrival, they welcomed him warmly. After dinner, Yun Xun came out to his family. His father, however, ordered him to kneel in the ancestral hall, preparing to strike him with a ruler. His mother and older siblings intervened. What are you doing, my child, dear? He has returned after 2 years. Do you intend to kill him? Yun's father lowered the ruler, reluctant but distressed over his son's chosen path. His elder sister spoke up. Father, you don't understand. There are many same-sex couples abroad, and they face no issues. They simply love differently. Yin Qi added, Father, I have known for a long time. If they wish to explore this, let them. Yun Xun remained obstinately defiant. Sighing, their father relented. Suddenly, the housekeeper announced a visitor. Without a second thought, Yun's father declined. preoccupied with family matters and lacking the inclination to entertain guests. The housekeeper continued, explaining that the visitor was there to see the young master. Yun Xun's spirits lifted instantly. "Father, let me go see." The family exchanged knowing glances, and with a resigned sigh, Yun's father acquiesced. "Fine, let him in." The housekeeper promptly went to fetch the guest. Luo Lingxi entered the courtyard of the Yun residence and immediately spotted Yun Xun kneeling in the hall. He promptly approached Yun Xun's side. Yun Xun glanced at him, signaling that he was unharmed. Luo Lingxi greeted the members of the Yun family before kneeling beside Yun Xun. "My love for Yun Xun is sincere, as promised by the ancestors of the Yun family." He then performed 3 deep bows. Yun's father scoffed. "Do not think this is sufficient." Yun Xun looked at his father and asserted, "Father, your disapproval is inconsequential. We have already pledged ourselves to each other." His father, nearly overcome with rage, was on the verge of a heart attack. Luo Lingxi grasped Yun Xun's hand and addressed the family. "I understand your concerns. I have opened a few small shops. Although my earnings are modest, they are sufficient to support Yun Xun. I have only one younger sister who adores Yun Xun, and he will not face any hardships. I hereby vow, should I betray this commitment, may I be struck by lightning." Yun Xun tightened his grip on Luo Lingxi's hand, resolutely declaring, "I have chosen him." Ultimately, the Yun family relented. After graduating from university, Yun Xun secured a position at a prominent company. One day, during a performance review in the office, he was unexpectedly pulled into his boss's embrace. Sitting in his boss's arms, he felt a tinge of shyness and asked, "What are you doing?" Luo Lingxi chuckled, "I miss my wife." Yun Xun playfully punched his chest, replying, "Let us discuss this at home." Luo Lingxi held Yun Xun tightly, insisting, "No." Yun Xun negotiated, "Then it can only happen once." No sooner had he spoken than he was captured by a kiss. Chapter 87. Searching for the old partner in infinite flow literature, as Yun Xun opened his eyes, he found himself in a grand hall resembling an opulent European villa, featuring a long dining table adorned with a crimson tablecloth. Suspended in the hall was a large screen displaying player aliases and scores, all set to 0, indicating the beginning of the game. Yun Xun gradually made his way to a corner, musing over the plot. The system relayed the storyline to him. After reading it thrice, he found no information about the male lead, only a synopsis stating that the Alice Manor was a popular destination, welcoming visitors from around the globe. It was noted that, inexplicably, people within the manor began to vanish. "Dear warriors, I believe you will uncover the truth." Yun Xun looked up at the player aliases such as A, B, C, and D, realizing he had been drawn into a horror game. But where was his partner? The system did not have answers. It was certain that the male lead was present. Yun Xun collected his thoughts and discreetly surveyed the hall, taking mental notes. The system announced the rules for all players. 1. Eat at least 1 meal each day. 2. Do not leave your room after midnight. Observing the room card he received, number 302, he explored the surroundings and ascended the stairs. Upon locating room 302, he swiped the card to enter, meticulously examining the space. The room contained a bed, a desk, and curtains of 2 colors. On the desk lay an empty photo frame, and Yun Xun's intuition told him this was significant. The system had not permitted team formations, indicating that the clues for one person would certainly suffice. He lightly tapped the picture frame with his room card, but there was no response. As he reached out to touch the frame, it emitted a dazzling white light. Before Yun Xun's eyes appeared a line of text. Task 1. Obtain the key to true love from Hill. Who is Hill? What is the key to true love? Yun Xun lowered his gaze and saw a woman in white within the frame, with golden hair and blue eyes. It seemed she was Hill, but where was she? Yun Xun set down the frame and began to search. In the drawer of the bedside table, he found some food, considering the rules. He pondered what would happen if he chose not to eat. The system had only stated the rules, without clarifying the consequences. Did that imply that non-compliance would not lead to any repercussions? And what about not leaving the room at night? Was there something lurking about? If only he had a partner, they could experiment together. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Yun Xun realized he had no friends as mind. Who could it be? He opened the door to find a character with the emblem of Warrior L standing at the entrance. Perhaps it was a system setting. He could barely discern the player's features. Is there something you need? Yun Xun asked coldly. Warrior L replied, May I come in to discuss? Yun Xun nodded, allowing him entry. After all, he was confident in his abilities and had no concerns for his safety. Warrior L entered and sat in a chair. I have come to propose a collaboration. Yun Xun regarded him and motioned for him to continue. Warrior L said, I believe you've received the first task as well. I suspect the system's rules can be broken, but it is difficult to test this alone. Hence, I seek your cooperation. Yun Xun replied, Collaboration is possible, but you must be the one to conduct the experiments. He handed him the bread. Players did not know one another, making it hard to establish a collaborative relationship. Perhaps this was part of the game. Warrior L glanced at the indistinct face of Warrior AA, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity and trust. He accepted the bread and consumed it. Yun Xun did not expect this person to genuinely wish to cooperate. Why did you choose me? He asked. Warrior L replied, I noticed you in the lobby. You seem quite intelligent. Yun Xun gave him a sidelong glance, acknowledging his discernment. As midnight approached, the clock chimed, and Warrior L collapsed to the floor. No matter what Yun Xun did, he remained unconscious, leading him to suspect something was amiss with the bread. He first moved to the door, straining to listen. Footsteps approached, light and seemingly distant. Yet, he refrained from opening the door. After all, this was a game, and one could never know if it would lead to instant elimination. Suddenly, he heard the sound of the door opening. The main panel displayed that someone had been eliminated. After a brief moment of contemplation, Yun Xun decided against opening the door. Warrior L was in a state of unconsciousness, and he could not ensure his safety. It was better to wait for him to awaken. The next morning, Warrior L stirred, feeling sore all over. He had spent the night on the floor, while Yun Xun lay comfortably in bed. He sighed and took a seat, waiting for him to wake. By the time Yun Xun awoke, it was nearly noon. He looked at the person seated in the chair, devoid of any remorse. After midnight last night, a creature began to patrol, eliminating anyone outside of their rooms. Warrior L pondered briefly, contemplating whether this entity could be Hill. Yun Xun glanced at him, surprised by his quick thinking. Perhaps, he replied. Warrior L suggested, Shall we venture out tonight? Yun Xun nodded, indicating that it would be wise to leave early to avoid ambush, and they needed to find some tools. Sounds good, Warrior L affirmed. The two exited, traversing the hall in search of suitable items, but found nothing. Upon leaving the manor, they entered a large courtyard and began to search meticulously. Yun Xun felled a branch and received a system notification. Picked up a branch of chicken bloodvine. Effect, exorcism. Did that mean Hill was deceased? Yun Xun called out to Warrior L, Come look at this. Warrior L approached and inquired, Is this a tool? Yun Xun nodded. Warrior L searched and soon discovered a similar branch. He turned to Yun Xun and said, Now we have a weapon. Shall we find a hiding spot? Yun Xun agreed. Ultimately, they chose to stand in the hall, reasoning that other hiding places were either difficult for escape or hindered their observation. At 11:50 p.m., they arrived in the hall. As the clock struck midnight, the heavy doors swung open, revealing a figure from the framed portrait at the entrance, wielding a kitchen knife. Above her head were the characters spelling Hill. Her once emerald eyes had turned blood red as she gazed upon Yun Xun and Warrior L. Yun Xun shouted, Run. The two split up, one drawing fire while the other searched for triggers. Characters of this nature undoubtedly had a storyline, and their task tonight was to identify the triggering items. During the day, they had searched thoroughly to no avail. Hill had chosen Yun Xun, and as he sprinted, he suddenly felt a chill behind him. Surely not. So soon? What was he running for? Warrior L noticed that Hill was not pursuing him and rushed back to assist Yun Xun, realizing that AA appeared too frail to handle the situation alone. Warrior L brandished the chicken bloodvine and struck at Hill, provoking her fury and causing her to abandon Yun Xun. Surprised by his companion's loyalty, Yun Xun urged, You go find a trigger. He nodded and immediately began to feel around various objects. Warrior L discovered that Hill's vulnerability lay in her back and relentlessly attacked her from behind, causing her health to deplete rapidly. Yet her movements seemed to accelerate. AA, have you not found it yet? At that moment, Yun Xun called out for him to hurry. Warrior L kicked Hill away and hastened to Yun Xun's side. The two, through a bloodied kitchen knife, entered another realm. Chapter 88. Seeking the old partner in infinite flow literature, the system panel indicated Hill's storyline. As the light faded, Yun Xun and Warrior L found themselves in a lush green meadow. They looked up to see a quaint little town ahead. Upon entering the town, they found it deserted. And after what felt like an eternity, they finally spotted an elderly man. The man was preparing muffins, and Yun Xun approached him to initiate a conversation. The elderly man murmured, "Is Hill back? Come and enjoy the delicious pancakes." "Is he Hill's father?" The Warrior L also approached, reaching for a pancake when suddenly a bright light flashed. Yun Xun's vision returned, revealing a bustling town with the sounds of vendors calling out. It seemed as though Yun Xun and Warrior L were isolated. The townsfolk appeared oblivious to their presence. At that moment, a beautiful young girl entered the shop. Smiling like a flower in full bloom, she was Hill in her youth. "Daddy, I'm back," Hill announced, holding a basket of mushrooms. Setting it down, she asked, "Shall we have mushroom soup for dinner tonight?" Hill's father nodded with a smile. "Yes, my dear daughter." Hill took a bite of a pancake, her face alight with delight. So fragrant. The onlookers outside, noticing the girl's expression, developed a newfound interest in the pancakes, despite having eaten them before. In no time, the shop was bustling with customers. Yun Xun watched as the father and daughter joyfully packed pancakes. At that moment, she bore no resemblance to the terrifying figure she had become. Warrior L nudged Yun Xun's hand, signaling her to look. Yun Xun raised her eyes to see a bald man emanating dark energy. Was this a system alert? The bald man approached Hill with a grin. "Hello, beautiful girl. There's a picnic by the river this afternoon. Care to join?" Hill smiled and politely declined, "No, Ollie." The smile faded from Ollie's face as he stared at Hill for a moment before turning to leave. Both Yun Xun and Warrior L sensed something amiss about him, prompting them to split up. Warrior L followed Ollie, while Yun Xun continued to observe the father and daughter. As Ollie left Hill's home, he muttered curses under his breath. "Little brat, what are you pretending for? You have no idea how many people." Warrior L felt compelled to suggest that Ollie take a good look in the mirror. That evening, Yun Xun met with Warrior L and reported that there was nothing unusual with the father and daughter. Warrior L, aside from his cursing, had not found any leads. Yun Xun sighed, realizing that prolonged observation was necessary. They each remained focused on their tasks. Hill cried, her father helplessly urging, "My dear daughter, you must go." Hill glanced at her father. "What about you? The cult won't spare you." The townspeople were brainwashed by the cult, needing to sacrifice a pure person, and Hill was the chosen one. That night, Yun Xun and Warrior L reconvened to discuss the matter. Warrior L revealed that the cult members had been bribed, orchestrated by Ollie. Yun Xun immediately recognized the significance. Ollie was indeed no good. On the day Hill was to be taken away, her father wept as he bid her farewell. Hill was escorted to the cult's chamber, her heart filled with anxiety as she awaited her fate. Upon seeing Ollie, she realized the web of deceit surrounding her. In a desperate attempt to escape his grasp, she fought back, seizing a dinner knife and stabbing Ollie in the shoulder. Enraged, he slapped her, leaving her dazed and sprawled on the ground. As Ollie approached, Yun Xun and Warrior L endeavored to assist her, but their efforts proved futile. In the end, Hill met a tragic demise, subjected to humiliation and ultimately dismembered by Ollie with a cleaver. Yun Xun felt a heaviness in his chest, gasping for breath. As the story concluded, they were transported back to the hall, now illuminated by daylight. Warrior L sensed Yun Xun's despondency and gently patted his back in silent consolation. Yun Xun felt a flicker of familiarity. Could he be ailing? He shook his head, insisting he was fine. The two returned to their quarters, contemplating how to obtain the key. The key of true love? Would she still believe in true love? Yun Xun raised the question. Warrior L pondered for a moment and replied, "Perhaps it is merely a name, yet undoubtedly it bears some significance. The key of true love, love. We might need to start with Hill's father." Yun Xun turned to Warrior L. "Do you remember what Hill's father said when we first entered that story?" Excitement sparkled in Yun Xun's eyes. Hill was back, which meant she should return. But how could that be, given her gruesome fate? Warrior L suggested, "Perhaps there's a hidden mechanism, or we could assist her." Yun Xun felt a wave of disappointment. "But we cannot reach them. Their thoughts spiraled into a dead end. Warrior L reassured him with a pat on the shoulder. Surely, there's something we have overlooked. Yun Xun, unable to think clearly, felt a wave of fatigue wash over him and yawned. Warrior L encouraged him to rest for a while, stating he would return to his own room for a brief nap. Yun Xun lay in bed and soon drifted off into slumber. Time passed, and tendrils from the vines by the window slowly slithered inside, creeping onto Yun Xun's bed and wrapping around his legs. Unsatisfied, they delicately brushed against his face, his eyes, and his lips. The vines lingered at his lips for an extended moment, as if caressing him, almost akin to a kiss. Yun Xun felt uncomfortable, his body ensnared. He shifted and struggled to open his eyes. In an instant, the vines vanished from the room, retreating back outside. Gasping for air, Yun Xun regained his sight, staring at the ceiling. Could nightmares invade, even within a horror game? Meanwhile, in the Manor's upper chamber, a man clad in a medieval tailcoat sat in a chair, lifting a glass of red wine to his lips. He reminisced about the delectable taste he had just savored, his crimson eyes narrowing with anticipation of meeting his prey. A knock echoed at Yun Xun's door, and upon opening it, he found several warriors waiting. They spoke in unison. "Brother, could you impart some strategies for clearing the game?" Yun Xun briefly explained that he had only entered the storyline and was still uncertain about how to progress. The warriors' faces fell with disappointment, but they soon extended an invitation to form a team. "Shall we team up?" Yun Xun had come in search of his old partner and had little interest in leading others, so he declined. The others had nothing more to say and dispersed. Only Warrior L remained. Yun Xun looked at him and inquired, "What is wrong?" Warrior L replied, "It's nothing." He was the only partner of AA. Together, they entered the room, and Warrior L suggested that they explore further tonight. Yun Xun nodded in agreement. At midnight, the two individuals touched the bloody dining knife, and suddenly, Yun Xun had a revelation. Seizing the knife, he entered the space where he beheld an object in his hand that might provide a solution. The two awaited the unfolding of the tale. And when Ali attempted to violate Sierra, Yun Xun took the knife and ended Ali's life. Consequently, Sierra witnessed their valor and expressed her gratitude to the two brave souls. Yun Xun and the valiant L accompanied Sierra back to her home, where she elucidated the truth of the matter to her father. Together, the father and daughter unveiled the nefarious deeds of the cult to the public. From that moment forth, the two lived happily together, while Yun Xun and the brave L obtained the key of true love. The system announced congratulations to Warrior AA and Warrior L for successfully completing the first stage and advancing to the second. Chapter 89. In the Infinite Stream Narrative. Seek the old conqueror Yun Xun and Warrior L returned to the Hall of the Manor, but this time, the scores of the warriors displayed on the screen were all 20. Had they now been distinguished from those of the first stage? Yun Xun checked his pocket and indeed found the key of true love. Warrior L rummaged through his pockets, but found his room card missing. Yun Xun, too, could not locate his. Should they retrieve another? Warrior L agreed. They obtained new room cards and retreated to their respective quarters. Upon entering, the room was arranged much like before, save for a necklace replacing the picture frame on the table. As Yun Xun touched the necklace, the system notified him of Task 2, to procure the key of understanding from Ali. A knock echoed, and Yun Xun opened the door to find Warrior L entering and taking a seat. A new task had been issued, yet the system failed to delineate the rules for Task 2. After a moment of contemplation, Yun Xun pondered whether there existed no absolutely safe haven in the second stage. Perhaps Warrior L's experience mirrored the rules of the first stage. He had inquired among other players, who reported no issues while resting in their quarters, nor had they been attacked. Indeed, there were NPCs patrolling at night, namely the task target Ali. Yun Xun scrutinized the system interface and confirmed that the two rules were indeed part of the main system interface. Nevertheless, he remained perplexed, as the first and second stages appeared indistinguishable. "Hey, have you noticed?" Warrior L exclaimed. "Our chicken blood vine has leveled up." Yun Xun shook his head in disbelief, examining the chicken blood vine to discover it had advanced to level 2, recalling games he had played previously. Did this imply that they could find items to further upgrade it? Warrior L concurred with Yun Xun's hypothesis. Shall we venture out to investigate? Upon hearing this, Yun Xun rose, and the two, as before, first surveyed the hall before proceeding to the courtyard. In the courtyard, they rummaged about and indeed uncovered two tools capable of enhancing their combat prowess. They repeatedly refreshed their efforts, leveling the chicken blood vine to level 3. As dusk approached, the hall's door suddenly shut. "Damn it," Yun Xun muttered, glancing at Warrior L. "I knew the second stage wouldn't be that simple." As night falls, the hall's door closes, turning us into moving targets. The Warrior L quickly regained his composure and approached the door to check if it could be opened, but to no avail. He turned to Yun Xun and suggested they search for another location to rest, for enduring a night of relentless pursuit was quite unbearable. Yun Xun nodded in agreement. The two parted ways to explore, discovering an additional path leading to the rear of the manor. They exchanged a glance and ventured forth. Fortunately, this was a game, and visibility remained intact even at night. On either side of the narrow path, low shrubs adorned with a few delicate white flowers flanked their way, while vines clung to the back wall of the manor. After walking for some time, they stumbled upon a small house situated behind the estate. They knocked on the door, but no response came. Warrior L forcefully pushed the door open, revealing an empty space filled with charcoal and wood, likely a storage room. Yun Xun surveyed the area and switched on the light. This place might indeed offer safety. Warrior L nodded, feeling a slight easing of the tension within. He spoke, suggesting they wait for Eli to appear for confirmation. Yun Xun agreed, pondering whether items could be triggered from outside, which seemed plausible. For now, they decided to rest a while and venture out when the time was right. Yun Xun, unbothered, lay directly on the ground, intending to catch some sleep. Warrior L looked around and discovered some straw, laying it beside Yun Xun for a slightly softer resting place. Yun Xun acknowledged with a sound and rolled onto the straw. Warrior L also reclined beside him. With his back turned towards Warrior L, he wondered about his old flame. "L, what is your real name?" he inquired. "Li Ling." Warrior L replied. A pang of disappointment struck Yun Xun. It turned out he was not his long-lost love. Noticing Yun Xun's silence, Warrior L asked, "What is your name?" "Yun Xun," he answered. Sensing Yun Xun's disinterest in conversation, Warrior L refrained from further dialogue. As a midnight bell tolled, the sound echoed ominously. Footsteps soon followed, causing Yun Xun's heart to race as he clutched the chicken blood vine. A tall, dark figure loomed before their shelter. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 4 seconds, 5 seconds, 10 seconds passed. As the footsteps faded away, both sighed in relief. They were safe here. Warrior L suggested they wait approximately 3 minutes before venturing out to seek clues. "Agreed," Yun Xun replied, settling onto the straw as his heartbeat gradually steadied. Where could his old flame be? He missed him dearly. 3 minutes elapsed, and they stepped outside, swiftly searching for any interactive items. Upon reaching the courtyard, they found the hall door still firmly shut. They conducted a thorough search, leaving no stone unturned. Finally, Yun Xun discovered a wooden sword model, reminiscent of a child's toy. Yet no storyline was triggered despite their attempts to interact with it. Suddenly, the hall door swung open. Yun Xun and Warrior L beheld a tall man with a bald head and red eyes, brandishing a knife and fixating his gaze upon them. The words Eli adorned his head. The Warrior L brandished the chicken blood vine and said, "Hey, you go ahead. I will hold them off." Yun Xun acknowledged with a hum and took his leave. Warrior L confronted Eli directly, who swung his blade, forcing him back several steps. As Yun Xun dashed onto a narrow path, he was suddenly ensnared by vines that pulled him upwards, leaving him utterly defenseless. Was this a punishment for abandoning his comrades? The vines drew him to the rooftop and pulled him through a window into a room. Gently placed on the floor, Yun Xun lifted his gaze and met the crimson eyes of the man seated before him. It was his old adversary. "Who are you?" Yun Xun felt a surge of joy within, but feigned a demeanor of caution. The man narrowed his red eyes. "Li Si." He then took a sip of red wine and beckoned Yun Xun closer with a flick of his finger. Rising to his feet, Yun Xun approached Li Si. Li Si raised a hand to tilt Yun Xun's chin, remarking, "You are quite intriguing." A glint flashed in Yun Xun's eyes. "I could be even more interesting." Li Si appeared to be captivated by this notion. "Such as?" Yun Xun leaned closer, planting a kiss at the corner of Li Si's lips, eliciting a transformation from confusion to a pleasant surprise as he playfully caressed Yun Xun's lips. Seizing the moment, Yun Xun boldly grasped Li Si's hand. With a swift motion, Li Si enveloped Yun Xun in his embrace. Meeting his gaze, Yun Xun tenderly stroked his face, still as smooth and fluid as ever. Li Si, somewhat displeased by Yun Xun's distraction, asked, "Darling, what else?" He urged, "Please me, and you shall receive anything your heart desires." Regarding the old adversary as a powerful NPC within the game, Yun Xun realized he could simply remain at ease. He had resolved not to leave. After all, once the challenge concluded, he would lose the chance to see his old adversary again. Yun Xun initiated a kiss upon Li Si's lips, who guided him towards bolder actions while maintaining a detached demeanor, devoid of any desire. Chapter 90. In search of the old adversary in infinite flow literature, Yun Xun perceived something unsettling in Li Si's gaze. He pushed Li Si away and stood, declaring, "I do not wish for this." Li Si found him amusing, but harbored no genuine affection. A fleeting sharpness crossed Li Si's eyes as he struggled to restrain himself. "Darling, are you pouting?" Yun Xun met his gaze and shook his head. "I am leaving." He was uncertain how to make an NPC fall in love with him. Thoughts of his partner urged him to assist, lest he appear too callous. Li Si remained unmoving. "Where do you intend to go?" "Return me to where you found me." Li Si lowered his gaze to the crimson liquid in his goblet, swirling it before looking back at Yun Xun. "Is it not pleasant to stay with me?" Yun Xun remained silent, engaging in a wordless contest of wills. Suddenly, Li Si reached out and grasped Yun Xun's neck, tightening his grip slowly. "You would obey if you were dead." Yun Xun was taken aback by the thought of being killed. He struggled fiercely, witnessing the cold-blooded expression on Li Si's face, his heart feeling as though it were being scorched over a flame, both painful and perplexing. Li Si felt the scorching tears on his hand, loosening his grip, allowing Yun Xun to gasp for breath. Observing Yun Xun's expression of anguish, he found no joy within himself, but rather a pang of heartache. He pondered the inexplicable allure of this human, which stirred such turmoil in his heart. Releasing his hold, he summoned vines to return Yun Xun, choosing to remain oblivious. Even after Yun Xun was taken away, the image of his suffering visage lingered in Li Si's mind. What was amiss? Once placed upon the ground, the warrior L quickly rushed to support Yun Xun, expressing concern. "Hey, are you all right? I should not have let you leave first. It placed you in danger." Yun Xun shook his head and followed Warrior L into the dwelling. Sensing Yun Xun's sorrow, Warrior L sat beside him and gently stroked his back, inquiring about the source of his distress. Yun Xun felt a sense of familiarity in Warrior L's presence. Yet he had already found his old lover. How could this be? He shook his head, assuring it's nothing. No one could aid him, unless Li Si were to fall in love with him. Warrior L then presented a clue he had discovered in the courtyard while searching for Yun Xun. A tooth? This mystery deepens. As Warrior L examined the tooth, he speculated, could it be that the second challenge requires the synthesis of items? Yun Xun retrieved the small sword he had found and placed it alongside Warrior L's, causing a flash of light. They gasped in astonishment. A system notification congratulated them for uncovering a hidden clue. The duo observed the synthesis interface, noticing that the item, Ali, still lacked one component. With the dawn breaking, they returned to their room in the manor. Yun Xun picked up a necklace and, to his delight, succeeded in activating it. The system inquired whether they wished to enter the storyline, to which Yun Xun declined, suggesting to Warrior L, "Let us rest for a while." Warrior L concurred, his taut nerves finally reaching their limit. He collapsed onto Yun Xun's bed and fell in a slumber almost instantly. Yun Xun considered sending him away, but recalled the previous night, when he had left Warrior L to face danger alone, and thus he retreated to Warrior L's room to lie down. The fragrance wafting through the air was that of lotus flowers. Yun Xun perked up, questioning if this was mere coincidence. Could someone truly sacrifice their life for a stranger? Li Ling, Li Si. Together they formed Ling Si. With a stern expression, Yun Xun summoned the system. 66. What is happening? Are there two A Ling in this world? The system, equally puzzled, replied, "Host, do not fret. I shall investigate." Yun Xun nodded, lying down to drift into slumber. Meanwhile, the vines quietly entered Yun Xun's room, sensing something amiss, and abruptly thrust a figure to the ground. Warrior L frowned deeply, but did not awaken. Li Si's goblet fell to the floor with a crash, shattering into pieces. The trembling vines hastily searched for assistance and eventually found what they sought. They slowly ascended to Yun Xun's bed, gazing at his serene, sleeping face, causing Li Si's anger to subside somewhat. In a swift motion, he positioned himself beside Yun Xun, enveloping him in an embrace. He gently caressed Yun Xun's face, murmuring, "My dear, what am I to do with you? Why allow that man to sleep in your bed?" He pressed his lips against Yun Xun's, cradling the back of his head. In his slumber, Yun Xun felt an overwhelming sense of suffocation, struggling desperately, yet finding himself restrained. Li Si sensed Yun Xun's distress and held him even tighter. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his lips. Yun Xun had bitten him. Awakening, Yun Xun recognized his older partner and grasped the situation. Lightly, he thumped Li Si's chest, exclaiming, "What are you doing? I can hardly breathe." Hearing Yun Xun's soft, mellifluous voice, Li Si's anger dissipated. He grasped Yun Xun's chin, locking eyes with him. "What do you think I wish to do?" Yun Xun felt the unmistakable evidence of someone's mischievous intentions. Blushing, he pushed him away, asserting, "We are not suited for each other." Li Si, perplexed, inquired, "Why not?" Yun Xun whispered, "We are still in the game." Li Si paused. He had existed in this world since its inception, a realm the warriors referred to as a game. In an instant, he vanished from sight. Yun Xun scoffed, "The scoundrel flirts and then runs away, devoid of honor. Is he really so oblivious?" Returning to the penthouse, Li Si gazed out at the setting sun, rays of sunlight cascading onto the ground. Was his world truly akin to this? Yun Xun, having lost the desire to sleep, returned to his own room, only to discover Warrior L sprawled on the floor. What peculiar habit did this person have? Or was it Li Si's doing? He nudged Warrior L. "Awake, it's time to work." Warrior L opened his eyes, feeling an ache throughout his body, bewildered by his position on the floor. Disheartened, he lamented that AA had not even provided him with a bed. Rising without a word, Yun Xun broke the silence. "Shall we check the storyline?" "Indeed," replied Warrior L. The two confirmed, and in a flash of light, they found themselves in a bustling little town. As they strolled through the town in search of Eli, they eventually spotted him at the far end, hammering away at his forge. At this moment, he bore no scars on his face and radiated joy, though he remained bald. Beside him stood a lovely woman, wiping the sweat from his brow. Yun Xun and Warrior L exchanged a glance, recognizing that Eli appeared truly content. What had transpired to transform him into a demon? A young boy wielded a wooden sword, practicing his moves. Eli watched him with a smile, calling out, "Rain, come here." The little boy, Rain, joyfully shouted, "Daddy." The family of three exuded happiness. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted, and the scene before them transformed. Eli was gone. A cultist had taken notice of his wife, attempting to assault her. She resisted fiercely, yet he clutched her tightly. Fortunately, Eli returned just in time. The cultist, realizing he could not overpower Eli, fled. Eli hurried to comfort his wife, while young Rain, returning from school, noticed his mother's distress and obediently sought to cheer her up. The good times were short-lived. The cultists did not relent, leveraging their power to send Eli to the neighboring town to deliver weapons. Eli was whisked away without the chance to bid farewell to his wife. A sense of unease enveloped him throughout the journey. 3 days later, upon his return home, he was met only with the lifeless forms of his wife and child. Driven to madness, he seized a large knife and dashed out the door. Yun Xun could envision the tragic fate that awaited him. Yet this time, he was unable to even brush against the characters entrenched in the storyline. Indeed, the challenges proved no less formidable than the initial level. Ultimately, Eli met his demise, and Yun Xun along with Warrior L were returned to their chamber. This wretched game demanded considerable intellect. The two began to revisit the narrative, searching for any potential breakthroughs. Yun Xun accessed the system interface and discovered that Eli had turned gray. The item was, to his dismay, a one-time use. Warrior el reassured Yun Xun, urging him not to worry, for they would search anew. That night, Yun Xun and Warrior L found themselves deliberately locked outside the hall once more. They had acquired the first item, but were unable to stockpile more. Upon Eli's appearance, Warrior L sprang into action, engaging Eli in combat. Seizing the opportunity, Yun Xun sought the second item. Upon finding it, he called out, and Warrior L responded. Together, they fled towards a small cottage behind the manor. As Yun Xun reached the secluded path, he was ensnared by vines, and Warrior L grasped his hand. Together, they were drawn up to a room on the top floor. Ri-Si, observing the unexpected presence, inquired, "Who are you?" Warrior L positioned himself protectively in front of Yun Xun, declaring, Li Ling. Ri-Si's gaze shifted to Yun Xun, asking, "Darling, whom do you choose?" Unwilling to make a selection, as both were contenders for his affections, Yun Xun remained silent. Frustration mounting, Ri-Si reached out, pulling Yun Xun into his embrace. He tilted Yun Xun's chin upward and pressed his lips against his, all the while casting a provocative glance at Warrior L. Warrior L, armed with a blood vine, launched an attack on Ri-Si, only to be flung aside with a mere wave of Ri-Si's hand. Yun Xun pushed Ri-Si away, attempting to extricate himself. Ri-Si, now irked, reprimanded him for speaking on behalf of that useless man. Grasping Warrior L's throat, he asserted, "My darling belongs to me. You shall pay dearly." Yun Xun seized Ri-Si's hand, imploring, "Let go." Their eyes locked in a silent battle of wills, neither willing to yield. In desperation, Yun Xun bit down on Ri-Si's hand. The pain was insufficient to compel Ri-Si to release his grip, yet he did so nonetheless, for his heart ached. Freed, Warrior L persisted, striving to rescue Yun Xun. Yun Xun called out loudly, "I'm fine, you must leave." However, Warrior L, seemingly oblivious, continued to assault Ri-Si. Left with no alternative, Yun Xun leaned closer to Ri-Si's ear and whispered a few words. Ri-Si waved his hand, commanding the vines to escort Warrior L away. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he met Yun Xun's gaze, asking, "Darling, were your words just now sincere?" Yun Xun blushed and nodded, for he knew that, regardless, he would eventually be with his beloved. Ri-Si lifted him and carried him to the large bed in the inner room. As Yun Xun was placed upon the bed, Ri-Si gazed intently at him, uttering, "My dear, teach me." With tearful eyes, Yun Xun looked back at him, realizing that this was all intentional. Had he not always been the one in control? Yet, Ri-Si did not relent. He tenderly kissed Yun Xun's eyes, coaxing him. With no other recourse, Yun Xun complied. Meanwhile, Warrior L was sent downstairs, where he encountered Eli, who was circling around. Before he could even feel sorrow, he was compelled to fight Eli. Perhaps due to his urgency, his movements became sharper, and to his surprise, he managed to defeat Eli. A dagger was left behind from Eli's body. With a system notification indicating broken blade, high damage, Warrior L secured the dagger and sought to find Yun Xun. Looking up at the manor, which had 6 floors, not too high, he relied on the vines to ascend with haste. Yun Xun felt drenched in sweat as he reached out to push Ri-Si away. But Ri-Si grasped his hand, saying, "My dear, it will be over soon." Yun Xun shook his head, attempting to break free from Ri-Si's hold. Yet Ri-Si would not release him. Instead, he kissed Yun Xun's lips and gently patted his back to soothe him. Warrior L reached the top floor and cautiously entered through a window, hearing Yun Xun's cries. Clenching his fists, he loathed his own weakness. Regaining his composure, he stealthily approached Ri-Si from behind and plunged the dagger into his body. Ri-Si winced in pain and vanished from sight. Yun Xun, momentarily bewildered, wondered how he could have disappeared so suddenly, turning his gaze towards Warrior L. With eyes closed, Warrior L said, "I'll keep my eyes shut. You tidy up first." Yun Xun dressed quickly, feeling a chill beneath him, and asked, "How did you get here?" Warrior L did not respond, suggesting instead, "Let us go back." Yun Xun nodded. Rising from the bed, his tears still wet upon his cheeks, they returned silently to Yun Xun's room. Yun Xun broke the silence, saying, "I want to take a shower." Warrior L nodded, "Go ahead." He hesitated, fearing for AA after what had transpired. Yun Xun, undeterred, entered the bathroom, certain that Warrior L was indeed his beloved, yet perplexed by the existence of two of him in this world. Seated on a chair, Warrior L covered his face with his hands, still shaken by the encounter. He was relieved that the dagger had proven effective. Otherwise, he questioned whether he could have saved AA. After all, AA had faced such horrors, and he felt powerless to assist him. When Yun Xun emerged from the shower, he sensed something amiss with Warrior L. Considering that he might be hurt, he explained, "I'm fine. I actually have feelings for him, so this was voluntary." Upon hearing Yun Xun's words, Warrior L felt a pang of heartache, realizing he had intruded upon their moment. Taking a deep breath, he replied, "I'm sorry. I thought you weren't willing." Yun Xun sensed that his mood had further deteriorated, and he took the initiative to grasp his hand. "I'm unsure how to express this, but I too harbor feelings for you." The Warrior L looked at Yun Xun in surprise. He realized that he liked him as well, completely forgetting Yun Xun's previous declaration of affection for Li Si. I like you too," the Warrior L stammered, his cheeks flushed. Yun Xun chuckled softly. "You don't mind that I am." The Warrior L covered Yun Xun's mouth with his hand. "It doesn't matter. All that matters is that you like me." Yun Xun smiled at him, leaning closer to his face. "Silly. You should use something else to silence me." The Warrior L, unable to comprehend Yun Xun's words, simply gazed at him in a daze, as if he were seeing the true essence of AA. Without waiting for him, Yun Xun leaned in and kissed him. Li Si, witnessing their intimacy, was enraged, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He clenched his fists. The treasure belonged to him. After the kiss, the Warrior L informed Yun Xun that he had defeated AI Li and obtained an item, which might help them surpass the second hurdle. "You are truly remarkable," Yun Xun praised. The Warrior L's earlobes turned red. "I don't even know how I managed to defeat him." His mind was solely focused on rescuing Yun Xun. The two rested for several hours before entering the storyline. When AI Li's wife was being violated, the Warrior L drew out a dagger to assist. Yet he still could not intervene. Yun Xun was perplexed, wondering what the issue could be. Thus, the dagger was indeed an item generated by L, meant to aid in fighting, but incapable of influencing the storyline. In Chapter 92, within the Infinite Flow narrative, the Warrior L gently patted Yun Xun's back, comforting him to consider other methods. Yun Xun nodded in agreement. They each returned to their rooms to rest, and in the midst of his slumber, Yun Xun suddenly felt a constriction in his breath. He jolted awake to find Li Si grasping his throat. "What's wrong?" Yun Xun managed to utter, struggling for words. Li Si sneered coldly. "You were laughing so merrily with that dog of a man. Why the silence now?" Yun Xun was speechless, feeling a pang of jealousy himself. With no response from Yun Xun, Li Si's anger intensified. "You are truly disobedient. Perhaps turning you into a corpse would teach you." Yun Xun felt the grip of the dog man tighten, desperately pounding on his back. "Why did it feel wet? Let me go, you're bleeding," Yun Xun exclaimed. Panic etched across his face. Li Si's uncontrolled rage subsided as he released Yun Xun. The latter hurriedly checked his injury. "What happened? How are you hurt?" "It was that dog man," Li Si replied, a hint of grievance evident in his tone. Seeing the wound still bleeding, Yun Xun felt an overwhelming sense of compassion. Must it come to a life-and-death struggle between them? "Do you have any medicine?" Li Si shook his head. "I don't know, perhaps not." Yun Xun was not hopeful about his knowledge. "I will go find some. Stay put." Yun Xun climbed off Li Si and rummaged through his room, actually signaling 66 to procure medicine. The system promptly exchanged, and Yun Xun took the hemostatic ointment to apply on Li Si's wound. Li Si sensed the human's compassion for him, letting out a soft hiss. Yun Xun quickly lightened his touch, murmuring, "Let me blow on it. It will stop hurting." Li Si felt a warm breath against his back, causing his heart to race. He instinctively embraced Yun Xun, burying his head into his neck, and in that moment, the pain dissipated. Yun Xun remained quietly in his embrace. "Will you stay here and wait for me?" Li Si asked casually. Yet the words carried an ominous weight that Yun Xun could not ignore. Sighing, Yun Xun pondered how to guide his beloved in navigating their relationship properly. "Of course," he replied. Li Si lifted his head and pressed his lips against Yun Xun's. Sensing the movement, Yun Xun gently pushed him away. "I must return." A flash of crimson flickered in Li Si's eyes. "You wish to leave me?" Yun Xun soothingly stroked his ear, saying, I have to face challenges, otherwise my heart will ache. Upon hearing that Yun Xun needed to confront obstacles, the depth of Li Si's gaze intensified, and he waved his hand, sending Yun Xun back. Confused, Yun Xun wondered why Li Si was angry again. Warrior L sighed in relief upon seeing Yun Xun return. However, Yun Xun felt a strange embarrassment, akin to an affair, even though both were his beloved. Contemplating this, he looked at Warrior L and asked, What brings you here? Warrior L replied, I came to discuss strategies. AA just went to that person again. Seeing that AA was unharmed eased Warrior L's mind, but the bitterness within him became more pronounced. AA and that person had shared everything, whereas he had only exchanged a kiss with Yun Xun. Did AA prefer him more? Sensing Warrior L's despondency, Yun Xun sighed internally, realizing that comforting one was never enough when they were all his lovers. Yun Xun leaned closer to Warrior L, diving into his embrace, his lips curling into a smile. L, I remember your name is Li Ling, right? Li Ling nodded vacantly. Then I shall call you a Ling from now on. Hearing the familiar name stirred something within Li Ling, and he gazed intently into Yun Xun's eyes, replying, All right. They stood just an inch apart, a magnetic pull between them. Li Ling, as if enchanted, leaned in to kiss Yun Xun. Excited, Yun Xun cupped Li Ling's face, exclaiming, This game has a bug. I can faintly see your face. The distinction between Li Ling's visage and Li Si's was stark, yet Yun Xun still perceived a hint of similarity. Meanwhile, System 66 informed him that they were indeed of the same essence, possibly split due to an accident when entering the small world. Yun Xun smiled and kissed Li Ling, confident that his Ling would unreservedly protect him. Li Ling, who had worried that Yun Xun might not like his face, acknowledging that Li Si was arguably more handsome, felt a sense of reassurance as Yun Xun's kiss enveloped him. He gently pressed Yun Xun's head down, drawing him closer. Yun Xun allowed him to take control, but just as they were about to cross the forbidden line, tendrils suddenly separated them. Li Ling cast a wary glance at the vines. Yun Xun found himself ensnared by vines, feeling quite awkward. Was this akin to being caught in an affair? Li Si entered the room, enveloping Yun Xun in his embrace, rendering the atmosphere even more delicate. Li Ling drew a dagger, poised for combat,